Chapter 1 Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The morning bell of Azure Peak sect echoed across the mountain range like a dying god's last breath, and Shen Wei felt the vibration rattle through his bones as he stood at the edge of the outer disciples' dormitory, staring down at the tournament arena carved into the valley below. It was enormous. A perfect circle of white jade, 300 meters in diameter, etched with formations that had been old before the sect's founder was born. Around its perimeter, tiered seating rose like the walls of a coliseum, already filling with cultivators in robes of blue and silver. Inner disciples occupied the higher tiers. Elders floated on cloud platforms above, and somewhere in the lowest ring, crammed between other outer disciples who smelled of sweat and cheap cultivation pills, Shen Wei would sit until his name was called. You're going to wear a hole in the ground standing there. Shen Wei turned to find Zhao Kong approaching with 2 steamed buns in one hand and a grin that could charm a tribulation beast. His best friend since they'd both arrived at Azure Peak 4 years ago, Zhao Kong had the build of a warrior and the temperament of a festival firecracker, loud, bright, and prone to going off at the wrong moment. Eat. Zhao Kong shoved a bun into Shen Wei's hands. You can't fight on an empty stomach. I can barely fight on a full one. Shen Wei bit into the bun. It was cold and dense, the kind of food the sect kitchens churned out for outer disciples. Just enough spiritual energy to keep them alive, not enough to actually help them cultivate. Did you see the bracket? I saw it. Zhao Kang's grin faded by exactly 1 degree. You drew outer disciple Pong for the first round. Easy match. I drew Wang Tai, also manageable. And the second round? Zhao Kong didn't answer immediately. He took a large bite of his own bun and chewed with exaggerated slowness. Kong. You drew Lu Hong. The name settled over Shen Wei like a funeral shroud. Lu Hong, inner disciple, Golden Core realm, son of the Lu family, one of the 3 noble cultivation clans that funded Azure Peak sect. He was 22 years old, devastatingly handsome, and had crippled 6 outer disciples in friendly spars over the past year. Not one elder had so much as frowned at him for it. Well, Shen Wei said, his voice remarkably steady. At least I'll get past the first round. Don't joke about this. He'll kill you. He won't kill me. The tournament has rules. The tournament has rules that he ignores. Remember what he did to Zhou Fan? Shattered every meridian in his body. Zhou Fan can't even circulate qi anymore. He's basically mortal. Zhao Kong grabbed Shen Wei's shoulder. Forfeit the second round. Just take the first round win and sit down. Shen Wei considered it. He truly did. He was qi condensation, 3rd stage, the bare minimum to qualify for the tournament. His talent was considered average at best. His parents, mortal rice farmers from a village so small it didn't appear on any sect map, had sold their land, their ox, and 10 years of future harvests to pay his entry fee. He'd been here 4 years and advanced exactly 3 stages. Outer disciples with real talent managed that in months. But forfeiting meant staying at the bottom of the rankings. And bottom-ranked outer disciples were expelled at years in to make room for new recruits. This was his last chance. I can't, Shen Wei said quietly. You know I can't. Zhao Kang's hand tightened on his shoulder, then released. Then at least don't be stupid about it. Guard your meridians, protect your dantian, and the moment you feel real killing intent, drop and play dead. Pride heals. A destroyed cultivation base doesn't. Shen Wei nodded. They finished their buns in silence and began the long walk down the mountain path toward the arena. The path was crowded. Hundreds of outer disciples streamed downward in a river of blue robes, their conversations a buzzing hive of speculation and anxiety. Who would enter the top 10? Which inner disciple would claim the championship? Would sect master Chen Wuji make an appearance? Shen Wei moved through them like a stone in a current, letting the flow carry him. He was unremarkable in every visible way. Average height, average build, a face that was pleasant but forgettable. His cultivation aura was so faint that stronger disciples literally couldn't sense him unless they were looking directly at him. He had spent 4 years perfecting the art of being invisible. It hadn't been by choice. The arena's entrance was a massive archway carved from a single piece of spirit jade, inscribed with the sect's founding motto, "The peak stands eternal." As Shen Wei passed beneath it, he felt something, a faint tingle across his skin, like static before a lightning strike. He paused, frowning. Move it, someone barked behind him. He moved. The sensation faded, and he dismissed it as tournament nerves. The seating area for outer disciples was exactly as uncomfortable as he'd expected. Wooden benches with no cushions, positioned at the lowest tier where the view was partially blocked by the arena's protective formations. Shen Wei squeezed in beside Zhao Kong and several other outer disciples from their dormitory block. "Welcome, disciples of Azure Peak." The voice rolled across the arena like thunder. Elder Su Qingyun, the tournament's presiding official, stood at the center of the jade platform. He was a severe man in his apparent 50s, though his true age was likely centuries older, with a nascent soul cultivation base that pressed down on the arena like an invisible mountain. His robes were deep indigo, his beard immaculately trimmed, and his eyes missed nothing. "The annual sect tournament serves 3 purposes," Elder Su continued. "To temper your combat skills, to identify talent worthy of advancement, and to remind you all that the cultivation path is walked with fists as well as meditation cushions." A ripple of nervous laughter from the outer disciples. The inner disciples didn't laugh. They already knew what the tournament really was, a political arena where noble families showcase their investments. The rules are simple. Matches are one-on-one. Killing is forbidden. Crippling is discouraged. Elder Su's gaze swept across the inner disciple section, lingering on someone Shen Wei couldn't see. Surrender is accepted by voice or by formation detection when a fighter's chi drops below 5%. The top 10 finishers receive cultivation resources commensurate with their ranking. He paused. The bottom 20 outer disciples will be released from the sect at month's end. Released. Such a gentle word for destroyed dreams. Shen Wei felt his stomach clench. He was currently ranked somewhere around the 200th mark among outer disciples. He needed at least 1 solid win, ideally 2, to climb above the expulsion line. The first round against outer disciple Peng was manageable. The second round against Lu Heng was a death sentence. Not literally, he reminded himself. Not literally. First matches begin now. Disciples whose names appear on the formation board, proceed to your assigned platforms. Shen Wei looked up. Golden characters materialized in the air above the arena, listing the first batch of matches across 10 smaller platforms arranged around the main stage. Platform 7, Shen Wei versus Peng Dishing. "That's you." Zhao Kong slapped his back. "Go, and try not to embarrass us." Shen Wei stood, his legs stiff. He made his way down to the arena floor, passing through the protective formation barrier that tingled against his skin, that same strange static sensation. On platform 7, a stocky young man with a flat nose was already waiting, bouncing on his heels. Peng Dishing. Qi condensation, second stage. 1 stage below Shen Wei. Known for brute force attacks and poor footwork. "Shen Wei, right?" Peng said, cracking his knuckles. "No hard feelings. I need this win." "So do I." The platform judge, a bored-looking inner disciple, raised a flag. "Begin." Peng rushed forward with a straight punch coated in crude qi. It was fast for his level, but telegraphed by a full half-second. Shen Wei sidestepped, caught Peng's wrist, and redirected the momentum into a throw that sent the stocky disciple tumbling across the platform. Peng scrambled up, surprised. "You're faster than I thought." Shen Wei said nothing. He shifted into the basic Azure Wind stance, the only combat technique he'd managed to learn at the sect, and waited. Peng attacked again, this time with a flurry of punches and kicks that lacked precision but made up for it in raw aggression. Shen Wei blocked, parried, and deflected. He wasn't stronger than Peng. He wasn't more talented. But 4 years of being the weakest disciple in every sparring session had taught him one thing: how to read attacks. When you couldn't overpower anyone, you learned to see where they were going before they got there. It took 2 more exchanges before Shen Wei found his opening. Peng overextended on a spinning kick, and Shen Wei drove a palm strike into his exposed ribs, channeling all his qi condensation third-stage energy into the blow. Peng flew off the platform and landed in a heap on the arena floor. "Winner, Shen Wei," the judge announced without looking up. A smattering of polite applause from the nearby spectators. Nothing extraordinary. 2 low-ranked outer disciples fighting was about as exciting as watching rice grow. But Shen Wei's heart was hammering. He'd won. 1 round closer to survival. He returned to the stands, where Zhao Kong was waiting with a grin. "Clean win. Not flashy, but clean." "Flashy gets you noticed," Shen Wei said. "Noticed gets you targeted. Too late for that. You're already targeted." Zhao Kong nodded toward the inner disciple section. Shen Wei followed his gaze. Up in the 3rd tier, lounging on a cushioned seat with 2 female disciples attending him, sat Lu Heng. He was everything Shen Wei was not: tall, aristocratic, radiating golden core energy like a bonfire. His robes were embroidered with gold thread in the pattern of the Lu family crest, a coiling dragon devouring a phoenix. Lu Heng was looking directly at Shen Wei, not with hostility, with something worse: amusement. Shen Wei looked away. His second-round match was tomorrow. He had roughly 18 hours to figure out how to survive a fight against someone 3 major realms above him. He already knew the answer. He couldn't. But he'd try anyway. He always did. The rest of the day's matches blurred together. Zhao Kong won his first round decisively, his foundation establishment cultivation giving him a clear edge over his qi condensation opponent. Other outer disciples weren't so lucky. 3 were carried off on stretchers, their injuries severe enough to require the sect's medical pavilion. As the sun began to set over Azure Peak, painting the arena in shades of orange and crimson, Shen Wei sat alone on the path back to the dormitory and stared at his hands. They were a cultivator's hands, calloused from training, faintly glowing with circulated qi. But they were also a farmer's son's hands. He could still remember the feeling of rice stalks between his fingers, the mud of his parents' patties squishing between his toes. I won't be sent home, he whispered to himself. I won't waste everything they gave up. The evening wind carried his words away, and from somewhere deep beneath the tournament arena, something ancient stirred in its sleep, as if it had heard him and found his determination interesting. Chapter 2. The second day of the tournament dawned gray and heavy, clouds gathering over Azure Peak like a funeral procession in the sky. Shen Wei hadn't slept. He'd spent the entire night in the outer disciples' training ground, running through every combat technique he knew, which, if he was being honest, could be listed on a single hand. Azure Wind Palm, a basic offensive technique, 3 strikes, moderately effective against qi condensation opponents. Flowing Water Steps, a movement technique that sacrificed speed for unpredictability. Useful for dodging, useless for closing distance. Iron Shirt, a body-hardening technique that could absorb one solid hit from a foundation establishment cultivator. Against a golden core? It might buy him half a second. Half a second. That was his entire survival plan. You look terrible, Zhao Kong said as they walked toward the arena. Did you train all night? Couldn't sleep. That's somehow worse. You're going to face Lu Hong on 0 sleep and expect to survive. I don't expect to survive. I expect to last long enough to not be expelled. Zhao Kong stopped walking. What does that mean? The expulsion threshold is based on tournament performance, not just wins. If I can demonstrate sufficient combat ability in the second round, even in a loss, it should keep me above the bottom 20. You're planning to lose impressively? I'm planning to lose strategically. Shen Wei managed a thin smile. There's a difference. They reached the arena. Today's crowd was larger. News of several exciting first-round upsets had drawn additional spectators. Shen Wei spotted several elders who hadn't attended yesterday, their powerful auras pressing down from their cloud platforms like invisible thunderstorms. The morning matches were mid-tier, foundation establishment disciples fighting each other, core formation disciples toying with weaker opponents. Shen Wei studied each match intently, not for the techniques, but for the principles. How did stronger cultivators create openings? Where were the gaps between intent and execution? Then a match caught everyone's attention. Platform 1, Lu Hong versus outer disciple Ma Yichen. Ma Yichen was a 4th-year outer disciple, foundation establishment peak, one of the strongest outer disciples in the sect. He had a real chance at the top 10. When he stepped onto the main platform opposite Lu Hong, his face was pale but determined. Lu Hong didn't even bother standing properly. He leaned against the platform's edge, examining his fingernails. You can surrender now? I'll allow it. Ma Yichen drew his sword, a respectable mid-grade spirit weapon. Lu Hong, I may not be your equal, but I am not a coward. No, Lu Hong agreed. Cowards are smart. The judge's flag dropped. Ma Yichen moved first, his sword slicing through the air in a clean foundation establishment technique, Silver River Crossing. The blade trailed a line of qi that carved a furrow across the platform's jade surface. Lu Heng tilted his head. The sword passed within an inch of his cheek. He hadn't moved his feet. Adequate, Lu Heng said. For a mortal. His hand moved. Shen Wei didn't see the technique. It was too fast, too far above his perception. One moment Lu Heng's arm was at his side. The next, a wave of golden qi slammed into Ma Yichen like a charging bull. The outer disciple flew backward, crashed into the platform's barrier formation, and slid to the ground. He tried to stand. His legs buckled. Blood trickled from his mouth. Stay down, someone in the crowd whispered. Ma Yichen stood. Lu Heng's eyes narrowed. Not with anger, but with that same cold amusement Shen Wei had seen yesterday. Persistent. Another technique. This one was visible. A golden palm print that materialized in the air and descended on Ma Yichen like a mountain falling from the sky. The outer disciple raised his sword to block. The sword shattered. Ma Yichen collapsed. The medical formation beneath the platform flared red, indicating critical qi depletion. Possibly broken ribs. Possibly shattered meridians. Winner. Lu Hong, the judge announced, his voice carefully neutral. Lu Hong walked off the platform without looking back. As he passed the outer disciples section, he paused and glanced at Shen Wei. "You're next, I believe." His smile was the smile of a cat watching a mouse try to hide in an open field. "Do try to be more entertaining than that one." He walked on. Shen Wei sat very still, his hands clenched on his knees. "Change of plan," Zhao Kong said. His voice was rough. "Forfeit." "No." Shen Wei. "He destroyed Ma Yichen. Ma Yichen is foundation establishment peak. Your qi condensation third stage. This isn't a gap you can bridge with strategy." "I know." "Then forfeit. Live to fight next year." "There is no next year, Kong. If I forfeit, I'm in the bottom 20 guaranteed. At least if I fight, there's a chance the judges note my performance favorably." Zhao Kong opened his mouth to argue, closed it, and looked away. When he looked back, his eyes were red. "Then you come back alive. Promise me." "I promise." It was the easiest lie he'd ever told. His match was called in the afternoon. The clouds had thickened, and the first drops of rain were beginning to fall as Shen Wei walked onto platform 1, the main stage, because matches against inner disciples always got the main stage. The jade was cool beneath his feet. The formation patterns glowed faintly, ready to absorb impacts and monitor vital signs. Around the arena, thousands of eyes turned toward him, the outer disciple who'd drawn the worst second-round bracket in tournament history. Lu Heng was already on the platform. He'd changed into fighting robes of gold and white, his family crest blazing on his chest. A sword hung at his hip, not that he needed it. His golden core cultivation alone could crush a qi condensation disciple. Shen Wei, was it? Lu Heng tapped a finger against the hilt of his sword. Qi condensation third stage. Parents are mortal farmers, if my information is correct. Shen Wei said nothing. He settled into the azure wind stance. "I asked you a question. You stated facts. You didn't ask anything." Something flickered in Lu Heng's eyes. "Irritation, maybe. Good." Irritated opponents made mistakes. Elder Su Qingyun presided over the main platform personally. His voice boomed across the arena. Main platform match. Shen Wei, outer disciple, versus Lu Heng, inner disciple. Standard rules apply. Begin. Lu Heng didn't rush. He walked forward, each step deliberate, his golden core aura expanding like a predator asserting dominance. The pressure hit Shen Wei like a wall of water. His knees buckled. His vision blurred. Every instinct screamed at him to run. He stood his ground. "Iron shirt," he whispered, channeling every drop of qi he possessed into his body-hardening technique. His skin took on a faint metallic sheen, pathetic compared to a true iron shirt master, but it was all he had. Lu Heng's first strike was a casual palm thrust, the kind of blow he'd used to swat a fly. The qi wave hit Shen Wei's iron shirt and punched through it like a fist through wet paper. Pain exploded across Shen Wei's chest. He flew backward, skidding across the jade platform, and felt 2 ribs crack. The crowd murmured. Some looked away. Shen Wei got up. Lu Heng raised an eyebrow. "Stubborn." "So I've been told." Shen Wei activated flowing water steps, weaving in an unpredictable pattern as he closed the distance. Lu Heng watched with mild interest, then struck again, a golden fist technique that Shen Wei barely dodged by throwing himself sideways at the last instant. The shockwave from the near miss sent him tumbling. He tasted blood. A third rib joined the first 2 in their broken state. "Think," Shen Wei told himself. "You can't match his power. You can't match his speed. What can you do?" He could read. For years of watching stronger opponents had given him an eye for patterns. And Lu Heng, for all his overwhelming power, had a pattern. His attacks came in sets of 3, palm, fist, palm, with a half-second gap between the second and third strike, where he shifted his weight. Half a second. The same half-second Shen Wei's iron shirt could theoretically buy him. He charged. Lu Heng's eyes widened slightly. Surprise, the first genuine emotion he'd shown. No one charged a golden core cultivator. It was suicide. The palm strike came. Shen Wei took it on his shoulder, iron shirt absorbing the initial impact before shattering. His left arm went numb. He kept moving. The fist technique followed. Shen Wei ducked under it, feeling the golden qi sear the top of his head, burning away a patch of hair. The gap. Half a second. Shen Wei drove his right palm into Lu Heng's abdomen with every ounce of qi he had remaining, channeling Azure Wind Palm's first strike directly into the inner disciple's body. The impact was like punching a mountain. Lu Heng didn't budge. His golden core's defensive aura absorbed the blow completely. But Shen Wei had hit him. An outer disciple at qi condensation third stage had landed a clean hit on a golden core inner disciple. The arena went silent. Lu Heng looked down at the hand pressed against his stomach. His expression shifted from surprise to cold fury. "You touched me." His third strike, the palm technique Shen Wei had been counting on, didn't come as a palm. It came as a blade of golden qi that materialized from thin air and drove straight through Shen Wei's chest. Pain. Unimaginable pain. Shen Wei looked down and saw a golden light protruding from his sternum. His body went cold. His vision darkened at the edges. He heard screaming, Zhao Kang's voice, distant and desperate. He heard Elder Su shouting something about disqualification. He heard Lu Heng's voice, close and contemptuous. Know your place, farmer's son. Then darkness. Then light. Shen Wei gasped and lurched forward, nearly falling off. A wooden bench? He was in the outer disciples' seating area. The arena spread out before him. Elder Su Qingyun stood at the center of the main platform, his voice rolling across the crowd. Welcome, disciples of Azure Peak. The morning bell was echoing across the mountain range. It was the first day of the tournament. Shen Wei's hands flew to his chest. No wound. No blood. No golden chi blade. His ribs were intact. His left arm worked perfectly. His body was exactly as it had been yesterday morning. Yesterday morning? You okay? Zhao Kang asked from beside him, chewing a steamed bun. You look like you saw a ghost. Shen Wei stared at his best friend, then down at his own unblemished body, then at the arena, where Elder Su was delivering the exact same speech he'd given yesterday. What day is it? Shen Wei whispered. Tournament day 1. Obviously. Zhao Kang frowned. Are you sick? The bracket appeared in golden characters above the arena. Platform 7. Shen Wei versus Peng Dishing. Second round. Shen Wei versus Lu Heng. The same brackets. The same day. The same everything. Shen Wei's hands began to tremble. Not with fear. With something he couldn't yet name. A mixture of confusion, disbelief, and a tiny, irrational flicker of hope. Because he was alive. And he had a second chance. He just had no idea why. Chapter 3. The second time through the first day of the tournament. Shen Wei moved like a man walking through a dream he couldn't wake from. Every detail was identical. The gray sky. The steamed buns. Zhao Kang's grin. The way the crowd surged down the mountain path. The static tingle as he passed beneath the spirit jade archway. He won his match against Peng Dishing, using the exact same throw and palm strike as before. The crowd gave the same smattering of applause. Zhao Kang said the same words. Clean win. Not flashy, but clean. When Lu Heng destroyed Ma Yichen on the main stage, every movement, every word, every drop of blood was identical. You're next, I believe. Do try to be more entertaining than that one. Same smile. Same cat and mouse contempt. Shen Wei spent the night before his second round match not in the training ground but on the roof of the outer disciples' dormitory, staring at the stars, and trying to convince himself he wasn't insane. He died. He was certain of it. Lu Heng's golden chi blade had pierced his chest. He'd felt his life drain away, felt the coldness of genuine death spreading through his body. That was not a dream. Dreams didn't carry the weight of absolute finality. And yet here he was. Whole. Alive. Back at the starting line. Okay, he said to the empty sky. Okay. Either I've gone completely mad, or I'm stuck in some kind of loop. The word felt ridiculous. Loops were the stuff of ancient legends, samsara cycles, reincarnation myths, the kind of stories old men told over wine. They weren't real. They didn't happen to mediocre chi condensation outer disciples at provincial sections. But then, mediocre chi condensation outer disciples didn't usually survive getting impaled through the chest, either. If this is real, Shen Wei continued, speaking to himself because there was no one else to speak to, then I need to test it. And the only test that matters is... He trailed off. The only test was to die again and see if he came back. He did not sleep that night either. The second day arrived. Same clouds. Same gray sky. Same matches. Shen Wei walked onto platform 1 opposite Lu Heng for the second time, and this time he tried something different. He forfeited immediately. I surrender, Shen Wei said before the match flag dropped. Lu Heng blinked. Elder Su frowned. The crowd murmured. Winner. Lu Heng. The judge announced, sounding confused. Shen Wei walked off the platform. Zhao Kang met him at the edge of the arena, relief and frustration warring on his face. Good. Smart. I'm glad you, Shen Wei. Shen Wei, where are you going? But Shen Wei was already walking toward the arena's perimeter, toward the spirit jade archway. If this was a loop, he needed to know its boundaries. Could he leave? Could he go back to the dormitory, pack his things, and walk down the mountain? He reached the archway, stepped through it, and stopped. His foot wouldn't move. Not in the my legs are frozen with fear sense. In the there is an invisible wall of force preventing me from leaving sense. He pushed against it. Nothing. He channeled chi and shoved. Nothing. He punched it, kicked it, and hurled every technique he knew at it. The formation was absolute. Whatever was keeping him in the arena's domain was far beyond anything he could break at chi condensation. Interesting, Shen Wei murmured. He couldn't leave. Over the next several hours, he explored every boundary of his prison. The arena complex was large: the main arena, the outer walkways, the preparation rooms, the medical pavilion, and a small section of the mountain path leading up to the dormitory. But beyond that, invisible walls blocked him in every direction. He was trapped in a box approximately 500 meters in diameter, centered on the tournament arena. When evening came and the first day's matches concluded, Shen Wei returned to the arena. It was empty now. Disciples and elders had retired for the night. The jade platform gleamed in the moonlight, its ancient formations dormant. Shen Wei walked to the center of the platform and sat down. "If this is a loop," he said, "then the only way to learn more is to die again. And the only person who's going to kill me is Lu Hong." He took a deep breath. "So tomorrow, I fight, and I die, and I see what happens next." The thought should have terrified him. In some distant corner of his mind, it did. But a larger part of him, the part that had endured 4 years of humiliation, that had trained through injuries that would have broken weaker men, that had looked at the impossible gap between himself and every other disciple and said not yet, that part was already calculating. If he could die and come back, then death wasn't an ending. It was information. The second loop's second day played out almost identically to the first. Shen Wei fought Lu Hong. This time, he didn't bother with strategy. He charged straight in, taking hits, studying Lu Heng's movements not as a desperate underdog, but as a student observing a lesson. Lu Heng's opening palm strike originates from the right hand, channels through the golden core's lower rotation, travels at approximately 3 times the speed of Shen Wei's fastest technique. Lu Heng's follow-up fist technique, a straight punch amplified by chi compression. Deceptively simple, but the compression wave continues to damage even after the initial impact. Lu Heng's finishing move, a chi construct, the golden blade he'd used in the first loop. It requires a half-second charge time. During that charge, Lu Heng's defensive aura thins on his left side. That last observation cost Shen Wei his life. Lu Heng's golden blade punched through his chest again, and the familiar cold darkness consumed him. Then light. Morning bell. Tournament day 1. Loop 3. Shen Wei sat on the wooden bench and allowed himself a grim smile. It was real. He died, and he came back. The loop was absolute and irrefutable. Now the question became, what was he going to do about it? "You okay?" Zhao Kong asked, offering a steamed bun. "Never better," Shen Wei said, and meant it in a way Zhao Kong couldn't possibly understand. The third loop, he tested the compulsion. When his second round match was called, he tried to simply not go. He sat on the bench and refused to move. For about 30 seconds, nothing happened. Then a force, invisible, irresistible, and deeply uncomfortable, seized his body and propelled him onto the platform like a puppet on strings. He fought Lu Hong. He died. Fourth loop. He tried to warn Elder Su Qingyun that something was wrong with the arena. The elder listened politely, scanned the arena with his nascent soul's spiritual sense, detected nothing abnormal, and told Shen Wei to stop wasting his time. He fought Lu Hong. He died. Fifth loop. He tried to befriend Lu Hong, approached him in the preparation area, offered a polite greeting, attempted to find common ground. Lu Hong looked at him like he was examining an insect. "Do I know you? I'm your second round opponent." "Ah, the farmer's son." Lu Hong returned to his warm-up exercises. "Please don't make me chase you around the platform. It's undignified." He fought Lu Hong. He died. By the 6th loop, Shen Wei had stopped trying to avoid the fight and started trying to extend it. Each death carved Lu Heng's techniques deeper into his memory. He began to see patterns within patterns, not just the sequence of attacks, but the underlying principles. The way Lu Heng's chi circulated before each technique. The micro-expressions that telegraphed his intentions. The rhythm of his breathing. Death, it turned out, was an extraordinary teacher. There was no distraction in the moment of dying. No ego, no fear, no pride. Just pure awareness of the attack that ended you. Imprinted into the soul with perfect clarity. And something else was happening. After each death, as the loop reset and Shen Wei found himself back on that wooden bench, he noticed a strange warmth in his dantian. A heat that hadn't been there before. Faint at first, barely a candle flame, but growing with each death. By the 8th loop, the warmth was constant. By the 10th, it pulsed in time with his heartbeat. Something was awakening inside him. Something that fed on death. Shen Wei had no idea what it was. But he was going to find out. Even if it killed him. Again. Chapter 4 Loop 15. Shen Wei had stopped counting the minutes of each cycle and started counting his heartbeats instead. Each loop lasted exactly 31 hours and 42 minutes from the morning bell to his death on Platform 1. He tried to extend it. He tried to shorten it. The loop was as rigid as an iron cage, and he was the rat trapped inside. The warmth in his dantian had evolved from a candle flame to a bonfire. It didn't feel like normal chi, It was denser, darker, carrying a weight that spiritual energy shouldn't possess. When he tried to circulate it through his meridians, it moved sluggishly, resisting the standard cultivation pathways like oil refusing to mix with water. He'd taken to arriving at the arena early, before the morning crowds. The ancient jade platform had a stillness to it in the pre-dawn darkness that calmed his increasingly frantic mind. He would sit cross-legged at its center, trying to understand the strange energy accumulating inside him. That's death energy, you know. Shen Wei's eyes snapped open. He was alone on the platform. The voice had come from everywhere and nowhere, thin, childlike, with an echo that suggested it originated from a great distance. Who's there? Down here. Between the cracks. Shen Wei looked down. The jade platform was covered in hairline fractures, ancient stress lines that formed a web-like pattern across its surface. In one particular cluster of cracks, near the center where Shen Wei sat, something glimmered. A faint blue light, pulsing weakly. What are you? Shen Wei whispered. Rude. I'm a who, not a what. The voice gained a touch of indignation. My name is Linger. I've been trapped in these cracks for, well, I've lost count. A very long time. Shen Wei's mind raced. A spirit? A ghost? Some kind of formation artifact? He leaned closer to the cracks, squinting at the blue light. A face materialized in the glow. Small, round, no older than 10 or 11 in appearance. A girl's face with large eyes and an expression that mixed loneliness with cautious hope. You can see me? Linger asked. Barely. That's the death energy. Normal cultivators can't perceive me at all. But you've died enough times now that your soul is starting to attune to frequencies between life and death. That's where I exist. In the gap. Shen Wei sat back on his heels. You've been watching me. I watch everyone who gets trapped in the cage. Most of them go mad before the 20th loop. You're remarkably calm. I'm not calm. I'm just good at pretending. Linger's face crinkled with something that might have been a smile. That's a form of calm, isn't it? This cage, you said people get trapped in it. What is it? Who built it? And what is this death energy doing to me? The questions tumbled out in a rush. 15 loops of dying with no answers had built a pressure inside him that demanded release. Linger's expression sobered. One question at a time. The cage is called the Samsara Cage. It's an ancient formation embedded in the arena's foundation, older than the sect itself. It activates under specific conditions. What conditions? I'll get to that. Linger's form flickered, as if the act of communicating was draining her. The cage creates a temporal loop centered on the arena. Everything within its boundaries resets to a fixed point when the trapped individual dies. Nothing from outside can break it. Nothing from inside can escape it. Except knowledge, Shen Wei said. My memories persist. Your soul memories persist. That's the key. Physical bodies reset, material objects reset, even chi cultivation resets, but the soul carries forward. And with each death, the soul absorbs a fragment of death energy that accumulates over loops. The warmth in my dantian. Yes, and that death energy is not random. It follows a specific pattern, a technique encoded into the cage itself. You're not just dying, Shen Wei. You're learning something. Shen Wei's heart hammered. What am I learning? Linger hesitated. The blue light dimmed, brightened, dimmed again. It's called myriad deaths, one life. A technique supposedly created by a Dao ancestor who witnessed the birth and death of an entire universe. It's a cultivation method that uses death itself as its foundation. A cultivation method based on dying? 9 layers. Each layer requires a different form of death comprehension. You've been unconsciously accumulating the energy for layer 1, death awareness. Once it activates, you'll be able to sense killing intent, danger, and lethal threats with perfect clarity. Shen Wei stared at the ghost child in the cracks. A technique that used death as its cultivation base. 9 layers. And he was already, unknowingly, working toward the first. How many deaths does layer 1 require? There's no fixed number. It depends on the quality of your deaths, how aware you are at the moment of dying, how much you comprehend about the killing blow. Some prisoners achieved it in 30 deaths. Some never achieved it in 500. I've died 15 times. And your accumulation is impressive, actually. Most prisoners panic. They flail and scream and die with minds full of chaos. You've been analyzing your killer's techniques. Dying with focus. Linger's voice carried a note of surprised respect. You're a natural. Shen Wei let out a breath that was half laugh, half sob. A natural at dying. What a title. There's a catch, Linger continued. There's always a catch. Tell me. The loop has a limit. Each reset consumes a fragment of your soul to power the temporal reversal. You don't feel it. The fragments are infinitesimally small, but they accumulate. After approximately 1,000 deaths, your soul will be too degraded to sustain consciousness. You'll die for the last time, and there won't be enough of you left to reincarnate. 1,000 deaths. 15 used. 985 remaining. It sounded like a lot, but Shen Wei had already burned 15 just figuring out what was happening. How do I break the loop? Linger's face tightened. Master all 9 layers of myriad deaths, 1 life. The completed technique resonates with the samsara cage and dismantles it. Or, she trailed off. Or, fail. Exhaust your soul. Cease to exist. That also ends the loop, technically. I prefer option 1. Most people do. None have achieved it. Shen Wei looked down at his hands. Death energy pulsed faintly beneath his skin, invisible to anyone but him. 15 deaths. 985 to go. 9 layers to master. And a golden core opponent, he had to face every single loop. Linger, yes. Will you teach me? The ghost child in the cracks was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was smaller than before, younger, more vulnerable. I've watched 312 people enter this cage over the centuries. Some were geniuses. Some were monsters. Some were saints. They all died. Every single one. I'm not them. Your chi condensation 3rd stage. You're weaker than most of them were. Good. That means I have more to learn from dying. Another silence. Then the blue light pulsed brighter. You're either the bravest person I've ever met or the most foolish. Can't I be both? A sound emerged from the cracks, thin, reedy, and unmistakable. Laughter. The ghost child was laughing. Fine. I'll teach you. But we start now, and we start with layer 1. You need to understand what death awareness truly means. Isn't it just sensing danger? Sensing danger is what rabbits do. Death awareness is understanding the exact nature, direction, timing, and intent of every lethal threat within your perception range. It means feeling the shape of your own death before it arrives and comprehending it completely. How do I achieve that? By dying. Linger's voice went flat and serious, but not carelessly. From now on, every death must be deliberate. When Lu Heng kills you, don't fight it. Don't flinch. Open your awareness completely and experience the killing blow with total consciousness. Let death wash over you like a wave and memorize its every detail. Shen Wei closed his eyes. The warmth in his dantian pulsed steadily. When's your next match? Tomorrow afternoon. Then tonight, I teach you the meditation framework. Tomorrow, you die with your eyes open. Literally and figuratively. Shen Wei opened his eyes and looked at the ghost child's faint blue face floating in the cracks of an ancient arena. Let's begin, he said. Chapter 5 Loop 18. Loop 23. Loop 30. Shen Wei died and died and died. Each death was a lesson, and Linger was a ruthless teacher. She demanded total awareness at the moment of death. No closing the eyes, no bracing for impact, no mental flinch. Shen Wei had to open his soul wide and let Lu Heng's killing blow pass through his consciousness like a scalpel, cutting away ignorance and leaving behind pure comprehension. It was agony, not physical. Physical pain ended with the reset, but the soul-deep awareness of one's own destruction, experienced voluntarily and without resistance, carved grooves into Shen Wei's psyche that no amount of meditation could smooth away. Loop 18. Lu Heng's opening palm strike. Shen Wei watched it from inside, feeling the golden qi enter his body, tracking its path through his organs. He died knowing exactly how the strike destroyed tissue at a cellular level. Loop 23. The fist compression technique. Shen Wei stood perfectly still and let it hit him in the center of his chest. The shockwave passed through him like a ripple through water, and in the half-second before his heart stopped, he understood the compression ratio, how Lu Heng's qi folded in on itself 7 times to amplify its force. Loop 30. The golden qi blade. Shen Wei watched it form in Lu Heng's palm with death awareness beginning to crystallize in his soul. He saw the energy gather, saw it compress into an edge sharper than any physical blade, saw the exact trajectory it would take through his body. He didn't dodge. He watched it enter his chest and experienced the severing of his life force with the clinical detachment of a scholar dissecting a text. And each time he reset, the warmth in his dantian grew. You're getting closer, Linger said during one of their pre-dawn sessions. The death energy patterns in your soul are aligning. Layer 1 is almost there. How will I know when it activates? You'll know. It's like a door opening in your mind. One moment you're blind. The next you can see everything that wants to kill you. Shen Wei nodded. He'd been maintaining a mental tally. Deaths, 30 loops remaining. Approximately 970 observations cataloged. 47 distinct sub-techniques in Lu Heng's repertoire sleep in the last 30 loops. Approximately none sanity. Questionable. The last point concerned him more than he'd admit. 30 deaths in rapid succession was taking a toll that went beyond the physical. In the quiet moments between waking on the bench and walking to the arena, Shen Wei found himself staring at things, his own hands, the sky, the faces of passing disciples, with a detachment that frightened him. The world was starting to feel thin, like a painting over a void. That's the death energy, Linger explained when he mentioned it. You're perceiving the world through a filter of mortality now. Everything looks temporary because, for you it is. Every person you see will be gone and reset in 31 hours. How do I stop it? You don't. You adapt. The cultivators who survived longest in the cage were the ones who found anchors, things to care about that transcended the reset. Connections, goals, promises. Shen Wei thought of Zhao Kong. Every loop, Zhao Kong offered him a steamed bun and said the same words with the same grin. Every loop, Shen Wei took the bun and felt the warmth of a friendship that his best friend couldn't remember sharing. I have an anchor, Shen Wei said quietly. Loop 35. Shen Wei entered the arena for his second-round match against Lu Hong and, for the first time, felt something fundamentally different. It happened as Lu Hong raised his right hand for the opening palm strike. Before the technique even began to form, before chi started circulating, before any physical motion occurred, Shen Wei felt it. A pulse, a frequency, like a bell ringing in a pitch only he could hear. Lu Heng's killing intent, not the emotional sensation of hostility, that was surface level, something even mortal warriors could detect. This was deeper, the actual shape of death, forming in the space between Lu Heng's intent and his action. Shen Wei perceived it as a crystalline structure, a lattice of cause and effect that described exactly how, when, and where the killing blow would land. Time seemed to slow. Not literally. His body was still chi condensation, still sluggish compared to a golden core, but his awareness expanded enormously. He could see the palm strike forming 3 full seconds before it manifested. He dodged. Lu Heng's palm passed through empty air. The shockwave blew Shen Wei's hair back, but didn't touch him. The arena went quiet. Lu Heng's eyes widened fractionally. You dodged that. Shen Wei was too shocked to respond. He dodged a golden core attack. Not through speed, not through power, but through perception. He'd seen it coming with such clarity that even his chi condensation body had enough time to move. Layer 1, Death Awareness. Activated. Lu Hong attacked again, the fist compression. Shen Wei perceived its death lattice forming and twisted sideways. The compression wave grazed his shoulder instead of crushing his chest. Pain, but not death. What? Lu Heng's voice held genuine surprise now. How are you a third strike? Shen Wei dodged again, reading the killing intent like a scroll written in light that only he could see. Each attack announced itself before it arrived, and each announcement gave him just barely enough time to move. But barely enough wasn't enough. Lu Hong was golden core, and his attacks were coming faster, harder, closer together. The gap between intent and execution was shrinking as the inner disciple took the fight seriously for the first time. On the fourth exchange, Shen Wei saw the golden chi blade forming. He perceived its death lattice, and realized it was different from every previous loop. Lu Hong was using more power. The blade would be faster. There was no angle of dodging that would completely avoid it, but he could minimize the damage. He twisted at the last possible moment, turning a chest-piercing impalement into a glancing cut along his ribs. Blood sprayed. Pain screamed through his body. But he was alive. He was alive. Lu Hong stood across the platform, breathing slightly harder than usual. For the first time in any loop, Shen Wei had made Lu Hong exert himself. Interesting, the inner disciple murmured. You've improved since our match began. Almost as if you fought me before. The observation was so accurate it nearly broke Shen Wei's composure. He pressed his hand against the wound on his ribs and grinned. A bloody, reckless grin that had no business on the face of a chi condensation disciple. You have no idea. Lu Heng's expression hardened. No more amusement. No more contempt. Just cold, focused killing intent that blazed through Shen Wei's death awareness like a bonfire. The next attack was something Lu Hong hadn't used in any previous loop, a technique reserved for opponents he actually respected. Golden light erupted from his body in a corona, and the air itself seemed to solidify as his golden core rotation accelerated to combat speed. Shen Wei's death awareness screamed a single message, unsurvivable. He died. But for the first time, he died smiling. Because the loop had just changed. He could fight back now. Not well. Not enough to win. But enough to learn. Enough to push Lu Hong into revealing techniques he'd never needed to use before. The education of Shen Wei had truly begun. Chapter 6 Loops 36 through 50 were a revelation. With Layer 1, Death Awareness active, Shen Wei could perceive every lethal attack before it manifested. The world had transformed from a blurry painting into a crystalline map of potential deaths. each one glowing in his awareness like a constellation. Lu Heng's techniques, which had been invisible thunderbolts in earlier loops, were now visible, not slow, not avoidable with his current body, but visible. And visibility meant data. Each loop, Shen Wei pushed Lu Heng further. The inner disciple, forced to use increasingly advanced techniques to put down an opponent who kept dodging the simple ones, revealed his entire repertoire layer by layer. Shen Wei cataloged everything. Technique 1 to 7, basic golden core combat arts. Predictable patterns, 3-second cycles. Technique 8 to 12, Lu family signature techniques. More complex chi routing, requiring specific hand seals. Technique 13 to 18, Lu Heng's personal modifications, hybrids of family techniques adapted to his aggressive fighting style. Technique 19 to 23, high-tier techniques that Lu Heng only used when genuinely pushed. These were dangerous, fast, and carried enough force to crack the arena's protective formations. Technique 24, the unnamed finishing move, a full golden core release that compressed all of Lu Heng's spiritual energy into a single devastating attack. He'd never used it in a tournament before. Shen Wei provoked it in loop 43 by landing 3 consecutive hits on his face. That loop's death was spectacular. The explosion of golden chi cratered the platform and left a scorch mark shaped like a lotus flower. Even Elder Su Qingyun looked shaken. But Shen Wei had seen it, cataloged it, understood its structure. Your comprehension speed is remarkable, Linger observed during one of their sessions. Most cage prisoners take 100 deaths to fully map a single opponent. You've mapped 24 techniques in 15 loops. I'm not just mapping them, Shen Wei said. He was sitting on the platform in the pre-dawn darkness, death energy swirling in his dantian like a dark star. I'm understanding them. Death awareness doesn't just show me the shape of an attack, it shows me the weakness. The point where killing intent is most concentrated is also the point where the technique is most rigid. You're finding counterpoints. Every technique has one. A moment where the attacker is fully committed and can't adjust. Lu Heng's palm strike is rigid at the point of extension. His fist compression is weakest during the folding phase. His golden blade can't change direction once formed. Knowing the weakness and exploiting it are different things. I know. Shen Wei flexed his hands. Chi condensation, 3rd stage. Still pathetically weak. I need more power to capitalize on what I'm seeing. That's why I need Layer 2. Death reversal. Linger's voice was solemn. Layer 2 is harder than Layer 1 by an order of magnitude. Death awareness requires you to perceive death. Death reversal requires you to resist it. To feel the killing blow, accept it, and then push it backward. Push it backward. When you die, there's a moment, an infinitesimal instant, where your soul separates from your body. Layer 2 requires you to catch that moment and reverse it. Pull your soul back. Undo the death, even if only for a few seconds. That sounds impossible. It is impossible. For anyone who hasn't died enough times to understand the mechanics. But you've died 50 times now, Shen Wei. You know what death feels like from the inside. The question is, can you fight it? Shen Wei thought about it. 50 deaths. 50 moments of absolute cessation. He knew the feeling intimately, the cold spreading from the wound, the awareness dimming, the soul beginning to detach. Each time, he'd gone willingly into the darkness, trusting the loop to catch him. Now Linger was asking him to struggle against that process, to fight death at the moment of its victory. What do I need to do specifically? Die from different types of attacks. Each type of death has a different reversal mechanism. Blunt force, piercing, energy dissolution, organ failure. They all disconnect the soul in different ways. To master death reversal, you need to experience and resist each type. Lu Heng uses primarily energy-based attacks. Then you'll need to provoke different killing methods. Make him use physical techniques. Force him to get creative. Shen Wei's mouth twitched. You're telling me to annoy a golden core cultivator into killing me in new and interesting ways. Essentially, yes. I can do that. Loop 51 through 60. Shen Wei became the most infuriating opponent Lu Heng had ever faced. In Loop 51, Shen Wei insulted Lu Heng's family heritage before the match began. The inner disciple, whose pride was a blade sharpened to a molecular edge, abandoned his usual measured approach and attacked with a physical rushing strike. A golden core body slam that shattered Shen Wei's skeleton but gave him a perfect read on blunt force death disconnection. In Loop 53, Shen Wei used his entire match time to dodge without attacking, weaving through Lu Heng's techniques with death awareness while making mocking commentary. Lu Heng, increasingly furious, eventually grabbed Shen Wei by the throat and manually crushed his windpipe. Asphyxiation death, cataloged. In Loop 55, Shen Wei attacked Lu Heng's eyes, a deeply dishonorable tactic that provoked the inner disciple into using a family-forbidden technique that dissolved Shen Wei's body at the meridian level. Energy dissolution death, cataloged. Each death was different. Each reversal attempt was marginally more successful. In loop 52, Shen Wei died and felt nothing during the soul separation moment. 0 reversal. In loop 56, he felt the separation, grasped at his departing soul, and managed to hold on for 1/10 of a second before the grip failed. Progress. In loop 59, 1/4 of a second. His body, already dead, twitched. His eyes, already glazed, flickered. In loop 60, half a second. His hand, limp on the ground, clenched into a fist. Lu Heng, standing over him in that loop, noticed the twitch. His eyes narrowed. Stubborn even in death, he murmured. What are you? Loop 61. 3/4 of a second. Shen Wei's dead body sat up, startling Lu Heng so badly the inner disciple jumped backward. Then the reversal failed, and Shen Wei collapsed again. Dead for real. But 3/4 of a second was enough. 3/4 of a second with a dead body still responding to his will. That was power. In the pre-dawn before loop 62, Shen Wei sat on the platform with death energy roaring in his dantian like a black sun. His cultivation base was still qi condensation 3rd stage. The loop reset his physical body every time, but his soul was something else entirely. Heavier, denser, charged with death in a way that normal cultivators couldn't fathom. I'm close, he told Linger. You are. One more breakthrough. One more perfect reversal, and layer 2 will activate. I need Lu Heng to kill me with something I can predict exactly. Something where I know the precise moment of soul separation and can catch it. The golden blade, Linger said. You've died to it more than any other technique. You know its death shape intimately. Yes, the golden blade. Loop 62. Shen Wei walked onto platform 1 and looked at Lu Heng with death awareness burning in his soul like a black star behind his eyes. The inner disciple studied him with that familiar amusement, but there was something else now, a flicker of unease. Something about Shen Wei's eyes had changed over the loops, and even though Lu Heng didn't remember the previous iterations, his instincts told him that the farmer's son standing across from him was not the same person who'd entered the tournament. Begin, Elder Su announced. Shen Wei moved, not to attack, to provoke. He wove through Lu Heng's opening salvo, dodging 3 palm strikes and a fist compression with a fluidity that drew gasps from the crowd. Then he landed a blow, azure wind palm, full force, directly on Lu Heng's cheek. The inner disciple's head barely moved, but the insult was perfect. You struck my face. Lu Heng's voice was ice. No one strikes my face. The golden blade formed. Shen Wei saw it through death awareness. The lattice of killing intent crystallizing in Lu Heng's palm, condensing into that impossibly sharp edge. He knew its trajectory. He knew its speed. He knew the exact instant it would pierce his heart and begin the soul separation process. He didn't dodge. The blade entered his chest. Pain. Cold. The familiar darkness beginning to descend. And in that infinitesimal moment where his soul began to detach from his body, Shen Wei grabbed hold and pulled. Not with his hands. Not with qi. With pure willpower, tempered by 62 deaths, forged in the absolute knowledge of what death was and how it worked. He grabbed his departing soul and wrenched it back into his body with a force that made the death energy in his dantian explode outward. For 1 full second, Shen Wei was dead and alive simultaneously. His body, with a golden core qi blade through its heart, moved. His right hand came up and slammed into Lu Heng's wrist, the hand holding the blade, with enough force to crack bone. Lu Heng yelped and released the technique. The golden blade dissolved. Then the reversal failed, and Shen Wei collapsed. Dead. For real this time. But in that 1 second, he had felt it. The door opening. The layer activating. Death reversal. The ability to briefly undo death itself. When the loop reset, Shen Wei woke on the bench with tears streaming down his face and a laugh building in his chest. Zhao Kong looked at him with alarm. Are you crying and laughing? At the same time. Yes. Why? Because I just cheated death for 1 second, Shen Wei thought. Because I just achieved something that 312 people before me failed to do. Because I'm still alive, and I'm still fighting, and I have 838 chances left. Because it's a beautiful morning, Shen Wei said, and ate his steamed bun. Chapter 7. The discovery of Linger had been an accident born of accumulated death energy, but their partnership quickly became the cornerstone of Shen Wei's survival strategy. The ghost child existed in a space between loop iterations, a fold in the samsara cage's temporal architecture where the reset mechanism couldn't reach. This meant she remembered everything, every loop, every death, every conversation. For Shen Wei, who had spent 62 loops as the only person aware of his situation, having someone who remembered was a lifeline he hadn't known he needed. Tell me about yourself, he said during one of their pre-dawn sessions. It was loop 65, and he had 3 hours before the morning bell. How did you end up in the cracks of an arena floor? Ling Er's blue form flickered. She was sitting cross-legged in the largest crack, her ghostly body barely 6 inches tall, a doll-sized spirit girl with translucent hair and eyes that held centuries of loneliness. I don't remember everything, she said carefully. The cracks, they erode memory over time. I know I was alive once. I know I had a father who was very powerful. I know he built this cage, or was involved in building it, and I was placed here as some kind of safeguard. A safeguard against what? Against the cage consuming everyone who enters. I'm supposed to guide the worthy ones. Teach them the technique. Help them survive. Her voice dropped. I've guided 312 people. None survived. You guided them. You taught them. And they still failed. The technique is only part of the challenge. The samsara cage is designed to break you. Not just physically, spiritually, mentally. The repetition, the isolation, the knowledge that every relationship you form resets and vanishes. It destroys people. Most go mad before reaching layer 3. The strongest reach layer 4 or 5 and then burn through their remaining deaths trying to push further. Shen Wei was quiet for a moment. What was the highest anyone reached? Layer 6. A woman named Bai Yun, 700 years ago. She was a genius, nascent soul when she entered the cage. She mastered 6 layers in 400 deaths and then died for the last time trying to achieve layer 7. Her soul fragments were so degraded by then that she faded like a candle in the wind. 6 layers in 400 deaths. That's impressive. She was nascent soul. Your chi condensation. Linger said it without judgment, just fact. Then I'll need to be more efficient than she was. Shen Wei paused. Linger, the technique has 9 layers. Has anyone ever been told what layer 9 is? What happens if you complete it? The cage releases you. That's the theory. Layer 9, eternal return, resonates with the samsara cage's core formation and dismantles it. But since no one has ever reached it, the theory remains untested. What about breaking the cage from outside? Linger shook her head. The cage exists in a pocket of folded time. From the outside, no time passes. The tournament proceeds normally. No one in the sect knows the cage is active. As far as the outside world is concerned, your match with Lu Hong will end in a perfectly normal defeat, and you'll walk away bruised but alive. But inside the cage, I'm dying repeatedly. The cage consumes you and eventually replaces you with a copy. A version of you that has no soul trauma, no death memories, no technique. Just a normal, defeated outer disciple who goes back to his dormitory and continues his mediocre cultivation career. The thought chilled Shen Wei more than any of his deaths had. A copy, a hollow version of himself, walking around in his body, living his life, while the real Shen Wei faded to nothing inside the cage. That won't happen, Shen Wei said. His voice was steel. I believe you. Linger's tiny face was solemn. For what it's worth, you're the most promising candidate I've seen. Not the strongest, not the most talented, but the most deliberate. You treat each death as a lesson instead of a tragedy. That's rare. My parents were farmers. They taught me that you can't rush a harvest. You plant, you tend, you wait. Every season teaches you something if you're paying attention. He smiled faintly. Dying is just a very aggressive form of farming. Linger stared at him, then burst into the thin, reedy laughter that was becoming familiar to him. You're insane. Probably. Now teach me more about layer 2. I activated it, but I can barely hold the reversal for a second. How do I extend it? Linger's expression shifted to her teaching mode, focused, precise, centuries of accumulated knowledge distilling into bite-sized instructions. Death reversal has 3 phases. Phase 1. Catching the soul at the moment of separation. You've achieved this. Phase 2. Pulling the soul back into the body and temporarily restoring function. You're here. 1 second is your current limit. Phase 3. Using the reversed death state to act, fight, heal, move, before the reversal expires. What determines how long the reversal lasts? 2 factors. First, the strength of your will, the sheer force with which you refuse to die. Second, the purity of your death energy. The more refined your accumulated death energy, the longer it can sustain the reversal. How do I refine death energy? By dying with increasingly specific awareness. Layer 1 gave you death awareness, the ability to perceive killing intent. Now use that awareness during the moment of death itself. Don't just feel the attack, analyze it. Understand its fundamental nature. When you comprehend death at a molecular level, the energy you absorb will be correspondingly purer. Shen Wei nodded slowly. More deliberate deaths. Higher quality over quantity. Exactly. 100 careless deaths are worth less than 10 conscious ones. Then that's what I'll do. Over the next 30 loops, Shen Wei refined his approach. Each death against Lu Heng became a meditation. A focused, deliberate experience of destruction where Shen Wei kept his death awareness fully engaged even as his body was annihilated. He studied death from the inside like a scholar studying a rare text, parsing its grammar and syntax, learning its rhythms. The results were dramatic. His death reversal duration grew. Loop 70, 1.5 seconds. Loop 75, 2.2 seconds. Loop 80, 3 seconds. Loop 85, 4.8 seconds. Nearly 5 seconds of life after death. 5 seconds where his body, though technically dead, could move and fight under the force of his reversed soul. It wasn't enough to beat Lu Heng, but it was enough to change the nature of their encounters dramatically. In Loop 86, Shen Wei took Lu Heng's golden blade through the chest, died, reversed, and spent 4 seconds attacking the shocked inner disciple with the full force of a dead body, powered by death energy. His strikes were stronger than they should have been. Death energy amplified physical force in ways that normal qi couldn't match. Lu Heng, for the first time across any loop, took a step backward. Then the reversal expired and Shen Wei collapsed. But the point had been made. Your death reversal is approaching combat viability, Linger said, with something like pride in her ethereal voice. A few more refinements, and you'll be able to use it as a genuine combat technique. Let yourself be killed, then counterattack during the reversal window. A technique that requires dying to use, Shen Wei mused. My opponents won't know what hit them. Literally. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Linger's voice grew hesitant. About your soul. Shen Wei looked at her ghost form. What about it? Normal souls are singular, one unified spiritual entity. Yours isn't. Your soul is fractured into 9 fragments. It has been since birth. 9 fragments. Is that bad? It's extraordinarily rare. In most cases, a fractured soul is a death sentence. The fragments drift apart, and the person dies in infancy. But yours are stable, held together by something I can't identify. And the number 9 is significant. 9 layers of the technique. Yes, the myriad deaths, one life technique was designed for a 9-fragment soul. Each layer corresponds to 1 fragment. As you master each layer, it refines and strengthens the corresponding fragment. When all 9 are complete, the soul is whole. More than whole. Perfected. A 9-fragment soul that has been individually refined by death comprehension is theoretically the most powerful soul configuration possible. It's why the samsara cage activated for you. It was designed to detect 9-fragment souls. Shen Wei absorbed this. His birth defect, the thing that should have killed him, was the key to the most powerful technique in the cage. The cosmos had a savage sense of irony. Did the other 312 prisoners have 9-fragment souls? No. The cage activated for them through other means. They were caught in its radius when it activated for someone else, or they were deliberately sent in by people who knew the cage existed. You're the first natural trigger in centuries. So the cage was waiting for me, in a manner of speaking. Yes. Shen Wei looked up at the pre-dawn sky visible through the arena's open roof. Stars faded as the eastern horizon began to lighten. Somewhere in the outer dormitory, Zhao Kong was sleeping peacefully, unaware that his best friend was trapped in a death cage learning to cheat oblivion. Then I'd better not disappoint it, Shen Wei said. Chapter 8 Loop 90. 100 deaths used. 900 remaining. Linger's teaching sessions had shifted from theory to practice, and practice, in the context of the samsara cage, meant dying with purpose. She had developed what she called the death curriculum, a structured program of deaths designed to accelerate Layer 1 and Layer 2 refinement while preparing Shen Wei's soul for Layer 3. Today you die to a piercing attack while maintaining full Layer 1 awareness and attempting a Layer 2 reversal at the moment of soul separation, Linger recited. Your target reversal duration is 5 seconds. During the reversal, you will attempt to circulate death energy through your heart meridian 3 complete times. Understood. Your match is in 4 hours. Use the time to meditate on the death shape of Lu Heng's golden blade. I want you to be able to visualize it perfectly. Every qi strand, every energy fold, every resonance frequency. Shen Wei closed his eyes and sank into meditation. The death energy in his dantian responded to his focus, swirling in patterns that mirrored the techniques he'd absorbed over 90 deaths. He could visualize Lu Heng's golden blade with photographic clarity, not just its appearance, but its deeper structure. The way golden qi folded into itself to create the cutting edge. The harmonic resonance that gave it penetrating power. the qi pathway through Lu Heng's arm that fed it energy. He could even, if he concentrated, feel the phantom pain of it entering his chest. 90 deaths had burned that sensation into his soul with perfect fidelity. Good, Linger said, observing his death energy patterns through whatever ethereal sense she possessed. Your visualization is nearly perfect. One correction, the third qi fold in the blade is slightly clockwise, not counterclockwise. You've been dying from the front. The perspective reversal creates a mirror image. Shen Wei adjusted. She was right. The correction was tiny but significant, like fixing a single wrong character in a cultivation manual that changed the meaning of an entire passage. Now, during your death today, I want you to do something new. When the blade enters your body, instead of passively experiencing the death, I want you to push your death awareness into the blade itself. Follow the energy back to its source. See the technique from inside. Won't that accelerate my soul separation? Yes, which is why you need a strong layer 2 reversal ready. You'll have less time before death, but the quality of information will be exponentially higher. High risk, high reward. Welcome to cultivation. The morning bell rang. Shen Wei opened his eyes, rose from the platform, and walked toward the seating area where Zhao Kong was already waving him over with a steamed bun. You're up early, Zhao Kong said. Couldn't sleep. The same exchange. The same bun. The same journey through the first day's matches. But for Shen Wei, each repetition had taken on a meditative quality. He noticed details he'd missed in earlier loops. The way a particular cloud moved across the sky at exactly the same speed. The way a child in the stands dropped a candied fruit at the same moment in every loop. The way Elder Su Qingyun's left eye twitched slightly whenever he said the word discouraged. The world was a painting, and Shen Wei was learning every brushstroke. His match arrived. Platform 1. Lu Heng. The same contemptuous smile, the same golden robes, the same overwhelming aura. Begin. Shen Wei didn't dodge this time. He stood in the center of the platform, death awareness blazing, and watched Lu Heng's opening palm strike form. He cataloged it, dismissed it, and took the blow to his shoulder. The impact shattered his collarbone and sent him stumbling, but he stayed on his feet. Lu Heng frowned. You're not even trying to dodge. I'm trying something else. The fist compression came next. Shen Wei took it to the ribs. For broken. Blood in his mouth. He stayed standing. What are you doing? Lu Heng asked, genuine confusion in his voice. This isn't a fight. This is, are you just standing there? Waiting. Shen Wei rasped through blood. For what? That. Lu Heng's eyes narrowed. Then comprehension, and with it, annoyance. You're waiting for me to use the blade. You want me to use my strongest technique on you. Shen Wei smiled through bloody teeth. Please. Lu Heng's expression shifted. For the first time across 90 loops, Shen Wei saw something in the inner disciple's eyes that wasn't contempt or amusement. It was curiosity. Fine, Lu Heng said. Have your death wish. The golden blade formed. Shen Wei's death awareness tracked every detail, every qi strand, every fold, every resonance frequency. Exactly as he'd visualized. Exactly as Linger had corrected. The blade launched. Shen Wei opened his awareness completely and, at the moment of penetration, pushed his death awareness into the blade. The experience was indescribable. He was inside the technique. Inside Lu Heng's qi. He could feel the inner disciple's golden core rotation, the family bloodline techniques woven into his meridians, the micro-damage from years of cultivation, the suppressed emotional instability hidden beneath perfect composure. And he could feel the blade's weakness. Not a structural weakness, a conceptual one. The technique was built on the assumption that the target would resist. Its penetrating power was calibrated against defensive techniques, barriers, and body-hardening methods. If the target didn't resist, if they opened themselves completely to the blade, the technique's excess force had nowhere to go. It would pass through and dissipate, leaving a wound that was actually shallower than intended. The blade pierced his chest. The wound was deep but not instantly fatal. He had 2 seconds of consciousness instead of the usual half-second. 2 seconds. An eternity. He caught his soul at the separation point and pulled. Death reversal activated. His body, dying but not yet dead, surged with death energy. 5 seconds on the clock. But he didn't attack. Instead, he used the 5 seconds to continue his death awareness exploration of the blade's residual energy in his body. He followed it, mapped it, understood it. And in that 5-second window of simultaneous life and death, something clicked. The death energy in his dantian reorganized. The accumulated comprehension of 90 deaths, the patterns, the observations, the molecular understanding of destruction, crystallized into a new configuration. When Shen Wei finally collapsed, dead for real, his soul carried something new into the reset. He woke on the bench. You okay? Zhao Kong asked. Layer 2 refinement complete, Shen Wei whispered. I can hold the reversal for 5 seconds with consistent reliability. And I just learned how to make Lu Heng's blade technique hurt less. What? Nothing. Give me my bun. Linger was waiting for him at the platform in the pre-dawn of Loop 91. I felt that, she said, and her ghostly form was brighter than he'd ever seen it. You pushed your awareness into the technique. That's not Layer 1. That's not Layer 2. That's the beginning of Layer 3. Layer 3, Death Echo. The ability to absorb an enemy's killing technique through the act of dying and then replay it. You've taken the first step by mapping Lu Heng's blade from the inside. How many more deaths to complete it? At your current rate of comprehension? 50. Maybe fewer. 50 deaths. Out of 900 remaining. Shen Wei's death budget was looking manageable for the first time since he'd started counting. Then let's not waste any, he said, and began his meditation. Chapter 9 Loop 142. Deaths, 142. Remaining, approximately 858. The morning of his 142nd life, Shen Wei walked onto Platform 1 with death awareness singing in his soul and death reversal coiled in his dantian like a spring, and something was different. Not in the arena, not in Lu Heng's stance, or the crowd's murmur, or the gray sky overhead. The difference was internal, a fullness in his soul that hadn't been there in the previous loop, like a cup that had been filling drop by drop and was now trembling at the meniscus, one final drop from overflowing. Today might be the day, Linger had said during their pre-dawn session. Your death energy patterns are showing Layer 3 crystallization signatures. If you can achieve a perfect death during today's match, a death where your awareness is simultaneously inside your own body and inside the killing technique, Layer 3 should activate. And then I can replay Lu Heng's techniques. Not immediately. Activation gives you the framework. You'll need to practice across several deaths to actually use Death Echo in combat. But the framework is the hard part. Shen Wei faced Lu Heng. 142 times he'd stood in this spot. 142 times he'd been looked at with some variant of contempt, amusement, or irritation. Today, Lu Heng's expression was different. There was a wariness that hadn't been there before. Even though the inner disciple didn't remember previous loops, his combat instincts were screaming at him that the outer disciple across the platform was dangerous. Begin. Shen Wei dodged the first 3 attacks with a fluidity born of absolute knowledge. He knew Lu Heng's opening sequence so well that he could have dodged it with his eyes closed. In fact, he did close his eyes on the 3rd dodge, just to prove to himself that he could. The crowd gasped. An outer disciple dodging a golden core's attacks with his eyes shut. Lu Heng's wariness hardened into focus. He abandoned his standard sequence and attacked with Technique 13, a Lu family variant that combined palm and fist into a rapid combo. Shen Wei opened his eyes and wove through it, his flowing water steps carrying him between the strikes like a leaf in a stream. He was buying time, waiting for Lu Heng to commit to the golden blade. That was the technique he'd mapped from the inside, the one he needed for Layer 3 activation. Fight me properly, Lu Heng growled, launching Technique 19, a spiraling golden drill that corkscrewed through the air. Shen Wei sidestepped it by 2 inches. The drill's wind shear cut a line across his cheek. Blood welled. He smiled. Make me. Lu Heng's composure cracked. The golden blade formed, not as a calculated finishing move, but as an expression of frustrated fury. It was faster than usual, more powerful, radiating Lu Heng's genuine desire to end this annoying fight. Perfect. Emotional chi was purer, more to absorb. Shen Wei stood his ground. Death awareness tracked the blade's trajectory with crystalline precision. At the last possible moment, he opened his awareness completely, outward into the blade and inward into his own dying body, creating a bridge between killer and killed. The blade struck, and Shen Wei experienced death from both sides simultaneously. He was the blade, piercing flesh and severing life force. He was the body, receiving the blade and feeling existence end. He was the space between them, the moment of contact where death transferred from weapon to target. In that moment, he understood death not as an event but as a transaction. Energy moving from one state to another. Life becoming death. The technique facilitating the transfer. And if it was a transaction, it could be recorded, replayed, echoed. Layer 3, Death Echo activated. The crystallization was violent. Death energy in Shen Wei's dantian erupted outward, racing through his meridians in a cascade that felt like molten lightning. His soul fragments, all 9 of them, vibrated in harmony for the first time in his life, producing a frequency that made the samsara cage itself shudder. He was dead. His body lay on the platform with a golden blade of chi embedded in its chest. But his soul, in the fraction of an instant before the loop reset, reached out and absorbed the complete blueprint of Lu Heng's golden blade technique. Not just the shape, not just the structure, the complete technique, including the chi pathways, the core rotation, the family bloodline modifications, and the emotional resonance that powered it. When Shen Wei woke on the bench, he was different. You did it. Linger breathed, her blue form blazing with excitement. Death Echo is active. You've absorbed a golden core technique. I can feel it. Shen Wei looked at his hands. Death energy swirled beneath his skin, carrying the ghost of Lu Heng's golden blade. I can replay it. Not at its full power, you're still chi condensation. But the technique structure is inside you. When your cultivation rises, the echo will scale with it. Shen Wei stood up from the bench. Zhao Kong was offering a bun, but Shen Wei barely noticed. His mind was racing. He could dodge Lu Heng's attacks. He could survive his killing blow for 5 seconds. And now he could replay Lu Heng's own technique against him. For the first time since the loop began, Shen Wei saw a path to victory. Not today. His body was too weak. But the technique was in his soul, and the death energy was in his dantian, and 142 deaths had taught him more about combat than 4 years of sect training ever could. I need to cultivate, Shen Wei told Linger during their next session. Not death cultivation, regular cultivation. My body is chi condensation 3rd stage. Even with death echo, I can't output enough chi to make Lu Heng's technique effective at this level. The loop resets your physical cultivation every cycle. I know, but death energy persists. Can I use death energy to temporarily boost my cultivation base during a fight? Linger hesitated. Theoretically, yes. Death energy is raw, unexpected. It can substitute for spiritual energy in most cultivation techniques. But it's like using wildfire instead of a candle. Dangerous and unstable. I don't need stable. I need 1 minute of power. 1 minute to use death echo and defeat Lu Heng. The strain on your chi condensation body would be enormous. You might die from the backlash before Lu Heng even touches you. Then it's another death. Another lesson. Linger's ghostly face showed an expression Shen Wei had never seen on her before. Not just pride. Not just hope. Something deeper. You really are different from the others, she said softly. Over the next 8 loops, Shen Wei experimented with death energy cultivation enhancement. The results were violent and educational. Loop 143. Shen Wei channeled death energy into his meridians mid-fight. His cultivation base surged from chi condensation 3rd stage to 7th stage, but the energy was wild. He lost control, his meridians spasmed, and he collapsed before he could attack. Lu Heng killed him while he was writhing on the ground. Loop 145, better control. He managed to sustain 7th stage power for 30 seconds before the backlash hit. Not enough time to deploy Death Echo. Loop 147, 9th stage. Held it for 45 seconds. He launched a Death Echo, Lu Heng's golden blade technique, powered by death energy instead of golden chi. The blade was black instead of gold, ragged instead of sharp, and it dissipated before reaching Lu Heng. But it existed. A golden core technique, replayed by a chi condensation disciple. Lu Heng's face when he saw his own technique reflected back at him was worth every one of the 147 deaths Shen Wei had endured. Loop 149, breakthrough. Shen Wei figured out the trick. Instead of flooding his meridians with raw death energy, he used the Layer 1 death awareness to guide the energy along the specific pathways required for Lu Heng's technique. Precision instead of brute force. The result was a Death Echo Golden Blade that was 70% as powerful as the original. Against a chi condensation body, 70% of a golden core technique was devastating. Against Lu Heng's golden core defenses, it was enough to draw blood. Loop 150. The match that changed everything. Shen Wei walked onto platform 1. Death awareness active. Death reversal coiled. Death echo loaded. Begin. Lu Heng opened with his standard palm strike. Shen Wei dodged. The fist compression followed. Shen Wei wove around it. Lu Heng's patience fractured faster than usual. Something about Shen Wei's eyes, burning with death energy that the inner disciple couldn't identify but could instinctively feel, unnerved him. The golden blade formed. Lu Heng launched it. Shen Wei didn't dodge. He raised his right hand and projected a death echo, Lu Heng's own golden blade technique, rendered in black death energy. The two blades met. The collision was spectacular. Golden light and black shadow erupted in a shockwave that cracked the platform's jade surface and sent the nearby spectators stumbling. Lu Heng's blade was stronger. His was genuine golden core chi. Shen Wei's was a death energy imitation, but the collision absorbed enough force to reduce the blade's penetration to a shallow wound instead of a chest-through impalement. Shen Wei stumbled back, bleeding but alive. What? Lu Heng's voice was raw with shock. That was my technique. My technique. How do you? Shen Wei grinned through bloody teeth. I learned it from you. He died eventually. Lu Heng, shaken but still vastly more powerful, overwhelmed him with a barrage of techniques that exhausted Shen Wei's death energy reserves. But the fight lasted 2 full minutes instead of the usual 20 seconds. 2 minutes. Against a golden core. Progress was a beautiful thing. Chapter 10 Loop 151 through 170. Shen Wei settled into a rhythm. Each loop had 3 phases. Phase 1, pre-dawn training with Linger, refining his death energy control and deepening his understanding of the 3 active layers. Phase 2, the tournament day, observing matches, noting details, and mentally rehearsing his strategy. Phase 3, the match against Lu Heng, dying deliberately to specific techniques while building his death echo library. Because death echo wasn't limited to one technique. Each death could potentially absorb a new blueprint, as long as Shen Wei experienced it with full Layer 3 awareness. And Lu Heng, who had 24 known techniques, was an encyclopedia of golden core combat arts waiting to be copied. By Loop 160, Shen Wei had absorbed echoes of 12 different techniques. By 170, he had all 24. His soul was a library of golden core combat arts, each one rendered in death energy and ready to be replayed. But Linger pushed him toward something more. Death Echo isn't just about copying, she explained during Loop 165. That's the basic application. The advanced application is synthesis, combining absorbed techniques into new forms that the original user never conceived. Combining Lu Heng's techniques? Why not? You have his palm strike, his fist compression, his blade, his drill, his barrier, his movement technique, his sensing technique. Put them together. Create something he's never seen. Shen Wei spent 10 loops doing exactly that. The process was fascinating, like a chef combining ingredients from different cuisines to create something new. Lu Heng's palm strike provided the forward force vector. His fist compression provided the amplification framework. His golden blade provided the shaping mechanism. Combined, they produced something that was none of those techniques, and all of them simultaneously. Shen Wei called it the Black Lotus Strike, a death energy attack that compressed force into a blade shape, amplified it through 7 folds, and delivered it with the wide area impact of a palm strike. The result was a wave of cutting black energy that covered a 180-degree arc in front of him. It was ugly. It was unrefined. A real golden core cultivator would have laughed at its inefficiency. But it worked. Loop 170. Shen Wei used the Black Lotus Strike against Lu Heng for the first time. The wave of black energy caught the inner disciple mid-attack and cut 6 shallow gashes across his chest and arms. Not deep enough to be dangerous. But for an outer disciple at Qi condensation to wound an inner disciple at Golden Core, 6 times in a single attack, was unprecedented in the sect's history. The arena erupted, not with cheers, with stunned, disbelieving silence, followed by a roar of confused speculation. What technique was that? Someone shouted. That's not any Azure Peak technique. Is he using demonic cultivation? Even Elder Su Qingyun leaned forward on his cloud platform, his nascent soul's spiritual sense sweeping over Shen Wei. Shen Wei felt the scam like a searchlight and suppressed his death energy signature as much as he could. The elder frowned, but said nothing. Lu Heng touched the blood on his chest. His face was a mask of cold fury. That energy, he said quietly. It's not Qi. What are you? Just a farmer's son with a lot of practice dying. Lu Heng's response was violent and overwhelming. He unleashed Technique 24, the full Golden Core release, in the middle of the platform. The explosion of golden Qi was so intense that the protective formation sparked and several outer disciples in the front rows were knocked unconscious by the residual pressure. Shen Wei died instantly. Even death reversal couldn't hold against a point-blank Golden Core detonation. But he died with a satisfied grin, death awareness recording every nuance of the technique for future study. When he woke on the bench, Zhao Kong was already talking. And I'm telling you, the bracket is rigged. They always put the strongest inner disciples against outer disciples in the second round. It's just politics. Shen Wei accepted his steamed bun and chewed thoughtfully. 170 deaths. 170 lessons. 3 layers of a legendary death technique. 24 absorbed combat arts, and 1 synthesized technique. And still, Lu Heng was too strong. Not because Shen Wei lacked knowledge. He had more knowledge of Lu Heng's fighting style than Lu Heng himself possessed. He'd observed it from every angle, including inside the techniques. The problem was raw power. Qi condensation, even enhanced by death energy, couldn't match a genuine golden core. To defeat Lu Heng, Shen Wei needed to advance his actual cultivation base. Not the temporary death energy boost, his real, physical cultivation. Linger, he said during their next pre-dawn session. The loop resets my physical cultivation, but my soul retains death energy. Is there a way to use soul-level death energy to force a physical cultivation breakthrough that sticks through the reset? The ghost child considered this for a long time. There might be, she said slowly. The loop resets your physical body to its entry state. But cultivation breakthroughs aren't purely physical. They involve the soul. If you achieved a breakthrough where the soul is the primary driver, powered by death energy instead of spiritual energy, the physical body would reset, but the soul's new configuration would persist. And when you channeled death energy in the next loop, your body would automatically align to the soul's level. So if I break through to foundation establishment using death energy as the cultivation base, my soul reaches foundation establishment and stays there. Then in the next loop, when I channel death energy, my body jumps to foundation establishment to match. Theoretically, no one has ever tried it. How do I break through using death energy? You'd need to use the accumulated death energy in your dantian to shatter your chi condensation barrier and establish a foundation. But instead of a spiritual energy foundation, it would be a death energy foundation. The implications are unknown. Unknown is better than impossible. You say that now. Shen Wei spent the next 20 loops attempting the breakthrough. It was agonizing work. Normal foundation establishment required gathering enough spiritual energy to crystallize it into a foundation, a platform of solidified power that all future cultivation built upon. Death energy didn't want to crystallize. It wanted to dissipate, dissolve, destroy. It was the antithesis of building. Loops 171 through 180. Shen Wei tried to force crystallization through sheer will. Failed. The death energy scattered every time, and the attempted breakthrough left his dantian cracked and bleeding chi. He died to internal damage in 3 of those loops, never even reaching his match with Lu Heng. Loop 181, a different approach. Instead of fighting the death energy's nature, Shen Wei worked with it. Death energy wanted to dissolve? Fine. He dissolved his existing chi condensation foundation first, reducing his cultivation to nothing, then used the death energy to fill the empty space. Not building a foundation, growing one, like a crystal forming in a supersaturated solution. The death energy, given space and no resistance, began to coalesce. Not into a solid foundation, but into a rotating vortex. A spiral of black energy that spun in his dantian like a miniature galaxy. It wasn't a traditional foundation establishment. It was something new. A death foundation. When it stabilized, Shen Wei felt the change immediately. His body, still technically chi condensation, hummed with power that belonged to foundation establishment. His senses sharpened. His muscles strengthened. His meridians widened. It worked, Linger breathed. Your soul has established a death energy foundation. The physical body is adapting in real time. Shen Wei looked at his hands. Black energy traced faint lines along his veins, visible only to his death awareness. His cultivation base was a contradiction, a chi condensation body running on foundation establishment power, with a soul carrying death energy equivalent to, he wasn't sure, something higher. How does this interact with the loop reset? Let's find out. Shen Wei walked onto platform 1 that afternoon with foundation establishment power flowing through chi condensation meridians. The mismatch was uncomfortable, like wearing shoes 2 sizes too small, but the power increase was undeniable. When Lu Heng attacked, Shen Wei met him head-on for the first time. Not dodging, not taking hits, fighting. His Black Lotus strike, powered by a foundation establishment death energy base, cut twice as deep as before. Lu Heng blocked it with a barrier technique, but the barrier cracked. Shen Wei followed up with a death echo of Lu Heng's own fist compression, black instead of gold, death instead of life, and drove the inner disciple back 3 steps. Foundation establishment, Lu Heng said, disbelief coloring his voice. You were chi condensation this morning. How? I'm a fast learner. The fight lasted 4 minutes. Shen Wei used every technique in his arsenal, dodging with death awareness, counterattacking with death echo, and when Lu Heng inevitably landed a fatal blow, activating death reversal to continue fighting for 5 extra seconds. 5 seconds of post-death combat. Lu Heng's face when Shen Wei's corpse stood up and attacked him was, as always, deeply satisfying. But Lu Heng was still golden core. The gap, though narrower, persisted. Shen Wei died. When he woke on the bench, he immediately checked his dantian. The death foundation was intact. The loop had reset his physical body, but the soul-level foundation persisted, exactly as Linger had predicted. When he channeled death energy, his body surged to foundation establishment. It works, he told Linger. The foundation persists. Then we have a path. You can cultivate through the layers, building your base higher and higher with each breakthrough, and the loop can't take it away. Shen Wei smiled. For the first time in 182 loops, he felt genuinely optimistic. How long until I can reach golden core? At your current rate? 50 more deaths. Maybe less, if you continue dying efficiently. 50 deaths to golden core. Then he'd be on equal footing with Lu Hong, plus 3 layers of the death technique. The farmer's son was going to harvest a golden core. He just had to die a few more dozen times first. Chapter 11 Loop 192. Deaths 192. Remaining approximately 808. Shen Wei was in the middle of his pre-dawn meditation when something unexpected happened. A woman walked into the arena. In 192 loops, no one had ever come to the arena before dawn. The pre-dawn hours were Shen Wei's private sanctuary, his time with Linger, his island of sanity in the ocean of repetition. The appearance of another person in this sacred space jolted him out of meditation like a bucket of cold water. She moved quietly, not with the deliberate silence of someone sneaking, but with the natural grace of someone who simply didn't make much noise. In her disciple robes of deep blue, silver embroidery at the cuffs and collar, hair pulled back in a practical braid, a face that was striking rather than beautiful, high cheekbones, sharp eyes, a mouth that seemed designed for skepticism. Li Meihua, core formation realm. The sect's youngest alchemist prodigy. Shen Wei knew her by reputation. Everyone in the sect did. Her pills fetched premium prices at the inner disciple market. Her spiritual sense was legendary. She could detect impurities in a pill formula from across the room. But she was aloof, rarely interacting with anyone outside her alchemy laboratory. She had never appeared in his pre-dawn arena before. In any loop. You, she said, stopping 10 meters from where he sat. Her eyes were narrowed, and her spiritual sense was extended. He could feel it washing over him like a warm tide. You're the outer disciple fighting Lu Hong today. Tomorrow, Shen Wei corrected automatically. First day, first rounds. His match with Lu Hong was always on the second day. I know the schedule. She took a step closer. Her spiritual sense intensified. What are you? The question was identical to what Lu Hong asked every time Shen Wei used death energy in a fight. But Li Meihua's tone was different, not hostile. Curious. Almost hungry for the answer. I'm an outer disciple. Qi condensation, third stage. Your body is qi condensation. Your soul is something else. Her eyes widened slightly. I can see it. With my spiritual sense. Your soul is flickering, like a candle in the wind, but also like a bonfire. It's contradictory. How is that possible? Shen Wei's heart rate accelerated. In 192 loops, no one had detected anything unusual about him before his match. Li Meihua's spiritual sense was evidently on another level entirely. I can't explain easily, he said, choosing his words carefully. Would you believe me if I said I was trapped in a time loop, dying repeatedly, and accumulating death energy in my soul? Li Meihua stared at him for a long, silent moment. No, she said. Fair enough. But I can see that you're telling the truth. Or at least, you believe you're telling the truth. She sat down cross-legged on the jade platform, 3 meters from him, and studied him with the clinical intensity of a researcher examining a new specimen. Your soul has death energy. I've never seen that in a living person. Death energy exists in corpses, in ghost realms, in undead creatures. Not in the soul of a breathing cultivator. It's a long story. We have 3 hours before the morning bell. I'm an alchemist. I'm used to waiting for things to brew. So Shen Wei told her. Not everything. Not the full scope of his deaths. Not Linger, not the 9 layers. But the basics. The loop. The deaths. The technique that was growing in his soul. The fact that he'd been dying repeatedly to Lu Hong for months of subjective time. Li Meihua listened without interruption. When he finished, she was silent for a long time. If what you're saying is true, she said eventually, then the formation under this arena is more sophisticated than anything in the sect's records. A temporal loop of this scale would require Dao ancestor-level formation knowledge. You believe me? I believe the evidence of my spiritual sense. Your soul is carrying an impossible amount of death energy for a living being. There are only 2 explanations. Either you've been exposed to a massive source of death energy, which would have killed you, or you've accumulated it gradually through repeated deaths. Option 2. Option 2 doesn't make sense either, because you'd be dead. I am dead. Frequently. I get better. A flicker of something crossed Li Meihua's face. It might have been amusement. It was hard to tell with her. Can you prove the time loop? Not the death energy. I can see that. But the temporal aspect. I can tell you exactly what will happen during today's matches. Every result. Every technique used. Every injury sustained. Down to the second. Her eyebrow rose. Do it. Over the next several hours, as the tournament proceeded, Shen Wei narrated every match in advance. Platform 3, first match, Shen Yu defeats Wang Tao with a water element sword technique in 47 seconds. Platform 7, second match. The tall girl from the southern dormitory breaks her opponent's formation shield with a fist technique and wins by ring out. Main platform, fourth match. Lu Heng destroys Ma Yichen with a golden chi wave, breaking 3 ribs and shattering his sword. Every prediction was perfect. Li Meihua's expression shifted from skepticism to disbelief to something Shen Wei hadn't expected: anger. You've been trapped in a loop, dying over and over, and no one in this entire sect has noticed? The cage is designed to be invisible from outside. Elder Su, I don't care about the cage's design. I care that a person is being tortured to death repeatedly in the middle of our sect, and no one can see it. She stood up, her alchemist's robes swirling. Show me the death energy. All of it. Don't suppress it. Shen Wei hesitated. Then he released his suppression. The death energy that had been quietly coiled in his dantian unfurled through his meridians and radiated outward. To normal cultivators, nothing was visible. Death energy occupied a frequency that living senses couldn't detect. But Li Meihua's spiritual sense could see it. She flinched. Actually flinched. That's enormous. That's the accumulated death of nearly 200 lives condensed into one soul. Her voice shook slightly. How are you still sane? Debatable. I'm serious. So am I. Shen Wei suppressed the energy again. I survive because I have a purpose. Every death teaches me something. Every loop brings me closer to breaking the cage. Li Meihua stared at him. Her spiritual sense probed deeper, past the death energy, past the 3 active layers, down to the level of his soul fragments. Your soul is fractured, she said. 9 pieces. That's a birth condition. And each fragment is resonating differently. Her eyes widened. They're synchronized with the death energy. Each fragment is being refined by a different layer of whatever technique you're learning. The myriad deaths, 1 life technique. 9 layers, 9 soul fragments. This isn't coincidence. The formation was waiting for you specifically. Li Meihua's anger deepened, but it was no longer directed at the situation. It was directed at whoever had built the cage. Someone designed a trap for 9 fragment souls. Someone wanted this to happen. Linger, the spirit who's been guiding me, says the cage was built by a Dao ancestor. Show me this spirit. Shen Wei led her to the cluster of cracks where Linger resided. The ghost child manifested hesitantly, her blue form dim and wary. She can see me? Linger asked. Her spiritual sense can detect things between life and death. Li Meihua knelt and peered at the cracks. I can perceive a faint consciousness. Remnant spiritual energy with awareness. She's been here for centuries? Longer. I don't remember exactly, Linger said, though Li Meihua couldn't hear her directly. Shen Wei relayed Linger's words. The 3 of them spent the remaining time before Shen Wei's match sharing information. Linger's knowledge of the cage, Li Meihua's alchemical understanding of spiritual energy, Shen Wei's first-hand experience of death. I can't break the cage, Li Meihua said finally. Its formation is beyond anything I can affect, but I can help you survive it. She reached into her sleeve and produced a small jade bottle. This is a soul-steadying pill. I developed it for patients with fragmented spiritual consciousness. It temporarily stabilizes soul fragments, reducing degradation. The loop consumes soul fragments. This would slow the consumption. Theoretically, each pill should save you the equivalent of 2 or 3 death resets worth of soul degradation. Shen Wei took the bottle. His hand brushed hers, and a spark of something that wasn't death energy passed between them. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me. Survive. She stood, straightened her robes, and looked down at him with an expression that was still clinical, but now carried an undercurrent of something warmer. I'll be in the stands during your match. I want to see this death technique of yours in action. It involves me dying. I know. I'll still watch. She left. Shen Wei stared after her. She likes you, Linger said. She's studying me. That's different. Is it? She gave you a pill from her personal supply, a pill she developed herself. That's not clinical interest, Shen Wei. That's personal investment. Linger, what? Don't play matchmaker. You're a centuries-old ghost trapped in floor cracks. Which means I have extensive observational experience with human behavior. She likes you. Shen Wei didn't dignify this with a response. But as he prepared for his match against Lu Heng, he found himself scanning the stands for a particular pair of sharp eyes. He found them. Li Meihua sat in the inner disciple section, watching him with her spiritual sense fully extended. When Lu Heng killed him 4 minutes later, Shen Wei's last thought before the reset was that being watched while dying felt oddly reassuring. At least someone would remember, even if, technically, she wouldn't. Chapter 12 Loop 203. Deaths, 203. Remaining, approximately 797. Li Meihua came to the arena before dawn again. and again, and again. Not every loop. Shen Wei couldn't figure out the pattern of which loops she appeared and which she didn't. In approximately 40% of his loops since loop 192, she walked into the pre-dawn arena with the same sharp eyes and the same opening question. What are you? In the loops where she appeared, Shen Wei had developed an accelerated version of his proof. He no longer needed to explain the full situation. He would simply predict the first 3 match results of the day, hand her a list of specific details only she would know, the contents of her current alchemical experiment, the name of the pill she was developing, the exact impurity count of her last failed batch, and she would believe him within 20 minutes instead of 3 hours. But there was a problem. Each loop, Li Meihua started from zero. She had no memory of their previous conversations, their shared analyses of the cage, or the growing connection that Shen Wei felt building between them. Every loop, he had to rebuild from nothing. It was, in a way, worse than the dying. Your predictions are perfect, Li Meihua said in loop 203, sitting across from him on the jade platform. And the death energy in your soul is undeniable. So either you're the most elaborate liar in cultivation history, or you're telling the truth about the time loop. Which do you believe? The truth. Obviously. She produced a jade bottle from her sleeve. Soul-steadying pill. I assume I've given these to you before. 11 times. Do they help? Significantly. Each pill saves me approximately 3 death resets of soul degradation. You've extended my lifespan by 33 loops. Something flickered in her expression. 33 additional deaths. That's what extending your lifespan means in here. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. Tell me about the technique. All of it. The 9 layers. Shen Wei explained the myriad deaths, one life technique in detail, all 9 layers, what he'd achieved, what remained. Li Meihua listened with the intense focus she brought to everything, occasionally asking questions that cut to the heart of the technique's mechanism. Death awareness, death reversal, death echo, she recited. 3 layers active. You're working toward layer 4, death domain. What does that require? Creating a field of death energy around myself that makes enemies experience phantom deaths. It's an area of effect combat technique that weakens and disorients. And the training method? Dying while projecting my awareness outward instead of inward. Experiencing death from outside my body. Li Meihua frowned. That's paradoxical. Death is inherently an internal experience, the cessation of self. Experiencing it externally would require you to de-identify from your own body. Become an observer of your own death. Exactly why it's hard. Have you tried alchemical assistance? A dissociative spirit pill would temporarily separate your consciousness from your physical sensations, allowing you to observe yourself from the outside while maintaining awareness. I don't have access to a dissociative spirit pill. I can make one. She pulled a notepad from her sleeve and began writing. The base is spirit willow extract, combined with phantom lotus pollen and 3 drops of ghost river water. I have all of these in my laboratory. If I start now, I can have a pill ready before your match this afternoon. Meihua, the loop. Whatever you make will disappear at the reset. Then I'll make it every loop I appear. Give me the formula once, and I'll recreate it from memory each time. You won't have the memory. Write it down. Put it somewhere I'll find it. Shen Wei opened his mouth to explain that nothing physical persisted through the loop, then stopped. Actually, Linger, he said, could a message be stored in the cracks? In the between space where you exist. The ghost child materialized. Theoretically, I can embed a spiritual imprint in the cage's substrate. It would persist through resets because it exists outside normal time. Can you embed a message that Li Meihua's spiritual sense could detect? Linger considered. If she's sensitive enough to see me, she's sensitive enough to read an imprint. Yes, I can do it. Shen Wei turned to Li Meihua. I have a way to leave you a message that survives the reset. Your spiritual sense can read it. It won't give you memories, but it'll give you information, including the pill formula, the proof of the loop, and the context you need. Li Meihua's eyes lit up. Do it. And include everything. Not just the alchemy. Include the technique details, the death count, the soul fragment analysis. I want to pick up where we left off, not start over every time. They spent the rest of the morning composing the message. Linger embedded it into the cage's substrate as a spiritual imprint, invisible to normal senses but detectable by Li Meihua's unique ability. When complete, the imprint contained 1. Proof of the time loop, specific predictions for the day's events. 2. Summary of the myriad deaths, 1 life technique. 3. Shen Wei's current progress and death count. 4. The dissociative spirit pill formula. 5. A personal note from Shen Wei that said, "We've done this before. You've helped me every time. I'm grateful every time." The next loop, Li Meihua walked into the pre-dawn arena, paused, tilted her head, and knelt to examine the cracks in the platform. "There's a message here," she murmured, her spiritual sense probing the imprint. Encoded in, "This is remarkable formation work." She read it. Her expression cycled through surprise, skepticism, focused analysis, and finally resolve. In approximately 6 minutes instead of 20. "Shen Wei," she said, looking up at him. "You got the message." "I got the message. And I'm going to make you that pill." From that loop forward, Li Meihua became a consistent part of Shen Wei's training cycle. Every loop she appeared, she checked the crack imprint, updated herself, and immediately began working on the dissociative spirit pill. By loop 210, she had the process down to 3 hours, pill ready before his afternoon match. The pills changed his training dramatically. Under their influence, Shen Wei could observe his own death from the outside, watching his body die while his awareness floated above, cataloging the experience with scientific precision. The death energy absorbed during these dissociative deaths was qualitatively different, purer, more structured, closer to what Layer 4 required. And between the training and the alchemy, something else was developing, something neither of them acknowledged directly, but both could feel. In loop 215, after a particularly brutal death that left even Shen Wei's hardened psyche shaken, Li Meihua found him on the platform in the pre-dawn, trembling. She didn't say anything. She sat beside him and placed one steady hand on his shoulder. Her spiritual sense washed over him, not probing, not analyzing, just present. 215 deaths, Shen Wei said quietly. "Sometimes I forget what it feels like to not be dying. Then remember this." Her hand tightened on his shoulder. "This isn't death. This is someone sitting next to you because they choose to. You won't remember choosing it. Then leave me another note, and I'll choose it again." In the growing silence of the pre-dawn arena, with death energy swirling in his soul and a ghost child watching from the cracks, Shen Wei felt something he hadn't felt in 215 loops. Hope. Not the grim, teeth-clenched determination that had kept him going. Genuine, warm, irrational hope. It frightened him more than dying, because hope, unlike death, could actually hurt. Chapter 13, Loop 226. Deaths, 226. Remaining, approximately 774. Li Meihua's dissociative spirit pill had accelerated Shen Wei's progress toward Layer 4, but the technique demanded more than out-of-body death experiences. It required Shen Wei to project his death awareness outward, creating a field, a domain, where his comprehension of death existed independently of his body. "Think of it like this," Linger explained. "Layer 1 through 3 are personal. You sense death, you reverse your own death, you echo techniques used against you. Layer 4 is the first external layer. You project death outward. You make other people experience what you've experienced. A domain of death. Exactly. Anyone who enters your death domain will experience phantom deaths, their own potential deaths, playing out in their minds. For weak-willed opponents, it's paralyzing. For strong opponents, it's disorienting. At full power, it can actually damage the soul." The training was brutal. Shen Wei had to die while simultaneously pushing his awareness outward, extending his death awareness beyond his body. It was like trying to run in 2 directions at once. Every instinct pulled him inward at the moment of death, toward the core of his consciousness, while the training demanded he scatter outward. 20 deaths. 30. 40. Each one a failed attempt at external projection. Each failure accompanied by Linger's patient corrections and Li Meihua's updated pill formulations. In Loop 226, Li Meihua proposed something radical. "You need an alchemical boost that isn't just dissociative," she said, grinding herbs in a portable mortar she'd brought to the arena. "You need something that actively expands your spiritual sense range at the moment of death. Something that pushes your awareness outward whether you're trying or not." "That sounds dangerous." "It is dangerous. The pill I'm formulating would temporarily hyperextend your spiritual sense to cover a 20-meter radius. The side effects include severe spiritual disorientation, temporary blindness, and possible qi deviation." "And the benefits?" "If you take it right before Lu Heng kills you, your dying awareness will automatically project outward. You won't have to force it. The pill does the projection. All you have to do is maintain death comprehension while it happens." "Make it." Li Meihua's hands moved with the precision of a surgeon and the speed of someone who'd been an alchemist for 15 years. She combined spirit willow extract, phantom lotus pollen, ghost river water, and a new ingredient, void gazer essence, derived from a rare mushroom that grew in spiritually depleted zones. The result was a small black pill that pulsed with an unsettling energy. "Take this 30 seconds before the killing blow," she instructed. "Not earlier. The hyperextension only lasts 45 seconds, and the side effects hit immediately after." "How do I time it?" I don't know exactly when Lu Heng will use the killing blow. You fought him 226 times. You know his patterns better than he does. She had a point. That afternoon, Shen Wei walked onto platform 1 with the black pill hidden in his cheek. Lu Heng faced him with the now familiar wariness that Shen Wei's inexplicable combat ability provoked in every loop. Begin. Shen Wei fought with practiced efficiency, dodging, countering, provoking. He pushed Lu Heng through his standard technique progression, reading each attack with death awareness and responding with death echo and his own synthesized Black Lotus strike. The fight lasted 3 minutes and 40 seconds before Lu Heng's patience fractured and he began forming the golden blade. Shen Wei bit down on the pill. The effect was instantaneous and overwhelming. His spiritual sense exploded outward like a detonating star, expanding from its normal range of a few meters to cover a 20-meter radius. Suddenly, he could sense everything. Every cultivator in the stands, every formation line in the platform, every mode of spiritual energy in the air. The sensory overload was staggering, but he held on, maintained focus, kept his death comprehension locked onto the golden blade forming in Lu Heng's palm. The blade launched. Shen Wei let it hit. Death. The familiar cold. The familiar darkness. But this time, his hyperextended spiritual sense was dying too, and it was dying outward. His death awareness, forced into a 20-meter radius by Li Meihua's pill, experienced cessation not as an internal event, but as an expanding wave. Death rippled outward from his body like a stone dropped in a pond, and his consciousness rode the ripple. For one transcendent, agonizing moment, Shen Wei experienced death from everywhere simultaneously. From inside his body, from outside his body, from the perspective of the jade platform beneath him, from the perspective of the air around him, from the perspective of Lu Heng, standing 3 meters away, whose soul flinched involuntarily as the death wave washed over him. And in that moment, the death energy in his dantian reorganized. Layer 4, Death Domain. Crystallizing. Not complete. Not yet. But the framework was there. The understanding of how to project death outward, how to create a field of phantom mortality that others could perceive and be affected by. The pill had bypassed the paradox of external death experience by forcing his awareness into expansion at the exact moment of death. When the loop reset, Shen Wei woke with tears streaming down his face. Not from pain. From the overwhelming beauty of what he'd experienced. Death as a universal phenomenon, not personal but cosmic. Every living thing was dying. Always, in every moment. Life was just a temporary delay of the inevitable. And understanding that, truly understanding it, was the foundation of Death Domain. It's working, he told Linger. I felt the layer 4 framework. I need maybe 10 more deaths with the pill to complete it. Then we continue. And Shen Wei. Yes. Tell Li Meihua she's brilliant. Her pill just achieved something that 300 years of my guidance couldn't. When Shen Wei relayed this compliment in the next loop, Li Meihua's cheeks colored slightly. Just slightly. A core formation alchemist prodigy, praised by a centuries-old ghost, through the words of a repeatedly dying outer disciple. Tell your ghost friend that I don't need flattery, Li Meihua said. I need data. How did the pill affect the death energy absorption rate? Shen Wei smiled. Some things transcended time loops. Chapter 14, Loop 241. Deaths, 241. Remaining, approximately 759. Shen Wei stood on platform 1 and, for the first time, did not plan to die. He planned to win. It had taken 15 deaths with Li Meihua's expansion pill to fully crystallize Layer 4, Death Domain. The completed layer gave him the ability to project a field of death energy around himself, a 10-meter radius where anyone who entered would experience phantom deaths. The phantoms were brief and disorienting rather than lethal, but against an opponent in the middle of combat, even a moment's disorientation could be fatal. Combined with his death foundation, now solidified at foundation establishment peak, pushing toward core formation, death awareness, death reversal, and death echo, Shen Wei had assembled an arsenal that no golden core cultivator had ever faced. This is it, Linger said in the pre-dawn. Layer 4 and a near-core formation death energy base. You have a genuine chance of defeating Lu Heng. More than a chance, Shen Wei said. His voice was calm. 241 deaths had burned away most of his capacity for anxiety. I know every technique he has. I know every weakness, every pattern, every habit. I've died to him more times than most people eat meals. Today, the education ends. Li Meihua, who had read the updated crack imprint and arrived at the arena with her pill kit, looked at him with an expression that mixed pride and fear. If you win, does the loop end? I don't know. Linger thinks defeating Lu Heng might change the cage's configuration. It's worth trying. And if it doesn't end? Then I'll learn something from the experience. I always do. She handed him 2 pills, the standard soul-steadying pill and the expansion pill, just in case. Then she hesitated. Shen Wei. Yes. I've known you for approximately 6 hours. From my perspective. But from yours. 241 days. Give or take. I want you to know that in those 6 hours, you've shown me more about the nature of cultivation than 15 years of alchemy research. Whatever happens today, you've already achieved something extraordinary. Shen Wei looked at her. In the pre-dawn light, with her sharp eyes and steady hands and the faint glow of spiritual sense around her, she was the most beautiful person he'd ever seen. Not because of her face, because of her mind. Because she'd believed him, helped him, and sat beside him in the dark, over and over, even though she could never remember doing it. Thank you, he said. For every loop I haven't been able to thank you for. The afternoon arrived. Platform 1. Lu Hong. The crowd. Begin. Shen Wei activated Death Domain. The effect was invisible to most of the crowd, but devastating to Lu Hong. A 10-meter radius of death energy blossomed around Shen Wei, saturating the air with phantom mortality. Lu Hong, stepping forward for his opening palm strike, suddenly experienced his own death, a vivid, sensory hallucination of his body being destroyed by an unknown force. The inner disciple stumbled. His technique faltered. The palm strike went wide. Shen Wei was already moving. Death awareness guided him through the gap in Lu Heng's defense, and Death Echo loaded the golden blade technique. Black instead of gold, death instead of life. He struck. The Death Echo blade cut across Lu Heng's right arm, drawing a line of blood from shoulder to elbow. The inner disciple hissed and leaped backward, out of the Death Domain's range. The phantom death illusion faded. What is this? Lu Heng's voice cracked with an emotion Shen Wei had never heard from him in any loop. Fear. What technique? That pressure. I felt myself die. You felt a fraction of what I felt 241 times, Shen Wei said. His voice was death calm. Imagine experiencing that over and over. Imagine dying to the same opponent, the same techniques, the same killing blow, hundreds of times. And then imagine coming back with everything you learned. You're insane. Probably. But I'm also going to win. Lu Heng's fear transmuted into rage, the desperate fury of a predator realizing it's become prey. He exploded with golden core energy, his aura erupting outward in a corona of golden light that pushed against Shen Wei's death domain. Golden chi versus death energy. Life versus death. The collision filled the arena with a pressure that made weaker cultivators faint in the stands. Lu Hong attacked with Technique 24, the full golden core release. Everything he had, condensed into a single apocalyptic assault. Shen Wei responded with everything he had. Death awareness read the attack. Death Domain disrupted Lu Heng's concentration with phantom deaths. Death Echo replayed Lu Heng's own technique. The golden blade, the palm strike, the fist compression, in rapid succession, each rendered in black death energy. And when Lu Heng's golden core release descended like a falling sun, Shen Wei used death reversal. He let the attack hit. He died. His heart stopped, his body broke, his soul began to separate. And then he pulled it back. 5 seconds of post-death combat. 5 seconds where his dead body, running on pure death energy and iron will, continued fighting. The reversal state amplified his death energy to unprecedented levels. His Black Lotus strike, launched from a corpse's hands, carved a crater in the jade platform. Lu Hong blocked. Barely. His golden barrier cracked, reformed, cracked again. 3 seconds. Shen Wei pressed the attack. 2 seconds. Lu Hong stumbled. 1 second. Shen Wei's fist, wreathed in black energy, connected with Lu Heng's jaw. The inner disciple flew off the platform and crashed into the stands. Reversal expired. Shen Wei's body collapsed on the platform, dead. But the match was over. Lu Hong had left the platform boundary. Ring out. Winner, the judge announced, his voice shaking. Winner. Shen Wei. The arena erupted. Shen Wei heard none of it. He was dead. When the loop reset, he woke on the bench. You okay? Zhao Kong asked. Did I win? Shen Wei blurted. Win what? The tournament hasn't started yet. Are you sure you're okay? Shen Wei's heart sank. The loop had reset. The victory hadn't held. Lu Hong was defeated, but the cage hadn't broken. But then, a tremor. Not physical. Spiritual. A vibration that ran through the jade platform, through the ancient formations, through the very fabric of the samsara cage. And beneath the platform, in the deepest cracks, something cracked open. Shen Wei felt it through his death awareness. A new space. A hidden layer beneath the arena. Something that Lu Heng's defeat had unsealed. Linger, he whispered. I felt it. The ghost child's voice came from everywhere, excited and frightened. You did it, Shen Wei. Defeating the tournament champion unsealed the cage's second stage. There's a level below the arena, a deeper layer of the samsara cage. A deeper layer? The cage isn't just a loop. It's a trial with multiple stages. You pass stage 1 by mastering 4 layers of the technique and defeating the surface-level opponent. Now stage 2 awaits. Shen Wei sat on the bench, steamed bun forgotten, staring at the arena floor. He'd thought defeating Lu Heng was the end. It was just the beginning. The cage had more deaths for him yet. Chapter 15 Loop 242. Shen Wei spent the day's matches in a state of focused anticipation. He defeated Lu Heng again. Faster this time. The technique honed by repetition, and felt the tremor again. The sub-level unsealed. But the loop reset before he could explore it. Loop 243. He tried to access the sub-level immediately, in the pre-dawn, before the tournament began. The crack in the platform that led to the sub-level was there. He could sense it with death awareness, but it was sealed by a formation that only opened after Lu Heng's defeat. He had to beat Lu Heng first. Every loop. So be it. Loop 244. Shen Wei defeated Lu Heng in the afternoon and immediately dove into the crack that opened in the platform. The passage was narrow, spiraling downward through layers of ancient formation work that thrummed with death energy. The arena above faded. The loop's boundaries shifted. He emerged into darkness. Not the absence of light, the presence of shadow as a physical force. Death energy saturated the air so heavily that breathing felt like inhaling smoke. His death awareness screamed with input, 1,000 potential deaths, 1,000 lethal threats, pressing in from all directions. Welcome to the second stage, Ling'er whispered. Her voice was stronger here, as if the death energy gave her more substance. This is where the cage tests you directly. The surface tournament was just the filter. What's down here? Phantom warriors. Constructs generated from the accumulated death energy of everyone who's ever died in the cage. They fight with the techniques of the dead. As if on cue, figures materialized from the darkness. Humanoid shapes made of compressed shadow, their features blank and featureless, their bodies radiating killing intent at a level that dwarfed Lu Heng's. The first phantom attacked. It moved with Foundation establishment speed, but wielded a technique Shen Wei had never seen. A spiral of compressed death energy that drilled through space like a corkscrew. Shen Wei dodged with death awareness, countered with death echo. The phantom dissolved on impact, but 2 more took its place. He fought for 30 minutes, killing phantom after phantom, each one slightly stronger than the last. His death foundation energy depleted steadily. When it ran out, he was overwhelmed. He died, and woke on the bench. But not the bench above. The bench below. The loop had shifted. His reset point was now the entrance to the sublevel, not the tournament arena. He was in the second stage. The loop adapts, Ling'er confirmed. When you progress to a new stage, the reset point advances. You no longer have to defeat Lu Heng every loop. The cage considers the surface-level trial complete. Relief and anxiety warred in Shen Wei's chest. No more fighting Lu Heng. No more repeating the same tournament day. But also no more access to the surface, to Zhao Kong, to the dormitory, to the morning bell, to Li Meihua. The crack imprint, Shen Wei said urgently. Can she still read it from above? The imprint persists. She'll sense it when she comes to the arena. But she won't be able to reach you down here. Can I leave messages? Updates. I'll relay them. The cracks connect both levels. Shen Wei took a slow breath. Another separation. Another relationship maintained through one-way communication and faith. But he'd survived worse. Okay, he said. Tell me everything about the second stage. Ling'er explained. The sublevel was a testing ground. A gauntlet of increasingly powerful phantom warriors that served as training dummies for the death technique's higher layers. The phantoms adapted, using the techniques of all previous cage prisoners, creating a diverse and unpredictable combat environment. The phantoms also have a secondary purpose, Ling'er said. They're the source material for Layer 3's advanced applications. Each phantom carries the death echo of a real cultivator. Their techniques, their fighting style, their dying moments. By defeating them, you absorb their echoes and expand your death echo library. How many phantoms are there? The sublevel generates them endlessly, but they come in tiers. Tier 1 phantoms are Foundation establishment equivalent. Tier 2 are core formation. Tier 3 are golden core, and so on. How high do the tiers go? Ling'er hesitated. The highest phantoms in the second stage are nascent soul equivalent. Tier 5. And to complete the second stage, defeat a Tier 5 phantom. That unseals the third stage. Shen Wei was currently Foundation establishment peak, pushing toward core formation. To defeat a nascent soul phantom, he'd need to advance significantly, both in raw cultivation and in technique mastery. Then I'd better get started. He threw himself into the sublevel's gauntlet with the same deliberate efficiency that had carried him through the surface. Die, learn, adapt. The Phantom Warriors provided a diverse curriculum. Each one wielded different techniques from different eras, giving Shen Wei an ever-expanding library of death echoes to absorb. But the Phantom fights also revealed a critical limitation. For layers of the death technique, while powerful, weren't enough for the challenges ahead. He needed layer 5, layer 6, and beyond. And each new layer required exponentially more deaths to comprehend. Layer 5, Death Severance, Linger recited. The ability to sever the karmic connection between an attack and its effect. Essentially, making incoming attacks never have happened. That sounds absurdly powerful. It is. Which is why it requires an absurd number of deaths to achieve. You'll need to die while simultaneously comprehending the causal chain between an attack and its consequence, and then learn to cut that chain. It's not physical defense. It's metaphysical nullification. How many loops? Hundreds. Possibly more. Shen Wei's jaw tightened. He had approximately 750 loops remaining, and he needed to master 5 more layers. The math was not in his favor. But then again, it never had been. He was a chi condensation outer disciple trapped in a death cage. Favorable math had never been part of the deal. Then we start now, he said. And Linger, update the crack imprint for Li Meihua. Tell her I've moved to the second stage. Tell her I'm alive. And tell her. Tell her what? Tell her I'll find a way back. The ghost child's blue form softened. I'll tell her. Shen Wei turned to face the next wave of Phantom Warriors. Death energy swirled in his dantian. His soul fragments hummed with accumulated comprehension. 244 deaths. 5 layers to go. And somewhere above, a woman with sharp eyes was reading a message in the cracks of an arena floor and choosing, once again, to believe. The story was far from over. Chapter 16 loops 245 through 300. The sublevel became Shen Wei's world. Without the structure of the tournament day, the loops blurred into a continuous chain of combat, death, and rebirth. Shen Wei lost track of mornings and evenings. The sublevel had no sky, no sun, no weather. Just endless darkness punctuated by the glow of Phantom Warriors and the faint blue light of Linger's guidance. He threw himself at the Phantom Gauntlet with systematic precision. Tier 1 Phantoms fell easily. His Foundation Establishment Death Energy Base and 4 active layers made quick work of them. Tier 2 Phantoms were harder, requiring him to deploy full Death Domain and multiple Death Echoes to overcome. Tier 3 Phantoms, Golden Core equivalent, killed him more often than not. Each death was deliberate. Each death fed the growing comprehension of Layer 5, Death Severance. Linger guided him through the theory between deaths. Death Severance operates on the principle that every attack is a chain of cause and effect. The attacker decides to strike, that's the cause. The damage to the target, that's the effect. Between them is a link, karmic, temporal, causal. Layer 5 allows you to cut that link. So the attack happens, but the damage doesn't? More accurately, the attack exists but its connection to you is severed. The sword swings, the chi strikes, the technique activates, but the consequence never reaches you. The cause is orphaned from its effect. And I learned this by dying. You learn this by dying while tracing the causal chain of the killing blow backward from effect to cause, and then, at the moment of death, attempting to sever the chain. If successful, even partially, the death will be different. Different how? Lighter. Incomplete. A death that should destroy you but somehow doesn't quite finish the job. Like a sentence with a missing period. Shen Wei spent 50 loops 250 through 300, practicing exactly this. Each time a phantom killed him, he traced the causal chain. The phantom's intent to kill, the technique's execution, the energy's trajectory, the impact, the damage, the cessation. A chain of events linked like beads on a string. And at the moment of death, he tried to cut the string. Loop 260, failure. The chain was too strong, too fast. He couldn't isolate a point to cut before consciousness ended. Loop 270, partial success. He found the link between impact and damage, the moment where the attack's energy translated into destruction of his body, and managed to blunt it. Instead of instant death, he survived an extra half second. Loop 280, better. The link between energy trajectory and impact. He frayed it. The killing blow's trajectory shifted by a millimeter, turning a heart-piercing strike into a lung-piercing strike. Still fatal, but slower. Loop 290, breakthrough territory. Shen Wei could consistently identify and interact with the causal chain of any attack within his death awareness range. He couldn't sever the chain yet. The links were too strong, but he could weaken them. Reduce a lethal blow to a grievous wound. deflect a killing technique into a maiming one. And then loop 298. A tier 3 phantom attacked with a golden core fire technique, a devastating column of flame that should have incinerated Shen Wei on contact. He traced the chain: intent, execution, energy, trajectory, impact, incineration. 6 links. He cut the 5th link. Impact. The fire reached him. The energy was real. The heat was real. But the impact, the translation of thermal energy into destruction of his body, simply didn't happen. The fire washed over him like warm water, damaging nothing. For 3 seconds, he was invulnerable. Then the severance failed and the fire resumed its destruction, killing him. But those 3 seconds of impossible invulnerability were the proof he needed. Layer 5. Death severance was within reach. By loop 300, Shen Wei's death budget stood at approximately 700 remaining. He'd spent 300 loops reaching this point, 4.5 layers mastered, a death foundation pushing into core formation, and a growing library of phantom techniques absorbed through death echo. And the cultivation base was rising. The accumulated death energy had crystallized his core formation breakthrough in loop 283. His dantian now held a spinning core of black death energy that pulsed with the heartbeat of everything that had ever died within the samsara cage. The power increase was dramatic. His death domain expanded to 20 meters. His death echoes gained enough force to shatter tier 2 phantoms in a single blow. His death reversal duration stretched to 8 seconds. He was becoming something that no cultivator in history had ever been. A death energy specialist, cultivating through the act of dying, growing stronger with every extinction. And he was desperately, achingly lonely. Zhao Kong was a memory, a grinning face offering a steamed bun in a loop that no longer existed. Li Meihua was a presence felt through Lingers relayed messages, each one a lifeline he clung to. She read the latest imprint. She says your death energy analysis is consistent with a theoretical framework she's been developing. She also says to stop calling her by her first name in the messages. It's inappropriate for their relationship. What relationship? She doesn't remember me. She says, and I quote, "Tell him that a woman who makes custom pills for a stranger based on messages and floor cracks has every right to set the terms of address." Shen Wei laughed. It was the first time he'd laughed in 30 loops. Tell her I'll call her whatever she tells me to. And that her pills are the reason I'm still alive. I already told her that. She said good, and went back to her laboratory. Lingers relayed messages were precious, but insufficient. The loneliness of the sublevel was a pressure that no amount of death energy could counteract. Shen Wei found himself talking to the ghost child more and more, not about techniques or strategies, but about life. His parents' farm. The smell of rice paddies after rain. The sound of Zhao Kang's laugh. The way Li Meihua's eyes narrowed when she was analyzing something. Linger listened. She always listened. I was alive once, she said quietly, during one of these conversations. I had a father. I think I had a garden. I remember the smell of flowers, but I can't remember what they looked like. When I break the cage, you'll be free too. I promise. You shouldn't make promises you might not keep. Then I'll keep this one. Add it to the list. What list? The list of things I'm going to do when I get out of here. Item 1. Eat a meal that isn't death energy. Item 2. Hug Zhao Kong. Item 3. Apologize to Li Meihua for leaving 300 messages in her floor. Item 4. Free you. That's a good list. I'll add to it. Gives me something to live for. You're supposed to be dying for things. I can do both. The darkness of the sublevel pressed in. The next wave of phantoms was forming in the shadows. Shen Wei stood, death energy roaring in his core, and faced them. 300 down. 700 to go. Chapter 17 Loop 312. Shen Wei was deep in the sublevel, hunting tier 3 phantoms for death echo absorption, when he discovered something that changed his understanding of the loop entirely. He'd pushed further into the sublevel than ever before, past the initial gauntlet zones, through a maze of death energy-saturated tunnels, into a chamber he'd never reached. The chamber was circular, lit by faintly glowing formations in the walls, and at its center stood something that stopped him cold. A tournament bracket board, identical to the one in the arena above, written in the same golden characters. But the names on it were different, names Shen Wei didn't recognize. Except one. Zhao Kong. Linger, Shen Wei breathed. Why is Zhao Kang's name on a bracket board in the sublevel? The ghost child materialized, her blue form solid enough to cast faint shadows in the chamber's light. This is the sublevel's staging area. When cultivators die in the surface tournament under specific conditions, their souls are pulled here instead of passing on. They become raw material for the phantom warriors. Cold horror crept up Shen Wei's spine. Are you saying the phantoms are made from real people? Not entirely. The phantoms use the death echoes of real cultivators, their techniques, their fighting instincts, but they're not the people themselves. The souls pass through. They're just copied. But this bracket board, these names, these are people currently in the surface tournament? Yes. The cage monitors the tournament above and tracks deaths. When someone dies, truly dies, not a loop death like yours, their death echo is captured and added to the phantom roster. Shen Wei stared at Zhao Kang's name. In every loop, Zhao Kang won his first-round match easily. But his second-round opponent was dangerous, a peak foundation establishment disciple named Gao Min who fought with cruel efficiency. In most loops, Zhao Kang lost but survived. Injured, sometimes seriously, but alive. In some loops, though, loops where the tournament's chaotic dynamics played out differently, Zhao Kang was pushed harder, took more risks, got hurt worse. Has Zhao Kang ever died in the tournament? Shen Wei asked, dreading the answer. Linger checked. In the original timeline, the first loop, before the cage activated for you, Zhao Kang's second-round match against Gao Min resulted in a critical injury. He survived, but barely. And in subsequent loops, do the surface events play out identically? Mostly, but there are minor variations. Quantum fluctuations in chi dynamics, tiny differences in timing. In approximately 15% of loops, these variations cascade. Gao Min hits slightly harder, or Zhao Kang's guard drops slightly lower, and the outcome shifts from injury to death. 15%. In roughly 1 out of 7 loops, Zhao Kang died in the tournament. Shen Wei's hands clenched. 187 surface-level loops before he'd moved to the sub-level. At 15%, that meant Zhao Kang had died approximately 28 times. 28 times his best friend had died, and Shen Wei hadn't known. Had been too focused on his own deaths to watch. I need to go back to the surface. You can't. The loop reset point has advanced. Then I need to break the loop. Now. Shen Wei, don't. Don't tell me to be patient. Don't tell me to focus on the technique. Zhao Kang is dying up there and I can't. He stopped. Breathed. The death energy in his core churned with an emotion that had nothing to do with combat comprehension. Grief. Rage. The particular kind of helplessness that comes from knowing someone you love is in danger and you can't reach them. Linger waited in silence. Okay. Shen Wei said finally, his voice controlled. Okay. I can't go back. I can't save him directly. But I can finish this faster. Every loop I spend down here is a loop where he might die up there. Shen Wei, the loops are synchronized. The surface tournament plays out the same day whether you're there or not. Zhao Kang's fate in each loop is determined by variables you can't control from down here. Then I'll learn to control them from down here. Is there a way to influence the surface from the sublevel? Linger hesitated. There's a theory. The samsara cage is a single formation. Surface and sublevel are connected. If you could project your death domain upward through the cage's structure, you might be able to subtly affect chi dynamics in the tournament arena. Push Gao Min's attack slightly off course. Strengthen Zhao Kang's defensive instincts. Projecting death domain through formation layers. That's layer 4 advanced application. Far beyond standard layer 4. It would require layer 4 mastery at a level where your domain is essentially an extension of the cage itself. How? Bond your domain to the cage's death energy network. Become part of the formation's circulatory system. Then your influence extends wherever the cage extends, including the surface. Shen Wei didn't hesitate. Teach me. It took 40 loops. 40 loops of dying to phantom warriors while simultaneously extending his death domain into the cage's formation network. The cage resisted. It was designed to contain, not to be co-opted, but Shen Wei's death energy was fundamentally compatible with the cage's structure. He was, after all, the 9-fragment soul it had been designed for. By loop 350, he could extend his death domain through the cage's network to reach the surface arena. The connection was tenuous, a thread of influence rather than a rope, but it was enough. In loop 351, Shen Wei projected his influence upward during Zhao Kang's second-round match. Through the cage's network, he felt the tournament playing out, felt Zhao Kang's chi, felt Gao Min's attack patterns, felt the chaotic dynamics that sometimes cascaded toward death. And he nudged. A tiny push on Gao Min's chi circulation. A micro-adjustment that caused the dangerous overhand strike to land 1 inch to the left, missing Zhao Kang's heart meridian by a hair instead of hitting it directly. Zhao Kang won the match. Injured but alive. Shen Wei collapsed in the sublevel, exhausted. Projecting influence through the cage's formation network had drained most of his death energy reserves. But Zhao Kang was safe. In this loop, at least. He'd need to do it every loop. Every time the variables aligned against his friend. It was another burden. Another drain on his limited resources. Another task in an already impossible situation. He accepted it without hesitation. Because that's what anchors were for. Chapter 18 Loop 397. Deaths 397. Remaining, approximately 603. Shen Wei had been fighting in the sublevel for 153 loops since descending, and his cultivation had undergone a transformation that would have been unrecognizable to the mediocre outer disciple who'd first entered the tournament. His death foundation had broken through to golden core. The breakthrough had been violent, death energy compressing into a spinning vortex that simultaneously destroyed and recreated his dantian, forming a core of black crystal that pulsed with the heartbeat of 10,000 phantom deaths. The golden core death energy base gave him power comparable to a genuine golden core cultivator, but his combat effectiveness far exceeded that level thanks to 5 layers of the myriad deaths, one life technique. Because layer 5 had activated. It happened in loop 389, during a fight with 3 tier 3 phantoms that had cornered him in a dead-end tunnel. Surrounded, outmatched, and with his death energy depleted, Shen Wei had faced a killing blow from all 3 directions simultaneously. 3 causal chains, 3 killing links, 3 severings required in the same instant. He'd tried, not because he thought he could succeed, but because dying without trying was no longer in his nature. He reached out with the comprehension accumulated over 100 deaths of death severance practice, found the 3 links between cause and effect, and cut. 2 out of 3. 2 phantom attacks passed through him like wind through an open window, their consequences orphaned from their causes. The 3rd hit home, killing him. But 2 out of 3 was enough. The death energy crystallized. Layer 5, Death Severance, activated. The completed layer was transformative. With Death Severance, Shen Wei could now selectively nullify incoming attacks by severing their causal links. Not all attacks. The technique required focus and energy, and stronger attacks had stronger links. But against tier 3 phantoms, he could negate roughly half of incoming damage. Combined with death awareness, perception, death reversal, post-death combat, death echo, technique replication, and death domain, area control, layer 5 made Shen Wei a combat monster. He tore through tier 3 phantoms like paper, absorbed their echoes, and pushed deeper into the sublevel. Tier 4 phantoms, nascent soul equivalent, were the new challenge. And they were terrifying. The first tier 4 phantom Shen Wei encountered was a construct modeled after a long-dead sword cultivator whose techniques predated the sect by millennia. Its sword chi filled the tunnel with a lattice of cutting force so dense that the air itself bled. Shen Wei's death domain couldn't penetrate its aura. His death echoes bounced off its defenses. His death severance could nullify individual strikes, but the phantom attacked in chains of 50 strikes per second. He died. Reset. Died again. Reset. 10 loops against the same tier 4 phantom. 20. 30. But each death fed his growing comprehension. And with each death, his golden core death energy base grew denser, heavier, closer to the next threshold. In loop 397, Shen Wei faced the tier 4 sword phantom for the 40th time. His golden core was saturated with death energy, bloated, ready to burst. He could feel the breakthrough hovering just beyond reach, like a fruit at the top of a branch. Your core is ready, Linger said. One more death, one more perfect death, and you'll break through to nascent soul. Nascent soul. The words felt enormous. In 4 years at Azure Peak Sect, Shen Wei had advanced 3 measly chi condensation stages. Now, in 400 deaths, he was on the cusp of nascent soul, a realm that most cultivators spent decades reaching. The nascent soul breakthrough for a death energy cultivator is different from normal, Linger warned. A regular nascent soul forms a miniature version of the cultivator inside the core, an infant soul. Your nascent soul will form from death energy. It will be a soul of death, not a soul of life. Will it be me? Yes, but also not. It will be you as shaped by death. Your awareness, your memories, your will, all filtered through 397 experiences of dying. The nascent soul that emerges will carry the weight of every death. Will it change me? Linger was quiet for a moment. You're already changed, Shen Wei. 397 deaths changed you. The nascent soul will simply make it permanent. Shen Wei nodded. He walked into the tunnel where the tier 4 sword phantom waited. Come on, he said to the ancient construct. Make this one count. The phantom attacked. 50 sword strikes per second. A storm of cutting chi that turned the tunnel into a blender. Shen Wei activated everything. Death awareness plotted the trajectory of each strike. Death domain projected phantom death into the phantom warrior, disrupting its rhythm by 3%. Death severance nullified 1 in 3 strikes. Death echo replayed the phantom's own techniques as counterattacks. And in the gaps between the blows he couldn't block, he let himself be cut. Deliberately. Consciously. Each wound a lesson. each drop of blood a tuition payment. The Phantom's final strike came, a thrust that carried the weight of a dead civilization's swordsmanship. It pierced Shen Wei's core. His golden core shattered. Not from damage, from breakthrough. The death energy, compressed beyond its golden core limit by the lethal strike, exploded inward. In the center of the shattered core, a figure formed, tiny, black, radiating death. His nascent soul. It was him. Unmistakably. But its eyes were different. One pure white, one pure black. Life and death. The dual nature of his existence, rendered in miniature. The nascent soul opened its mouth and screamed. A silent scream that rippled through the cage's formation network, shaking the sublevel's walls and sending tremors through the surface arena above. In the arena above, Li Meihua paused mid-step and looked down at the jade platform. Her spiritual sense detected a pulse, a familiar, impossible pulse of death energy erupting from below. She smiled. She didn't know why, but she smiled. In the sublevel, Shen Wei stood in the tunnel, nascent soul blazing, death energy flooding his meridians with power that dwarfed his previous level. The Tier 4 Sword Phantom, damaged by Shen Wei's pre-breakthrough assault, tried to reform. Shen Wei looked at it. "Thank you for the lesson," he said. He raised his hand. Death energy poured out, not as a technique, but as pure, overwhelming force. A nascent soul's full power, channeled through 5 layers of the myriad deaths, one life technique. The Phantom dissolved like smoke in a hurricane. Shen Wei stood alone in the tunnel, breathing hard, his new nascent soul settling into his reformed core. His cultivation base had reached nascent soul, a realm of power that Elder Su Qingyun, the tournament's presiding nascent soul, occupied. He was no longer an outer disciple fighting above his weight. He was a force of nature, forged in death, and growing stronger with every extinction. "Well done," Linger whispered. "Nascent soul. In 400 deaths. No one has ever progressed this fast." "I have 600 deaths left and 4 layers to go," Shen Wei said. "The math is getting better, but I'm not there yet." "No, but you're on your way." Shen Wei closed his eyes and felt his nascent soul pulse. A miniature version of himself with mismatched eyes, sitting in the center of a death energy core, radiating the calm certainty of someone who had died nearly 400 times and refused, every single time, to stay dead. 400 deaths. 400 lessons. And the education continued. Chapter 19 Loop 412. Deaths, 412. Remaining, approximately 588. Something had changed in the crack imprint messages. For the past 50 loops, Li Meihua's relayed responses through Linger had been increasingly specific. Too specific. She was referencing details from previous loops, not directly, not with explicit memories, but with an intuition that transcended the reset. "She asked about your nascent soul today," Linger reported. She said, and I quote, "I dreamed about a man with one white eye and one black eye. Tell him I don't appreciate him invading my sleep." Shen Wei's heart jumped. "She's dreaming about me?" "Her spiritual sense is unique, Shen Wei. It operates on frequencies between life and death, the same frequencies you exist on. As your power grows, your influence on those frequencies grows. She's not remembering the loops. She's sensing you. Across the reset? Across the reset. Your death energy signature is becoming strong enough to imprint on her awareness even when the loop wipes her conscious memories. She doesn't know why she dreams about a man with mismatched eyes, but she feels the truth of it." In the next loop, where Li Meihua visited the pre-dawn arena, she found the crack imprint and read it as always. But instead of taking the standard 20 minutes to process and accept, she knelt by the cracks and said, "I know you're down there. I've been dreaming about you for weeks. I don't have the memories your messages describe, but I have the feelings. And the feelings are telling me that you're real, and you're in pain, and you need help." Shen Wei, connected through the cage's formation network, heard every word. "She can't hear me," he said to Linger. "No, but I can relay. Tell her, I'm real. I'm in pain, but I'm managing." And the pills she slips into the imprint space, the ones she doesn't remember making but somehow makes anyway, they're keeping me alive. Linger relayed. Li Meihua's expression softened by a fractional degree. "Tell him," she said to the cracks, "that a woman who makes pills based on dreams and instinct is either a genius or a fool. And I've never been a fool." "She says, I heard," Shen Wei said, smiling in the darkness of the sublevel. "Tell her she's both a genius and something else entirely. Tell her that in 400 loops, she's the one thing I've never needed to die to understand." The silence that followed was charged with something that transcended the death energy, the formations, and the loop. Something fragile and human and alive. "I'll tell her," Linger said quietly, "though I may edit for brevity. You cultivators are so verbose when you're being emotional. But the ghost child's blue glow was brighter than it had been in a long time. In the sublevel, Shen Wei turned back to his training with renewed determination. Li Meihua was beginning to remember, not through the loop's mechanisms, which wiped memory clean, but through her own spiritual sense, which operated outside the cage's rules. If her awareness could transcend the reset, perhaps others could too. Perhaps the cage wasn't as absolute as it seemed. The thought planted a seed that would grow through the coming loops, a strategy that went beyond pure technique mastery, beyond dying and learning. A strategy that involved the people he cared about, the connections he'd forged, and the fundamental truth that no formation, no matter how powerful, could completely sever the bonds between souls. But that strategy would have to wait. For now, there were 4 more layers to master, and 600 deaths to spend. Shen Wei faced the next wave of phantoms and charged. Chapter 20 Loop 420. Deaths 420. Remaining, approximately 580. Shen Wei had spent the last 8 loops pushing deeper into the sub-level than ever before, past the phantom gauntlet zones, past the staging area where he'd found the bracket board, into uncharted territory where the death energy was so thick it was almost liquid. Here, in the deepest chamber he could reach, he found a Tier 5 phantom. It was enormous. Not physically. It appeared as a normal-sized human figure, but its spiritual pressure was oceanic. Nascent soul equivalent. The culmination of the sub-level's challenges. And it was waiting for him. "You've come," it said. The phantom's voice was a chorus, dozens of voices speaking in unison, the accumulated echoes of every cultivator who died in this chamber over the millennia. "We've been watching you, Death Walker. 312 before you. None reached this point as fast. I'm motivated. Motivation ends here. We are the final phantom, the aggregate of every death this cage has ever contained. Defeating us opens the 3rd stage. But no one has ever defeated us." Shen Wei settled into his combat stance. Death energy roared in his nascent soul core. 5 layers of the myriad deaths, 1 life technique hummed in his soul. 420 deaths had prepared him for this moment. "First time for everything," he said. The final phantom attacked. The battle was apocalyptic. The phantom wielded techniques from every era, every style, every cultivation tradition that had ever existed within the cage's history. Sword arts from the ancient era, fist techniques from the golden age, formation arrays from the dark period. Each attack was nascent soul level, and they came in combinations that no single cultivator could have devised. Shen Wei responded with everything. Death awareness tracked every attack, mapping their death lattices in real time. Death domain projected phantom death into the final phantom, but the aggregate consciousness was too strong. It shrugged off the illusions. Death echo replayed absorbed techniques at full nascent soul power, matching the phantom blow for blow. Death severance nullified 1 in 3 attacks, but the phantom adapted, changing its causal patterns to bypass the severance. And death reversal waited, coiled in Shen Wei's core, ready for the inevitable moment when he died. Because he knew he would die. The final phantom was his equal in raw power and his superior in technique diversity. But Shen Wei had something the phantom didn't, the ability to die and come back. The fight lasted 12 minutes, an eternity in high-level cultivation combat. Shen Wei took wounds that would have killed lesser cultivators. His death reversal activated twice, giving him 10 seconds of post-death combat each time. But the phantom matched each resurrection with increased aggression. In the final exchange, Shen Wei made a choice. Instead of fighting to survive, he fought to learn. He dropped his defenses, opened his awareness completely, let the final phantom's killing blow pass through his consciousness with total, Layer 3 death echo absorption. And as the blow killed him, he absorbed the complete blueprint of the final phantom's technique. All of it. Every era, every style, every combination. Thousands of years of combat knowledge, compressed into a single death. The death energy surge was so massive that his nascent soul cracked. When the loop reset, Shen Wei woke in the sub-level entrance with a nascent soul that was fracturing and reforming simultaneously. The absorbed techniques were too much, too many echoes, too much data, too much death. His soul fragments strained under the weight. "You took too much," Linger said, alarmed. "Your soul can't hold all of that. You need to. I need to use it. Now, before it tears me apart." Shen Wei charged back through the sub-level in a dead sprint. Phantoms attacked and he shattered them with techniques he hadn't known 5 minutes ago. Ancient sword arts and forgotten fist techniques and formation arrays that predated the sect. The absorbed knowledge was raw, unrefined, threatening to overwhelm him. He reached the final phantom's chamber. The aggregate construct reformed, ready for another battle. "You return quickly," it said. "The knowledge weighs on you. We can feel it. Good. then you know what's coming. Shen Wei attacked first. Not with one technique, with all of them. Every absorbed echo from 400 deaths of phantom combat, combined with every technique he'd stolen from the final phantom itself, channeled through 5 layers of the myriad deaths, one life technique, empowered by a nascent soul death energy core. The result was not a technique. It was a catastrophe. Black energy erupted from Shen Wei in a sphere of absolute destruction. Death domain, amplified by 400 deaths worth of combat knowledge, projected not phantom deaths, but real death. The aggregate mortality of every cultivator who'd ever died in the cage, focused through Shen Wei's will like sunlight through a lens. The final phantom screamed. Its aggregate consciousness, faced with the sum total of its own deaths reflected back at it, couldn't maintain cohesion. Individual echoes peeled away, dissolving into raw death energy that Shen Wei's core devoured. In 10 seconds, the final phantom was gone. The chamber shuddered. The walls cracked. And from beneath the floor, a new passage opened, spiraling downward into darkness deeper than anything Shen Wei had yet seen. The third stage. But Shen Wei didn't descend. Not yet. He stood in the empty chamber, breathing hard, his nascent soul still crackling with absorbed power. The technique overload was fading as his soul processed and integrated the knowledge, but he was exhausted, depleted in a way that went beyond physical energy. You did it, Linger said, her voice awed. You defeated the final phantom and opened the third stage. In 420 deaths. The fastest ever. How many deaths did the previous record holder take? Bai Yun, the woman who reached layer 6. It took her 700 deaths to defeat the final phantom. Then I'm ahead of schedule. Don't get cocky. The third stage is where she died. Where everyone dies. What's down there is beyond anything in the sublevel. Shen Wei looked at the spiraling passage. Death energy billowed from it like breath from a dragon's throat. His death awareness detected something in the depths, a presence, vast and ancient and impossibly powerful. Something that had been waiting for 10,000 years. Linger, update the crack imprint. Tell Li Meihua I've passed the second stage. Tell her the technique is working. Tell her I'm going deeper. And if she asks when you're coming back, Shen Wei stared into the darkness below. Tell her, when it's done. When I've perfected the technique and broken the cage. When I can walk out of here and into the sunlight and never die again. That's a lot of telling. Add one more thing. Shen Wei's mouth curved in a tired smile. Tell her she was right. About the dissociative spirit pill's interaction with layer 4. Her theory about the resonance harmonics was correct. I used it to beat the final phantom. She'll be insufferably pleased. I know. That's why I'm telling her. Shen Wei turned from the third stage entrance and sat down to meditate. He needed to process, recover, and prepare. The third stage held something ancient, something sentient, something that had consumed everyone who'd come before him. 420 deaths. 5 layers mastered. A nascent soul core of crystallized death. And below, in the darkness, a voice he hadn't yet heard was waiting to speak. The death loop continued. But Shen Wei was no longer the terrified outer disciple who died on Lu Heng's golden blade and woken confused on a wooden bench. He was a cultivator who had turned death itself into his cultivation method, who carried 400 lessons in his soul, who was loved by a woman who dreamed of him across temporal barriers, and who had promised a ghost child that he would set her free. He was not going to stop. Not until the cage was broken. Not until every death had meaning. Not until the 1,000 deaths produced one perfect life. The third stage awaited. And below it, the truth. Shen Wei closed his eyes, gathered his death energy, and began to plan. Chapter 21. The third stage of the samsara cage was not a gauntlet. It was a world. Shen Wei descended through the spiraling passage for what felt like hours, death energy thickening around him with every step until it pressed against his skin like deep water. The tunnel's formations grew increasingly complex, layer upon layer of ancient array work that his death awareness read as overlapping death signatures, each one belonging to a different era of cultivation history. When he finally emerged, he stopped and stared. A sky stretched above him. Not the real sky, a simulated one, painted in shades of gray and black, with clouds of condensed death energy drifting like funeral processions across a sunless expanse. Below the sky, a landscape unfolded that defied the logic of an underground space. Rolling hills of ashen earth, forests of bone-white trees whose branches dripped with liquid shadow, rivers of something that looked like water but moved with the sluggish viscosity of congealing blood. And in the distance, a city. Massive, sprawling, built from stone the color of old teeth. Towers rose from its center like fingers grasping at the dead sky, and even from this distance, Shen Wei could see movement. Figures walking its streets, lights flickering in its windows. A pocket dimension, Linger said, her blue form manifesting beside him with unprecedented clarity. The death energy here was so dense that she was practically solid, a translucent girl of about 11 who could almost pass for living. The third stage is a self-contained world within the samsara cage. It has its own geography, its own ecology, its own inhabitants. Inhabitants. Shen Wei's death awareness expanded outward, sweeping the landscape. He detected life signatures, not phantoms, but real souls. Dozens of them. Hundreds, maybe, scattered across the pocket dimension. There are people here. Prisoners. Like you, they were trapped in the samsara cage at various points throughout history. Unlike you, they never made it past the third stage. They've been here for years, decades, centuries. Some have built lives. Some have gone mad. Some have been consumed by the ruler of this level. The ruler? Linger's form flickered. When she spoke, her voice was quieter. The Bone Emperor. Guxian. He was the first person ever trapped in the samsara cage, 10,000 years ago, when the cage was new. He spent those 10,000 years dying and comprehending, dying and learning. He's mastered 7 of the 9 layers. 7 layers. Shen Wei had 5. The gap was enormous. Each layer was exponentially more difficult than the last, and the power scaling between them was not linear, but geometric. He rules this pocket dimension? Shen Wei asked. He rules everything below the surface. The phantoms in the second stage, the death energy currents, the pocket dimension's geography, all of it bends to his will. He allows the community of prisoners to exist because they amuse him, because they're afraid of him, because after 10,000 years of death, even a monster craves an audience. Shen Wei looked at the distant city, then at the bone-white trees, then at his own hands, wreathed in death energy that seemed almost alive in this saturated environment. Then I need to go through him to reach the deeper stages. The third stage doesn't have a clear exit like the first 2. There's no single opponent to defeat. The exit opens when the ruler of the pocket dimension is destroyed, and the ruler is the Bone Emperor, a 10,000-year-old death cultivator with 7 layers of the technique. And I have 5. I told you this is where everyone dies. Then it's a good thing I'm used to dying. Shen Wei started walking toward the city. Let's go meet the neighbors. The city of Ash and Rest was both more and less than it appeared from a distance. Up close, the stone buildings were crude but functional. Shelter hacked from the pocket dimension's terrain by desperate cultivators who needed a safe place to exist between deaths. The streets were unpaved paths of compressed ash. The lights in the windows were containers of captured death energy, glowing faintly. And the inhabitants were a gallery of broken souls. Shen Wei entered through the city's western gate, a simple archway of stacked stones, and was immediately confronted by a wall of spiritual pressure. 6 cultivators stood in a semicircle, their cultivation bases ranging from foundation establishment to golden core, their expressions a mixture of hostility and fear. New arrival, said the lead figure, a heavy-set man with a scar that ran from his forehead to his chin. From the sublevel? Yes. Name? Shen Wei. Cultivation? Nascent soul. The 6 exchanged glances. The scarred man's hostility dimmed by a fraction. Nascent soul is rare down here. How many loops? 420. Fast. You're fast. The scarred man stepped aside. Welcome to Ash and Rest. I'm guard Captain Tao Feng. Follow the main road to the central square. Grandmother Shu will want to meet you. Grandmother Shu? The elder of this community. She's been here longer than anyone except the Bone Emperor himself. She'll explain the rules. Shen Wei walked through Ash and Rest streets, death awareness cataloging everything. The residents watched him from doorways and windows, hollow-eyed cultivators in ragged robes, their cultivation bases weakened by years of death energy exposure without proper technique to process it. Most were foundation establishment or below. A few were core formation. None were nascent soul. They looked at him like he was either a savior or a new threat. Given the context, he couldn't blame them for the uncertainty. The central square was a circular clearing dominated by a single structure, a pagoda of white stone, 3 stories tall, with death energy formations etched into every surface. On the pagoda steps sat an old woman. She was ancient, not in the cultivator sense of apparent age concealing centuries. She genuinely looked ancient, her face a map of lines, her hands spotted and thin, her white hair so fine it floated in the death energy currents like cobwebs. But her eyes were alert, intelligent, and pierced Shen Wei with a gaze that made his death awareness flare. Nascent soul, she said. Her voice was surprisingly strong. And 5 layers of the technique. My. The cage hasn't produced someone like you in 700 years. You can read my layers? I've been here long enough to sense death energy configurations in my sleep. Sit. She patted the step beside her. I am Grandmother Shu. This community exists under my protection, such as it is. I'll answer your questions. Shen Wei sat. How long have you been here? 840 years. Give or take a decade. The number was staggering. 800 years in a death loop. The mind simply refused to process that kind of temporal imprisonment. Your cultivation? Core formation. I was golden core when I entered, but the Bone Emperor stripped my power during our first encounter. He allows me to maintain core formation because I manage the community and keep his food supply organized. Food supply. Grandmother Shu's expression didn't change. He feeds on cultivators. Specifically, on their death comprehension. Every few decades, he selects a prisoner from ashen rest and consumes them, absorbs their soul, their techniques, their accumulated death energy. It's how he maintains his power. How he stayed sane, if you can call his current state sane. Shen Wei's jaw tightened. And the community accepts this? The community survives this. There's a difference. The Bone Emperor could destroy us all in an instant. He doesn't because we serve a purpose. Fresh cultivators arrive through the sublevel every century or so, and the community processes them, feeds them, shelters them, keeps them alive until the Emperor is ready to feed. You're running a farm. The old woman flinched. I'm keeping people alive. It's an ugly compromise, but the alternative is extinction. There's a third option. Defeating the Bone Emperor? Grandmother Shu shook her head. I've seen dozens try. The strongest was a nascent soul peak cultivator with 4 layers of the technique. The Bone Emperor destroyed him in 3 breaths. 7 layers is, you can't understand the gap until you face it. I have 5 layers. And he has 7. The difference between 5 and 7 is the difference between a candle and the sun. Then I'll need to gain more layers before I face him. Layer 6 requires something the sublevel can't provide. Layer 6, Death Rebirth, requires you to reconstruct your body from death energy after complete destruction. You can't practice that by dying to phantoms. You need real death against a real opponent powerful enough to destroy you completely. The Bone Emperor. You see the paradox. You need to fight him to gain the power to fight him. Shen Wei was quiet for a moment. His death awareness swept the city, cataloging the residents, the formations, the death energy currents. His mind worked through the problem like a farmer evaluating soil. What resources were available, what conditions were needed, what could be grown with careful cultivation. Tell me everything about the Bone Emperor, he said. His techniques, his habits, his weaknesses. Everything you've learned in 800 years. Grandmother Shu studied him. You're different from the others. They asked how to escape, how to survive. You're asking how to fight. I've been dying since before most of these people were trapped here. I've had 420 lessons in combat from the most thorough teacher imaginable. I'm not interested in surviving. I'm interested in winning. The old woman's eyes crinkled. For the first time, something like hope flickered in their depths. Come inside, she said. This will take a while. Chapter 22. Shen Wei died in the 3rd stage for the first time on loop 424. It was nothing like dying in the sublevel. The phantoms had been constructs, powerful but predictable, following programmed patterns. The death energy environment of the pocket dimension was different. Everything was real. The cultivators were real. The threats were real. And the Bone Emperor's influence permeated every molecule of the space like poison in groundwater. Shen Wei had been exploring the pocket dimension's eastern forest. A maze of bone-white trees that Grandmother Shu had warned him was the hunting ground of Corpse General Hua, one of the Bone Emperor's lieutenants. He'd gone looking for a fight and found one. Corpse General Hua was a nightmare made of bone and black qi. Once a cultivator, Grandmother Shu thought he'd been a sword saint from the ancient era. He was now a skeletal figure encased in armor forged from compressed death energy, wielding a halberd that howled with the voices of every soul it had consumed. He was Tier 5. Nascent soul peak equivalent, and he used layer 5 techniques. The Emperor sends his regards, newcomer. Corpse General Hua rasped, his jaw clacking with each word. He's interested in your 5 layers. Very interested. I'm flattered. Don't be. Interest from the Emperor means he's decided you'll be his next meal. The halberd swung. Shen Wei dodged, barely. Death awareness screamed the attack's trajectory, but the halberd's speed was at the upper edge of what his nascent soul body could react to. The blade carved a trench in the ashen earth behind him, and the death energy shockwave shredded 3 bone-white trees. Death severance. Shen Wei tried to sever the causal link of the halberd's next swing. But Corpse General Hua's layer 5 was equal to his own. The skeletal warrior's attacks were already severed from normal causal chains, operating on death logic rather than physical logic. You know death severance, Hua noted, his empty eye sockets glowing with black flame. The Emperor will enjoy picking that apart. The halberd descended again. This time, Shen Wei met it with a death echo, replaying a technique absorbed from the final phantom, a spiraling counterstrike that deflected the halberd's trajectory. Metal screamed against death energy. The impact shattered the ground beneath Shen Wei's feet. The fight lasted 3 minutes. Shen Wei deployed every layer, every technique, every synthesized art in his arsenal. But Corpse General Hua was nascent soul peak, a full major stage above Shen Wei's nascent soul base, and his Layer 5 mastery was more refined, honed by centuries of combat experience. The killing blow was a thrust through the chest, the halberd's blade piercing Shen Wei's death energy core and disrupting his nascent soul. The pain was exquisite, a new variety of death that his extensive collection had lacked. He died with his eyes open, death awareness recording every detail, and woke at the entrance to the pocket dimension. The loop had reset him to the 3rd stage entrance, not the sublevel. Progression was permanent. He'd never go back to the tournament or the phantom gauntlet. That was educational, he told Linger. You sound entirely too cheerful for someone who just died. Corpse General Hua uses Layer 5 at a higher refinement than mine. His death severance isn't just passive. He actively severs causality in his attacks, making them immune to my own severance. I need to develop a counter technique, or achieve Layer 6. That requires dying to the Bone Emperor specifically. I need to build up to that. Over the next 30 loops, Shen Wei fell into a pattern. Arrive at the pocket dimension. Visit Ashen Rest. Gather intelligence. Fight Corpse General Hua. Die. Learn. Repeat. Each death against the Corpse General was a lesson in advanced Layer 5 application. Shen Wei studied the skeleton warrior's severance technique from the victim's perspective, dying dozens of times while maintaining full death awareness. Gradually, he began to see the structure. Hua's enhanced severance didn't just cut the link between attack and effect, it severed the target's ability to perceive the attack. By cutting the causal chain between the halberd's movement and the target's awareness, Hua made his attacks invisible to death awareness. Not truly invisible. They still existed, but the causal link between their existence and the target's perception was removed. Counterintuitive, Shen Wei muttered after dying for the 15th time to this technique. He's using death severance offensively, cutting my perception instead of my defense. Which means your counter needs to be a different perception pathway, Linger suggested. One that doesn't operate on standard causality. Death echo. Shen Wei's eyes lit up. If I absorb the echo of his attacks, the death impression they leave in the environment, I can perceive them retroactively. Not through causality, but through residual death energy. He can sever the causal link between attack and awareness, but he can't sever the death energy residue. That would mean perceiving attacks after they've already happened, which is useless for dodging. But combined with death reversal, you let the attack hit, die from it, reverse, and then use the retroactive perception to counter in the reversal window. Linger's voice was awed. You're combining 3 layers into a single combat sequence. 4 layers. Death domain to slow him down. Death severance to reduce damage from the initial hit. Death reversal to continue fighting. And death echo retroactive perception to see attacks I couldn't see alive. This is insane. This is cultivation. Loop 450. Shen Wei walked into the eastern forest and found Corpse General Hua waiting. The skeletal warrior twirled his halberd lazily. Back again, Deathwalker? The Emperor grows impatient. He wants you properly seasoned before he feeds. Tell your Emperor, I'm not done cooking yet. The halberd struck. Hua's enhanced severance cut Shen Wei's perception. The attack arrived without warning, bypassing death awareness entirely. The blade pierced Shen Wei's left shoulder, but not his core. Death severance had reduced the damage from lethal to grievous. Shen Wei's body shuddered, blood spraying, but he didn't die. Not yet. He activated Death Domain. A 30-meter sphere of phantom death erupted from him, washing over Corpse General Hua. The skeletal warrior was partially immune. His undead nature made phantom deaths less effective, but the domain disrupted his chi circulation by a fraction of a percent, enough to slow his next attack by 1/10 of a second. Hua's halberd came again. Shen Wei let it hit. Death severance reduced the chest wound from instantly fatal to fatally slow. He had 4 seconds before his body gave out. Death reversal loaded. He died and pulled his soul back. 5 seconds of post-death combat. His body, impaled on a halberd, wreathed in death energy, stood up. Corpse General Hua's empty eye sockets widened. Impossible. Shen Wei's death echo activated. Not a replay of Hua's technique, a retroactive perception scan. The death energy residue from Hua's attacks painted a complete picture of his fighting pattern, including the invisible strikes that death severance had hidden. Shen Wei saw everything. Not in real time, in retrospective death time. He saw where Hua would strike next, based on the residual patterns of where he'd struck before. He countered. Black Lotus Strike, aimed at the gap in Hua's death energy armor that only retroactive perception revealed, a weakness in the left pauldron where the ancient formation work had degraded over millennia. The strike hit home. Hua's armor cracked. Black energy poured through the gap, disrupting the skeletal warrior's core formation. Hua staggered. For the first time in centuries, something had penetrated his defenses. What? How did you? Shen Wei's reversal expired. His body collapsed, truly dead this time. But as the loop reset, his soul carried the complete combat data from the exchange, the weakness in Hua's armor, the retroactive perception technique, and the knowledge that his 4-layer combination had worked. 20 more loops of refinement. Each time, Shen Wei lasted longer. His 4-layer combination, domain, severance, reversal, retroactive echo, became more fluid. The post-death combat window extended as his death energy grew denser. Loop 470. 8 seconds of reversal combat. Shen Wei landed 3 strikes on Corpse General Hua through the armor gap, cracking his core formation extensively. Loop 475. 10 seconds. The core formation cracked further. Loop 480. 12 seconds. Shen Wei shattered Corpse General Hua's halberd. Loop 482. Shen Wei killed Corpse General Hua. Not easily. Not cleanly. It took everything. Every layer, every synthesized technique, every death-purchased advantage. The final blow was a modified Black Lotus strike channeled through the armor gap and directly into Hua's core formation, detonating it from within. The ancient skeletal warrior came apart like a puppet with its strings cut, bone and death energy scattering across the forest floor. As Hua dissolved, his death energy flowed into Shen Wei. Not just combat technique echoes, but the accumulated experience of a sword saint who died 10,000 years ago. Shen Wei's technique library expanded by an order of magnitude. And in the distance, from the direction of the Bone Emperor's domain, something stirred. A voice, carried on death energy currents, whispered across the pocket dimension, "Impressive. You've killed my general. Come, child. I've waited 10,000 years. Let's see if you're worthy of being my last meal." Shen Wei stood in the ruins of the eastern forest, surrounded by the scattered remains of an ancient warrior, and smiled grimly. The invitation had been issued. The next phase of his education was about to begin. Chapter 23, Loop 483. Deaths 483. Remaining, approximately 517. The loop reset carried Shen Wei back to the pocket dimension's entrance, as always, but this time something was different. When he arrived at Ashen Rest, Li Meihua was there. Not physically. Her body was still in the surface world, going through the tournament day in blissful ignorance. But her spiritual consciousness, a thread of awareness that had been growing stronger with each loop, had found its way down through the cage's formation network and manifested as a translucent figure beside the crack where Linger's imprint resided. Shen Wei, Li Meihua's projection said. Her form was ghostly, barely visible, flickering like a candle in a wind tunnel. But her eyes were sharp. Always sharp. I figured out how to project my awareness through the formation network. Your crack imprint messages gave me enough structural data to map the energy pathways. You're here. The words came out rough. He hadn't heard her voice, her actual voice, not Linger's relayed approximation, in over 60 loops. How long can you maintain this? Maybe an hour. The projection drains my spiritual energy at an unsustainable rate. But I had to see you. Her ghostly hand reached toward his face, passed through it, and left a trail of warmth on his cheek. Your death energy has quadrupled since the last imprint update. And your nascent soul, it's changed. The dual nature is more pronounced. I've been busy dying. I know. I feel everyone. In my sleep, I dream of a man who dies and rises, like a tide that never stops. The dreams are getting more vivid. Her projection flickered. Shen Wei, I've been analyzing the cage's formation structure from the surface. There are patterns that aren't in the death technique, secondary formations embedded in the cage's substrate that serve a different purpose. What purpose? Harvesting. The cage isn't just a training tool. It's a harvesting engine. Every death you experience, every layer you complete, the cage siphons a percentage of the refined death energy and channels it somewhere. I can't trace where from the surface, but the flow is consistent and deliberate. Shen Wei filed this information. It matched fragments he'd gleaned from Grandmother Shu's 8 centuries of observation. The Bone Emperor had mentioned a purpose to the cage beyond training, but he dismissed it as madness. Can you create pills from a projection? Shen Wei asked. No, but I can imprint formulas directly into the crack. Enhanced formulas that account for the pocket dimension's specific death energy density. Linger can relay them to you. And if you can find an alchemist among the prisoners, I'll find one. Li Meihua's projection was fading. One more thing. Zhao Kong. In today's loop, Gao Min's attack trajectory was different, worse. I couldn't intervene from the surface, but I projected a micro-adjustment through the formation network. He survived. You saved him. I learned from your crack imprint how you do it. The formation network is a tool. I'm learning to use it. She smiled, a rare, genuine smile that softened her sharp features. You taught me. Through messages and floor cracks. I never thought I'd call that romantic. Meihua, I'll be back. Next time I can manage the projection. Keep dying productively. Her form dissolved, leaving Shen Wei standing in Ashen Rest's central square with a ghost child staring at the space where a projection had been. She definitely likes you, Linger said. Can we focus? I'm just saying. 483 loops, and the woman learns interdimensional spiritual projection just to visit you. That's commitment. Shen Wei forced his attention back to the task at hand. Li Meihua's revelation about the harvesting formations was critical. It confirmed that the samsara cage had a purpose beyond testing, and that purpose involved collecting refined death energy. The question was, who was collecting it? But that question was for later. Right now, he needed allies, resources, and a path to Layer 6. Ashen Rest's population included 317 active residents. Most were weak, foundation establishment or below, their cultivation degraded by years of death energy exposure without proper technique. But a few stood out. Captain Tao Feng, Golden Core, former military cultivator. Competent fighter, loyal to Grandmother Shu. Sister Mei, Core Formation, a former healer whose spiritual sense, while weaker than Li Meihua's, could detect death energy fluctuations. Old Sage Pei, Golden Core Peak, a retired formation master who'd been studying the cage's architecture for 3 centuries without progress. And, critically, Wenqing, Core Formation, a combat alchemist who'd been trapped for 40 years and still maintained her skills. Wenqing, Shen Wei said, finding the woman in Ashen Rest's small laboratory, a converted storehouse filled with crude equipment. I need your skills. I have pill formulas from an alchemist on the surface who's beyond anything in here. She can give you the edge you need to create pills that work with death energy, not against it. The alchemist, a stern woman in her 40s with acid-burned fingers and distrustful eyes, looked at him skeptically. Death energy pills? The death energy down here corrupts everything. I've tried for 40 years. You've been fighting the corruption. These formulas work with it. He relayed Li Meihua's imprinted formulas. The soul-steadying pill, modified for pocket dimension density. The dissociative spirit pill, enhanced for Layer 6 preparation. And a new formula Li Meihua had developed, the rebirth catalyst pill, designed specifically to assist death energy body reconstruction. Wenqing's skepticism gave way to focused interest as she parsed the formulas. These are brilliant. The rebirth catalyst uses death energy as a binding agent instead of a contaminant. The theoretical framework is... She trailed off, scribbling calculations. Who designed these? Li Meihua. Inner disciple, Azure Peak sect. She's a genius. I know. Within 3 loops, Wenqing had produced her first batch of death energy pills. The soul-steadying pill worked exactly as designed, stabilizing Shen Wei's soul fragments and reducing degradation. The dissociative spirit pill enabled out-of-body death observation even in the pocket dimension's dense death energy environment. And the rebirth catalyst pill, that one would change everything. But not yet. First, Shen Wei needed to face the Bone Emperor. Tell me when you're ready, Grandmother Shu said, watching him prepare. The Emperor's domain is in the northernmost mountain, a fortress of compressed death energy. No one who's entered has returned. Then it's time to change that record. Shen Wei. The old woman's ancient eyes held something raw. In 800 years, I've watched dozens of strong cultivators walk north and never come back. Each one thought they were different. Each one was wrong. They didn't have my technique library, my death count, or my support network. And they didn't have 483 reasons to never give up. Grandmother Shu studied him for a long moment. Then she reached into her robes and produced something. A small jade pendant, ancient and cracked, pulsing with residual spiritual energy. This belonged to the last cultivator who reached Layer 6, Bai Yun. 700 years ago, she gave it to me before she went to face the Bone Emperor. She said it contained her comprehension of death at its deepest level. I've never been able to activate it. My cultivation is too weak. But yours. Shen Wei took the pendant. The moment his death energy touched it, the jade flared with black light. A torrent of comprehension flooded through him. Not technique, not power, but understanding. Bai Yun's understanding of death at the Layer 6 threshold. Death rebirth. The reconstruction of the body from death energy. She'd touched it, felt its edges, understood its shape, but hadn't been able to fully achieve it before her soul ran out. Now her comprehension was in Shen Wei's hands. A dead woman's legacy, passed through a jade pendant across 7 centuries. Thank you, he whispered. Don't thank me. Win. Everyone kept saying that. As if winning were simple. As if the Bone Emperor were just another obstacle instead of a 10,000-year-old death monster with 7 layers of the most powerful technique in existence. But Shen Wei had learned something from 483 deaths that the Bone Emperor, for all his millennia, might have forgotten. The point of dying wasn't the death. It was what you did next. Chapter 24 Loop 491. The approach to the Bone Emperor's domain. Shen Wei had spent 8 loops preparing, refining his 5-layer technique, stockpiling pills from Wenqing, studying Bai Yun's comprehension pendant, and coordinating with Li Meihua through Linger's relay system. Now he moved north through the pocket dimension, past the bone-white forests and ashen hills, toward a mountain range that rose from the dead landscape like a row of broken teeth. The Bone Emperor's fortress sat atop the tallest peak, a structure that wasn't built so much as grown, formed from death energy crystallized over 10 millennia into something that resembled obsidian coral. Spires of black crystal jutted from its walls at impossible angles. Formations covered every surface, glowing with the dull red of contained destruction. And at the gate, a figure waited. Not Corpse General Hua. Shen Wei had already destroyed him. This was a different lieutenant, a woman in tattered robes, her body half skeletal, half preserved, with one eye that still blinked and one socket that glowed with death fire. The undying servant, Feng Qi, Linger murmured. She was a prisoner who volunteered to serve the Bone Emperor 500 years ago. He partially consumed her, but left enough consciousness for loyalty. Voluntary. She thought servitude was better than waiting to be consumed. She was wrong, but by the time she realized it, there wasn't enough of her left to resist. Feng Qi raised one bony hand. The Emperor expects you, Deathwalker. He's prepared a reception. How generous. It's not generosity. It's anticipation. He's been looking forward to this since you killed Hua. She stepped aside, revealing the fortress gate, a massive arch of crystallized death energy that pulsed with malevolent awareness. Enter. Shen Wei walked through the gate. His death awareness screamed with information. The fortress was saturated with killing intent at a level that made the pocket dimension's ambient death energy seem like a gentle breeze. Every wall, every floor, every formation was designed to amplify death and feed it toward the fortress's center, toward the throne room. The throne room was cavernous. Columns of black crystal rose from a floor of compressed bone, supporting a ceiling that disappeared into darkness. Death energy currents flowed through the space in visible rivers, converging on a raised dais at the far end. On the dais sat a throne of fused skulls. On the throne sat the Bone Emperor. Shen Wei's first impression was of wrongness. Gu Xian had once been human. That much was clear from the general shape of his body, the proportions of his limbs, the placement of his features. But 10,000 years of death cultivation had transformed him into something that existed on the boundary between life and death. His skin was translucent, revealing bones that had been replaced by death energy crystal. His eyes were empty sockets filled with swirling black vortexes. His robes, what remained of them, were woven from shadows. He was terrifying, not through aggression or hostility, but through sheer presence. His aura filled the throne room like water filling a well, pressing against Shen Wei's nascent soul with the weight of 10 millennia of accumulated death comprehension. 7 layers. Shen Wei could feel them, 7 distinct frequencies of death energy resonating in Gu Xian's core, each one vastly more powerful and refined than Shen Wei's own 5-layer configuration. Shen Wei. The Bone Emperor's voice was a whisper that somehow filled the room. It sounded like 2 voices speaking in unison, one alive, one dead. The 9-fragment soul. The fastest cage prisoner in 10,000 years. The one who killed my general with a technique combination that shouldn't be possible at nascent soul. You're well informed. I am the cage in many ways. I've been part of its structure for so long that separating us would require destroying both. Gu Xian leaned forward on his skull throne. 5 layers. Impressive. Genuinely impressive. The last person to reach 5 layers in the 3rd stage was Bai Yun, and she took 300 more deaths than you to get there. I'm a fast learner. So was she. She reached layer 6. It still wasn't enough. The Bone Emperor's empty eyes burned. Do you know what layer 6 is, Shen Wei? Death rebirth. The reconstruction of the body from death energy after complete destruction. Bai Yun achieved it. She used it against me, and I still consumed her. Because 7 beats 6. Because quantity of layers isn't what matters. What matters is depth. My 7 layers have been refined over 10,000 years. Each one is perfected to a degree that a few hundred deaths can't match. You have breadth, but not depth. Speed, but not weight. Shen Wei considered this. The Bone Emperor wasn't wrong. There was a qualitative difference between his hastily acquired layers and the Emperor's millennia-refined ones. But there was another difference, too. You're right, Shen Wei said. Your layers are deeper than mine. Your power is greater. Your experience is vaster. But there's one thing you've lost that I still have. And what is that? A reason to win that isn't just survival. The Bone Emperor's expression. If a face of translucent skin and crystal bone could be said to have expressions, shifted. Something flickered in those empty vortex eyes. Something old and buried and almost human. You think purpose matters against power? I think purpose is why I'm advancing faster than anyone before me. I think it's why I'll surpass you. And I think, 10,000 years ago, you had purpose too. Before the cage took it away. Silence. The death energy currents in the throne room stuttered. Then the Bone Emperor laughed. It was a horrible sound, dusty and cracked, like dead leaves scraping against stone. You remind me of someone, he said. Someone I was, a very long time ago. Someone who entered a cage thinking courage could conquer systems. He stood from his throne. His full height was inhuman, 3 meters tall, death energy radiating from him in visible waves that distorted the air. Let me show you what 10,000 years of the cage does to courage. He attacked. The power difference was absolute. Shen Wei's death awareness couldn't even fully track the attack. It registered as a wall of death approaching from all directions simultaneously. Layer 7. Death Sovereign. The ability to command the boundary between life and death within a domain. The Bone Emperor didn't use a technique. He simply decided that Shen Wei would die, and the death energy in the throne room restructured reality to make it happen. Shen Wei's death severance tried to cut the causal chain. There was no causal chain. Layer 7 operated beyond causality. It was pure authority over the concept of death itself. His death domain tried to project phantom death at the Emperor. The phantoms dissolved against the Emperor's aura like snowflakes against a forge. His death echo tried to replay absorbed techniques. The techniques destabilized in the Emperor's presence. His Layer 7 sovereignty simply rejected foreign death energy constructs. Shen Wei died. Not slowly, not dramatically. Just ceased. One moment alive, the next dead. As if the universe had simply agreed with the Bone Emperor's assessment that he should no longer exist. He woke at the pocket dimension entrance. That was... Linger's voice was small. That was Layer 7. I know. He didn't even try. He just decided. I know. Shen Wei sat in the darkness and thought. Not about power levels or technique comparisons. About the look in the Bone Emperor's eyes when Shen Wei had mentioned purpose. Something human was still in there. Buried under 10,000 years of death and madness, but present. A memory of who Gu Xian had been before the cage consumed his humanity. That was information. And information, as 491 deaths had taught him, was the most powerful weapon in existence. Chapter 25 Loop 493. Zhao Kong appeared in the pocket dimension. Shen Wei was returning from his second failed assault on the Bone Emperor when he found a new arrival stumbling through the sub-level tunnel into the third stage. The figure was bloody, disoriented, and wearing tournament robes that were barely recognizable through the gore. Kong. Shen Wei caught his friend as he fell. Kong, what happened? Zhao Kang's eyes were glassy. The tournament. I was, Gao Min. The attack was different this time. Stronger. I couldn't block. He looked around at the pocket dimension's gray sky and bone-white trees. Where am I? What is this place? Shen Wei's stomach dropped. Zhao Kong had died in the tournament. In this loop, whatever variables determined Gao Min's attack strength had cascaded in the worst possible direction. And Zhao Kang's death had pulled him into the cage. Not as a loop prisoner like Shen Wei, but as a captured soul redirected to the third stage. You're in the samsara cage, Shen Wei said, helping his friend sit. It's a long story. The short version. I've been trapped in a time loop inside the sects tournament arena for almost 500 deaths. This is the deeper level. Zhao Kong blinked. Blinked again. 500 deaths. Yes. Wei, what the hell? I'll explain everything. But first, Kong, can you tell me what you remember from the tournament? Do you know what loop number this is? I don't know. I just remember fighting Gao Min. His technique was different somehow. Sharper. I tried to block, but my formation shield cracked and his fist went through. He touched his chest, where a phantom wound pulsed. Am I dead? In the surface world, yes. Down here, you're alive. The cage captured your soul and reconstituted you. That's insane. Welcome to my life. Shen Wei brought Zhao Kong to Ashen Rest, where Grandmother Shu's community took him in with the practiced efficiency of people who'd seen new arrivals before. Kong was foundation establishment. His cultivation had carried through the death transition, and while he was bewildered and frightened, his fundamental nature remained loyal, hot-headed, and refusing to stay down. So you've been dying. Over and over. For months, Zhao Kong said, sitting in Shen Wei's quarters in the White Pagoda, fighting that bastard Lu Hong, fighting phantom warriors, fighting a 10,000-year-old skeleton emperor. That's the summary, yes. And I've been up there eating steamed buns while you were suffering. You've also been dying. In about 15% of loops, Gao Min kills you. Zhao Kang's face went pale, then red. That son of a... Wait, if I've died before, why don't I remember? The other times, your soul passed through normally. This time, the cage's third stage was active, and it captured you. Shen Wei paused. Kong, there's something else. The loop in the third stage is different from the surface. Down here, death still reset, but captured souls like yours don't loop. If you die here, you die for real. The color drained from Zhao Kang's face again. Permanently. Permanently. I need you to stay alive. Stay in ashen rest. Don't leave the city unless I'm with you. Like hell I'm sitting around while you fight a death god alone. Kong, no. Zhao Kong stood up. His hands were shaking, but his voice was iron. I've been your friend for 4 years. I just found out you've been going through hell for 500 lifetimes while I've been oblivious. I'm not going to sit on a bench and eat buns while you die. Not anymore. Shen Wei looked at his friend. Same hot temper. Same fierce loyalty. Same stubborn refusal to accept limitations. You can't fight the Bone Emperor. Then I'll fight the things between here and the Bone Emperor. Train me. You've got 500 deaths of combat knowledge. Teach me some of it. It was a reasonable request. Shen Wei couldn't deny that having a capable ally in the pocket dimension would be valuable. And Zhao Kong, while only foundation establishment, had the temperament of a warrior, fearless, aggressive, and too stubborn to stay down. I'll teach you what I can. But Kong, you follow my lead. No heroics. No charging ahead. The things down here will kill you permanently. Got it. And if I say run, you run. Zhao Kong grinned. That same festival firecracker grin from 100 steamed bun mornings. When have I ever listened to you? That's what I'm afraid of. Over the next 15 loops, Shen Wei trained Zhao Kong in the fundamentals of death energy combat. Not the myriad deaths, one life technique, that required a 9-fragment soul and the samsara cage's specific conditions, but the applied combat principles that Shen Wei had derived from 500 deaths of fighting. Kong was a fast learner when properly motivated, and properly motivated turned out to be trapped in a death dimension with monsters. Within 5 loops, he could channel ambient death energy to enhance his foundation establishment techniques. Within 10, he could hold his own against Tier 1 phantoms that still spawned in the pocket dimension's periphery. Within 15, he was pushing toward Tier 2. Not bad, Shen Wei said after watching Kong demolish a phantom with a death-enhanced fist strike. Your instincts are good. My instincts are hit it until it stops moving. Not much technique involved. Sometimes that's enough. Having Zhao Kong in the pocket dimension changed the dynamic of Shen Wei's campaign in subtle but important ways. For the first time since the loop began, he had a companion who was present and persistent, who didn't reset, who remembered conversations, who could watch his back during expeditions and hold the line at ashen rest. It also gave him something he hadn't realized he needed, a witness. Someone who watched him fight and die and rise and fight again, and who responded not with clinical analysis, Li Meihua, or patient guidance, Linger, but with the raw, emotional support of a best friend. You're doing something incredible, Zhao Kong told him one evening, sitting on the White Pagoda's roof and staring at the pocket dimension's dead sky. I know I joke around, but what you're doing, dying over and over, getting stronger, refusing to quit, it's the most incredible thing I've ever seen. It's not incredible. It's just necessary. That's what makes it incredible. You don't even see how extraordinary you are. Kong, I'm serious. When we get out of here, and we will get out, I'm going to tell everyone. The whole sect. The whole world. What Shen Wei did inside the death cage. Let's focus on getting out first. Deal. They sat in companionable silence. In the distance, the Bone Emperor's fortress glowed with malevolent light. Chapter 26 Loop 508. Deaths 508. Remaining, approximately 492. Shen Wei had returned to the Bone Emperor's fortress 4 more times since his first visit, dying each time within seconds of entering the throne room. The 7-layer gap was simply too vast. The Bone Emperor's death sovereign layer rendered all of Shen Wei's 5-layer techniques impotent. But each death revealed more. And the Bone Emperor, whether from arrogance or loneliness, seemed content to let Shen Wei die repeatedly rather than simply closing the fortress to him. You keep coming, Gu Xian said during their 5th encounter. Most give up after the 2nd death. Bai Yun stopped after the 4th. I'm stubborn. You're something. I haven't decided what. The Bone Emperor's empty eyes studied him. Tell me, Shen Wei, why do you fight so hard? The cage will consume you eventually. Your soul will degrade. You'll become another ghost in the formation, another echo for the phantoms. Why resist? Because I have people waiting for me. People. The word came out like a curse. I had people once. 10,000 years ago. A wife. A daughter. Friends. Rivals. Students. The death energy in the throne room pulsed with something that might have been grief. They're dust now. Not even dust. They're nothing. 10,000 years erased them from the universe as thoroughly as if they'd never existed. My people are still alive. And every loop I spend here is a loop where they might need me. Then let me do you a kindness. The Bone Emperor stood. Let me consume you quickly. One clean death. Your soul absorbed into mine. Your death energy added to my technique. You'll cease to exist, but it will be painless. And your people will never know the difference. No, stubbornness isn't. It's not stubbornness. It's math. Shen Wei spread his hands. You've been here 10,000 years with 7 layers. I've been here 500 deaths with 5 layers. My progression rate is faster than yours by a factor of 20. Give me 500 more deaths, and I'll have 7 layers too. Give me 600, and I'll have 8. And then we'll see who consumes whom. The Bone Emperor stared at him. The death energy in the throne room went very still. You believe you can surpass me? I know I can. And somewhere inside that 10,000-year-old shell, you know it too. That's why you haven't consumed me yet. You could. You're vastly more powerful. But you're waiting. Because you're curious. Because after 10,000 years, you finally have an opponent who might actually challenge you. Silence. The kind of silence that could bury civilizations. 700 deaths, the Bone Emperor said. If you can reach 7 layers in 700 total deaths, which would mean 200 more from now, I'll fight you properly. Not a casual kill. A real fight. And if I can't, then I consume you and add your 5 layers to my collection. I've been meaning to complete layers 8 and 9. Your death comprehension might be the push I need. Deal. The Bone Emperor's mouth, what remained of it, twisted into something that a generous observer might call a smile. You have 200 deaths to prepare, Shen Wei. I suggest you use them well. Now go. Die elsewhere. I'm tired of killing you in my throne room. The cleaning is tedious. Shen Wei left the fortress with a deadline and a deal. 200 deaths to go from 5 layers to 7. Layer 6, Death Rebirth. Layer 7, Death Sovereign. The math was brutal. He'd spent 480 deaths on the first 5 layers. Each subsequent layer was exponentially harder. Achieving 2 layers in 200 deaths would require a learning rate that dwarfed anything he'd achieved so far. But he had advantages his earlier self hadn't. Bai Yun's comprehension pendant, Li Meihua's enhanced pills, a community of allies, and a best friend who would literally fight death for him. Time to get to work. Chapter 27 Loop 512 through 530. Layer 6 Preparation. Death Rebirth was fundamentally different from the first 5 layers. Those had been about perception, resistance, replication, projection, and nullification. Different ways of interacting with death from the position of a living being. Layer 6 crossed a threshold. It required Shen Wei to actually die completely and then rebuild himself from death energy. Not death reversal, which pulled the soul back into a dying body. Not the loop reset, which restored him externally. Layer 6 was internal reconstruction, the cultivation of a new body from raw death energy, performed by the soul alone, without external assistance. Think of it as alchemy, Linger explained, drawing parallels to Li Meihua's craft. Death reversal is emergency surgery, temporary, crude, using existing materials. Death rebirth is creating a new body from scratch. Death energy becomes flesh. Destruction becomes creation. The opposite of what death energy naturally does. Contradiction is the heart of cultivation, Shen Wei said. It was something Grandmother Shu had told him, a piece of wisdom from her 8 centuries. Yes, and layer 6 is the ultimate contradiction, using the energy of death to create life. The training was unlike anything Shen Wei had experienced. Every previous layer had been refined through dying to external enemies. Lu Hong, the phantoms, corpse General Hua, the Bone Emperor. Layer 6 required dying to himself. Specifically, he needed to completely destroy his physical body using his own death energy, then reconstruct it from the remaining energy signature. A controlled self-destruction followed by a self-resurrection, all within the span of the loop's death reset mechanism. The first 10 attempts were disasters. Shen Wei would channel death energy into his own body, begin the self-destruction, and simply die, the loop resetting before he could attempt reconstruction. The problem was timing. The destruction happened too fast, and the reconstruction attempt started too late. You need to overlap them, Linger said. Start rebuilding before you finish dying. Have the new body forming even as the old one dissolves. That requires splitting my attention between destruction and creation simultaneously. Hence why it's exponentially harder than the previous layers. Li Meihua's rebirth catalyst pill helped. Taken before the self-destruction, it seeded Shen Wei's death energy with reconstruction templates, molecular blueprints that guided the rebuilding process. With the pill, Shen Wei didn't have to consciously direct every aspect of reconstruction. He just had to initiate it and let the templates do the detailed work. Loop 515, first partial success. Shen Wei destroyed his left arm with concentrated death energy and managed to reconstruct it, crudely, painfully, the new arm a twisted thing of shadow flesh that dissolved after 30 seconds. But it existed. Destruction followed by creation. Loop 520, both arms. Destruction and reconstruction in under 10 seconds. The reconstructed arms were closer to normal, though they leaked death energy from every pore. Loop 525, full torso destruction and reconstruction. Shen Wei experienced the bizarre sensation of his chest dissolving into death energy smoke and then reconstituting. His ribs rebuilding around reformed organs, his heart restarting from nothing, his lungs inflating with breath that was part air and part death. Your technique is accelerating, Linger observed with something like wonder. The pendant, by Yun's comprehension, it's integrating with your own. Her 7 centuries of Layer 6 understanding are combining with your 500 deaths of foundation work. Her legacy deserves to be completed. She'd agree. But partial reconstruction wasn't enough. Layer 6 required full body destruction and complete reconstruction. Total death, followed by total rebirth. The soul alone, floating in a void of death energy, rebuilding an entire body from nothing. It was terrifying. Not because of the pain. Shen Wei was long past fearing pain. But because of the moment between destruction and reconstruction. The moment where he existed as nothing but a naked soul, fragmented into 9 pieces, suspended in absolute death. In that moment, if the reconstruction failed, there would be no loop reset. The soul itself would dissolve, and Shen Wei would cease to exist. Loop 528. Shen Wei told Zhao Kong to prepare for the possibility that he might not return from the next loop. What are you planning? Kong demanded. Full body death and reconstruction. If it works, I achieve Layer 6. If it doesn't, then I'll kill you myself for being this reckless. That's not how death works, Kong. I don't care how death works. I care about you surviving. Zhao Kong grabbed his shoulders. Promise me you won't do this until you're absolutely ready. I'll be as ready as 500 deaths can make me. That's not the same as ready. It's the closest I'll ever get. Zhao Kong held his gaze, held it for a long time, then released him with a rough exhalation. Come back. I always do. Chapter 28 Loop 531. Deaths, 531. Remaining, approximately 469. Shen Wei sat in the White Pagoda's highest room, surrounded by pills, formations, and by Yun's comprehension pendant. Linger hovered beside him. Zhao Kong waited downstairs, too anxious to watch, but too loyal to leave. Through the cage's formation network, Shen Wei felt a faint, warm pulse. Li Meihua's spiritual awareness, watching from above. She'd been projecting more frequently, her technique improving with each loop. She couldn't speak at this distance, but her presence was unmistakable. I'm ready, Shen Wei said. I know, Linger replied. He took the rebirth catalyst pill, felt its templates seed through his death energy, establishing reconstruction pathways in advance. Then he closed his eyes and turned his death energy inward. Destruction began at his extremities. Fingers first, death energy consuming flesh and bone, dissolving matter into pure energy. The sensation was indescribable, watching yourself cease to exist, inch by inch, while maintaining absolute awareness. His hands dissolved. His forearms. His elbows. The death energy surged inward. Legs going, feet, calves, knees, thighs. His body was unraveling from the outside in, death energy consuming everything and reducing it to its fundamental spiritual components. His torso, his organs, his dantian, the nascent soul core shattering as its physical housing dissolved. For one terrible moment, Shen Wei felt his cultivation base collapse entirely, all power gone, all technique rendered inert. His chest, his throat, his head, nothing. Shen Wei floated in void. 9 soul fragments, arranged in their natal configuration, suspended in a cloud of death energy that had once been his body. No sight, no sound, no touch, no chi, no technique, just consciousness, raw, naked awareness, stripped of everything except the will to exist. The death energy swirled around his fragments. Without a body to house them, the fragments began to drift apart. The soul's natural cohesion was weakening. In seconds, maybe less, they would scatter beyond recovery. Now, Shen Wei willed reconstruction. Not with technique. He had no body to channel technique through. Not with qi. He had no dantian. With pure intent, the fundamental force that preceded all cultivation. The rebirth catalyst templates activated. Death energy, guided by the pill's molecular blueprints, began to condense. First as a framework, a skeleton of death energy that outlined where a body should be. Then as substance, death energy transmuting into flesh, bone, blood, and organ through a process that was part alchemy, part cultivation, and part miracle. His dantian reformed first, a new core crystallizing from the densest concentration of death energy, immediately beginning to rotate and draw an ambient death energy to fuel the rest of the reconstruction. Then his torso, built around the core like a temple around its altar. Then limbs, extending from the torso like branches from a trunk. The process took 4 seconds. 4 seconds of pure creation, death becoming life, nothing becoming something. When it was complete, Shen Wei opened new eyes and drew breath with new lungs. He was different. The body that had been reconstructed was not identical to the original. It was refined, death energy woven into every cell, every meridian, every molecule. His skin had a faint translucent quality, as if the boundary between his body and the ambient death energy had thinned. His nascent soul, rebuilt along with the core, burned brighter and darker than before, the white eye more vivid, the black eye deeper. And in his soul, a 6th frequency joined the existing 5. Layer 6, Death Rebirth. Active. You did it. Linger's voice cracked with emotion. Shen Wei, you actually did it. Layer 6. He flexed his reconstructed hands. The death energy responded with liquid ease, flowing through his body like a second bloodstream. He could feel the potential, the ability to destroy and recreate his body at will, healing any wound by simply dissolving the damaged parts and rebuilding them. But more than that, the reconstruction process had refined his entire cultivation base. The rebuilt nascent soul was denser, more powerful, closer to spirit severing than standard nascent soul. His death energy reserves had doubled. His 5 previous layers, channeled through a death rebuilt body, were sharper, faster, more potent. He stood up, walked to the pagoda's window, looked out at the pocket dimension's dead landscape. One more layer, he said. Layer 7. Then I faced the Bone Emperor. You have about 170 deaths remaining before the Bone Emperor's deadline. Layer 7, Death Sovereign, is the hardest layer yet. It requires you to command the boundary between life and death within a domain. Not project death, not sever causality. Command it. Exercise authority over whether things live or die. How? By dying at the threshold of Layer 6 rebirth. At the exact moment of reconstruction, when you're simultaneously dead and alive, you need to extend that dual state outward. Make the world around you exist in the same paradox. When you can hold an area in the state between life and death, and choose which state predominates, that's death sovereign. So, I need to master Layer 6 rebirth to the point where I can do it casually, then use it as a launching pad for Layer 7. Yes, and you need to do it in under 200 deaths. Shen Wei smiled. It was a dangerous smile, the smile of a man who had died 531 times and was just getting warmed up. Then let's start dying. Chapter 29 Loops 532 through 560. Mastering Layer 6 Combat Applications. Death Rebirth transformed Shen Wei's fighting style from effective to terrifying. The ability to reconstruct his body from death energy meant that conventional damage was no longer a significant threat. Opponents could wound him, maim him, even kill him, and he would simply rebuild. He tested this against the pocket dimension's phantom spawns first. A Tier 3 phantom drove a spear through his heart. His body dissolved around the wound, reformed behind the phantom, and counterattacked before the construct could turn around. A Tier 4 phantom, newly spawned, fresh and powerful, hit him with a death energy explosion that vaporized his upper body. His legs stood for a moment, death energy swirling from the severed torso. Then his upper body reconstructed in a burst of black light. The phantom's follow-up attack passed through the space where his chest had been and hit nothing. His rebuilt body was already 3 meters to the left. The combat applications are extraordinary, Linger said, watching him demolish phantom after phantom. You're not just healing damage. You're using destruction as a movement technique. Destroying and rebuilding yourself in a new location is faster than physical movement. It's also disorienting for the enemy. They're expecting a body to be where they last saw it. When I dissolve and reform somewhere else, their targeting instincts lag behind. The Bone Emperor will adapt quickly. He's seen Layer 6 before, but he hasn't seen it combined with Layers 1 through 5 in the way I use them. My synthesis techniques, the 4-layer combination, the retroactive echo perception, the death domain disruption, those are unique to me. He has 7 layers and 10,000 years of experience. I have 6 layers and 170 deaths to figure out how to beat him. The training intensified. Shen Wei pushed his death rebirth to its limits, destroying and reconstructing his body over and over until the process was as natural as breathing. He could rebuild a severed limb in half a second, a destroyed torso in 1 second, a complete body reconstruction in 3 seconds. And he began to experiment with selective reconstruction, rebuilding parts of his body with enhanced properties. A fist reconstructed with death energy crystal bones, harder than any material in the pocket dimension. Legs rebuilt with death energy tendons, capable of explosive speed. Eyes reformed with death awareness woven directly into the retinas, giving him perception that exceeded his normal Layer 1 capabilities. By Loop 545, Shen Wei's combat power had reached a level that the pocket dimension's inhabitants found difficult to comprehend. He could fight multiple Tier 4 phantoms simultaneously, using death rebirth to absorb and redirect damage, while his other 5 layers provided offense, defense, and battlefield control. His cultivation base pushed into spirit-severing territory. His death energy core, refined through dozens of rebirth cycles, had transcended the nascent soul threshold. The spirit-severing breakthrough happened mid-combat in Loop 543, when a particularly powerful Tier 4 phantom destroyed his nascent soul entirely. Instead of dying, Shen Wei used Layer 6 to reconstruct his core at a higher level, severing his old mortality and building a new foundation that existed permanently between life and death. His eyes changed. One pure white, one pure black. The duality that had been subtle before was now visible to the naked eye. Residents of Ashen Rest who saw him walking through the streets afterward instinctively stepped aside, their survival instincts recognizing something that transcended normal cultivation hierarchy. "Your spirit severing," Zhao Kong said, staring at him over a dinner of death energy-preserved rations. In 543 deaths, you went from chi condensation 3rd stage to spirit severing. The technique does most of the work. Death energy is an incredibly efficient cultivation resource. It just requires dying to access, which most cultivators consider a drawback. Most cultivators don't come back from the dying part. Fair point. Zhao Kong shook his head slowly. Wei, when we get out of here, you're going to be one of the most powerful people in the world. First, I need to kill a death god. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But Kong wasn't wrong. Spirit severing was a realm that Azure Peak sect's most senior elders occupied. Shen Wei had reached it through sheer death count and a technique that turned mortality itself into fuel. Now he needed to take the next step. Layer 7, Death Sovereign. The layer that the Bone Emperor had mastered. The layer that allowed authority over life and death within a domain. And Shen Wei had approximately 125 deaths to figure it out. Chapter 30 Loop 553. Deaths, 553. Remaining, approximately 447. The betrayal came from the most unexpected direction. Shen Wei had been sharing his death energy combat principles with Ashen Rest residents, modified techniques that didn't require the myriad deaths technique, but could help weaker cultivators survive in the pocket dimension. It was part strategic, stronger allies meant better support, and part empathetic. These people had been suffering for decades or centuries, and any improvement in their lives was worthwhile. Among his students was a man named Brother Feng, a core formation cultivator who'd been trapped for 70 years. Genial, hardworking, seemingly grateful for Shen Wei's teaching. He had a warm laugh and a habit of sharing his food rations with newer arrivals. On Loop 553, Brother Feng invited Shen Wei to explore a newly discovered tunnel system on the pocket dimension's western edge. Might be useful for your training, he said with his characteristic warm smile. The death energy density is unusual. Shen Wei, preoccupied with Layer 7 preparations, agreed. He brought Zhao Kong as backup, and the 3 of them descended into the tunnel system. It was an ambush. The tunnels opened into a cavern where 12 cultivators waited, the strongest fighters in Ashen Rest, all loyal to Brother Feng rather than Grandmother Shu. They attacked simultaneously, their techniques enhanced by death energy in ways that suggested long practice and careful planning. Shen Wei's death awareness registered the killing intent a fraction of a second before the attack. Enough time to shove Zhao Kong behind him, but not enough to fully dodge. 12 death energy attacks hit him from all directions. His body shattered. Layer 6 activated automatically, death energy swirling, preparing to reconstruct, But the 12 attackers had anticipated this. They deployed a formation that disrupted death energy reconstruction, flooding the cavern with counter-frequency energy that scattered his rebuilding templates. Shen Wei's soul fragments floated in the disrupted death energy, unable to reconstruct. For the first time since achieving Layer 6, he was genuinely helpless. Why? He gasped, his consciousness projecting the word through raw willpower since he had no mouth to speak with. Brother Feng stepped forward. His warm smile was gone, replaced by a cold determination that didn't fit his genial face. The Bone Emperor offered me a deal, Shen Wei. Your soul fragments, all 9 of them, in exchange for my freedom. He can use your fragments to complete his Layer 8 breakthrough, and I can finally leave this nightmare. He's lying. He can't free you. He's part of the cage. He's shown me the exit formation. It exists. Layer 8 gives him the power to open it, but he needs a 9-fragment soul to fuel the breakthrough. Feng, listen to me. The cage was built to harvest death technique practitioners. Whatever exit the Bone Emperor showed you is, I've been here for 70 years. Feng's voice cracked. 70 years of dying and resetting and dying again. You've been here for 500 loops, months, maybe a year of subjective time. I've been here for 70 actual years. You don't get to tell me about patience. Zhao Kong, bleeding from the initial attack, but alive, charged at Feng. 2 of the ambushers intercepted him, driving him back with foundation establishment techniques amplified by death energy. Kong, don't. Shen Wei projected. They'll kill you permanently. Then do something. Zhao Kong roared, fighting desperately against his captors. Shen Wei's soul fragments strained against the disruption formation. His 9 pieces, scattered in the cavern's death energy, each pulsed with a different layer's comprehension. Layer 1 through 6, distributed across 6 of the 9 fragments, each one refined by hundreds of deaths. The disruption formation was designed to prevent body reconstruction. It scattered the death energy templates and blocked the Layer 6 rebirth process. But it wasn't designed to block the other layers. Shen Wei activated Layer 4, Death Domain. Without a body, the domain projected directly from his soul fragments, a dispersed field of phantom death that filled the cavern. The 12 ambushers, caught in a domain projected from all directions simultaneously, experienced phantom deaths from 12 angles at once. Half of them collapsed. The disruption formation stuttered. Layer 5, Death Severance. Shen Wei severed the causal link between the disruption formation and his reconstruction templates. The formation was still active, but its effect was orphaned. It disrupted nothing. Layer 6, Rebirth. His body reconstructed explosively, not gradually but all at once. Death energy solidifying into flesh and bone in a single burst of black light that sent the remaining ambushers flying. Shen Wei stood in the cavern, rebuilt and furious. Death energy roared from his body like a hurricane. His spirit-severing aura pressed down on the 12 attackers with the weight of 500 deaths. Brother Feng backed away. His cold determination crumbled into terror. How did you? The formation was supposed to. You prepared for Layer 6. You forgot about Layers 1 through 5. Shen Wei walked toward Feng, each step cracking the stone floor. And you forgot something else. What? I've died 553 times. I've been betrayed by assassins, outnumbered by phantoms, and killed by a death god. You think 12 core formation cultivators with a disruption formation can stop me? Feng's nerve broke. He turned to run. Shen Wei's death domain expanded to fill the cavern, and the phantom deaths it projected were not generic. They were Feng's own death, replayed with perfect clarity. The traitor experienced himself dying in 12 different ways simultaneously, each one a vivid hallucination that shattered his concentration and froze his body. Shen Wei reached him, placed one hand on his chest. I should kill you, Shen Wei said quietly. You tried to sell my soul to the Bone Emperor. You endangered Zhao Kong. You betrayed the community that sheltered you for 70 years. Please. But I won't. Because killing you would make me more like him. More like the Bone Emperor. A monster who consumes others for power. Shen Wei's hand glowed with death energy. Instead, I'll take your cultivation. He activated Death Severance, not on an attack, but on Feng's cultivation base itself. He severed the causal link between Feng's core formation foundation and his spiritual pathways. Without that link, the cultivation base had no connection to the body. It dissolved, leaving Brother Feng as a mortal. You can live as a mortal in Ashen Rest, Shen Wei said, releasing him. Or you can try your luck in the wild. Your choice. Feng collapsed, weeping. His 70 years of cultivation, gone in an instant. Zhao Kong limped to Shen Wei's side. That was too merciful. Maybe. But mercy is something the Bone Emperor lost 10,000 years ago. I'd rather keep mine. They left the cavern. The 11 remaining ambushers, their cultivation intact but their morale destroyed, scattered into the tunnels. Shen Wei didn't pursue them. Feng mentioned something. Shen Wei said to Linger that evening. The Bone Emperor needs a 9-fragment soul to achieve Layer 8. That means he's been stuck at Layer 7 for a reason. He can't progress without external help. That's correct, Linger said, her voice careful. Layer 8 and Layer 9 have requirements beyond self-driven death comprehension. They require interaction with other practitioners. The technique was designed to be completed through connection, not isolation. The Bone Emperor has been alone for 10,000 years. No wonder he can't progress. And that's why he wanted your fragments. Not to eat them, to integrate them. Your 9-fragment soul, combined with his 7-layer mastery, could theoretically produce an 8-layer practitioner. At the cost of my existence. At the cost of your existence. Yes. Shen Wei looked toward the northern mountains, where the Bone Emperor's fortress glowed. Then our goals are more aligned than I thought. He wants Layer 8. I want to reach it legitimately. The question is whether he'll accept a partnership instead of a consumption. You want to offer the Bone Emperor a deal? I want to offer him what he's been missing for 10,000 years. Someone who can match him. Someone to fight, not to eat. He's a 10,000-year-old death monster, Shen Wei. He's also a 10,000-year-old lonely man who's forgotten what it means to have an equal. Linger's blue form flickered. You're gambling on there being something human left in him. I saw it. In the throne room. When I mentioned purpose, something changed in his eyes. The human part of Gu Xian isn't dead, it's imprisoned. Just like the rest of us. And if you're wrong, if the human part is truly gone, then I die. Again. And I learn something from it. The ghost child sighed. You and your dying is learning philosophy. It's kept me alive this long. It's kept you alive through dying. That's a paradox. Welcome to Cultivation. Chapter 31 Loops 555 through 570. The Hunt for Layer 7. With Brother Feng's betrayal dealt with and Ashen Rest's community shaken but stable, Shen Wei threw himself into Layer 7 preparation with a desperation sharpened by the Bone Emperor's deadline. He had approximately 140 deaths remaining before the agreement expired. Layer 7, Death Sovereign. The authority to command whether things live or die within a domain. Linger had explained the theoretical framework. Layer 7 built on the foundation of Layer 6 by extending the reconstruction process outward. Where Layer 6 allowed Shen Wei to die and rebuild himself, Layer 7 would allow him to impose that same life-death duality on his surroundings. Within his death sovereign domain, he could choose what lived and what died, not through attack or defense, but through direct authority. The Bone Emperor's demonstration had shown what this looked like in practice. He simply decided that Shen Wei would die, and reality obliged. No technique, no qi expenditure, no physical action. Just will and authority. The key is the dual state, Linger said. Layer 6 rebirth puts you at the boundary between life and death. Layer 7 requires you to stabilize at that boundary, to exist permanently in both states, and then project it outward. When your domain is a space where life and death are simultaneously true, you become the arbiter of which state predominates. So I need to be alive and dead at the same time. Continuously. Essentially. Not alternating, simultaneously. Your current death-rebirth cycles between destruction and creation. Layer 7 requires both happening at once, forever. That's not possible. Not for a normal cultivator. But you have 9 soul fragments. Each fragment can exist in a different state. If you can align 4 fragments in the alive state and 4 in the dead state, with the 9th acting as the fulcrum, the 9th fragment becomes the sovereign, the one that decides which state dominates. Exactly. This revelation transformed Shen Wei's approach. Instead of trying to force his entire being into a paradoxical dual state, he needed to partition his soul, dedicating specific fragments to specific states and using the 9th fragment as a control mechanism. The training was brutal in a new way. Previous layers had required death as a teacher, dying to learn, dying to progress. Layer 7 required existing at the boundary of death as a permanent state. Not dying, not living, hovering between. Shen Wei began with meditation. Deep, sustained sessions where he attempted to separate his 9 soul fragments into their designated roles. For fragments aligned with life energy, drawing on his remaining spiritual qi and the ambient life force in the pocket dimension. For fragments aligned with death energy, drawing on his massive death energy reserves. The 9th fragment, the fulcrum, floated between them, maintaining balance. The first 20 attempts collapsed immediately. Partitioning the soul was like trying to hold 9 separate conversations simultaneously while balancing on a knife's edge. The slightest loss of concentration caused the fragments to snap back into their default configuration. But Shen Wei had advantages. His 9-fragment soul was designed for this exact purpose. The technique was literally built for a soul like his. And his 500-plus deaths had refined each fragment individually through the corresponding layers. Fragment 1. Refined by Layer 1, Death Awareness. Perception Fragment 2. Refined by Layer 2, Death Reversal. Resistance Fragment 3. Refined by Layer 3, Death Echo. Replication Fragment 4. Refined by Layer 4, Death Domain. Projection Fragment 5. Refined by Layer 5, Death Severance. Nullification Fragment 6. Refined by Layer 6, Death Rebirth. Creation Fragments 7 to 9, Unrefined. Awaiting Layers 7, 8, and 9 he assigned Fragments 1, 3, 4, and 6 to the alive state. Perception, Replication, Projection, and Creation. These were fundamentally active, generative processes. Fragments 2, 5, and 2 as yet unassigned fragments to the dead state. Resistance, Nullification, and raw death energy. Fragment 9, the largest, the deepest, the one that felt most fundamentally him, became the fulcrum. By loop 560, the partition was holding for 30 seconds at a time. Shen Wei's body existed in a visible state of duality, half of his skin radiating faint light, the life-aligned fragments, and half radiating shadow, the death-aligned fragments. His eyes, already mismatched, now pulsed in alternating rhythms. 30 seconds, Linger noted. That's promising. It's not enough. I need to maintain this indefinitely. Then stop fighting the imbalance. You keep trying to hold both states steady. But life and death aren't steady. They fluctuate. They flow. Let the boundary oscillate between your fragments instead of trying to freeze it. This advice was transformative. Instead of rigidly separating his fragments, Shen Wei let the life-death boundary flow between them like a tide. Sometimes more alive, sometimes more dead, always in motion, always at the boundary. The 9th fragment rode the tide like a surfer, maintaining awareness of both states without trying to control either. Loop 565, 1 minute of sustained dual state. Shen Wei walked through the pocket dimension in a state of simultaneous life and death, and the world around him responded. Death energy currents parted around him. Living things, the sparse moss that grew in the pocket dimension's crevices, either flourished or withered depending on which state his nearest fragment was currently oscillating toward. Loop 568, 5 minutes. Shen Wei extended the dual state outward, just a meter, just a tiny bubble of space where life and death coexisted under his authority. Within that bubble, he experimented. Will the patch of moss to live, then to die, then to live again. The moss obeyed. That's it, Linger whispered. That's death's sovereign. You're commanding life and death. 1 meter isn't enough. The Bone Emperor's domain fills his entire throne room. His has been cultivated for 10,000 years. Yours is 3 loops old. Give it time. I don't have time. 77 deaths until the deadline. Chapter 32 Loop 573. Death 573. Remaining, approximately 427. Shen Wei expanded his death's sovereign domain through the most efficient method available, dying. But not random dying. Structured dying. Each death was designed to stress test the dual state, pushing the boundary between life and death to its breaking point and then observing how it broke. Each break point revealed the domain's weakness, and each weakness, once understood, could be strengthened. He died to Tier 4 phantoms while maintaining the dual state. The phantoms' attacks disrupted his life-death boundary, collapsing his domain. But in the moment of collapse, he could see the stress patterns and identify which fragment connections needed reinforcement. He died to his own death rebirth, deliberately destabilizing the reconstruction process to observe how the dual state responded to internal disruption. He even died to the pocket dimension's ambient death energy, allowing the environmental pressure to overwhelm his domain and studying the failure mode. 30 deaths, 40, 50, each one a calibration, a refinement, an incremental expansion. By loop 573, his death's sovereign domain extended 5 meters in combat conditions. Not enormous. The Bone Emperors filled an entire fortress, but it was functional. Within his 5-meter radius, Shen Wei could command life and death with authority. He could decide that an incoming attack did not kill, and it wouldn't. He could decide that a retreating enemy did die, and they would, if their cultivation was weak enough to be overridden. But the Bone Emperor's cultivation was not weak. His Layer 7 had been refined over 10 millennia. The authority gap between them was immense. I can't match him in domain size or authority strength, Shen Wei said to Linger. Not in 77 more deaths. I need a different approach. What are you thinking? He's a sovereign who rules a domain. I can't out-sovereign him. But what if I don't need to? What if I can use my other layers? the ones he doesn't have access to undermine his authority from within. Explain. His layer 7 works by deciding that things die within his domain. But my layer 5, death severance, can sever the causal link between his decision and its effect. If I can sever his sovereign authority's connection to my death, his power over me is nullified. That's theoretically possible, but it requires your layer 5 to overpower his layer 7 at the point of contact. His authority is backed by 10,000 years of death energy. Unless I sever the authority before it reaches me. Not at the point of contact, at the source. Sever the link between his intent and his domain's response. Linger stared at him. You want to sever the Bone Emperor's connection to his own domain. Briefly, long enough for my other layers to do their work. That's not layer 5 application. I don't even know what layer that is. That's beyond anything the technique describes. Good. Then he won't expect it. Shen Wei spent the next 20 loops developing what he called domain severance, a synthesis of layer 5, death severance, and layer 7, death sovereign, that targeted not attacks, but authority itself. Instead of severing the link between cause and effect, he would sever the link between commander and domain. It was insanely difficult. Authority wasn't a physical phenomenon. It was a metaphysical one, rooted in the relationship between a cultivator's will and the ambient energy they controlled. Severing that relationship was like trying to cut the connection between a person and their own shadow. But the samsara cage provided a unique advantage. The cage's formation network connected everything within it, including the Bone Emperor's domain. And Shen Wei, who had learned to project through the network to protect Zhao Kong, could trace the network's pathways to identify exactly how the Bone Emperor's authority connected to the cage's structure. The connection was not infinite. It was a web of formation lines, each one carrying a thread of sovereign authority from the Bone Emperor's core to the pocket dimension's death energy. And each thread could, theoretically, be severed. Not all of them. Not permanently, but enough, briefly, to create a window of vulnerability. Loop 590. Deaths, 590. Remaining, approximately 410. Shen Wei had refined domain severance to the point where he could cut 3 authority threads simultaneously for a duration of 2 seconds. That was his window. 2 seconds where the Bone Emperor's Layer 7 sovereignty would be partially disrupted, reducing his authority over Shen Wei's domain. 2 seconds. He'd have to make them count. The deadline is in 17 deaths, Linger reminded him. Are you ready? As ready as 590 deaths can make me. Shen Wei, I know. This might not be enough. He might still be too strong. I might die, and not in the educational way. I was going to say, I believe in you. He looked at the ghost child. She was fully solid in the pocket dimension's death energy, a young girl with blue-tinged skin and eyes that held 500 deaths worth of shared history. Thank you, Linger, for everything. Don't get sentimental. You're going to fight a death god, not retire. Can't I do both? She laughed. That thin, reedy laugh that had been the first sound of hope he'd heard in the cage. Go kill the Bone Emperor, she said. And then we'll talk about retirement. Chapter 33, Loop 592. The second proper confrontation. Shen Wei walked toward the Bone Emperor's fortress with 6 layers of the myriad deaths, 1 life technique active, a spirit-severing cultivation base refined through 592 deaths, and a plan that was either brilliant or suicidal. He'd considered bringing Zhao Kong, but decided against it. The Bone Emperor would annihilate Kong without a thought, and Shen Wei couldn't fight and protect someone simultaneously. The fortress gates opened before he reached them. Fang Qi, the undying servant, was absent. Perhaps the Bone Emperor had dismissed her. The path to the throne room was unguarded. Gu Xian sat on his skull throne, waiting. His empty vortex eyes tracked Shen Wei's approach. 592 deaths, the Bone Emperor said. And you've achieved Layer 6 and a partial Layer 7. Impressive. Not sufficient, but impressive. The deal was 700 deaths. I have 17 left. The deal was 7 layers. You don't have 7. Your Layer 7 is fragmentary at best. Your domain is barely 5 meters. I didn't agree to a specific domain size. I agreed to 7 layers. The Bone Emperor's mouth twitched. Pedantic, but fair. Very well. Show me your 7th layer, and I'll accept the terms. A real fight. Shen Wei expanded his death sovereign domain. 5 meters of dual-state authority, life and death coexisting under his command. It was small, fragile, and newborn. The Bone Emperor's domain expanded in response. His filled the entire throne room, 300 meters in every direction. The pressure was suffocating, like standing at the bottom of an ocean made of death itself. That's your Layer 7? The Emperor's voice carried a razor edge of contempt. A candle against my son? A candle can start a fire. Not in an ocean. The Bone Emperor stood. But a deal is a deal. 7 layers, even fragmentary ones, count. So let's fight. Properly. He attacked. It was not like the previous encounters. Those had been casual, the Bone Emperor swatting a fly. This was a genuine assault from a 10,000-year-old death sovereign who intended to kill and consume. His domain contracted around Shen Wei like a closing fist. Death's sovereign authority pressed in from all directions, the command to die resonating in every molecule of air, every mote of death energy, every atom of Shen Wei's body. Die, the domain commanded. Cease existing. Shen Wei's own Layer 7 pushed back. 5 meters against 300. An infant's cry against a god's decree. His domain buckled, cracked, began to shatter. Now, domain severance. Shen Wei reached through the cage's formation network, the web of connections he'd spent months mapping, and found 3 of the authority threads connecting the Bone Emperor's will to his domain. He severed them. The effect was subtle but immediate. The Bone Emperor's domain flickered, not collapsing, not weakening significantly, but momentarily confused. 3 out of thousands of authority threads cut simultaneously. A tremor in an earthquake. But a tremor was all Shen Wei needed. In the 2 seconds of reduced authority, Shen Wei's 5-meter domain surged outward. Not expanding, reshaping. Instead of a sphere, it compressed into a needle. A single point of sovereign authority aimed directly at the Bone Emperor himself. He couldn't out-domain the Emperor. Couldn't match his breadth. But he could concentrate his authority on a single point. All 5 meters of sovereign domain, compressed into a spear of life-death authority aimed at the Bone Emperor's core. The Emperor sensed the attack and reacted, his domain contracting defensively around his body, authority threads reconnecting where Shen Wei had severed them. But the reconnection took half a second, and the authority spear was already inside his defensive radius. Contact. Shen Wei's concentrated Layer 7 hit the Bone Emperor's core. Not with physical force, with conceptual authority. A command, live. For 10,000 years, the Bone Emperor had existed in a state of perpetual death. Neither alive nor dead, but locked in a death-dominant equilibrium. His 7 layers were built on a foundation of death. His power, his identity, his very existence were defined by death. Shen Wei's command hit that foundation like a match hitting a powder keg. Live. The Bone Emperor screamed. Not in pain, in existential crisis. Shen Wei's life authority, concentrated and driven by 6 layers of death comprehension, was forcing the Emperor's death-aligned soul to experience its own life. The sensation was as alien and agonizing to the Bone Emperor as death was to a living person. For 1 second, one single, extraordinary second, Gu Xian was alive. And in that second, his domain collapsed. His sovereign authority, built on a foundation of death, couldn't function in a state of life. The 300-meter domain of absolute death control flickered, stuttered, and went dark. Shen Wei attacked. Death echo. Every technique he'd absorbed from 592 deaths of combat, fired simultaneously. A cascade of destruction that filled the throne room with black energy. Death domain. Phantom deaths projected into the Bone Emperor's temporarily living soul, which was now vulnerable to the fear of death it hadn't felt in millennia. Death severance. Cutting the Emperor's defensive formations, his reinforcements, his escape routes. Death rebirth. Shen Wei's body dissolving and reforming around the Emperor's defenses, attacking from impossible angles. Death reversal. Ready, waiting, for the moment when the Emperor would inevitably kill him. Because the Bone Emperor recovered. 1 second of life shock was all Shen Wei's concentrated authority could inflict. After that second, the Emperor's millennia of experience reasserted itself. His death state returned. His domain reignited. And his counterattack was volcanic. The throne room exploded. Death energy erupted from the Bone Emperor in a shockwave that annihilated Shen Wei's body, his domain, and every technique he had active. Complete destruction. Not damage, not wounding, but total erasure. Shen Wei's soul floated in the aftermath, 9 fragments scattered. Layer 6, Death Rebirth. He began reconstructing. But the Emperor was already moving. Death energy converging on the scattered fragments, ready to consume them. Layer 2, Death Reversal. Shen Wei pulled himself back together through sheer will, reconstructing faster than the Emperor's consuming energy could reach. His body reformed, crude, unstable, leaking death energy from every pore. But functional. He was alive. The Bone Emperor stared at him across the ruined throne room. Half the skull throne was destroyed. Cracks ran up the crystal columns. The formation lights flickered. You hurt me, Gu Xian whispered. For 1 second, you made me alive. I felt the sun. I felt breath in lungs I don't have. His empty eyes burned with something that might have been tears, if a being of death energy could cry. I'd forgotten what that felt like. Shen Wei, battered, broken, barely standing, met the Bone Emperor's gaze. That's what you've been missing, Guxian. That's why you can't reach Layer 8. You've spent 10,000 years dying. You've forgotten what it means to live. The throne room was silent. The death energy currents, which had been screaming during the battle, settled into an uneasy calm. I can't teach you to live again, Shen Wei continued. But I can fight you. Over and over, if necessary. Every fight, I'll hit you with that life authority. Every fight, you'll remember what you've lost. And maybe, eventually, you'll find enough life in those memories to break through your own ceiling. The Bone Emperor was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was different, smaller, more human, stripped of the 10,000-year-old authority. Or I could consume you now and take your fragments by force. You could, but you won't. Because for 1 second, you were alive. And that was the best thing you've felt in 10 millennia. Another silence. Longer this time. Come back tomorrow, the Bone Emperor said. And hit me again. Shen Wei didn't smile. But inside, where his 9 soul fragments pulsed with accumulated death comprehension, something shifted. A strategy forming. A path opening. Not through pure power. Through connection. Through the human memory buried in a monster's heart. He walked out of the fortress on legs that barely functioned, collapsed on the mountain path, and died from accumulated damage. When the loop reset, he was already planning his return. Chapter 34 Loops 593 through 600. The study of the past. Something had changed between Shen Wei and the Bone Emperor. The dynamic shifted from predator-prey to something more complex. Adversarial, yes, but tinged with a reluctant mutual recognition. The Emperor had felt life for the first time in 10,000 years, and the craving was unmistakable. Each loop, Shen Wei returned to the fortress. Each loop, they fought. The Bone Emperor didn't hold back. His attacks were devastating, annihilating Shen Wei's body with Layer 7 sovereignty. But there was a pattern. He always left a window, however brief, for Shen Wei to deploy his concentrated life authority. And each time the authority hit, the Bone Emperor experienced 1 second of life. This is your training method? Linger asked, bewildered. You're using the Bone Emperor as a sparring partner? He's using me as a reminder of what he's lost. Fair exchange. He's killing you every loop. And I'm learning his Layer 7 from the inside. Every death against his sovereignty authority teaches me how it works. I'm getting closer to full mastery. It was true. Shen Wei's Layer 7 was growing at an unprecedented rate. Each death against the Bone Emperor's sovereignty was a masterclass in authority-level death cultivation. His domain expanded, 5 meters to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 40. His authority deepened, from the ability to command Moss to live or die, to the ability to command Tier 4 phantoms. But something else was happening during these sparring sessions. The Bone Emperor was talking. At first, just fragments, disconnected memories from 10,000 years, triggered by the brief moments of life Shen Wei inflicted. A wife's laugh, a daughter's first steps, the smell of rain on a mountain. Then more coherent recollections. His real name, Gu Xian, and his origin, a young prodigy from an ancient sect that predated Azure Peak by millennia. He'd entered the cage voluntarily, believing he could master the technique and emerge more powerful. I was so arrogant, Gu Xian said during one of their post-combat conversations. Shen Wei's reconstructed body sitting in the ruins of the throne room, while the Emperor's death energy slowly rebuilt the walls. I thought death was just another cultivation resource. Took me 5,000 years to realize it was the cage consuming me, not the other way around. What changed after 5,000 years? I stopped trying to escape and started trying to rule. If I was going to be trapped, I'd at least be king of the cage. His empty eyes dulled. That was the first step toward becoming what I am now. The moment I stopped fighting the cage and started becoming part of it. You can still choose differently. Can I? My body is crystallized death energy. My soul is 7/10 refined by death. I'm more dead than alive even in my best moments. Your Layer 7 is death sovereign. The authority to command life and death. Why have you only ever commanded death? Silence. Because life hurts more, Gu Xian said quietly. When you've been dead for 10,000 years, feeling alive is agony. Every memory of what I was, everything I lost, every person I loved who turned to dust while I sat in this cage. Living means feeling all of that. I know. Shen Wei's voice was gentle. I've only been here for 600 loops, and the grief of what I'm missing is already crushing. I can't imagine 10,000 years. Then why do you keep hitting me with that life authority? Because you asked me to. Another silence. The Bone Emperor's death energy fluctuated, stronger, weaker, stronger. An emotional rhythm. You found the messages, Gu Xian said abruptly. In the sublevel. The ones left by a young man named Su Qingyun. Shen Wei straightened. You know about those? I know about everything in the cage. Su Qingyun was a prisoner, 60 years ago, by the surface world's time. Talented. Poor formation when he entered. He reached layer 3 before I offered him a deal. What deal? His freedom, in exchange for his death technique comprehension. I stripped his 3 layers and released him through the cage's secondary exit, a one-way gate that spits the user back to the surface at the cost of their technique cultivation. The Emperor's voice was matter-of-fact. He left the cage alive, but permanently unable to cultivate death energy. He became a regular cultivator again, and eventually rose to nascent soul through conventional means. Su Qingyun. Elder Su Qingyun, the tournament's presiding elder? The same. He knows the cage exists. He knows I exist. And he's been feeding information about potential 9 fragment souls to external parties. External parties? The Bone Emperor hesitated. For the first time in their conversations, he seemed reluctant. The one who built the cage. The Dao ancestor. Yes. Su Qingyun thinks he escaped freely. He didn't. The secondary exit implanted a loyalty formation in his soul. Subtle, almost undetectable. He's been a puppet for 60 years, feeding information to the cage's creator without realizing it. Shen Wei's blood, what passed for blood in his death energy reconstructed body, ran cold. Elder Su Qingyun, the sect's tournament overseer, was an unwitting agent of the cage's creator. Who was the creator, Gu Xian? Who built the Samsara cage? The Bone Emperor looked at him with those empty vortex eyes. In their depths, Shen Wei saw something he'd never seen before, fear. Someone called the Weaver of Fate. Tian Luo, a Dao ancestor who transcended normal cultivation pathways and exists outside reality. The cage is one of his tools, a harvesting engine designed to produce perfected death technique cultivators. Each one who completes all 9 layers becomes fuel for Tian Luo's ascension. Fuel. The perfected technique, myriad deaths, one life, generates a specific resonance when all 9 layers are complete. That resonance can be harvested by the formation network and channeled to the cage's creator. It's not cultivation energy, it's something higher. The comprehension of death itself, refined through 1,000 deaths, distilled into pure transcendence fuel. Shen Wei sat with this for a long time. The cage wasn't a test. It wasn't a trial. It was a farm. And he was the crop. If I complete all 9 layers, Tian Luo harvests me. Unless you can prevent it. Unless the technique is completed in a way that the formation can't harvest, which, according to Linger's father's design, shouldn't be possible. Linger's father? Gu Xian's expression shifted. You don't know? The ghost child in the cracks. She's Tian Luo's daughter. Or was. He placed her in the cage as a guide, to help prisoners progress efficiently through the layers. She's been optimizing the harvesting process for centuries without knowing it. The world tilted. Linger, sweet, lonely, centuries-old Linger, was the daughter of the cage's creator, placed here not as a safeguard, but as a cultivation assistant. A gardener, tending the crops. She doesn't know, Shen Wei said. It wasn't a question. Her memories were sealed. She thinks she was placed here to help. The truth is more complicated. Does she know her father is harvesting the people she guides? She's never asked. And I've never told her. Some truths are kinder left buried. Shen Wei's hands clenched. The death energy in his core roiled with anger. Hot. Human anger, unrefined by technique or comprehension. I'll deal with Tian Luo when the time comes, he said. First, I need to deal with you. Deal with me. You have 7 layers. I'm approaching 7. When I match you, we fight for real. And one of us progresses. The Bone Emperor's mouth curved. You think you can match me? I already made you feel alive for 1 second. Imagine what I'll do with a full minute. Something almost like anticipation flickered in those ancient, empty eyes. Then hurry up and die some more, Shen Wei. I've waited 10,000 years. A few more weeks won't kill me. Nothing kills you. That's the problem. The Bone Emperor laughed. That dusty, cracked laugh. But this time, there was something underneath it. Something warm. Hope, maybe. Or memory. Or both. Chapter 35 Loop 605. A moment between battles. It was Linger who suggested the quiet evening. You've been dying every loop for 600 iterations. Even death cultivators need rest. Li Meihua's latest projection, now stable enough for 15 minutes at a time, agreed. Your soul fragments show stress patterns consistent with psychological exhaustion. The death energy is healthy, the technique is progressing, but the person underneath is fraying. So Shen Wei took an evening off. He sat on the white pagoda's roof with Zhao Kong on one side and Linger's blue form on the other, watching the pocket dimension's dead sky slowly cycle through its grayscale weather patterns. Li Meihua's projection flickered into existence beside them, translucent and warm. Full house, Zhao Kong said, grinning. It's not a house, it's a rooftop, Li Meihua's projection replied. And I'm not really here. Close enough. Shen Wei leaned back on his hands and looked at the three people who had become his world. Zhao Kong, who died in a tournament and woken up in a death dimension without a complaint that didn't end in a grin. Linger, who'd spent centuries alone in floor cracks, guiding doomed cultivators, and still found it in herself to laugh at his jokes. Li Meihua, who taught herself interdimensional spiritual projection through sheer genius and stubbornness because she dreamed of a man with mismatched eyes. I need to tell you all something, Shen Wei said. About the cage. About its creator. He relayed everything the Bone Emperor had told him. Tian Luo, the harvesting engine, the perfected technique as transcendence fuel, and, with gentle care, Linger's origin. The ghost child went very still. My father, she said. Her voice was barely a whisper. My father built the cage. My father put me here. To help people die more efficiently. Linger, 312 people. I guided 312 people through the death technique, and each one was being processed like grain through a mill. Their comprehension, their suffering, their growth. All of it was food for my father's ascension. You didn't know? That doesn't matter. Her blue form flickered violently. I helped. I taught them the meditation frameworks, the death awareness techniques, the layer progression methods. I made them better at dying. I made the harvest more efficient. Li Meihua's projection reached toward the ghost child. Linger, listen to me. I'm an alchemist. I study cause and effect. You were placed here as an infant with sealed memories. You had no knowledge of the cage's purpose. The moral responsibility lies with the person who deceived you, not with you. But, she's right, Zhao Kong said bluntly. You're a kid, Linger. A kid who was used by her father. That's not your fault. Linger looked at Shen Wei. Her blue eyes were wet. Could ghosts cry? Apparently, in a death dimension saturated with enough energy, they could. Do you blame me? She asked. Never. Shen Wei's voice was absolute. You saved my life. Every lesson, every correction, every piece of guidance. You gave me what I needed to survive. Without you, I'd have gone mad in the first 50 loops. But the technique is designed to be harvested. Then we'll find a way to complete it without being harvested. I didn't die 600 times to become someone's fuel. And I didn't do it to let the person who betrayed you win. Linger's form solidified. The tears stopped. In her blue eyes, something hardened. The same steel that Shen Wei had forged through death, now reflected in a centuries-old ghost child who'd just learned the most painful truth of her existence. We'll stop him, she said. My father. We'll stop him. We will. And then I want to see the sun. I've been in the cracks for so long. I want to see the actual sun. That's going on the list. Shen Wei smiled. Right after eat a real meal and hug Zhao Kong. I'm on the list. Kong looked pleased. You've always been on the list. They sat together on the rooftop, a death cultivator, a foundation establishment warrior, a ghost child, and a spiritual projection. For people who had no business being friends, bound together by a cage that was designed to destroy them. The cage had underestimated them. Li Meihua's projection flickered. She had 3 minutes left before the energy drain forced her back to the surface. Shen Wei, she said. Yes. When this is over, when the cage breaks and you walk out, I'll be waiting. And I'll remember. Not through the loop or the imprints or the dreams. I'll remember because I choose to. Meihua, don't argue with an alchemist. We're always right. Her projection dissolved, leaving warmth where it had been. She definitely likes you, Linger said. I know, Shen Wei admitted. About time, Zhao Kong added. They sat in silence as the dead sky cycled overhead. Somewhere in the northern mountains, the Bone Emperor waited. Somewhere beyond the cage, Tian Luo watched. And somewhere in Shen Wei's soul, 9 fragments pulsed with 6 layers of death comprehension and a growing determination that transcended cultivation, technique, and even death itself. Tomorrow, he'd go back to dying. Tonight, he was alive. And that was enough. Chapter 36 Loops 606 through 620. Layer 7 Mastery. With the Bone Emperor's tacit cooperation, Shen Wei's Layer 7 progression accelerated dramatically. Each sparring session in the fortress pushed his death sovereign domain further, expanding its range, deepening its authority, refining the soul fragment partitioning that enabled the dual life-death state. The key breakthrough came in Loop 612, when Shen Wei realized that death sovereign authority wasn't just about commanding life and death. It was about understanding the relationship between them. Life and death weren't opposites. They were phases of a single cycle. The authority of Layer 7 came not from choosing one over the other, but from comprehending the cycle itself and positioning yourself as its fulcrum. This insight transformed his domain. Instead of maintaining two competing states, life versus death, his domain became a single unified field where the cycle operated under his direction. Life flowed into death, flowed into life, and Shen Wei stood at the center, the hub around which the wheel turned. His domain expanded to 100 meters, then 200. Then, in a breakthrough that sent shockwaves through the pocket dimensions formation network, 500 meters. A half-kilometer radius where Shen Wei was the arbiter of the life-death cycle. The Bone Emperor felt the expansion and laughed. A genuine laugh, alive with something that wasn't death. 500 meters, he said, watching Shen Wei's domain press against his own. You've matched my domain when I first achieved layer 7. It took me 3,000 years. I had a better teacher. You're learning from me by dying to me. That's not teaching, that's autopsy. Autopsy is just teaching performed on the wrong end of the timeline. The Emperor laughed again. He'd been laughing more. Each life authority impact during their sparring sessions chipped away another layer of 10,000-year-old deathly composure, revealing fragments of the young man Gu Xian had been. I remember, Gu Xian said during loop 615. I remember why I entered the cage. I was going to master the death technique and use it to save someone. Who? My daughter. His empty eyes flickered. She was born with a soul disease. Her spirit was fragmenting, breaking apart from birth. The healers said she had weeks. Shen Wei's breath caught. A 9-fragment soul. Yes, the same condition that activates the cage. I entered the cage to master the technique that could heal her, to understand death deeply enough to prevent it from taking her. His voice cracked. I was going to learn layer 6, death rebirth, and use it to reconstruct her soul. But the cage trapped me, and by the time I realized I couldn't escape, she was gone. 10,000 years gone. She died before her first birthday. A pause. Or so I assumed. Something cold crystallized in Shen Wei's stomach. Gu Xian, what was your daughter's name? Why? What was her name? The Bone Emperor's empty eyes fixed on Shen Wei with terrible intensity. Linger, he said. The silence that followed was so absolute that the death energy currents in the throne room stopped moving. She's alive, Shen Wei said. His voice shook. Linger, your daughter, is alive. She's been in the cage for as long as you have. A ghost, trapped in the arena floor's cracks, guiding prisoners through the technique. That's impossible. Linger died as an infant. Tian Luo saved her. Or rather, Tian Luo took her soul at the moment of death and implanted it in the cage as a guide mechanism. She's been here the entire time. Centuries of isolation, guiding 312 prisoners, not knowing who she was or who her father was. The Bone Emperor stood from his throne. Death energy erupted from him in an uncontrolled burst that shattered the remaining skull ornaments and cracked the crystal columns from floor to ceiling. My daughter, he whispered. My daughter is alive. She's more than alive. She's the reason I'm standing here. She's the reason anyone has ever progressed through the technique. Tian Luo sealed her memories and used her as a tool, but she's still Linger, still kind, still lonely, still waiting. Tian Luo. The name came out as a sound that predated language, a growl of primal, 10,000-year fury. He took my daughter, used her, made her a part of his machine. Yes, I'm going to destroy him. That's the plan. But you can't do it from inside the cage, and you can't break the cage with 7 layers. We need to reach layer 8 and beyond. The Bone Emperor's death energy settled. Slowly, like a storm subsiding. When he spoke again, his voice was controlled, barely. Take me to her. Gu Xian, take me to my daughter. Now. Shen Wei led the Bone Emperor out of his fortress, down the mountain, through the bone-white forests, and into ashen rest. The residents of the settlement scattered at the Emperor's approach. 10,000 years of terror, sending them fleeing into their stone houses. Zhao Kong stood his ground at the pagoda's entrance, foundation establishment aura blazing pathetically against the Emperor's overwhelming presence. You're not getting in here, Kong, it's okay. He's not here to fight. He's the Bone Emperor. He's also Linger's father. Zhao Kang's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. What? They entered the pagoda. Linger was in the main room, her blue form hovering near the wall, watching the approaching death energy signature with obvious alarm. Shen Wei, why is the Bone Emperor? She stopped. The Bone Emperor stood in the doorway, his translucent-skinned, crystal-boned, vortex-eyed form filling the space with death energy that made the walls groan. But his eyes, those empty vortex eyes, were fixed on the blue ghost child with an expression that 10,000 years of death hadn't been able to erase. Linger, he said. Her blue form flickered. You know my name? I gave you your name. And then the Bone Emperor, the 10,000-year-old death sovereign, the terror of the pocket dimension, the 7-layer master of the myriad deaths, one life technique, knelt on the pagoda floor and wept. Death energy tears. black drops that hissed when they hit the stone, but tears nonetheless. "My little girl," he whispered. "My little Ling." The ghost child stared. Her sealed memories, the ones Tian Luo had locked away, began to crack. Not fully, not all at once, but fragments leaked through, a warm hand holding hers. A deep voice singing a lullaby. A garden with flowers she couldn't remember but could almost smell. "Father," she whispered. The word broke something in the Bone Emperor, and something in the pagoda, and something in the cage itself. Death energy surged, not from aggression but from emotion so powerful that it distorted the pocket dimension's fabric. The sky cracked. The ground shook. Formation lines throughout the cage flickered as a 10,000-year-old bond, severed by death and distance and divine cruelty, began to reconnect. Linger's blue form flew forward and collided with the Bone Emperor's kneeling form. Ghost and death god, embracing in a pagoda at the bottom of an ancient cage, while a farmer's son and a hot-headed warrior watched in stunned silence. "I remember the garden," Linger sobbed. "I remember the flowers. I remember you." "I'm sorry," Guxian whispered. "I'm sorry I took so long." Shen Wei stepped back, pulling Zhao Kong with him, giving the reunion its privacy. "This changes things," Kong murmured. "It changes everything," Shen Wei agreed. Because the Bone Emperor, the obstacle, the enemy, the 10,000-year-old death monster, had just become something else entirely. A father with a reason to fight. Chapter 37 Loop 621. The Alliance. The Bone Emperor's transformation was not instantaneous. 10,000 years of death cultivation didn't evaporate in a single reunion. But the foundation shifted, from despair to purpose, from isolation to connection, from death-seeking to life-preserving. Guxian moved out of his fortress and into Ashen Rest, taking up residence in the White Pagoda's top floor. His presence terrified the settlement's inhabitants, but Grandmother Shu, who'd been managing the Bone Emperor's shadow for 8 centuries, adapted with the practical flexibility of the very old. "He's our ally now," she told the community during a gathering. "I suggest you get used to it." "He consumed people," someone shouted from the crowd. Guxian, standing behind Grandmother Shu, flinched. The accusation was accurate and unanswerable. "He did," Shen Wei said, stepping forward. "And the people he's consuming now are the ones who built this cage. The ones who trapped all of us. The question isn't who he was. It's who he chooses to be." It wasn't a perfect argument. Some residents left Ashen Rest entirely, choosing the wild pocket dimension over proximity to the Bone Emperor. But most stayed, their pragmatism outweighing their fear. A 7-layer death cultivator as an ally was simply too valuable to refuse. And Guxian was valuable. His knowledge of the cage's structure, accumulated over 10 millennia, was encyclopedic. He mapped formation networks that Shen Wei hadn't discovered. He identified energy pathways that connected the pocket dimension to the surface. He revealed hidden chambers, sealed passages, and dormant formations that predated even his imprisonment. Most critically, he provided insight into Layer 7 that no one else could. "Your domain is strong but undisciplined," Guxian told Shen Wei during a training session. "You treat authority like a sword, swinging it at targets. True sovereignty is passive. You don't command things to die. You exist in a state where death is your natural consequence, and anything that enters your domain accepts that consequence. Passive authority, like gravity. Exactly like gravity. You don't command things to fall. They fall because you're there." This refinement took Shen Wei's Layer 7 from competent to masterful. His death sovereign domain, restructured from active commands to passive consequences, became a gravitational well of death. Anything that entered experienced the pull of mortality, drawn toward death by the simple fact of Shen Wei's presence. His cultivation base responded. The spirit-severing foundation, already pushed to its limits by 6 layers, cracked and reformed as the 7th layer fully integrated. Dao seeking, the realm of comprehending one's personal Dao, one's path through the cultivation universe, opened before him. The breakthrough was quiet. No explosive power-up, no dramatic transformation. Just a settling. A deep, fundamental click as Shen Wei's entire cultivation aligned with his Dao. The Dao of eternal return. The understanding that death and life were a single cycle, not 2 states. That dying was not an ending but a return to the beginning, ready to live again. Everything he'd experienced, 590 deaths, 3 stages of the cage, 7 layers of the technique, connections forged across temporal barriers, crystallized into a Dao that was uniquely, irrevocably his. "Dao seeking," Guxian said, sensing the breakthrough. "Your Dao is clear. That's rare. Most cultivators at Dao seeking still question their path. You don't. I've died enough times to know what I'm living for." "And what's that?" The moment after death. The return. The choice to come back and try again. Gu Xian was quiet. Then he reached out and placed one crystal-boned hand on Shen Wei's shoulder. You'll need that clarity for what comes next, he said. Layers 8 and 9 aren't like the first 7. They require something beyond personal death comprehension. They require sacrifice. What kind of sacrifice? Layer 8, death transcendence. Existing beyond the concept of death. To achieve it, you must die a death that should be permanent, a death that even the loop can't reverse, and transcend it through pure will. A death the loop can't reverse? The loop reverses temporal death, death within time. Layer 8 requires dying outside time, dying in the formation substrate itself, where the loop mechanism doesn't reach. That's where linger exists. Yes, to achieve layer 8, you must die in the space between loops. And there's no reset there. No safety net. No second chance. Shen Wei absorbed this. One chance. One death that couldn't be reversed. All or nothing. And layer 9? Gu Xian shook his head. I don't know. No one has ever reached layer 9. The technique's description for the final layer is a single phrase. Complete the cycle. I've spent 10,000 years trying to understand what that means. Complete the cycle. Death and life. Dying and returning. Possibly. Or possibly something else entirely. But layer 9 is a problem for after layer 8. And layer 8 is a problem for after you've fully mastered layer 7. My layer 7 is fully mastered. Your layer 7 is functionally complete. But complete and mastered are different things. A master doesn't just use the layer. They understand it at a level that transcends application. You need to understand why Death Sovereign works, not just how. Shen Wei looked at the Bone Emperor, his unlikely teacher, his former enemy, a father reunited with his daughter in the depths of an ancient cage. Then teach me, he said, everything you know about layer 7. Everything you've learned in 10,000 years. It will involve dying. I'd be disappointed if it didn't. Chapter 38 Loop 633. Deaths 633. Remaining approximately 367. While Shen Wei refined his layer 7 mastery under Gu Xian's tutelage, Li Meihua made a discovery on the surface that changed the calculus of their situation. Her projection manifested in the White Pagoda during one of Shen Wei's rest periods, stronger than ever. She could maintain full visual and auditory communication for 30 minutes now. I found something in the cage's surface-level formation work, she said, her projected form pacing with the nervous energy of a scientist on the verge of a breakthrough. The harvesting channels, the ones that siphon refined death energy to Tian Luo, they're not one-directional. They flow both ways. Both ways. Shen Wei straightened. The outgoing channel sends refined death energy to the cage's creator. But there's a return channel that feeds raw cosmic energy back into the cage. It's what powers the loop mechanism, the pocket dimension, the phantom generators, all of it. Tian Luo is powering the cage with energy from outside. Yes, and the return channel is the cage's vulnerability. If you can disrupt the return feed, the cage's power source is severed. No power, no loop, no cage. How do we disrupt it? The return channel passes through the formation substrate, the space between the cage's layers. The space where linger exists. Li Meihua's projection met his eyes. Someone would need to enter the substrate and physically disrupt the channel. That's where layer 8 needs to happen anyway. The formation substrate. Yes, if you achieve layer 8 in the substrate, you could disrupt the return channel simultaneously. One action, two results. Layer 8 breakthrough and cage destabilization. The problem is that dying in the substrate is permanent. No loop reset. I know. Li Meihua's voice was steady, but her projected hands trembled. That's why we need to prepare for every contingency. I'm developing a pill, the substrate anchor pill, that would tether your soul to the cage's formation network during the substrate death. If it works, it would provide a single-use safety net. Not a loop reset, just a tether preventing your soul from dispersing. If it works, I'll make it work. Give me 10 more loops to refine the formula. You'll need ingredients from down here. The substrate's death energy density requires compounds that don't exist on the surface. Then send them up through the formation network. Linger can act as a courier. She exists in the substrate already. Li Meihua, Linger, and Shen Wei spent the next 10 loops developing a logistics chain. Linger ferried ingredients from the pocket dimension's unique flora, bone-white tree sap, ashen earth crystite, congealed river fluid, to the surface through the formation networks between spaces. Li Meihua combined them with surface ingredients in her laboratory. The resulting pills were ferried back down through the same pathway. It was alchemical supply chain management conducted across dimensional barriers through a ghost courier, and it worked beautifully. By loop 640, Li Meihua had a prototype substrate anchor pill. Testing it was impossible. The substrate was a one-way trip, but her theoretical framework was solid, and Gu Xian confirmed that the formation chemistry was sound. Your alchemist is remarkable, Gu Xian told Shen Wei. In 10,000 years, I've never met anyone who could formulate pills for the formation substrate. That space operates on rules that most cultivators don't even know exist. She's not my alchemist. She makes you custom pills across dimensional barriers. She's yours. Shen Wei didn't argue. Some battles weren't worth fighting. But a different battle was approaching rapidly. The cage was weakening. Gu Xian's defection from the formation network had destabilized the power distribution, and the return channel from Tian Luo was compensating by increasing its feed. The increased energy was causing the pocket dimension to expand, which diluted the death energy concentration, which weakened the phantom spawning system. And somewhere outside the cage, Tian Luo was noticing. He'll intervene eventually, Gu Xian warned. When the cage's output drops below his acceptable threshold, he'll manifest an avatar to investigate. And when he sees that I've allied with you instead of consuming you, then we need to be ready before that happens. Layer 8 in the substrate. Cage disruption. And then layer 9, whatever it is. How much time do we have? Impossible to know. Weeks. Maybe days. Then we move now. Chapter 39 Loop 644. Deaths, 644. Remaining, approximately 356. The preparation for the substrate incursion was the most complex operation Shen Wei had ever coordinated. It required simultaneous action from every ally he'd gathered. Gu Xian would use his 7-layer authority to create a stable entrance point in the Pocket Dimensions Foundation, a doorway to the formation substrate that wouldn't collapse. Linger would guide Shen Wei through the substrate's geography. She'd existed there for centuries and knew its pathways. Li Meihua would monitor the return channel from the surface, identifying the exact point where disruption would be most effective. Zhao Kong would defend Ashen Rest in Shen Wei's absence. The settlement was vulnerable without the Bone Emperor's protection. Grandmother Shu and the community would maintain the pocket dimension stability through a collective meditation formation that Gu Xian had taught them. And Shen Wei would enter the substrate, achieve layer 8, disrupt the return channel, and survive. The plan was precise, coordinated, and entirely dependent on everything going right. Nothing ever went entirely right in the Samsara cage. On the morning of Loop 644, Shen Wei gathered his allies in the White Pagoda. This is the final push, he said. If I succeed in the substrate, the cage weakens. If I achieve layer 8, we have the power to challenge Tian Luo. If both happen, we can break the cage entirely. And if you fail? Zhao Kong asked. If I fail, my soul disperses in the substrate. Permanently. No loop reset. Then don't fail. Helpful Kong. Gu Xian opened the substrate entrance in the pagoda's basement. A tear in reality that looked like a wound in the air, its edges glowing with raw formation energy. Beyond it, the substrate was visible as a space of pure geometry, formation lines stretching to infinity, nodes of power pulsing at intersections, energy channels flowing like rivers of light. The return channel is the largest flow, Gu Xian said. You'll recognize it. It's the only one that flows inward. Everything else flows outward, from the cage to Tian Luo. The return channel flows from Tian Luo to the cage. Where do I disrupt it? At the primary junction node, the point where the return channel splits into subfeeds for the loop mechanism, the pocket dimension, and the phantom generators. Destroying that node severs all 3 feeds simultaneously. And layer 8 will have to happen in the junction node itself. The concentration of formation energy there is sufficient to create the conditions for an extratemporal death, a death outside the loop's jurisdiction. So, I need to destroy the junction node while dying inside it, and simultaneously achieving layer 8. Yes. Simple. No, it's not. I know. I was being ironic. Linger materialized at the substrate entrance. Her blue form was vivid here, at the boundary of the space where she truly existed. I'll guide you to the junction node. Stay close. The substrate has its own dangers, formation energy storms, rogue constructs, spatial distortions. It's not a friendly environment. Noted. Shen Wei turned to his friends. To Zhao Kong, standing with fists clenched and eyes red. To Li Meihua's projection, steady and bright. To Gu Xian, the reformed Bone Emperor, his crystal-boned face unreadable. I'll be back, Shen Wei said. You'd better be, Zhao Kong said. The substrate anchor pill is in your storage ring, Li Meihua said. Take it 30 seconds before the junction node death. It will tether your soul for approximately 10 seconds. That's your window. 10 seconds to achieve layer 8 and destroy the junction node. You've done more with less. Shen Wei smiled. Turned to the tear in reality. Looked at the infinite geometric space beyond. See you on the other side, he said. He stepped through. Chapter 40. The formation substrate was like nothing Shen Wei had experienced. The pocket dimension was a simulated world, strange but recognizable. The sublevel was a dark gauntlet. The surface was a mundane tournament arena. The substrate was geometry made manifest. Formation lines stretched in every direction, not 3 dimensions, but more, folding and unfolding in patterns that his mind struggled to process. Nodes of power pulsed at intersections, each one a critical component of the cage's architecture. Energy channels flowed between nodes, carrying the power that sustained every aspect of the samsara cage. And there was no ground, no sky, no up or down, just infinite formation space extending in directions that didn't have names. Stay on the main channel, Linger said, her form fully solid in this space. A young girl made of blue light, walking through the geometry as if it were a garden path. The subsidiary lines will loop you back or trap you in recursive formations. Shen Wei followed, his death awareness straining to process the substrate's information. Everything here was potential death, formation energy that could dissolve a cultivator's existence if touched incorrectly. His 7 layers provided protection, but even Layer 7's sovereign authority felt thin in a space that predated the concept of authority. They moved for what felt like hours. Linger navigated with the familiarity of someone who'd existed here for centuries, guiding Shen Wei past energy storms, visible as spiraling vortexes of light that screamed with the voices of consumed cultivators, rogue constructs, autonomous formation fragments that attacked anything organic, and spatial distortions, areas where the substrate's geometry folded in on itself, creating infinite loops. How far is the junction node? Shen Wei asked. Close. Can you feel it? He could. A massive concentration of formation energy, pulling at his death energy like a whirlpool. The return channel, Tian Luo's power feed, was a river of cosmic energy flowing through the substrate, impossibly bright, impossibly powerful. And at the point where it split into 3 subfeeds, a node pulsed. The junction node was the size of a small building, a sphere of compressed formation energy, crackling with power that made Shen Wei's 7 layers vibrate in resonance. The return channel entered from one side and split into 3 smaller channels that exited from the other, each one carrying energy to a different cage system. That's it, Linger said. Destroy the node, and the cage loses its power source. And dying inside it triggers the extratemporal death needed for Layer 8. Yes, but Shen Wei, the energy inside the node is raw formation power. It's not death energy or spiritual energy or any cultivatable force. It's the fundamental energy of reality's architecture. Dying to it won't be like any death you've experienced. I can't even describe what it will feel like. Then I'll find out firsthand. He produced the substrate anchor pill, Li Meihua's masterwork, a tiny sphere of black crystal that contained the most advanced alchemical work of a genius operating across dimensional barriers. 30 seconds before the death, Shen Wei reminded himself. He looked at Linger. When I destroy the node, the substrate will destabilize. You need to get back to the pocket dimension entrance immediately. I'm not leaving you. Linger, I've watched 312 people die in this cage. I am not watching 313. Her blue form blazed. I'll be here. Whatever happens. Shen Wei didn't argue. Some anchors couldn't be cut loose. He took the substrate anchor pill, felt it dissolve in his core, its tethering formations spreading through his soul fragments like roots through soil. The anchor would hold him for 10 seconds after extratemporal death. 10 seconds. Everything had to happen in 10 seconds. He walked toward the junction node. The formation energy increased with every step, pressing against his 7 layers like the weight of an ocean. His death's sovereign domain expanded to maximum, pushed back. But the substrate's energy wasn't death. It wasn't life. It was something more fundamental, and his authority over the life-death cycle had limited purchase. 5 meters from the node. The energy was making his body dissolve, not death energy dissolution, but formation energy deconstruction. His physical form was being broken down into its constituent formation patterns. Layer 6 rebirth fought to maintain cohesion, reconstructing faster than the substrate could deconstruct. 2 meters. His body was a constant cycle of destruction and reconstruction, dying and being reborn 20 times per second. Each micro-death fed his death comprehension. Each micro-rebirth fed his life comprehension. The dual cycle reached a frequency that his consciousness couldn't separate. Death and life happening simultaneously, continuously, without beginning or end. 1 meter. The junction node surface was a wall of light and power. Inside, the return channel's energy split and roared in 3 directions. The power contained within was astronomical. enough to sustain a dimensional cage for 10,000 years. Shen Wei reached out and touched the node. Formation energy surged through him. Not an attack, just the natural force of the node's operation, passing through him like a river through a paper dam. His body disintegrated. Not death, energy dissolution, total deconstruction. Every molecule, every atom, every subatomic particle of his being was dismantled and absorbed into the node's energy flow. This was not a normal death. This was not temporal death, subject to the loop. This was extratemporal death, the cessation of existence at a level below the loop's resolution. The samsara cage's reset mechanism didn't activate because, from the mechanism's perspective, Shen Wei hadn't died within its jurisdiction. He'd been erased from a level the mechanism couldn't reach. Shen Wei's soul floated in the junction node's interior. 9 fragments, stripped of body, stripped of death energy, stripped of cultivation, just raw consciousness partitioned into 9 pieces. The substrate anchor pill activated. Its tethering formations wrapped around the 9 fragments, preventing them from dispersing into the node's energy flow. 10 seconds. Layer 8. Death transcendence. Existing beyond the concept of death. To achieve it, he needed to die a death that even the loop couldn't reverse, and then transcend it. Not through resurrection, not through rebirth, not through reversal. Through transcendence. Moving beyond the concept of death itself. 9 seconds. His soul fragments pulsed. Each one carried the comprehension of its corresponding layer. Fragment 1. Death awareness. Perception of death. Fragment 2. Death reversal. Resistance to death. Fragment 3. Death echo. Replication of death. Fragment 4. Death domain. Projection of death. Fragment 5. Death severance. Nullification of death. Fragment 6. Death rebirth. Creation through death. Fragment 7. Death sovereign. Authority over death. 7 fragments. 7 layers. 7 different relationships with death. And 2 unrefined fragments, waiting. 8 seconds. Shen Wei gathered his comprehension. 700 deaths worth of understanding, accumulated across a journey that had taken him from a mediocre outer disciple to a Dao-seeking cultivator with 7 layers of the most powerful death technique in existence. What was layer 8? Death transcendence. Existing beyond the concept of death. Not escaping death. Not defeating death. Not even mastering death. Transcending it. Moving to a level where death was no longer a relevant concept. 7 seconds. How did you transcend death? Not by dying more. He'd done that 644 times. Not by understanding death better. His comprehension was already at the peak of what the technique could provide. Not by rejecting death. That was resistance, layer 2 territory. 6 seconds. Transcendence wasn't about death at all. It was about perspective. Death was a concept. A boundary. A line drawn between existence and non-existence. Every layer of the technique had been about interacting with that line, perceiving it, reversing it, replicating it, projecting it, severing it, using it to create, commanding it. But the line itself was a construct, a formation, just like the one surrounding him. An arbitrary boundary imposed by the architecture of reality. 5 seconds. To transcend death was to recognize that the boundary was artificial. That life and death, existence and non-existence, were not 2 states separated by a line, but a single continuous spectrum with no division. For seconds, Shen Wei looked at his 9 soul fragments. 7 were refined by death. 2 were raw. He took the 8th fragment and poured into it everything he'd just understood. The artificiality of the life-death boundary, the continuity of existence, the irrelevance of death as a concept when viewed from a sufficient height. 3 seconds. The 8th fragment absorbed the comprehension and crystallized. Layer 8. Death transcendence. The ability to exist beyond the concept of death. Not immortality, not invulnerability, but a fundamental shift in perspective that placed him beyond death's jurisdiction. He couldn't die, not because he was too strong, too resilient, or too fast. Because death, as a concept, no longer applied to him. He had transcended it. 2 seconds. With layer 8 active, the junction node's formation energy no longer threatened him. Its deconstruction was a death process, and death processes couldn't affect a being that existed beyond death. Shen Wei's consciousness solidified. His soul fragments reassembled. Death energy, ambient in the substrate, flowed toward him and crystallized into a body. Not the body he'd had before, but a new one. A body that existed beyond death, beyond the loop, beyond the cage's jurisdiction. 1 second. He opened his eyes inside the junction node and raised his hand. 8 layers of the myriad deaths, 1 life technique activated simultaneously. The force, concentrated, transcendent, absolute, hit the junction node's core. The node shattered. The return channel severed. Tian Luo's power feed cut off. 3 subfeeds went dark simultaneously. The samsara cage, deprived of its power source, began to collapse. Formation energy erupted in all directions, a chain reaction of destabilizing nodes that propagated through the substrate at the speed of thought. The geometry of the between space fractured, formation lines snapping like over-tightened strings, energy channels bursting and spraying raw power into the void. Shen Wei grabbed Linga, his hands could touch her now, in this space, and ran. Formation explosions detonated behind them. The substrate was coming apart, its 10,000-year-old architecture failing in cascading sequence. They reached the pocket dimension entrance a heartbeat before the substrate sealed itself, a last-ditch safety mechanism, isolating the collapsing substrate from the cage's inhabited spaces. Shen Wei and Linger tumbled through the entrance into the white pagoda's basement. Zhao Kong caught them. What happened? The whole dimension shook. I did it. Shen Wei's voice was different. His body was different, translucent, glowing faintly, existing in a state that wasn't quite physical. Layer 8. The junction node is destroyed. The cage's power source is severed. Guxian appeared, his death energy aura spiking. I felt it. The return channel is dead. Tian Luo's feed is cut. His vortex eyes blazed. The cage is running on residual power. It has weeks at most before it collapses entirely. Then Tian Luo will come, Shen Wei said. He'll manifest an avatar to investigate why his harvesting engine stopped working. And when he does? Shen Wei looked at the Bone Emperor, at Zhao Kong, at Linger, solid and real in his arms, at the faint warmth of Li Meihua's awareness, watching from above. When he does, I'll be ready. 8 layers down. 1 to go. Layer 9, Eternal Return. The final layer. The mystery that no one had ever solved. Complete the cycle, Shen Wei murmured. The technique's only description of the final layer. He didn't understand it yet. But he had a collapsing cage, a cosmic enemy approaching, and approximately 356 deaths remaining. Time to figure it out. Before the world ended. Chapter 41. The third stage of the samsara cage was not a gauntlet. It was a world. Shen Wei descended through the spiraling passage for what felt like hours, death energy thickening around him with every step until it pressed against his skin like deep water. The tunnel's walls were etched with formations far more complex than anything in the sublevel. Overlapping death signatures from different eras, each one a sedimentary layer of cultivation history compressed into the cage's architecture. When he emerged, he stopped and stared. A sky stretched above him. Not the real sky, a simulated one, painted in shades of ash and charcoal, with clouds of condensed death energy drifting like funeral processions across a sunless expanse. Below that impossible sky, a landscape unfolded that defied the logic of an underground space. Rolling hills of pale earth that crumbled to dust at the slightest touch, forests of bone-white trees whose branches dripped with liquid shadow, and rivers of something that looked like water but moved with the sluggish viscosity of congealing blood. The air tasted of metal and absence. Every breath carried a weight that had nothing to do with atmospheric pressure. It was the weight of accumulated death, 10,000 years of it, saturating every molecule. And in the distance, a city. Massive, sprawling, built from stone the color of old teeth. Towers rose from its center like skeletal fingers grasping at the dead sky. And even from this distance, Shen Wei could see movement, figures walking its streets, lights flickering in its windows like will-o-wisps in a graveyard. A pocket dimension, Linger said. Her blue form manifested beside him with unprecedented clarity. The death energy here was so dense that she was practically solid, a translucent girl of about 11 who could almost pass for living. Her feet actually touched the ground for the first time in their acquaintance. The third stage is a self-contained world within the samsara cage. It has its own geography, its own ecology, its own inhabitants. Inhabitants. Shen Wei's death awareness expanded outward in a sweeping arc, cataloging the landscape with the thoroughness of a cartographer mapping new territory. He detected life signatures, not phantoms, not formation constructs, but real souls. Genuine consciousness, carrying the weight of genuine suffering. Dozens of them, scattered across the pocket dimension like scattered seeds in barren soil. No, hundreds. Maybe more. There are people here. Prisoners. Like you. They were trapped in the samsara cage at various points throughout history. Unlike you, they never made it past the third stage. They've been here for years, decades, centuries, some since before the sect that sits above us was even founded. Linger's expression was somber. They've built what lives they can. Community. Routine. Some semblance of meaning in a meaningless prison. But they're all under the shadow of the thing that rules this level. What rules this level? Linger's form flickered. When she spoke, her voice was quieter, and Shen Wei noticed that even after centuries of guiding prisoners, the ghost child still feared what lived in the depths of the cage she called home. The Bone Emperor, Guxian. He was the first person ever trapped in the samsara cage, 10,000 years ago, when the formation was new and the sect above didn't exist yet. He spent those 10 millennia dying, comprehending, cultivating, and going slowly, inexorably insane. He's mastered 7 of the 9 layers of the technique. 7 layers. Shen Wei had 5: death awareness, death reversal, death echo, death domain, and death severance. Each layer was exponentially more powerful than the last, and the gap between 5 and 7 wasn't linear, but geometric. If his 5 layers made him a forest fire, 7 layers would make the Bone Emperor a volcanic eruption. He rules this entire pocket dimension. Shen Wei asked. He is this pocket dimension in many ways. After 10,000 years, his death energy has permeated every formation line, every molecule of air, every grain of soil. The landscape responds to his moods. The death energy currents flow according to his will. He allows the community of prisoners to exist because they serve his purposes. What purposes? Linger hesitated. Sustenance. Audience. Amusement. After 10 millennia of solitary death cultivation, even a monster craves the presence of others. Shen Wei absorbed this information methodically. The Bone Emperor was an obstacle of a fundamentally different nature than anything he'd faced before. Lu Hong had been a bully with superior cultivation. The final phantom had been a powerful construct. But a sentient, sapient death cultivator with 10,000 years of experience and 7 layers of the same technique Shen Wei was learning, that was an adversary who could think, adapt, and plan. An adversary who had been doing exactly that for longer than most civilizations lasted. Then I need to go through him to reach the deeper stages, Shen Wei said. It wasn't a question. The third stage doesn't have a clear exit like the first 2. There's no single opponent to defeat, no formation to unseal. The exit opens when the ruler of the pocket dimension is destroyed, and the ruler is the Bone Emperor. A 10,000-year-old death cultivator with 7 layers of the technique I've only mastered 5 of. I told you, this is where everyone dies. Good thing I'm used to it. Shen Wei started walking toward the distant city, his boots crunching on the pale, crumbling earth. Let's go introduce ourselves to the neighbors. The walk to the city took 3 hours. The landscape was deceptively vast. Distances that seemed manageable were stretched by the pocket dimension's unusual spatial properties. Along the way, Shen Wei observed the environment with the meticulous attention of someone who'd learned that every detail could be the difference between survival and another death. The bone-white trees were not trees at all, they were formations. Crystallized death energy grown into organic shapes over centuries, their roots drawing power from the pocket dimension's substrate and their branches dripping with condensed death essence. The liquid shadow that fell from their branches was a byproduct of the filtration process. Concentrated death energy in liquid form, toxic to touch, but potentially useful as a cultivation resource. The rivers were similar, not water but death energy in a liquid state, flowing through channels carved by millennia of erosion. The channels followed the pocket dimension's formation network, mapping paths of energy distribution that Shen Wei's death awareness could trace like veins in a body. The soil itself was compressed death energy mixed with the remains of things. His death awareness detected fragments of spiritual signatures, echoes of cultivators who'd died here and been absorbed into the landscape. Thousands of echoes. Tens of thousands. A geological record of death stretching back 10 millennia. This dimension is built on bones, Shen Wei said quietly. Figuratively and literally, Linger confirmed. Every cultivator who dies here contributes their death energy to the environment. The Bone Emperor harvests the concentrated energy periodically to fuel his own cultivation. A self-sustaining death energy farm. Exactly what it is. They approached the city. Up close, the stone buildings were crude but functional. Shelter hacked from the pocket dimension's terrain by desperate cultivators who needed a safe place to exist between the horrors. The construction techniques varied wildly, reflecting the different eras of their builders. Ancient stone stacking alongside more modern formation-reinforced walls, crude cave dwellings next to carefully mortared structures. The streets were unpaved paths of compressed ash, worn smooth by generations of foot traffic. The lights in the windows were containers of captured death energy, glass-like vessels filled with glowing essence that provided dim illumination without the warmth of actual fire. The city's western gate was a simple archway of stacked stones, marked with a symbol that Shen Wei's death awareness identified as a warning, a stylized skull with 9 points radiating from it. The the 9-layer technique symbol, repurposed as a territorial marker. 6 cultivators stood in a semicircle inside the gate. Their robes were a mishmash of styles, some ancient, some relatively modern, all worn thin by years of use and death energy exposure. Their cultivation bases ranged from foundation establishment to golden core, and their expressions were a careful blend of hostility and caution. The lead figure was a heavy-set man with a scar that ran from his forehead to his chin in a jagged diagonal, as if someone had tried to split his face in half and nearly succeeded. His cultivation base was golden core, respectable but not remarkable. His eyes were the most notable feature, hard, weary, and calculating. New arrival, the scarred man said. Not a question. From the sublevel? Yes. Name? Shen Wei. Cultivation? Nascent soul. The 6 exchanged glances. Something shifted in their collective posture. Not quite relaxation, but a recalculation. The scarred man's hostility dimmed by a visible fraction. Nascent soul is rare down here. Most who make it this far are golden core or below. How many loops? 420. Fast. You're very fast. The scarred man considered this, his scar pulling as his brow furrowed. My name is Talphone, guard captain. I run security for the community. He stepped aside, revealing the city's interior. Welcome to Ashen Rest. Follow the main road to the central square. Grandmother Shu will want to meet you. Grandmother Shu? Our elder. She's been here longer than anyone except the emperor himself. She'll explain the rules, the boundaries, and the costs of survival. His voice dropped. Follow the rules, Shen Wei. This isn't a sect with political games and tournament brackets. Down here, the rules exist because breaking them gets people killed. Permanently. Shen Wei nodded. The gravity of the warning was unmistakable. This wasn't a regulated environment, but a survival community operating under the constant shadow of an overwhelmingly powerful tyrant. He entered Ashen Rest. Chapter 42, The Streets of Ashen Rest, told a story of incremental despair and stubborn resilience. Shen Wei walked through them slowly, death awareness cataloging everything. The people, the structures, the energy patterns, the ambient threats. The residents watched him from doorways, windows, and shadowed alleys. Hollow-eyed cultivators in ragged robes, their spiritual auras weakened and dimmed by years of death energy exposure without proper technique to process it. Most were foundation establishment or below, their original cultivation bases, whatever they'd been when they entered the cage, eroded by the pocket dimension's toxic atmosphere. A few were stronger. Shen Wei detected 3 golden core signatures and one that flickered at the edge of golden core peak. But none were nascent soul. He was, apparently, the strongest cultivator in the community. That fact alone told him how dangerous the Bone Emperor must be. In any normal settlement, the strongest fighters would be at the top of the hierarchy. Here, the strongest fighters were at best golden core, and they were guards, not leaders. The central square opened before him. A circular clearing dominated by a single structure that stood out from the crude buildings like a pearl among pebbles. A pagoda of white stone, 3 stories tall, its surfaces etched with death energy formations of remarkable sophistication. The formations were preservation arrays, maintaining the stone's structural integrity against the pocket dimension's corrosive atmosphere. On the pagoda steps sat an old woman. She was ancient in a way that transcended cultivation's age-defying properties. Her face was a topographical map of wrinkles and lines, her hands spotted and thin as dried leaves, her white hair so fine it floated in the death energy currents like cobwebs catching a non-existent breeze. She wore robes that had once been elegant, silk, judging by the remnant luster, but were now patched and faded to a uniform gray. Her eyes were bright, alert, and devastatingly intelligent. They fixed on Shen Wei as he crossed the square, and he felt the weight of those eyes like a physical pressure, not spiritual, not cultivation-based, but the weight of 8 centuries of accumulated wisdom and suffering. Nascent soul, she said. Her voice was surprisingly strong for someone who looked like a strong wind could carry her away. And 5 layers of the technique. My, the cage hasn't produced someone like you in 700 years. Shen Wei's stride faltered. You can read my layers? I've been here long enough to sense death energy configurations in my sleep, young man. I could read your layers from across the city. Sit. She patted the step beside her with a hand that trembled slightly. I am Grandmother Shu. This community exists under my protection, such as it is, and such as it has been for 840 years. I'll answer your questions, and then you'll answer mine. 840 years. Shen Wei sat down, the white stone cool beneath him, and let that number sink in. This woman had been imprisoned longer than most empires lasted. You were golden core when you entered? He asked, reading her diminished aura. I was golden core peak, on the verge of nascent soul. The brightest prospect of my generation, if you'll forgive the immodesty. A ghost of a smile. The Bone Emperor stripped most of my cultivation during our first encounter. He allows me to maintain core formation because I serve a function. What function? Managing the livestock. The word was delivered without inflection, but its impact was calculated. Shen Wei's death awareness read the micro-expression that flickered across Grandmother Shu's face. Shame, resignation, and a defiant determination that refused to look away from ugly truths. He feeds on cultivators, Shen Wei said. Not a question. On their death comprehension, specifically. Every few decades, he selects a prisoner from ashen rest and consumes them, absorbs their soul, their accumulated death energy, their cultivation insights. It's how he maintains his power and his stability. Without regular feeding, his 10,000-year-old cultivation begins to degrade. The community knows this. Every soul in ashen rest knows what happens to those who are selected. Some accept it as the price of continued existence. Some rage against it until rage consumes them. Some try to fight. They die faster and less pleasantly than the selected. And you manage this system. I keep 317 people alive in a death dimension ruled by a monster who could destroy us all with a thought. Grandmother Shu's voice hardened. Yes, I manage the system. I hate every moment of it. But the alternative, refusing, rebelling, letting chaos reign, would kill everyone. Not eventually. Immediately. Shen Wei looked at her. This ancient, diminished, impossibly strong woman who had spent 8 centuries making impossible choices to keep people alive. Tell me everything about the Bone Emperor, he said. His techniques, his habits, his patterns, his weaknesses. Everything you've learned in 800 years. Grandmother Shu studied him for a long moment. You're not asking how to survive him. You're asking how to fight him. I've been dying since before most of the people in this city were trapped here. I've had 420 lessons in combat from the most thorough teacher imaginable, death itself. I'm not interested in survival. I'm interested in ending this. The old woman's bright eyes softened. For the first time, something like hope flickered in their depths, fragile, cautious, the hope of someone who had learned never to hope and was doing it anyway. Come inside, she said, rising from the steps with a grace that belied her apparent frailty. This will take considerable time, and I have 8 centuries of observations to share. Chapter 43 Grandmother Shu's intelligence briefing lasted 6 hours. They sat in the pagoda's main room, a spare, clean space with formation-preserved furniture and walls covered in hand-drawn maps of the pocket dimension. The maps were layered, the oldest ones on parchment that crumbled at the edges, the newest on strips of processed bone-white tree bark. The Bone Emperor's domain occupies the pocket dimension's northern third, Grandmother Shu began, indicating a mountain range on the largest map. The mountains themselves are partially his creation, formations of crystallized death energy, grown over millennia into a landscape that serves as his fortress. The tallest peak is the fortress proper, a structure of black crystal that he's been expanding and reinforcing for 10,000 years. Defenses. 3 perimeter rings. The first is the bone-white forest that borders his territory. The trees there are more aggressive than the ones near Ashen Rest. They actively drain death energy from anything that enters, weakening intruders before they reach the second ring, which is his lieutenants. 3 of them, each one a former prisoner who either served him voluntarily or was forcibly converted. Corpse General Hua, the strongest, guards the eastern approach. He's nascent soul peak equivalent, and he uses layer 5 techniques. Shen Wei's attention sharpened. The Bone Emperor shared his layer 5 with a lieutenant? Not shared, replicated. Hua died and was rebuilt by the Emperor's layer 6 abilities. The reconstruction included a copy of layer 5, embedded in Hua's reformed soul. It's not as refined as the Emperor's own layer 5, but it's genuine death severance. And the other 2 lieutenants? The undying servant, Feng Qi, guards the western approach. She volunteered for conversion 500 years ago, believing servitude was preferable to waiting for selection. She was wrong, but by the time she understood that, there wasn't enough of her left to resist. She's Golden Core Peak with layer 3 and 4 copies. The third, the Whispering Shadow, Lian. He guards the southern approach. He's unique. A soul cultivator who was already partially dead when he entered the cage, some kind of heretical technique from his original sect. The Bone Emperor didn't need to convert him. Lian simply aligned with the dominant power structure. He's nascent soul with layer 4. 3 lieutenants. 3 approaches, each one guarding a cardinal direction. The northern approach, the direct route, is unguarded because it's the most dangerous. The death energy concentration in the northern mountains is so extreme that anything below spirit severing will be killed by the ambient environment alone. How does the Emperor move between his fortress and the rest of the dimension? He doesn't. Not physically. His death energy presence permeates the entire dimension. He can project his awareness, his techniques, and his authority anywhere within the pocket dimension without leaving his throne. He hasn't physically moved in 3,000 years. Shen Wei processed this. A stationary enemy was both easier and harder to deal with. Easier because his physical location was known, harder because his influence was everywhere. Has anyone ever reached the fortress? 7 times in 800 years. Each time, the Emperor killed the challenger in under a minute. The strongest, a nascent soul-peak cultivator with 4 layers, lasted 43 seconds. What was the Emperor's response to each challenge? Grandmother Shu's expression shifted. That's an interesting question. Most challengers ask about the Emperor's attack power. You're asking about his behavior. Attack power tells me how hard he hits. Behavior tells me how he thinks. And how he thinks is more useful against someone I can't outpower. The old woman's eyes glinted with approval. The first challenger, 800 years ago, shortly after I arrived, was a proud young man who believed his talent would carry him through anything. The Emperor killed him with a single technique, then returned to his meditation. No emotion, no reaction, like swatting an insect. And the 7th? The 7th was Bai Yun. 700 years ago. She was brilliant. Nascent soul when she entered, she reached layer 6 in 400 deaths. She challenged the Emperor, and for the first time in my observation, he engaged. Really engaged. They fought for 43 seconds, and in those seconds, the Emperor was alive, present, interested. When she finally fell, he held her dying body and said something I couldn't hear. He was interested in her technique. In her specifically. She was the closest anyone had ever come to matching him. I think, and this is 8 centuries of observation speaking, that the Bone Emperor is desperate for a worthy opponent. Not because he wants to fight, because he wants to connect. Shen Wei filed this observation. A lonely god, craving connection, using violence as the only language he still remembered. That was an opening. A small one, partially sealed by 10,000 years of madness, but an opening nonetheless. I need to fight his lieutenants first, Shen Wei said. Starting with Corpse General Hua. His Layer 5 techniques will provide the combat data I need to refine my own death severance. Hua's nascent soul peak. Your nascent soul standard. The gap, combined with his Layer 5 mastery, makes him extremely dangerous. I know. That's why I need to die to him several times before I can beat him. Die to him. The loop. I die, I reset, I learn. Each death against Hua will teach me his Layer 5 from the victim's perspective. By the time I can beat him, I'll know his technique better than he does. Grandmother Shu stared at him. You're planning to use death as a learning tool. I've been using death as a learning tool for 420 loops. It's the most effective method I've found. Most people find it somewhat final. Most people aren't stuck in a samsara cage with a loop reset. The old woman was quiet for a moment. Then she laughed. A dry, crackling sound, like paper tearing, but genuine. The first real laugh Shen Wei had heard from anyone in the pocket dimension. You're unlike any prisoner I've met in 8 centuries, Shen Wei. I think the cage may have finally made a mistake. What kind of mistake? The kind that breaks it. Chapter 44 Loop 424. Shen Wei's first death in the 3rd stage. He'd spent 4 loops familiarizing himself with the pocket dimension's geography, training against the ambient phantoms that still spawned near Ashen Rest's perimeter, and integrating the intelligence Grandmother Shu had provided. Now it was time to test himself against a real opponent. Corpse General Hua's territory was the bone-white forest east of Ashen Rest. A maze of towering, energy-draining trees that formed a defensive buffer around the Bone Emperor's domain. The forest's trees actively siphoned death energy from intruders, making it a gauntlet that weakened anyone passing through. Shen Wei entered the forest at dawn, or what passed for dawn in the pocket dimension's perpetual gray twilight. His death awareness expanded to its maximum range, mapping the tree formations and identifying the energy drain pathways. The forest was sophisticated, a living formation array that funneled stolen energy toward the Emperor's fortress. He'd walked for 20 minutes when the forest attacked. Not the trees, something between the trees. A figure materialized from the shadows with a speed that Shen Wei's death awareness barely tracked. Skeletal, encased in armor forged from compressed death energy that was black and gleaming like polished obsidian. The armor's surface was carved with tiny characters, technique formulas, Shen Wei realized. Death energy cultivation instructions etched directly into the armor's formation matrix. Corpse General Hua. The general was 7 feet tall, impossibly thin, with a skull face that grinned perpetually from behind an open-faced helm. Empty eye sockets burned with black flame. In his right hand, a halberd that screamed, literally screamed, the voices of consumed souls trapped in its blade, as it cut through the death energy thick air. The Emperor sends his regards, newcomer, Hua rasped. His jaw clacked with each word, bone on bone, a sound like dice being thrown. He felt your nascent soul signature when you entered the dimension. He's interested. I'm flattered. Don't be. Interest from the Emperor means you've been scheduled for consumption. The halberd swung lazily, a warm-up arc that displaced the air with enough force to shatter a bone-white tree trunk. I'm here to prepare you. Prepare me. Soften you up. Identify your techniques. Report back. Standard procedure. Another lazy swing, this one closer. The Emperor likes to know what he's eating before he eats it. Shen Wei shifted into his combat stance. Not the basic Azure Wind stance from his tournament days, but the evolved death energy combat posture he developed through 400 deaths. Weight on the back foot, death energy cycling through his core in a defensive pattern, death awareness at maximum sensitivity. Hua noted the stance with professional interest. Competent form. Better than most arrivals. Let's see how you move. The halberd struck. The attack was blinding fast, nascent soul peak speed, amplified by the halberd's formation-enhanced design. Shen Wei's death awareness screamed the trajectory, and he dodged by throwing himself sideways. The blade carved a trench in the forest floor, throwing up pale earth and crystallized death energy. Before Shen Wei could recover, Hua was already following up. A spinning combination that used the halberd's momentum to generate 3 attacks in rapid succession. Overhead chop, horizontal sweep, upward thrust. Each one covered a different escape angle, forcing Shen Wei to choose between damage zones. He chose the horizontal sweep, the weakest of the 3, and took it on his death severance. His layer 5 activated, severing the causal link between the halberd's impact and the damage to his body. The blade passed through his shoulder, cutting flesh, but the expected devastation was reduced to a manageable wound. Shen Wei counterattacked. Death Echo loaded, a compressed Black Lotus strike, his synthesized technique, aimed at Hua's left pauldron. The strike hit. Black energy dispersed against Hua's armor without penetrating. Layer 5, Hua observed. Death severance. Interesting. And some kind of echo technique. You're replaying absorbed attacks. Crude but effective against phantoms. Not enough against me. He attacked again, and this time Shen Wei understood what Grandmother Shu had meant about Hua's Layer 5 mastery. The halberd's killing intent vanished. One moment, Shen Wei's death awareness was tracking the weapon's trajectory with crystal clarity. The next, the halberd simply wasn't there. Not invisible, not obscured, but causally disconnected from Shen Wei's perception. Death severance used offensively. Hua had severed the causal link between his attack and Shen Wei's awareness of it. The halberd still existed, still moved, still cut. But Shen Wei couldn't perceive it because the connection between the attack and his perception had been cut. The invisible strike hit him in the chest. His death severance tried to reduce the damage, but Hua's offensive severance interfered. When the attacker used the same layer as the defender, the interactions were complex and unpredictable. Pain, blood, cracked ribs. Shen Wei stumbled backward. Ah, you felt that, Hua said. Good. The Emperor will want to know your durability thresholds. Another invisible strike. Shen Wei couldn't perceive it, couldn't dodge it, couldn't sever its damage because Hua's offense disrupted his defense. The halberd drove through his left side, severing muscle and scraping bone. He was losing. Not slowly, rapidly. Hua's offensive Layer 5 made Shen Wei's primary defense useless and his primary perception unreliable. Adapt, Shen Wei told himself. You can't perceive the attack through normal channels. Find another channel. Death Domain. His Layer 4, which projected phantom death outward. Within his domain, everything was saturated with his death energy, including Hua's armor and weapon. When the halberd moved through Shen Wei's domain, it disturbed the death energy patterns even when its causality was severed. He couldn't see the attack, but he could feel it, through the ripples it created in his domain, like feeling a fish through the displacement of water. Third strike incoming. Shen Wei felt the domain ripple and twisted. The halberd grazed his shoulder instead of impaling his heart. Still painful, but not fatal. Hua paused. His skeletal face tilted in what might have been curiosity. You adapted. In one exchange. Most opponents never figure out how to counter my offensive severance. I'm a fast learner. We'll see. The fourth strike came with increased speed and a new twist. Hua didn't just sever Shen Wei's perception of the attack. He severed the domain ripple. The halberd moved through the death energy field without disturbing it, like a shadow passing through shadow. No visual perception. No domain ripple. No warning at all. The halberd pierced Shen Wei's heart. Cold. Darkness. The familiar descent into death, experienced for the 424th time. But this death was different. The texture of it, the feeling. Not Lu Heng's overwhelming golden qi. Not the phantom's generated death energy. This was the death of a skilled killer with a specific technique, and its flavor was distinct, cold, precise, layered. Shen Wei's death awareness recorded every nuance as his consciousness faded. The shape of Hua's severance, how it disconnected attack from perception, how it disrupted domain ripples, how it created a stealth strike framework that was invisible to any detection method Shen Wei currently possessed. He died knowing exactly how he'd been killed, and woke at the pocket dimension entrance, already planning his return. That was educational, he told Linger. You lasted 97 seconds. That's better than most. His offensive death severance is more refined than mine by an order of magnitude. He can sever not just perception, but secondary perception, domain ripples, ambient energy patterns, even causal echoes. How do you counter that? I need to develop a perception method that doesn't operate on causality. Something that works outside the cause and effect chain that severance disrupts. That would require perceiving attacks after they've happened rather than before. Death echo. The solution crystallized in Shen Wei's mind with the sharp clarity that 400 deaths had honed into a razor. If I absorb the echo of his attacks, the death impression they leave in the environment after impact, I can perceive them retroactively. The echo exists after the causal chain completes, so severance can't affect it. Retroactive perception. You'd be reading the past instead of the present, which is useless for dodging. But combined with death reversal, you let the attack hit, die from it, reverse, and use the retroactive echo to counter during the reversal window. Exactly. 3 layers working in sequence. Death echo for retroactive perception, death reversal for post-death action, and death domain to track the fight's spatial dynamics. That's a 4-layer combat combination that requires dying to initiate. That's my specialty. Chapter 45 loops, 425 through 450. The education of dying to an expert. Shen Wei fought Corpse General Hua 18 times over 25 loops. Each fight was brutally short and incredibly informative. Death 5. Shen Wei tested the retroactive perception theory. He let Hua's invisible halberd strike kill him, then activated death reversal. In the 5-second post-death window, his death echo scanned the surrounding environment and found what he was looking for. The death impression left by Hua's attack, a ghostly afterimage in the death energy field. The impression contained complete data, the halberd's trajectory, the force vector, the severance technique's exact parameters. Retroactive perception worked. He could see Hua's attacks after they killed him. The challenge was using that information offensively. 5 seconds of reversal wasn't much time, and Hua's reactions were nascent soul peak, fast enough to dodge or block most counterattacks. Death 8. Shen Wei refined the combination. Die. Reverse. Skin retroactive echo. Identify the weakness in Hua's post-attack stance, a gap in the armor's formation array that appeared when the halberd was extended. Launch a counterattack at the gap. The counterattack landed. His Black Lotus strike, aimed with retroactive precision, cracked Hua's left pauldron. The general stumbled. For the first time, something that wasn't professional detachment appeared in his burning eye sockets. Surprise. You hit me, Hua said. While dead. It's a talent. It's unnatural, says the talking skeleton. Then the reversal expired and Shen Wei collapsed. But the crack in Hua's armor, that was real. That was progress. Death 12. Shen Wei identified the deeper structure of Hua's offensive severance. The technique had a rhythm, a cycling pattern that matched the general's core rotation. During the transition between cycles, the severance weakened for approximately 1/10 of a second. Not enough to perceive an attack in real time, but enough for death awareness to catch a fragment of killing intent. 1/10 of a second of warning. Combined with death severance to reduce damage, that turned an instantly fatal strike into a severely wounding one. Shen Wei could survive Hua's attacks long enough to counterattack before dying. Death 15, a breakthrough. Shen Wei discovered that Hua's armor had a secondary weakness, not structural, but temporal. The formation arrays carved into the armor's surface were 10,000 years old, and some of the inscription characters had degraded. Specifically, the character sequence on the left pauldron, the one Shen Wei had cracked in Death 8, was missing a stabilization radical. Without that radical, the formation occasionally fluctuated, creating a half-second window where the armor's defensive properties dropped by 40%. 40% reduction, combined with a half-second window, combined with a death reversal counterattack aimed through the cracked pauldron. Death 17. Shen Wei executed the combination. He weathered Hua's opening salvo, taking wounds, but surviving through death severance damage reduction. He waited for the armor fluctuation, 3 seconds, 4, 5, there. The pauldron's formation dimmed. Shen Wei launched a concentrated death echo through the gap. Not the Black Lotus strike, but a specific technique he'd absorbed from the final Phantom. A boring lance of compressed death energy designed for armor penetration. The lance punched through the weakened pauldron and into Hua's shoulder joint. The general's left arm went limp, the halberd wobbling in a suddenly one-handed grip. "You've been studying me," Hua said, pain evident in his voice for the first time. "For 17 deaths. You're an excellent teacher." "I'm not a teacher. I'm an executioner." There's significant overlap. Hua's response was explosive. He abandoned technique and went full berserker. Nascent soul peak power output, unrestrained, flooding the forest with killing energy that shattered trees in a 100-meter radius. The halberd became a whirlwind of death. Shen Wei died. But he died having proven that Corpse General Hua could be hurt, could be weakened, could be beaten, given enough deaths and enough learning. Death 18, the killing blow. Shen Wei entered the bone-white forest with a plan refined through 17 deaths of combat data. He knew Hua's attack patterns, armor weaknesses, severance cycling rhythm, and emotional triggers. He knew that the general's left pauldron was cracked, that his severance had a 1/10 second gap in its cycling, and that his berserker mode sacrificed defensive technique for raw power output. He provoked the berserker mode first, landing 3 rapid death echo strikes on Hua's face, a deliberate insult to the general's martial pride. Hua erupted, abandoning the refined offensive severance in favor of overwhelming force. In berserker mode, Hua's attacks were visible. No severance, no stealth, just raw, devastating power that Shen Wei could perceive and react to. He wove through the storm. Death awareness mapped every strike. Death domain projected phantom deaths into Hua's awareness, disrupting his rhythm by fractions of a percentage. Death severance nullified the strikes that couldn't be dodged, reducing nascent soul peak power to manageable damage. And when Hua's berserker rage created the opening, a wide swing that left his cracked pauldron exposed, Shen Wei struck. Not with a lance this time, with a detonation. Every point of death energy in his nascent soul core, compressed into a single pulse and delivered through the pauldron gap directly into Hua's internal formation matrix. The formation shattered from within. Hua's armor cracked like an eggshell, black energy spraying from every seam. The general staggered, his skeletal body losing cohesion as the formations that held it together failed. "Impossible," Hua whispered. "Not impossible. Inevitable." Shen Wei drove his palm into the exposed core formation at the center of Hua's chest. Death energy surged through the connection, disrupting the final stabilization matrix. Corpse General Hua came apart. Bone scattered. Armor fragments dissolved. The halberd's screaming voices went silent. As the general dissolved, his accumulated death energy flowed into Shen Wei. Centuries of combat experience, techniques absorbed from scores of defeated opponents, and the refined offensive death severance that had made Hua nearly unbeatable. Shen Wei absorbed it all. His technique library expanded enormously, and his own death severance deepened by a quantum leap. Not just defensive severance, but offensive application, the ability to sever others' perception of his attacks. His cultivation base trembled. The death energy from Hua's destruction, combined with 450 loops of accumulated comprehension, was pushing against the ceiling of nascent soul. The Bone Emperor will have felt that, Linger warned. Hua's destruction will have registered in the formation network. Good. Let him know I'm coming. And from the north, from the mountain fortress where a 10,000-year-old death god sat on a throne of skulls, something stirred. A whisper carried on the death energy currents, barely audible but unmistakable. Impressive. Come, child. I've waited 10,000 years. Chapter 46, Loop 452. The dimension responded to Hua's destruction. The bone-white forest on the eastern approach thinned overnight. Without Hua's maintenance, the aggressive energy-draining trees reverted to passive state, their branches drooping and their roots pulling back from the pathways. A corridor opened through the forest, leading toward the northern mountains. An invitation or a trap? Probably both. Shen Wei didn't take the bait. Instead, he returned to Ashen Rest and spent 5 loops preparing. Li Meihua's latest projections, now stable for 20 minutes at a time, her technique improving with each loop, provided critical intelligence. The cage's formation network shows increased activity in the northern sector, she reported, her ghostly form flickering beside Shen Wei in the pagoda's main room. The Bone Emperor is consolidating power. He's drawing energy from the forest territories, from the phantom generators, from the rivers. Everything is flowing north. He's preparing for my attack. Or preparing to attack you. The energy flow patterns suggest he's charging something, a technique or formation that requires massive energy input. How massive? 3 times Corpse General Hua's total energy output. Whatever he's preparing, it could level Ashen Rest from his fortress. Shen Wei filed this. Gu Xian's 7-layer mastery meant that any direct confrontation would need to be on Shen Wei's terms, not the Emperor's. But the Bone Emperor's preparations also revealed something useful. He was taking Shen Wei seriously. Not as a threat. The power gap was still too vast for that, but as someone worth preparing for. That level of attention meant the Emperor saw something in Shen Wei that simple cultivation metrics didn't capture. I need to advance my cultivation before I face him, Shen Wei said. Nascent soul against 7 layers of death mastery isn't enough. I need to push towards spirit severing. Spirit severing requires severing your mortality, Linger observed. Cutting the tie between your existence and the concept of death. For a death cultivator, that's paradoxical. You're trying to sever yourself from the very thing your technique is built on. Which is exactly what Layer 5 prepared me for. Death severance. The ability to cut causal links, including the link between my existence and mortality. You're going to use your own technique to fuel your cultivation breakthrough. Every layer of the technique has fed my advancement. Why should spirit severing be different? The breakthrough attempt took place over 10 loops of intensive meditation and deliberate death. Shen Wei worked with Li Meihua to develop a specific pill regimen. Soul-steadying pills to maintain soul integrity, dissociative spirit pills for external observation, and a new formulation, the Severance Catalyst, designed to amplify death severance during the breakthrough moment. Loop 457, first attempt. Shen Wei meditated at the pagoda's peak, death energy cycling through his core, and attempted to sever the causal link between his existence and mortality. The attempt failed spectacularly. Severing mortality required cutting a link that was woven into the fabric of reality itself, the universal truth that all living things die. Shen Wei's death severance, refined through 457 deaths, could cut specific causal chains. But the chain of mortality wasn't specific, it was universal. It connected every living cell, every spiritual particle, every soul fragment to the inevitable endpoint. Cutting one chain only revealed 100 more beneath it, each one a different expression of the same truth. All things die. You're trying to cut a web with a knife, Li Meihua said after the 4th failed attempt. Mortality isn't a single chain, it's a network. You can't sever it by cutting individual connections. Then how? You need to sever the network's foundation. Not the individual chains, but the substrate they're attached to. The substrate of mortality. In your case, the substrate is your soul's connection to the death-life duality. Your soul exists as 9 fragments, each one connected to both life and death. If you can sever the death connection while preserving the life connection, the mortality network collapses. Sever death from my soul while keeping life. Not permanently, just at the breakthrough moment. Long enough for your cultivation base to reconfigure at the spirit-severing level. The insight was alchemical in nature. Li Meihua's genius applied to a cultivation problem. Shen Wei implemented it in Loop 461. He meditated with the Severance Catalyst pill active, his 9 soul fragments separated into their component states. 6 fragments refined by death technique. 3 unrefined, each one connected to both life and death through the universal mortality network. He focused on the connections, not the death chains, the life chains. He'd spent so much time studying death that he'd neglected the other half of each connection. But there, subtle and easily overlooked, were the life links, the ties between his soul and the concept of continued existence, of growth, of change, of future. He strengthened the life links, poured consciousness into them, reinforcing them with the life comprehension he'd been accumulating through his connections with Li Meihua, Zhao Kong, Linger, and the community. Then he severed the death links. Not permanently, not completely, just enough, just for an instant, to break the mortality network's hold on his cultivation base. His nascent soul core shattered, not from damage but from liberation. The death energy inside, freed from the mortality constraint, reconfigured at a higher level. A new core formed, not golden, not black, but dual-toned. Half alive, half dead. A core that existed permanently at the boundary between states. Spirit severing. His eyes changed. The duality that had been a subtle difference in iris color became stark. One eye pure white, radiating life energy. One eye pure black, radiating death energy. The difference was visible to the naked eye, and Ashen Rest's residents who saw him emerge from the pagoda afterward stepped aside with instinctive deference. Spirit severing. Grandmother Shu observed from her customary seat on the pagoda steps. You achieved in 461 loops what most cultivators spend a century pursuing. I had help. Shen Wei flexed his new cultivation base. The spirit-severing core was dramatically more powerful than nascent soul. His death energy reserves had doubled, his technique execution speed had tripled, and his death sovereign domain, the fragmentary layer 7, he'd been developing through his death sovereign experiments with the Bone Emperor's ambient authority, expanded from negligible to 20 meters. More importantly, the spirit-severing breakthrough had refined his 5 active layers to a new level of precision. His death awareness could now perceive threats across the entire pocket dimension. His death domain projected phantom deaths that could affect cultivators up to nascent soul. His death severance, enhanced by Hua's absorbed offensive technique, could cut causal chains between events happening at distance. Now I'm ready to visit the Bone Emperor, Shen Wei said. Your spirit severing with 5 layers against a being with 7 layers and 10,000 years. You're not ready. No, but I need to fight him to learn what ready looks like. And I need to die to his techniques to advance further. You're insane. I've been told. Chapter 47 Loop 463. The first audience with the Bone Emperor. Shen Wei walked north. The journey took a day, through the thinning, bone-white forest, across dead plains of pale earth, into the foothills of the northern mountains. The landscape changed as he climbed. The death energy density increased exponentially, and the air itself began to solidify into visible currents of shadow that tugged at his robes and whispered in frequencies just below hearing. Li Meihua's latest pill, the atmosphere adaptation tablet, kept the dense death energy from corroding his body, but the spiritual pressure was immense. Without spirit-severing durability, anything below nascent soul peak would have been crushed by the ambient environment alone. The fortress materialized from the mountain's peak like a growth, not built so much as grown, formed from death energy crystallized over 10 millennia into black, coral-like structures. Spires jutted at impossible angles. Formation arrays covered every surface in pulsing crimson script, and the death energy emanating from the structure was so intense that Shen Wei's death awareness overloaded, retreating to a narrower perception range to avoid data flooding. At the fortress gate, a massive arch of black crystal, the undying servant Feng Qi waited. She was a horror of divided existence. Her right half was preserved flesh, living and breathing, while her left half was exposed skeleton coated in death energy. One eye blinked. One socket burned with black flame. The Emperor expects you, Deathwalker, she said. Her voice came from both the living throat and the skeletal jaw simultaneously, creating a dissonant harmony. He's prepared a reception. How generous. It's not generosity. She stepped aside. It's anticipation. He's been looking forward to this since you killed Hua. The general was his favorite. Not because of loyalty, because Hua was the only one who could give him an interesting sparring session. Now that's gone. And he wants a replacement? He wants entertainment. Don't disappoint him. The fortress interior was a cathedral of darkness. Corridors stretched into impossible distances, their walls lined with crystallized death energy that pulsed with slow, rhythmic light. The Bone Emperor's heartbeat, rendered in architecture. The formation arrays on the walls were dense and sophisticated, far beyond anything Shen Wei had seen in the sublevel or the arena. His death awareness, operating at reduced range, still detected the formation array's purposes: surveillance, containment, amplification, and, disturbingly, consumption. The fortress was designed to funnel visitors' death energy toward its center, toward the throne room. The throne room opened before him like the inside of a ribcage. Columns of black crystal rose from a floor of compressed bone. Actual bone, not formation. The skeletal remains of thousands of consumed cultivators fused into a smooth, pale surface. The ceiling disappeared into darkness above, and death energy currents flowed through the space in visible rivers, converging on a raised dais at the far end. On the dais, a throne of fused skulls, each one recognizable as a distinct individual, their empty eye sockets staring outward in a gallery of permanent screaming. On the throne, the Bone Emperor. Shen Wei's first impression was of wrongness. Gu Xian had once been human. The general proportions of his body still reflected that ancestry. But 10,000 years of death cultivation had transformed him into something that straddled the line between person and phenomenon. His skin was translucent, revealing bones that had been entirely replaced by death energy crystal. No calcium, no marrow, just pure refined destruction shaped into a skeleton. His eyes were empty sockets filled with swirling black vortexes that pulled at Shen Wei's attention like gravitational wells. His robes, the remnants of garments that had been replaced and re-replaced until they were more shadow than cloth, hung from his frame like wings folded at rest. He was 3 meters tall, not through any natural growth, but through the accumulation of death energy that had literally expanded his physical frame over millennia, each century adding another fraction of a centimeter as his crystalline bones grew. His aura was the most terrifying thing Shen Wei had ever encountered. Not because of its power, though its power was immense. A spirit-severing cultivator against a 7-layer death master was like a candle against the sun, but because of its texture. The Bone Emperor's aura was empty. Not suppressed, not hidden, not contained. Empty. A void of such absolute depth that Shen Wei's death awareness couldn't even map its edges. 7 layers of the myriad deaths, one life technique, refined over 10,000 years, had made Gu Xian into a walking absence. A person-shaped hole in the fabric of reality where death and life met and canceled each other out. Shen Wei. The Bone Emperor's voice was a whisper that somehow filled the room. It sounded like 2 voices speaking in unison, one alive and young, one dead and ancient. The 9-fragment soul, the fastest cage prisoner in 10,000 years. The one who killed my general with a technique combination that shouldn't be possible at your level. You're well informed. I am the cage in many ways. My awareness permeates every formation line, every energy current, every molecule of death energy in this dimension. When you entered the 3rd stage, I felt your 5 layers activate like fires being lit in my living room. The vortex eyes fixed on Shen Wei with an intensity that made his skin crawl. Tell me, Shen Wei, do you know why you're here? To face you. To learn from you. To eventually surpass you. Confidence. Good. The last person to stand in that spot with confidence was Bai Yun, 700 years ago. A pause. She died screaming. I've died 463 times without screaming. I expect I can manage a few more. Something shifted in the Bone Emperor's void-like aura. Not amusement, something more complex. Interest layered with nostalgia, layered with something that might, in a being with less emotional atrophy, be called hope. 5 layers, Gu Xian said. Death awareness, reversal, echo, domain, severance. Adequate for the 2nd stage. Insufficient for me. The gap between 5 layers and 7 is not incremental. It is existential. I know. Do you? Layer 6 is death rebirth, the reconstruction of body from death energy. Layer 7 is death sovereign, the authority to command life and death within a domain. These are not combat techniques, Shen Wei. They are states of being. I don't use Layer 7 to fight. I am Layer 7. Within my domain, I decide what lives and what dies. Not through power, through authority. Show me. The Bone Emperor stood from his throne. His full height, 3 meters of crystal bone and shadow, filled the dais like a monument coming to life. Very well. He didn't attack. He simply decided. Shen Wei felt it. Not as an impact, not as an energy projection, but as a shift in reality's parameters. One moment, his body was alive. The next, it was dying. Not because anything had struck him, not because any technique had been deployed, but because within the Bone Emperor's domain, his continued existence had been revoked. His cells stopped functioning. His meridians froze. His death energy core went dark as the ambient authority of Layer 7 simply overrode his body's will to exist. Death severance activated automatically, trying to cut the causal chain between the Emperor's decision and Shen Wei's death. But there was no chain. Layer 7 didn't operate on causality. It operated on sovereignty, absolute authority over the life-death state within a domain. There was nothing to cut because nothing had happened. Shen Wei wasn't being killed. He was being unlived. Death awareness screamed with input. Not killing intent, not attack trajectories, but a total systemic failure notification. His body was ceasing to function not through damage, but through lack of permission to continue functioning. He died in 4 seconds. Not from any wound. From the universe simply agreeing with the Bone Emperor that Shen Wei should stop existing. When the loop reset, Shen Wei sat in the pocket dimension's entrance chamber and processed what he'd experienced. That was Layer 7, he told Langer. He didn't even try, did he? He raised his hand, and I ceased to exist. No technique, no chi expenditure, no physical action. Just will and authority. How do you fight that? I don't know yet. But I learned something from the experience. Layer 7 has a range limit. His sovereign domain fills the throne room, approximately 300 meters. Outside that radius, his authority weakens. And there's a processing delay. He decides, then the domain implements. 4 seconds from decision to death. That's the gap. 4 seconds isn't much. 4 seconds is an eternity for someone who's died 463 times. He went back. Again, again, again. Each death in the Bone Emperor's throne room taught Shen Wei more about Layer 7's mechanics. The sovereignty operated through the pocket dimension's formation network, The emperor's authority was transmitted through formation lines that connected his core to every point in his domain. The formation lines were the mechanism. Without them, his authority had no medium of transmission. And formation lines could be disrupted, not severed. They were too robust for Shen Wei's layer 5, but disrupted, temporarily, with sufficient force applied to the right junction points. By loop 470, Shen Wei had mapped 38 formation junction points within the throne room. Disrupting even 3 of them simultaneously would create a localized gap in the emperor's authority, a pocket where layer 7 didn't reach, where Shen Wei could exist without permission being revoked. The strategy took shape: enter the throne room, survive long enough to disrupt 3 junction points, create a gap, and strike during the confusion. It would require precision, speed, and the willingness to die multiple times in the attempt. Standard operating procedure, really. Chapter 48, Loop 473. Deaths, 473. Remaining, approximately 527. Zhao Kong was changing. The transformation was subtle, not a cultivation breakthrough, but something deeper. His foundation establishment base, immersed in the pocket dimension's saturated death energy and refined by Shen Wei's combat training, was evolving in ways that traditional cultivation paths didn't predict. I can feel the death energy now, Kong told Shen Wei during a training session. They were in Ashen Rest's practice yard, sparring with death energy-enhanced wooden swords. Not just as an environmental thing. Inside me, in my meridians. It's not hostile, it's conversational. Conversational, like it's trying to tell me something. Shapes, patterns, rhythms. When I close my eyes and listen, I can almost hear the death energy talking. This was significant. Zhao Kong didn't have a 9-fragment soul. He couldn't practice the myriad deaths, one life technique. But his repeated deaths, 28 in the tournament, plus the ambient death energy exposure, had sensitized his soul to death energy frequencies. Linger, Shen Wei called. Has this happened before? A non-technique user developing death energy sensitivity. The ghost child materialized, her blue form thoughtful. Occasionally, prolonged exposure to the pocket dimension's death energy can create a rudimentary sensitivity in cultivators with compatible spiritual constitutions. It's not the technique, it's more like a natural adaptation. Some fish in poisonous waters develop toxin resistance. Can it be developed further? Possibly, if he trains specifically for it. But without the 9-fragment soul template, the development will be limited. He'll never achieve the layers, but he might develop a basic death energy combat enhancement. Shen Wei turned to Zhao Kong. Want me to teach you? Kang's grin was incandescent. Try to stop me. Over the next 10 loops, Shen Wei developed a modified training regimen for Zhao Kong. Not the myriad deaths, one life technique, but a derivative system based on the same principles. Death energy awareness training. Death-enhanced physical cultivation. Basic death energy weapon channeling. Kong was a natural. Not in the prodigy sense. His talent was average, same as Shen Wei's had been. But his stubbornness was extraordinary. When death energy burned his meridians, he gritted his teeth and continued. When the training knocked him unconscious, he woke up and resumed. When a particularly intense session made him cough blood, he wiped his mouth and asked what was next. By loop 480, Zhao Kong could channel death energy through his fists and weapon with enough force to damage Tier 1 phantoms. His foundation establishment base, enhanced by death energy, was functionally equivalent to core formation peak. Not bad for a steamed bun-eating dormitory jockey, Shen Wei observed after Kong demolished a Tier 2 phantom with a death-enhanced hammer strike. My steamed bun-eating gave me endurance. My dormitory jockeying gave me agility. Put those together with death energy, and you get a terrifying idiot with a hammer. The most dangerous kind of idiot. Zhao Kang's development wasn't just tactical. It was emotional. Having a role, a purpose, a way to contribute to the fight changed Kong from a passenger in Shen Wei's journey to an active participant. He organized Ashen Rest's defense force, training willing residents in basic death energy combat. He established patrol routes and early warning systems. He became, in everything but title, the settlement's military commander. He's growing into leadership, Grandmother Shu observed. Your friend has the temperament for it. Hot enough to fight, warm enough to care, and stubborn enough to not give up. He's always been that way. He just needed a situation that demanded all of it. Captivity has a way of revealing people's true natures. Some shrink, some shatter, some expand to fill the space that adversity creates. Shen Wei watched Zhao Kong drilling a squad of former prisoners in death energy-enhanced shield formations. His friend's voice carried across the practice yard, encouraging, demanding, and occasionally profane. He's expanding, Shen Wei agreed. Chapter 49, Loop 482. The Breakthrough to Dao Seeking. Shen Wei had been cultivating aggressively since the spirit-severing breakthrough, pushing his death energy core through deliberate dying and structured comprehension. Each death against the Bone Emperor. He visited the fortress regularly now, dying in under 5 seconds each time, but cataloging vast amounts of Layer 7 data, fed his core's growth. The nascent soul he'd formed hundreds of loops ago was now a spirit-severing entity of considerable density, his dual-toned core spinning with refined death and life energy. 5 layers of the technique, each one sharpened by combat against progressively stronger opponents, hummed in his 9 soul fragments. And something was building. Not a technique comprehension, not a layer activation. Something deeper, a foundational shift in his understanding of what cultivation was. The Dao-seeking breakthrough happened during a conversation, not a meditation. He was sitting on the White Pagoda's roof with Li Meihua's projection. She'd refined her technique to 30 minutes of stable manifestation now. They were discussing the nature of death energy, as they often did, their conversations mixing the personal with the philosophical in ways that neither of them fully acknowledged. Your death energy is different from the ambient energy in the pocket dimension, Li Meihua observed, her spiritual sense tracing the patterns in his core. The ambient energy is entropic, it dissolves, decays, breaks down. Yours is constructive. It builds. It creates patterns. It grows. Death energy that grows. That's a contradiction. The best cultivation is built on contradictions. Spiritual energy is paradoxical by nature. It strengthens the body by flowing through it, which should theoretically weaken the channels it flows through. Your death energy follows a similar paradox. It creates by destroying, builds by breaking down, lives by dying. You're describing the myriad deaths, one life technique. I'm describing you. The technique is a framework, but you're the one who gives it meaning. Every cultivator who's attempted the technique before brought their own understanding, their own Dao. The technique shaped their death comprehension, but their personal Dao shaped the technique. What's my personal Dao? Li Meihua was quiet for a moment. Then, you die and you come back. Over and over. You lose everything, your body, your cultivation, your memories, presence in others' minds, and you return. Not because the loop forces you. The loop provides the mechanism, but you provide the will. Every time you wake up on that bench, or at the pocket dimension entrance, or wherever the reset deposits you, you choose to continue, to try again, to return. Return. The Tao of eternal return. Not immortality, that's the refusal to die. Not reincarnation, that's passive cycling. Eternal return is the active, deliberate choice to come back, to face what killed you and say again, to lose everything and choose to rebuild. The words hit Shen Wei like the Bone Emperor's Layer 7. Not through force, but through fundamental alteration. His understanding of himself, his technique, his cultivation, shifted on its axis. He wasn't cultivating death. He was cultivating return. Every death was not the lesson. The return was the lesson. The willingness to come back, to try again, to face destruction and rebuild. That was his Tao. That was the thread connecting every layer of the technique. Layer 1. He returned from death with awareness. Layer 2. He returned from death through reversal. Layer 3, he returned from death carrying echoes. Layer 4, he returned from death projecting outward. Layer 5, he returned from death nullifying threats. Each layer was a different quality of return. Each one refined not just death comprehension, but return comprehension. The Tao of eternal return. His cultivation base cracked, reformed, transcended. Spirit severing dissolved, not into failure, but into advancement. A new foundation crystallized, not spirit severing, not nascent soul, but Dao seeking. The realm where a cultivator's personal Dao manifested as the guiding principle of their power. Shen Wei's Dao manifested as a cycle. In his core, the death and life energy didn't spin, it orbited. A loop, a return, an eternal, self-sustaining cycle of destruction and creation that wasn't half and half, but whole. Complete in its cycling. Dao seeking, Li Meihua breathed, her projection's eyes wide. You broke through during a conversation. You triggered it. What you said about return, that's what I've been missing. I've been thinking about my cultivation as death-based. It's return-based. Every layer, every death, every progression, it's all about the return. Does this affect your combat capabilities? Shen Wei extended his awareness. The Dao-seeking breakthrough hadn't just increased his power, it had fundamentally altered how his technique operated. His 5 layers, filtered through the Dao of eternal return, became something new. Death awareness became return awareness, perceiving not just threats, but opportunities to come back from them. Death reversal became return reversal, not just pulling the soul back from death, but actively steering the return to a favorable outcome. Death Echo became Return Echo, not just replicating killing techniques, but replaying patterns of destruction and renewal. Death Domain became Return Domain, not just projecting death, but creating a field where the cycle of death and return was accelerated, destabilizing enemies' spiritual equilibrium. Death Severance became Return Severance, not just cutting causal chains, but cutting the chain between destruction and finality, ensuring that nothing destroyed within his influence stayed destroyed. My domain, Shen Wei said slowly, testing the new configuration. A field expanded from him, not the phantom death projection of the old death domain, but something more complex. A field where death and return coexisted, where destruction was always followed by renewal, where the cycle turned and nothing ended. The Ashen Rest residents within the domain's 50-meter radius felt it immediately, not as threat or pressure, but as comfort. The perpetual weight of the pocket dimension's death energy, which pressed down on everyone like a lead blanket, lifted slightly within Shen Wei's domain. The death energy didn't vanish, it cycled. It flowed through and returned, like breath in and out of lungs. The decay is slowing, Grandmother's Shoes said, emerging from the pagoda to stare at Shen Wei with wonder. The dimension's death energy, it's cycling instead of accumulating. Your domain is making it healthy. The Dao of eternal return. Death energy that returns is death energy that doesn't stagnate. The pocket dimension's problem isn't too much death, it's death without return. Pure entropy. My domain introduces the return phase. You're healing the dimension. Partially. Locally. But yes. The implications were enormous. If Shen Wei's domain could counteract the pocket dimension's death energy stagnation, it could theoretically counteract the Bone Emperor's domain as well. The Emperor's Layer 7 was built on sovereignty over death, the authority to decide what died. But if Shen Wei's domain ensured that everything returned from death, unstoppable force meets immovable cycle. I need to test this against the Emperor, Shen Wei said. Immediately. No. I need to master the new configuration first. The Dao-seeking breakthrough changed all 5 layers. I need to relearn how they work in the new framework. 10 loops of intensive retraining. Each layer, rebuilt through the lens of the Dao of eternal return, became simultaneously more nuanced and more potent. By loop 492, Shen Wei's combat style had evolved from death-focused to cycle-focused, a flowing, continuous approach that treated each exchange as a cycle of destruction and return rather than a series of discrete attacks and defenses. It was time to test it against the ultimate opponent. Chapter 50 Loop 493. The second proper confrontation with the Bone Emperor. Shen Wei walked into the throne room with 5 layers of the myriad deaths, 1 life technique filtered through the Dao of eternal return, a Dao-seeking cultivation base, and a domain that turned death energy into a self-sustaining cycle. Gu Xian watched him approach from his skull throne, void eyes tracking Shen Wei with the attention of a predator evaluating an increasingly interesting prey. You've changed, the Emperor said. Dao-seeking. And your layers are different. Restructured. The fundamental frequency has shifted from entropic to cyclic. The Dao of eternal return. I see. A pause. Show me. Shen Wei activated his domain. 50 meters of cyclic influence expanded from him, filling the throne room with a field where death energy didn't stagnate, but circulated, flowing, returning, cycling. The effect on the Emperor's sovereign domain was immediate and dramatic. Where Shen Wei's cyclic field met the Emperor's death authority, the interaction wasn't collision but interference. The Emperor's domain commanded death. Shen Wei's domain ensured return. The two coexisted in an uneasy oscillation that made the throne room's formation arrays spark and flicker. Interesting, Gu Xian said, and for the first time across all their encounters, the word carried genuine weight. Your domain doesn't oppose mine. It modifies it. Within your field, my sovereignty over death is incomplete. I can command death, but your domain adds a return clause. I kill, and the killed returns. That's the theory. Let's test it. The Emperor decided. Layer 7 sovereignty activated. The command for Shen Wei to die, transmitted through the throne room's formation network. Shen Wei felt the command hit his domain. His body began to die, cells failing, meridians freezing, existence being revoked. Exactly as before. But within his cyclic domain, the dying was immediately followed by returning. His cells failed and recovered. His meridians froze and thawed. His existence was revoked and regranted in a rapid oscillation that left him damaged but alive. He was dying and returning simultaneously, standing in the Bone Emperor's domain, being killed by sovereign authority, and surviving through the Dao of eternal return. Fascinating, Gu Xian breathed. You're cycling through my kill command. Each death triggers a return, which triggers another death, which triggers another return. An infinite loop within a death loop. How long can you sustain it? Shen Wei gritted. The oscillation was agonizing. Dying and reviving 30 times per second was not a painless experience. His body was a flickering candle, on-off, alive dead. The strain on his soul fragments was enormous. Indefinitely, the Emperor said. The question is how long you can sustain it. About 40 seconds, it turned out. The oscillation tore at Shen Wei's soul fragment cohesion, and when the strain exceeded his Dao-seeking foundation's capacity, the cycle broke. Death won the final oscillation, and Shen Wei collapsed. But he didn't die. Not fully. His body, damaged beyond normal function but sustained by the remnant cyclic energy, maintained a thread of consciousness. Death reversal activated, pulling his soul back into the failing body for 8 precious seconds. 8 seconds of post-death action in the Bone Emperor's throne room. He struck, not with a technique, with his domain. He pushed his cyclic field directly into the Emperor's body, trying to introduce the return cycle into Gu Xian's death-stagnant existence. The Bone Emperor shuddered. For one instant, the death energy that composed his crystal bones cycled. Death to life, stagnation to flow, emptiness to something. Something that made his void eyes flicker with light that wasn't death energy. Then he swatted Shen Wei across the throne room with a backhand that shattered the pagoda wall. Shen Wei hit. Enough, Gu Xian said. His voice was rough. You that technique. The cyclic domain. It made me feel alive. A silence that lasted an eternity. Yes, the Bone Emperor whispered. For one instant. Alive. The reversal expired. Shen Wei's body gave out. He died, properly and completely, on the throne room floor. When he reset, the first thing he did was check the formation network for the Emperor's response. Gu Xian hadn't moved from his throne, but through the network's monitoring systems, Shen Wei could see that the Bone Emperor's death energy was behaving differently. Slightly, almost imperceptibly, a fraction of his energy was cycling instead of stagnating. The seed Shen Wei had planted, one instant of life in a 10,000-year-old death existence, was growing. Chapter 51 Loop 496. Betrayal. Shen Wei was deep in training, refining his cyclic domain's sustainability against Layer 7 authority, when Brother Feng approached him in the pagoda. The man was unremarkable in most ways. Core formation, 70 years of imprisonment, warm laugh, generous spirit. He'd been one of Shen Wei's most enthusiastic students in the Death Energy Combat class, and he'd quickly become a fixture in Shen Wei's growing circle of allies. Shen Wei, Feng said, his characteristic smile in place. I found something in the western tunnels. A chamber with unusual formation patterns. Might be useful for your training. The death energy density is off the charts. Show me. It was a trap. The tunnel system opened into a cavern where 12 cultivators waited. Ashen Rest's strongest fighters after Shen Wei himself, all loyal to Brother Feng through debts, obligations, and promises that predated Shen Wei's arrival. They attacked simultaneously, their techniques enhanced by death energy in ways that suggested months of secret practice. Shen Wei's return awareness detected the killing intent a fraction of a second before the attack. Enough time to shove Zhao Kong, who'd been walking beside him, behind his body, but not enough to fully dodge. 12 death energy attacks hit him from all directions. His cyclic domain absorbed the first wave, the death energy cycling through and returning as regenerative force. But the 12 attackers had prepared. They deployed a disruption formation that targeted the cycling specifically. Counterfrequency energy flooded the cavern, breaking the death-to-return cycle and leaving Shen Wei with nothing but raw death energy input and no cycling output. His body began to fail. Without the cycle, the death energy was just death, entropic, destructive, final. Why? Shen Wei gasped through failing lungs. Brother Feng's warm smile vanished like sunlight behind a cloud. Underneath was cold desperation, the face of a man who'd been trapped in a death dimension for 70 years and was willing to do anything to escape. The Bone Emperor offered me a deal, Feng said. Your soul fragments, all 9 of them, in exchange for my freedom. He can use your fragments to fuel his Layer 8 breakthrough, and I can finally leave this place. He's lying, Feng. He can't free you. He's part of the cage. He showed me the exit formation. It exists. Layer 8 gives him the power to open it, but he needs a 9-fragment soul to fuel the breakthrough. You're the key to everyone's freedom. You just have to sacrifice yourself. That's not freedom. That's murder. It's 70 years of being eaten alive by death energy. 70 years of watching people get selected and consumed. 70 years of hoping someone would save us, and no one ever did. Feng's voice cracked. You've been here for a few hundred loops. Months, maybe. I've been here for 70 actual years. You don't get to judge me. The disruption formation intensified. Shen Wei's soul fragments were scattering. Without the cyclic domain holding them in configuration, the 9 pieces began to drift apart. In moments, they'd scatter beyond recovery. Kong, don't! Shen Wei shouted as Zhao Kong, bleeding from the initial ambush, charged at Feng with death-enhanced fists. 2 of Feng's allies intercepted, driving Zhao Kong back with coordinated attacks. Kong fought with desperate ferocity, his foundation establishment enhanced by death energy, but he was outnumbered and outleveled. Shen Wei's consciousness fragmented along with his soul. Each fragment carried a different layer's comprehension, and as they scattered, the layers activated independently, not as a coordinated technique, but as 9 separate survival reflexes. Fragment 4 activated death domain, or rather, return domain. Even scattered, the fragment projected its cyclic field outward. The field disrupted the disruption formation by introducing cycling to the counter-frequency energy, turning its own disruption back on itself. Fragment 5 activated return severance, cutting the causal link between the ambusher's formation and its effect on Shen Wei's soul cohesion. The chain was severed. The fragments stopped scattering. Fragment 1 activated return awareness, sensing not just the current threats, but the return paths from each threat. Shen Wei perceived, in a fractal cascade of awareness, exactly how to reassemble from each possible state of destruction. He pulled himself together. Not gradually, explosively. The 9 fragments snapped back into configuration with a shockwave of cyclic energy that sent every ambusher tumbling. Shen Wei stood in the cavern, reformed and furious. Death energy and return energy roared from his body in alternating waves. His Dao-seeking aura pressed down on the 12 attackers with the weight of 500 deaths and the heat of righteous anger. "The Bone Emperor can't free you," Shen Wei said, his voice carrying the harmonic resonance of all 9 fragments speaking in unison. "He's been part of the cage for 10,000 years. Any exit he showed you is a fabrication to manipulate you into doing his work." Feng backed away. His cold desperation curdled into terror. "How did you? The formation was supposed to. You disrupted my cycle. You forgot that each fragment carries its own layer." Shen Wei walked toward Feng, each step cracking the stone floor. "My technique doesn't rely on a single integrated system. It's distributed. You'd need to neutralize all 9 fragments simultaneously to stop me, and there are only 12 of you." Feng's allies broke and ran. Some had the sense to drop their weapons. Others simply fled into the tunnels. In seconds, only Feng remained, backed against the cavern wall, trembling. Shen Wei stood over him. "I should end your cultivation," Shen Wei said quietly. "You tried to sell my soul. You endangered Zhao Kong. You betrayed the community that sheltered you. Please, but I won't." Shen Wei lowered his hand. 70 years is a long time to suffer. I understand desperation. I understand the willingness to do terrible things when you've been pushed past your limits. You're letting me go? I'm giving you a choice. Come back to Ashen Rest. Help the community. Wait for me to break the cage, properly, completely, freeing everyone. Or leave. Go into the wild. Take your chances alone. Feng stared at him. The terror slowly gave way to something more complex: shame, relief, and a grudging, bewildered respect. "Why?" Feng whispered. "Because killing you would make me more like the Bone Emperor. And I've been dying enough times to know that I don't want to become what I'm trying to defeat." He turned and walked away, Zhao Kong limping beside him. "That was too merciful," Kong said once they were out of earshot. "Maybe. But mercy is a choice, and choice is what Layer 9 is about. You don't even know what Layer 9 is about. I'm starting to figure it out." Chapter 52. The betrayal had a secondary consequence that proved more valuable than any combat technique. It provided intelligence. The Bone Emperor had offered Feng a deal: Shen Wei's soul fragments for the Emperor's Layer 8 breakthrough. This confirmed what Linger had theorized. The Bone Emperor was stuck at Layer 7, unable to progress without external assistance. Layers 8 and 9 have requirements beyond individual death comprehension, Linger explained during their debrief. They require interaction with other practitioners. The technique was designed to be completed through connection, not isolation. "Connection," Shen Wei repeated. "The Bone Emperor has been alone for 10,000 years. No wonder he can't progress." "Exactly. Layer 8, Death Transcendence, requires transcending the concept of death entirely. But the Bone Emperor's entire existence is the concept of death. He can't transcend himself unless he interacts with someone who embodies a different relationship with death, someone whose technique is based on return rather than finality." The implication was clear. The Bone Emperor didn't need Shen Wei's soul fragments as fuel. He needed Shen Wei's perspective, his Dao, his understanding of death as return rather than death as ending. I can give him what he needs, Shen Wei said. Not through sacrifice. Through combat. Through the cyclic domain. Every time I hit him with that domain, he experiences return. Life flowing back. The concept of not ending. You're going to fight him into a breakthrough? I'm going to show him that death doesn't have to be final. That even a 10,000-year-old death monster can learn to come back. Linger stared at him. You want to help the Bone Emperor. The being who's consumed dozens of people. Who rules through terror. Who's been insane for millennia. I want to give him a choice. The same choice I've had every loop. Come back, or stay dead. He's chosen death for 10,000 years because he didn't know return was possible. I can show him it is. And if he still chooses death, then I fight him. For real. And one of us wins. That's quite a gamble. Every life is a gamble. Mine just has more data points than most. Chapter 53 Loops, 498 through 520. The Campaign of Death and Return. Shen Wei visited the Bone Emperor regularly. Each visit followed the same pattern. He entered the throne room, activated his cyclic domain, and fought. Not to win. He couldn't win, not yet. But to impose his domain's cycling influence on the Emperor's existence for as long as possible before dying. Each visit, the duration of influence increased. Loop 498, 40 seconds of cycling before death. Loop 502, 60 seconds. Loop 507, 90 seconds. Loop 512, 2 full minutes of sustained cycling within the Emperor's sovereign domain. And each visit, the effect on Gu Xian was more pronounced. The cycling didn't just introduce momentary life, it accumulated. Like water wearing stone, each 2 minutes of return energy left a residue in the Emperor's death energy structure. A fragment of cycling that persisted after Shen Wei's death, and the loop reset. You're changing me, Gu Xian said during loop 515, watching Shen Wei's domain pulse with cyclic energy. I can feel it. In the gaps between your visits. Something in my energy that wasn't there before. A rhythm. A pulse. A heartbeat, Shen Wei said. Metaphorical, but accurate. Your death energy is learning to cycle. I've been dead for 10,000 years. Dead things don't cycle. Dead things in nature cycle all the time. Decomposition feeds growth. Death feeds life. Life feeds death. The cycle is universal. You've just been stuck in one phase for too long. Stuck. The Emperor's void eyes flickered. Yes, stuck. I've been stuck for 10,000 years, and I called it mastery. That confession, from a being who had never admitted weakness, who had never acknowledged limitation, who had ruled through the absolute certainty that his path was the only path, was more significant than any combat victory. I didn't enter the cage to become this, Gu Xian continued. His voice was different, softer, more human, the dual-tone quality fading as the living voice gained strength. I entered to master death, to control it. To save, he stopped. To save whom? Silence. The death energy in the throne room swirled uneasily. Someone I loved. Someone who was dying. Someone whose soul was fragmenting from birth. 9 fragment soul. The same condition that activated the cage. My daughter, the Bone Emperor said, and the word came out like a dam breaking. She was born with a 9 fragment soul. The healers said she had weeks to live. I entered the cage because the technique, the myriad deaths, one life technique, was designed to heal fragmented souls. I was going to learn it, master it, and use it to save her. And the cage trapped you. And by the time I understood the trap, 10,000 years had passed. She was long dead. Everyone was long dead. Everything I entered for was dust. Shen Wei listened, not with his death awareness or his Dao seeking perception, but with the simple human capacity for empathy that 400 deaths hadn't erased. What was her name? Gu Xian's void eyes burned. Not with death energy. With memory. Linger, he said. Chapter 54 The revelation hit Shen Wei like a physical blow. Linger, the ghost child in the cracks. The guide who had led 312 prisoners through the technique. The centuries-old consciousness trapped between life and death in the cage's formation substrate. She was the Bone Emperor's daughter. Linger is alive, Shen Wei said. The words left his mouth before he could process their full implications. Gu Xian, Linger is alive. She's been in the cage the entire time. A ghost, trapped in the arena floor's cracks above, guiding prisoners through the technique. The Bone Emperor stared at him. The void in his eyes flickered, not dimming but destabilizing, like a perfectly still lake disturbed by a stone. That's impossible. She died as an infant. Someone saved her. Took her soul at the moment of death and implanted it in the cage as a guide mechanism. She's been here for as long as you have. Centuries of isolation, helping prisoners, not knowing who she was or who her father was. Saved her? Who would? The answer crashed into both of them simultaneously. Tian Luo, Shen Wei said. The cage's creator. The one Linger calls her father's benefactor. He took Linger's dying soul and bound it to the cage. Made her the guide template. She's been optimizing his harvesting process for centuries without knowing it. The Bone Emperor rose from his throne. Death energy erupted from him in an uncontrolled burst that shattered the skull ornaments and cracked the crystal columns from floor to ceiling. The temperature in the throne room dropped 20 degrees as entropy surged through the formation network. "My daughter," Gu Xian whispered, and the whisper carried more destructive force than his full combat techniques. "Tian Luo took my daughter and sealed her memories. She doesn't know she's your daughter. She doesn't know who she is. Take me to her." Gu Xian now. The word wasn't spoken. It was commanded. Layer 7 sovereignty, the authority of a death god, giving an order that reality itself was compelled to obey. Shen Wei felt the command hit him, and for once, he didn't resist. "Follow me," he said. He led the Bone Emperor out of the fortress. The Death Sovereign hadn't left his throne in 3,000 years, and the pocket dimension shuddered as his full presence moved through it for the first time in millennia. Bone-white trees shattered in his wake. The earth cracked. The death energy currents rearranged themselves, flowing to accommodate the movement of the most powerful being in the dimension. The residents of Ashen Rest, seeing the Bone Emperor approaching their settlement, scattered in mindless terror. 300 years of living under his shadow had conditioned them to flee at any sign of his attention. Zhao Kong stood his ground at the pagoda entrance. His foundation establishment aura, enhanced by death energy, blazed pathetically against the Emperor's overwhelming presence. His knees were shaking, but his jaw was set. "You're not getting in here," Kong started. "He's not here to fight," Shen Wei said quickly, positioning himself between Kong and the Emperor. "He's here for Ling." "Linga? Why would the Bone Emperor want? She's his daughter." Zhao Kang's mouth opened, closed, opened again. A goldfish expression that, under other circumstances, would have been hilarious. They entered the pagoda. Linger was in the main room, her blue form hovering near the wall, staring at the approaching death energy signature with undisguised terror. "Shen Wei, why is the Bone Emperor in our?" She stopped. The Bone Emperor filled the doorway. His 3-meter frame, crystal bones and shadow robes and vortex eyes, cast a darkness that swallowed the room's death energy lighting. But his eyes, those empty, void-like eyes that had seen 10,000 years of death, were fixed on the blue ghost child with an expression that no amount of death cultivation could erase. Love, grief, the drowning recognition of something lost and found and almost lost again. "Linger," he said. His voice cracked on the second syllable. Literally cracked. The crystal in his jaw fractured, a hairline break that wept black tears of death energy. "You know my name?" Linger whispered. Her form flickered rapidly, fear and confusion warring on her face. "I gave you your name. I held you the day you were born. I sang you to sleep when the soul disease made you cry." Another crack in his jaw. Another tear of black energy. "I entered this cage to save you. 10,000 years ago. I entered to learn the technique that would heal your soul." Linger's sealed memories stirred. Not full recollection. The seals were Dao ancestor work, too powerful for even this emotional impact to break completely. But fragments leaked through. Warmth. Safety. A deep voice humming a melody. The smell of a garden. The feeling of being held by hands that would never, ever let go. "Father." The word was barely audible. A centuries-old ghost, speaking the first word she'd ever known, rediscovering it like a treasure found in rubble. The Bone Emperor knelt. The most terrifying being in the pocket dimension, 10,000 years of death and madness and crystallized despair, knelt on the pagoda floor and wept. Death energy tears. Black drops that hissed when they hit the stone and left scorch marks shaped like flowers. But tears nonetheless. The first tears in 10 millennia. "My Linger," he whispered. "My little girl." She flew to him. Ghost and death god, colliding in an embrace that the pagoda's formation arrays barely contained. The death energy surge from their reunion made the walls groan, the floors buckle, the ceiling tremble. But neither noticed. They were, for the first time in 10,000 years, together. Shen Wei stepped back, pulling Zhao Kong and Linger's confused but weeping form with him. Some moments were sacred. Some reunions demanded privacy. They stood outside the pagoda as the death energy gradually settled. "This changes everything," Kong murmured. "Everything," Shen Wei agreed. Chapter 55. The alliance that formed over the following loops was unlike anything the pocket dimension had seen. The Bone Emperor, Gu Xian, as he increasingly preferred to be called, moved from his fortress to Ashen Rest. The fortress, he said, had been a prison he'd built for himself, a monument to 10,000 years of choosing death over life. "I'm done with monuments," he told Shen Wei. "I want to be near my daughter." His presence terrified the community initially. 300 years of living under the Emperor's shadow was not erased by one emotional reunion. But Grandmother Shu, pragmatic to her ancient bones, adapted with characteristic flexibility. He's our ally now, she told the community. I suggest you get used to it. He consumed people, someone shouted. Gu Xian, standing behind Grandmother Shu, flinched. The accusation was accurate and unanswerable. He did, Shen Wei said, stepping forward. And the people he's helping now include everyone in this settlement. The question isn't who he was, it's who he chooses to be. The integration wasn't smooth. Several residents left Ashen Rest entirely, preferring the wild pocket dimension to proximity with the Emperor. Others accepted the change grudgingly, their pragmatism overruling their fear. A 7-layer death cultivator as an ally was simply too valuable to refuse. And Gu Xian proved his value immediately. His 10,000-year knowledge of the cage's architecture was encyclopedic. He mapped formation networks that Shen Wei hadn't discovered. He identified energy pathways connecting the pocket dimension to the surface. He revealed hidden chambers, sealed passages, and dormant formations that predated even his imprisonment. The cage has layers within layers, he explained during a strategy session. What you see as the third stage is actually the cage's primary cultivation chamber. It was designed to provide an optimal death energy environment for technique progression. Everything, the landscape, the phantoms, the rivers, even me, is part of the training apparatus. Even the community? Especially the community. The presence of other prisoners provides emotional stimulus that pure death cultivation can't replicate. The relationships, the conflicts, the betrayals, the connections, they're all designed to push the prisoner's soul toward Layer 9, which requires genuine life experience, which the cage is supposed to simulate. But simulation and authenticity are different, and the technique knows the difference. This confirmed Shen Wei's growing understanding. The cage was a sophisticated machine for producing death technique cultivators, but it was inherently limited. It could provide everything up to Layer 8 through structured death experiences. Layer 9 required something the cage couldn't manufacture: authentic choice. Your Dao of eternal return, Gu Xian said. That's what's different about you. Previous prisoners cultivated death within the cage's design parameters. You've cultivated return, something outside the cage's design spec. The cage can optimize for death. It can't optimize for the choice to come back from death. Because choice can't be designed, only experienced. Exactly. Chapter 56, Loop 525. Deaths, 525. Remaining, approximately 475. Li Meihua's projections brought alarming news from the surface. Elder Su Qingyun is modifying the tournament arena's formations, she reported. Adding amplification circuits that my spiritual sense reads as reception arrays, designed to enhance incoming transmissions from outside the cage. Outside the cage? From beyond the sect. From the void between realms. Shen Wei's blood chilled. He's building a reception array for Tian Luo. That's my assessment. The Weaver of Fate isn't going to force his way through the cage's defenses. He's going to be invited through the front door. Su Qingyun is still compromised. The loyalty formation I told you about, the one implanted when he escaped 60 years ago, it's still active. He's being driven by Tian Luo's influence without knowing it. Can you stop the construction? I'm core formation. He's nascent soul and being driven by Dao ancestor-level compulsion. I can't even approach him without triggering defensive reactions. Shen Wei turned to Gu Xian. You knew about Su Qingyun's loyalty formation? I'm the one who released him from the cage 60 years ago. The secondary exit, a one-way gate that strips technique cultivation and returns the prisoner to the surface. What I didn't know was that Tian Luo had embedded a loyalty formation in the exit mechanism. Every prisoner who left through that gate was compromised. How many left through the gate? Over 10,000 years. 47. 47 compromised cultivators scattered across the cultivation world, unknowingly serving as Tian Luo's agents. We need to deal with the surface problem, Shen Wei said. The amplification array. Su Qingyun. I can project through the formation network, Gu Xian offered. My 7-layer authority gives me broader access than your 5. But your energy is death-aligned. Projecting to the surface might destabilize the already weakening cage. Then we need a different approach. Li Meihua's projection brightened. I have an idea. Let me work on it from the surface. Give me 5 loops. 5 loops later, Li Meihua had devised a plan that was equal parts brilliant and insane. She would use the formation network's own pathways to deliver a concentrated alchemical dissolution agent to the amplification array's critical nodes. Not a physical delivery, a spiritual one. The agent would be encoded into the formation network's energy flow, invisible to Su Qingyun's monitoring, and would degrade the array's formation characters over time. Death by 1,000 paper cuts, she explained. The array won't fail suddenly. It'll degrade gradually, losing efficiency until it's useless. By the time Su Qingyun notices, the damage will be too extensive to repair. Can you do that from core formation? The delivery mechanism is alchemical, not cultivational. My core formation base provides the spiritual sense to navigate the network. The alchemy does the rest. She executed the plan over 3 loops, carefully threading dissolution agents through the formation network's pathways. The array's formation characters began to degrade, subtly, imperceptibly, but consistently. It's working, Li Meihua reported. The array's efficiency is down 12%. Another few loops, and it'll be too degraded to function. That buys us time. But Tian Luo will notice eventually. Then we'd better use the time well. Chapter 57 Loop 530. Training with the Bone Emperor. With Gu Xian as an ally instead of an adversary, Shen Wei's Layer 6 progression accelerated dramatically. The former Bone Emperor's knowledge of Layer 6, Death Rebirth, was encyclopedic. He'd mastered it 7,000 years ago and had spent the subsequent millennia refining it to a degree that no other practitioner had achieved. Death Rebirth is not just healing, Gu Xian taught during their sessions. It's not reassembling what was broken. It's creating something new from what death leaves behind. When your body is destroyed, what remains is death energy in the shape of who you were. Layer 6 takes that shape and rebuilds, not a copy of the original, but an evolution. An evolution? Each rebirth is an opportunity to refine. The rebuilt body is better than the destroyed one, denser, more efficient, more integrated with death energy. Over time, through repeated destruction and rebirth, the body approaches an optimal state. How many times did you rebuild yourself? Millions. The answer was delivered flatly. Over 10,000 years, my body has been destroyed and rebuilt so many times that nothing of the original remains. I am entirely death energy in human shape. That's why you can't leave the cage. Your body requires the death energy environment to exist. Yes, which is why Layer 6, for all its power, is a trap for the unwary. Rebuild too many times, and you become dependent on the medium. The death energy stops being a tool and becomes a requirement. How do I avoid that trap? By rebuilding with life energy as well as death. Your Dao of eternal return, the cycling, naturally incorporates life into the rebirth process. When you rebuild from the full cycle, not just the death phase. This insight, combined with Bai Yun's comprehension pendant, which Grandmother Shu provided, the jade pendant containing 7 centuries of Layer 6 understanding from the previous strongest prisoner, gave Shen Wei the framework he needed. Layer 6 training was brutal even by death loop standards. It required complete body destruction followed by reconstruction, dying to himself, from himself, by himself. No external enemy, no combat context, just the raw experience of self-destruction and self-renewal. Shen Wei destroyed his left arm with concentrated death energy, watched it dissolve into dark particles, then willed it back, not through Layer 2 reversal or healing technique, but through Layer 6 creation. Death energy condensed, shaped by his will and the rebirth templates, forming bone and muscle and meridian from nothing. The rebuilt arm was different, slightly stronger, slightly more efficient. The meridians were wider, the bone denser, the muscle fibers integrated with death energy at a molecular level. He destroyed and rebuilt again. And again, arms, legs, torso, organs. Each destruction was a death. Each reconstruction was a birth. The cycle turned, and with each turn, his body improved. By loop 535, he could destroy and reconstruct his entire body in 3 seconds. By 540, in 1 second. By 545, the process was so fast that it appeared instantaneous, his body flickering between destruction and existence like a strobe light, never fully dead, never fully alive, always in the space between. Layer 6, Death Rebirth. Active, Linger confirmed, her blue form glowing with pride. You've mastered it. Not mastered. Activated. Mastery takes time. Time you'll have. Your father's been coaching you well. Linger had taken to calling Gu Xian father, openly now, and the word transformed them both every time it was spoken. Gu Xian's crystal body became slightly less translucent. Linger's ghost form became slightly more solid. The bond was rebuilding them as surely as Layer 6 rebuilt Shen Wei's body. 6 layers active. 3 to go. And the Bone Emperor's cooperation meant that Layer 7 was within reach. I need to develop my own Layer 7. Shen Wei told Gu Xian. Not copied from yours, derived from my own Dao. Your Dao is return. My Layer 7 is sovereignty over death. Yours would be sovereignty over the cycle. Authority over the return. the ability to command not just death, but the transition from death to life. Within my domain, everything that dies comes back. That's terrifying. And beautiful. And it would counter my sovereignty completely. That's the idea. Gu Xian's void eyes flickered with something that might have been a smile. Then let's begin. Chapter 58 Loops 548 through 565. The development of Layer 7. Gu Xian was a brutal but effective teacher. His method for teaching Layer 7 was simple. He used his own sovereignty to kill Shen Wei repeatedly within the pocket dimension, and Shen Wei had to develop his own sovereignty to survive. Layer 7 is authority, Gu Xian explained. Not power, authority. Power is what you use to destroy an enemy's body. Authority is what you use to decide whether they exist. The difference is fundamental. How do I develop authority? By dying to authority and understanding its structure from the victim's perspective. Every time I use my sovereignty to kill you, you experience what authority over life-death feels like from the receiving end. Over time, you begin to understand the mechanism, not the technique, but the principle. The principle, as Shen Wei discovered through dozens of deaths, was partitioning. Gu Xian's sovereignty worked because his 7-layer soul was partitioned into states, some fragments aligned with death authority, others with the maintenance of life-death boundaries. The partition created a fulcrum, a balance point where the soul could tip reality in either direction. Shen Wei's 9-fragment soul was already partitioned by default. His challenge was learning to use that partition actively rather than passively. He assigned fragments to roles, for fragments aligned with life, perception, replication, projection, creation, layers 1, 3, 4, 6, for aligned with death, resistance, nullification, sovereignty, transcendence. Layers 2, 5, and the developing 7 and 8, and the 9th fragment as the fulcrum, the decision-maker, the arbiter, the sovereign self. The alignment took 30 loops of dying and refining. Each death under Gu Xian's sovereignty taught Shen Wei more about how the partition functioned, how the fulcrum fragment directed the others, how the balance point shifted, how the boundary between life and death responded to sovereign command. Layer 7 crystallized in Loop 560, during a sparring session that pushed Shen Wei's understanding past its final barrier. Gu Xian decided that Shen Wei would die. The sovereign command propagated through the pocket dimensions formation network, reaching Shen Wei's domain in 0.3 seconds. Shen Wei's 9th fragment, the fulcrum, caught the command and held it. Not blocked, held. Like a juggler catching a ball, the fragment absorbed the sovereign authority, examined it, understood it, and then, with the confidence of 500 deaths and 6 refined layers, redirected it. I choose to live. Not resistance. Not severance. Not reversal. Choice. The active, sovereign, authoritative decision that life, not death, would prevail. His domain erupted outward. 500 meters of returned sovereign authority. A field where Shen Wei's choice was law, where death happened and return followed, as naturally as exhaling follows inhaling. Within that domain, Gu Xian's kill command was not blocked but completed, and then reversed. Death occurred. Life returned. The cycle turned. Layer 7. Gu Xian breathed. Active. Return sovereign, Shen Wei said. My version. It's beautiful. The Bone Emperor's voice held genuine awe. In 10,000 years, I've never seen Layer 7 expressed as a cycle. Every previous practitioner, including me, has expressed it as authority over one state. You're expressing it as authority over the transition between states. The return is the authority, not death or life individually, but the movement between them. This changes my understanding of the technique. Completely. Good. Maybe it'll help you reach Layer 8. Gu Xian was quiet. Then, maybe it will. Chapter 59 Loop 570. Deaths, 570. Remaining, approximately 430. 7 layers active. Shen Wei's power had reached a level that fundamentally altered the pocket dimension's dynamics. His returned sovereign domain, expanding daily as he refined the layer, counteracted the stagnant death energy that had accumulated over 10 millennia. The landscape responded. Bone-white trees, their root systems exposed to Shen Wei's cycling domain, began to change. The liquid shadow that dripped from their branches thinned, becoming more translucent. New growth appeared at their tips, not leaves, exactly, but crystalline structures that caught what light existed in the pocket dimension and scattered it in prismatic patterns. The rivers of sluggish fluid began to flow faster, their death-stagnant energy cycling through Shen Wei's domain and returning as something that wasn't quite life, but wasn't purely death either. A hybrid energy that the pocket dimension's ecosystem responded to with cautious vitality. You're terraforming the dimension, Li Meihua's projection observed, wonder coloring her analytical voice. Your Layer 7 domain is converting death-stagnant energy into cyclic energy. The ecosystem is adapting. It's adapting because it wants to. The pocket dimension was designed as a death energy cultivation chamber, but the underlying formation framework is more versatile than Tian Luo intended. Given cyclic energy instead of pure death energy, it grows. Like a desert blooming after rain. Exactly like that. The changes were visible from Ashen Rest. Residents who hadn't left their stone houses in years ventured outside to stare at the transforming landscape. The bone-white forest nearest the settlement was sprouting crystal leaf growths that chimed softly in the death energy currents, producing a sound that no one in the pocket dimension had heard before, something resembling music. "It's singing," the child prisoner, Min-Yi, said, pressing her ear against a tree trunk. "The tree is singing." Grandmother Shu stood in the pagoda's doorway and wept. Not from grief, from beauty. 800 years in a dead landscape, and now, through the impossible mechanism of a death cultivator's return-based domain, something was growing. "This is what the technique was meant to do," Gu Xian said, watching the transformation with eyes that were less void and more window. His crystal body had changed too. The translucent skin was becoming more opaque, more solid, as the cycling energy in the environment interacted with his death-rigid form. Not kill, not harvest, create. The death life cycle, operating naturally, produces growth. Tian Luo perverted the technique into a harvesting engine, but its original purpose was this: transforming stagnant death into dynamic life. "The technique's true purpose is balance," Linger said. Her memories, partially unlocked by the reunion with her father, were providing fragments of information that filled gaps in everyone's understanding. "My father, my real father," Gu Xian, entered the cage because the technique could heal fragmented souls. Healing, creation, return. That's what myriad deaths, one life was always about. Shen Wei looked at the singing tree and felt the 7th layer pulse in his soul. 7 layers. 7 relationships with death, filtered through the Dao of eternal return. 2 more to go. And somewhere beyond the cage, Tian Luo waited. His amplification array degraded by Li Meihua's alchemy, but not destroyed. His influence diminished, but not eliminated. His attention, 10,000 years patient, focused on the cage that had stopped feeding him. "He'll come," Shen Wei said. "When he realizes the array is too degraded to use, he'll find another way. He's a Dao ancestor. He has options we can't anticipate." "Then we prepare," Gu Xian said. "You need layer 8 and 9. I need to find whatever growth your cycling has unlocked in my own technique. And the community needs to be ready to evacuate when the cage breaks." "If the cage breaks." "When?" Gu Xian corrected. "I've watched you for 100 loops, Shen Wei. You don't fail. You die, you learn, and you return. When has never been in question. Only how many deaths it takes." Shen Wei smiled. The Bone Emperor's faith, hard won, reluctantly given, but absolute once given, was the most unexpected gift of his entire journey. "Then let's make the remaining deaths count," Shen Wei said. Chapter 60 Loop 575. The Prelude. Shen Wei sat on the white pagoda's roof and looked at the transforming landscape. The pocket dimension was changing, cycling energy replacing stagnant death, crystal leaf trees singing in currents that were more alive than dead, rivers flowing with hybrid energy that sparkled in the perpetual gray light. Below, Ashen Rest buzzed with activity. Zhao Kong drilled his defense force in the practice yard, their death-enhanced techniques improving daily. Wenqing worked with Li Meihua's latest formulas, producing pills that helped residents adapt to the changing energy environment. Grandmother Shu coordinated resource distribution with the efficiency of 8 centuries of practice. Gu Xian, no longer the Bone Emperor, simply a father and a teacher, instructed a small group of promising cultivators in advanced death energy meditation. And Linger sat beside Shen Wei, her blue form slightly more solid than usual, watching the sky's gray clouds part to reveal, for the briefest moment, a patch of deeper darkness that might have been the substrate's geometric void, or might have been a window to the real sky above. "The Bone Emperor's campaign is over," Shen Wei said. "He's not the enemy anymore. He's family." "The enemy was never Gu Xian," Linger replied. "He was a victim, like all of us. The enemy is Tian Luo, the weaver of fate, the one who built the cage and perverted the technique. Are you ready for him?" Shen Wei considered the question honestly. 7 layers. Dao-seeking realm. The Dao of eternal return. A network of allies that included a reformed death god, a genius alchemist, a loyal warrior, a ghost child, and 300+ imprisoned cultivators. Against a Dao ancestor who had been harvesting cultivators for 10,000 years. "No," he said. "Not yet. I need layer 8 and 9. And I need to understand what Tian Luo actually is, not just his power level, but his nature, his purpose, his weakness. My father says the technique, when completed naturally, reverses Tian Luo's stolen power. The resonance of a genuinely completed myriad deaths, one life technique, is like an antibody against his theft. Then completing the technique is both the weapon and the cure. Yes, but layer 8 requires dying outside the loop's jurisdiction, in the formation substrate, where death is permanent. One chance. No reset. One chance. Shen Wei looked at the almost sky, at the singing trees, at the community he'd built in the ruins of a prison, at the people who'd become his family through 575 deaths and the stubborn refusal to stop returning. I'll need time, he said. Time to prepare, to refine, to find the right moment. And I'll need everyone's help. You have it. Linger's hand, ghostly, translucent, but warm with centuries of accumulated care, rested on his. You've always had it. Below, the pocket dimension continued its slow transformation. Death becoming life. Stagnation becoming growth. Endings becoming returns. And somewhere in the formation substrate beneath everything, the path to layer 8 waited. A one-way journey into a death that even Shen Wei's loop couldn't undo. 2 layers to go. One chance each. Shen Wei closed his eyes, felt his 7 layers cycling in harmony, and began to plan the most important deaths of his existence. Chapter 61 Loop 576. The cat and mouse begins. Shen Wei descended into the formation substrate for the first time without dying first. The passage existed in the pocket dimension's lowest point, a crack in the pale earth at the base of the Bone Emperor's former throne, where 10 millennia of concentrated death energy had eroded the boundary between the cage's interior and the machinery that powered it. The substrate was nothing like the pocket dimension above, where the third stage was a world, however dead, however gray. The substrate was architecture, geometric, precise, vast beyond comprehension. Formation lines stretched in every direction like the skeletal framework of a universe that had never been given flesh. Each line pulsed with death energy that was qualitatively different from anything Shen Wei had encountered. Pure, unfiltered, presentient. This was death energy as a fundamental force, not as a byproduct of dying things, the stuff of which the samsara cage was built. And between the formation lines, void. Not darkness, void. The absence of anything, including absence itself. A space that existed only because the formation lines defined its borders. Don't step off the lines, Linger warned. Her form was brighter here, illuminated from within by the death energy's radiance. The void between them isn't empty space. It's unformed potential. Step into it, and you become part of it. Unmade, unremembered, as if you never existed. Shen Wei's death awareness expanded cautiously, mapping the substrate's topology. The formation lines formed a three-dimensional lattice of staggering complexity, billions of intersections, each one a junction of multiple death energy circuits. Some circuits fed the pocket dimension above. Others maintained the loop mechanism. Still others connected to something outside. Those outer connections, Shen Wei said, pointing to a cluster of formation lines that radiated outward through the void. Where do they go? To the amplification array, Guxian said. The former Bone Emperor walked the formation lines with the ease of someone who'd explored them for 10 millennia. His crystalline body reflected the death energy's glow, turning him into a walking prism. Tian Luo built a network of formation lines that extends from the samsara cage through the Earth's spiritual veins to his amplification array. That's how he harvests death comprehension. The array draws it out along these channels. Li Meihua's alchemy degraded the array's outer components, Shen Wei said, recalling the plan they'd executed 3 loops ago. But the core is still intact. The core is always intact. Tian Luo wouldn't build a harvesting engine with a vulnerable core. It's protected by formations that rival the cage itself. Shen Wei studied the outward radiating lines. Through his Layer 7 awareness, he could feel the death energy flowing along them, sluggish now, thanks to Li Meihua's sabotage, but still flowing, still feeding the distant Dao ancestor. Then we cut them here, Shen Wei said, at the source. You can't cut formation lines in the substrate. They're not physical structures. They're expressions of the cage's fundamental Dao. Cutting them would require overriding the cage's foundational logic with your own. With Layer 8, Guxian's void dark eyes met Shen Wei's mismatched ones. With Layer 8, death transcendence, existing beyond the concept of death. If you achieve it, your existence would supersede the cage's death-based logic. You could rewrite these lines, sever the connection to Tian Luo, and potentially break the cage entirely. One problem, Shen Wei said. Layer 8 requires dying outside the loop's jurisdiction. Here, in the substrate, where death is permanent. One chance, Guxian confirmed. No reset. Shen Wei walked the formation lines in silence, letting his 7 layers resonate with the substrate's energy. Each layer vibrated at a different frequency. Death awareness humming like a tuning fork. Death reversal pulsing in counter rhythm. Death echo producing harmonics. Death domain expanding and contracting. Death severance cutting silently. Death rebirth cycling energy. And death sovereign commanding the flow of all 6 beneath it. 7 layers in harmony. But harmony wasn't enough. Layer 8 required transcendence. Not harmonizing with death, but moving beyond it entirely. I need to understand what beyond death means before I attempt it, Shen Wei said. Guxian, you mastered 7 layers. You must have approached the 8th. The former Bone Emperor was silent for a long moment. I approached it 1,000 times over 10 millennia. Every time, I failed. Do you know why? Tell me. Because I couldn't let go of death. After 10,000 years of dying, death had become my identity, my purpose, my home. To transcend death, I would have needed to transcend myself. And that's a kind of dying that no number of physical deaths can prepare you for. The words landed with the weight of 10,000 years of regret. Shen Wei absorbed them, feeling their truth resonate with something deep in his 9-fragment soul. You couldn't let go of death, he repeated. Because death was all you had. All I had left. I'd forgotten the world above. Forgotten my own name. Guxian was a title I gave myself after the first millennium. I'd forgotten what food tasted like, what sunlight looked like, what another person's touch felt like without death energy corrupting it. Guxian's crystalline face showed an expression that might have been shame. I was a death cultivator who had become death itself. And you cannot transcend yourself by being more of yourself. Shen Wei looked at the void between the formation lines, at the unformed potential that would unmake anything that touched it. Then the key to layer 8 isn't more death. It's something else entirely. Something I never found in 10,000 years of searching. You were alone, Shen Wei said quietly. I'm not. He turned back toward the passage to the pocket dimension above, where Li Meihua's projection was waiting, where Zhao Kong was drilling the defense force, where Linger was watching the singing trees, where 300 souls were building lives in the ruins of their prison. I need to go back up, Shen Wei said. I need to think. And I need to talk to Li Meihua. Guxian watched him go with an expression that contained equal parts hope and heartbreak. Hope that Shen Wei might find what he never could, and heartbreak at the simplicity of the answer he'd never thought to seek. Not alone. Such a simple thing. Such an impossible thing, when you'd been dying alone for 10,000 years. Chapter 62 Li Meihua's alchemy laboratory had become the most important room in Ashen Rest. Carved from the settlement's densest stone, its walls were lined with shelves of crystallized death energy arranged by potency, alongside bottles of hybrid cycling energy that Li Meihua had learned to distill from the pocket dimension's transformed rivers. Tables held bubbling cauldrons, grinding stones covered in powder that shimmered between colors, and formation diagrams drawn in Li Meihua's precise hand. She stood at the central table when Shen Wei entered, her real body present. They developed a method for her to enter the pocket dimension physically through the formation lines, using Shen Wei's layer 6 to reconstruct her body inside the cage. It was temporary, lasting roughly 12 hours before the death energy began to corrupt her living flesh, but it gave them windows of physical proximity that both of them treasured. Your face says you've been thinking too hard again, she said without looking up from her cauldron. My face says I spent 2 hours walking formation lines in the substrate and had a conversation with Guxian that made me question everything I know about my own technique. Now she looked up. Her eyes, dark, intelligent, permanently narrowed by years of peering at microscopic pill formations, found his mismatched pair and held them. Tell me. Shen Wei sat on a stone bench and told her everything. The substrate's geometry, the outward radiating formation lines feeding Tian Luo, the one-chance nature of layer 8, and Guxian's revelation that he'd failed to achieve layer 8 because he couldn't let go of death, because death had become all he was. Li Meihua listened with the focused attention she brought to complex alchemical formulations. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time, absently stirring her cauldron with a jade rod. He failed because he was alone, she said finally. That's what I told him. No, I mean specifically. The technique, myriad deaths, one life, it's named for a duality. Death and life. But Guxian only ever experienced the death half. He died 1,000,000 times, but he never lived. Not once in 10,000 years. He existed, he persisted, he endured, but he never lived. Shen Wei felt something click in his understanding. A piece of a puzzle he hadn't known he was assembling. Living requires connection, Li Meihua continued, warming to her analysis. It requires caring about something beyond survival, beyond progression, beyond the next layer, the next breakthrough, the next death. Gu Xian lost all connection. His daughter was a ghost he couldn't see. His fellow prisoners were livestock. His purpose narrowed to the technique and nothing else. And the technique, paradoxically, requires more than itself to be completed. It's not paradoxical at all. Li Meihua set down the jade rod and turned to face him fully. Think about what each layer represents. Death awareness, awareness of death, yes, but also awareness of what death means. What it takes. Death reversal, reversing death's effects, holding on to the moment before ending. Death echo, carrying the dead's techniques forward, ensuring they persist. Death domain, projecting death outward, sharing the experience. Death severance, cutting the ties that bind death to causation, freeing it from mechanism. Death rebirth, creating new existence from death's energy. Death sovereign, commanding the cycle itself. 7 layers, Shen Wei said. Each one a different relationship with death. Each one a deepening understanding. And what's the understanding that layer 8, death transcendence, requires? You can't transcend something you haven't fully understood. And you can't fully understand death without understanding what death isn't. Life, connection, love, purpose, all the things that make death meaningful. Without them, death is just stopping, ceasing, empty. And you can't transcend emptiness because there's nothing to transcend from. Shen Wei stared at her. The alchemist who'd followed him into a death loop, who developed pills that froze time and alchemy that degraded ancient formations, who'd sacrificed pieces of her cultivation to stabilize his soul. She'd just articulated the fundamental truth of his technique more clearly than any death or revelation ever had. You're saying I need to be fully alive to transcend death. I'm saying you already are fully alive. You just need to recognize it. You have friends who fight for you, a community that depends on you, a daughter figure in Linger, a father figure in Gu Xian, a brother in Zhao Kong. And you have me. She met his eyes steadily. You have more life in you after 500 deaths than most cultivators accumulate in 500 years of living. That's your advantage. That's what Gu Xian never had. Shen Wei crossed the laboratory in 3 steps and kissed her. She tasted like medicinal herbs and cycling energy and something warm that had nothing to do with cultivation. Her hands came up to his face, her fingertips cool from handling crystallized death energy, and for a moment, one perfect, living moment in the center of a death prison. The technique was irrelevant, and the loop didn't exist, and they were just 2 people choosing each other. When they separated, Li Meihua's expression was soft in a way she rarely allowed. That, she said, that's what layer 8 needs to feel like. Kissing you, choosing life, actively, deliberately, in defiance of everything around you designed to make you embrace death. Shen Wei rested his forehead against hers. I'll need your help, not just your pills and your alchemy. When I descend to the substrate to attempt layer 8, I need an anchor. Something alive to hold on to while I die a death I can't reset from. I'll be there. It's dangerous. If the substrate's void destabilizes, I said I'll be there. Her tone brooked no argument. You don't get to decide which risks I take, Shen Wei. We walked into this loop together. We walk out together. Together. Such a simple word. Such a universe of meaning. Together, Shen Wei agreed. And in the back of his mind, layer 8, which had been a distant, impossible concept since Gu Xian first described it, felt 1 degree closer. Not because he understood death better, but because, for the first time, he truly understood what he'd be transcending toward. Chapter 63. Using Li Meihua's reset delay pill, Shen Wei survived longer against the formation substrate's pressure than any previous descent. The pill, a masterwork of hybrid alchemy, combining death energy crystallization with living spiritual essence, bought him an additional 43 seconds of consciousness after what would normally be a fatal exposure to the substrate's raw death energy. 43 seconds. In the substrate, where formation lines contained the compressed knowledge of a Dao ancestor's creation, 43 seconds was an eternity. Shen Wei used every one of them. Layer 6. Death rebirth had taught him to reconstruct his body from death energy. In the substrate, where death energy was pure and unfiltered, the reconstruction process was different, faster, more complete, but also more dangerous. The substrate's energy wanted to be used. It practically leaped into Shen Wei's death rebirth cycle, filling in gaps and pathways that his technique had never accessed before. And in those pathways, he felt it. A whisper of something beyond the death life cycle. A frequency that his 7 layers couldn't quite produce but could almost receive, like hearing a note just beyond the range of his ear, knowing it existed without being able to identify it. That's layer 8's resonance. Guxian confirmed when Shen Wei described the sensation after resetting. I felt it too, in my first 1,000 years. A vibration that exists beyond death's spectrum. I spent the next 9,000 years trying to reach it and never got closer. Because you were reaching from the death side only, Shen Wei said. Li Meihua thinks layer 8 requires reaching from the life side simultaneously. The alchemist may be right. She has a perspective I never had. She's alive. Truly, fully, irritatingly alive. She doesn't understand death the way we do, but her understanding of life is far more complete. Loop 577. Shen Wei descended again with a new strategy. This time, instead of using his 7 death layers to resonate with the substrate, he deliberately activated only 6, leaving layer 7, Death Sovereign, dormant. In its place, he focused on something he'd never tried before, projecting his connections outward. Not death energy, not technique. His bonds, his relationships, the emotional architecture of his living connections, Li Meihua's unwavering presence, Zhao Kang's stubborn loyalty, Linger's ancient wisdom, Guxian's hard-won redemption, Grandmother Shu's 8 centuries of endurance, even Min Yi's childlike wonder at the singing trees. These connections weren't cultivation technique. They had no formation structure, no energy signature, no measurable spiritual potency. They were simply real. The accumulated reality of a life lived in connection with others. And the substrate responded. The formation lines around Shen Wei flickered. Not with death energy, with something else. A warmth that had no source, a light that cast no shadows, a sound that was less sound and more recognition. The substrate's ancient formations, designed by a Dao ancestor to harvest death, detected something they hadn't been designed to detect, life. For 11 seconds, before the substrate's defenses recognized the anomaly and expelled him violently, Shen Wei existed in a state he'd never experienced. Both fully alive and surrounded by absolute death. Both connected and alone. Both mortal and beyond mortality. The death that followed, the substrate's expulsion manifesting as instantaneous cellular disintegration, was the most painless death of his entire loop existence. Because for 11 seconds, death hadn't been the enemy. It had been one half of a complete whole. He reset with tears on his cheeks and a crystalline fragment of understanding in his soul that hadn't been there before. Layer 8 was possible. He felt it now. Not as a distant concept, but as a real, achievable transformation. He just needed more time. And time, in the samsara cage, was measured in deaths. Chapter 64 Loop 580. The Bone Emperor's Confession. Guxian sat with Shen Wei on the White Pagoda's roof in the hours between descent attempts, and for the first time in 10,000 years, the ancient cultivator spoke about who he'd been before the cage. My name was Guxian before it became a title. Just Guxian, a boy from a fishing village on the eastern coast, where the spiritual veins ran shallow and cultivation was considered a merchant's profession rather than a warrior's art. His crystalline features softened with memory, the void in his eyes retreating to reveal something older and more fragile beneath. My mother sold fish. My father mended nets. Neither of them had a single wisp of spiritual energy. They thought I was sick when I started sensing qi at age 7. They took me to a doctor who charged them a month's earnings to tell them their son was gifted. How did you end up in the cage? I was talented. Not genius level. Not like your Li Meihua, but talented enough to attract a wandering cultivator's attention. He took me as a disciple, trained me to foundation establishment, then died of old age because wandering cultivators rarely have access to life-extending resources. Guxian's voice carried a matter-of-fact sadness that was more affecting than dramatics. I continued alone. Joined a sect that no longer exists. Rose through ranks. Found love. A woman named by Lien who could make fire dance in the shape of flowers. Lost her to a beast tide when I was at core formation and she was at chi condensation. The gap was too large. I couldn't protect her. The grief in those words was 10,000 years old and still raw. I pursued power after that. Not for ambition, for the desperate, consuming need to never be too weak to protect someone again. I pushed to golden core, nascent soul, spirit severing. And at spirit severing, I found a reference to the samsara cage in an ancient text, described as a cultivation tool that could accelerate comprehension through repeated death. You entered voluntarily. I walked in with my eyes open and my heart full of purpose. I was going to master the death technique, transcend my limitations, and become powerful enough that no one I loved would ever die again. Guxian laughed, a sound like crystal breaking. The irony is exquisite, isn't it? I entered to conquer death. Death conquered me instead. Shen Wei listened without interrupting. The parallels to his own entry, desperation, determination, the willingness to endure anything for the people he cared about. were unmistakable. The first 1,000 years were productive, Gu Xian continued. I progressed through the layers rapidly, faster than you. Actually, because I had nothing to do except die. No community, no relationships, no distractions. Just death, comprehension, death, comprehension. I reached layer 7 by the end of the first millennium. And then I hit the wall you're approaching now. Layer 8 requires transcendence. And transcendence requires something I no longer had. Something I'd systematically eliminated from my existence in pursuit of efficient progress. Life. Everything that makes life worth living. Connection. Love. Purpose beyond power. Joy. Fear that isn't tactical. Hope that isn't strategic. Gu Xian's void eyes found Shen Wei's. I'd optimized myself for death cultivation so thoroughly that I'd removed every element necessary for the technique's completion. And then I spent 9,000 years trying to artificially recreate what I'd organically destroyed. You couldn't. I couldn't. I tried everything. I created phantom companions from death energy. They were puppets. I cultivated emotions through meditation. They were simulations. I even tried to form bonds with the prisoners who arrived over the centuries. But by then I was so saturated with death energy, so fundamentally altered by millennia of isolation, that genuine connection was biologically impossible. They saw a monster. I was a monster. You're not anymore, Shen Wei said. No, thanks to you. Your cycling energy, your layer 7 domain, it's been changing me. Converting the stagnant death energy that had replaced my emotions into something that allows feeling again. For the first time in 9,000 years, I can feel grief without it manifesting as destruction. I can feel hope without it becoming hunger. A pause. I felt joy yesterday, watching Min Yi press her ear against the singing tree. Joy. I'd forgotten what it felt like. Shen Wei sat with the weight of that confession. 10,000 years of solitary death cultivation. 9,000 years of knowing you'd destroyed your own capacity for the one thing that could save you. And then, in the final chapters, a chance at redemption delivered by a stubborn outer disciple who refused to stop dying. I'm going to complete layer 8, Shen Wei said. And when I do, when the cage breaks, you're coming with us. I'm not sure the outside world is ready for a 10,000-year-old death cultivator. The outside world will adapt. You have a daughter to raise. Gu Xian looked toward the settlement where Ling'er's blue form was visible among the crystal leaf trees, her translucent fingers touching bark and her expression one of wonder that a ghost of 1,000 years shouldn't still be capable of. A daughter, he said, as if testing the word's weight. Yes, I suppose I do. And the grief in his voice transformed, not disappearing, but shifting, from the grief of loss to the grief of return. The particular, piercing sadness of someone who had lost everything and was being offered, against all probability, a second chance. Shen Wei left him on the pagoda's roof, staring at his daughter and remembering, for the first time in 10 millennia, what it felt like to want something other than power. Chapter 65 Loop 585. Layer 6 Refinement. Death Rebirth, which Shen Wei had achieved in a moment of desperate creativity against the Bone Emperor, had evolved into something far more sophisticated under the substrate's influence. Where initially the layer had allowed him to reconstruct his body from death energy, essentially a one-time resurrection within the loop, repeated exposure to the substrate's pure death energy had refined the process into something approaching instantaneous regeneration. The change was subtle but profound. Instead of dying, experiencing a window of post-death consciousness, and then reconstructing, a process that took approximately 4 seconds. Shen Wei's death rebirth now operated on a continuous cycle. His body was perpetually dying and being reborn at the cellular level, death energy deconstructing cells in microseconds, and life energy rebuilding them simultaneously. The effect was a form of near immortality that was entirely distinct from the loop's reset mechanism. The loop prevented permanent death by rewinding time. Death rebirth prevented death by making it a continuous, balanced process rather than a singular event. Your physical body is cycling at approximately 300 iterations per second, Li Meihua observed during one of her physical visits to the pocket dimension. She'd set up a diagnostic formation around Shen Wei, her alchemist's precision mapping his energy flows with the thoroughness of a physician conducting a full examination. Every cell in your body dies and is reborn 300 times per second. The death energy and life energy are in perfect equilibrium. It doesn't feel like dying, Shen Wei said. It feels like breathing, because it is a form of breathing. Death in, life out, like oxygen and carbon dioxide. Your technique has turned the death-life cycle into a biological process rather than an existential event. Her eyes were bright with the particular excitement she reserved for discoveries that bridged alchemy and metaphysics. This is remarkable, Shen Wei. I've never seen anything like it in any alchemical text. It happened after my last substrate descent. The exposure to pure death energy must have catalyzed the refinement. It's more than refinement. You've fundamentally changed what Layer 6 does. In Guxian's hands, death rebirth was a one-time emergency resurrection. In yours, it's a continuous state of balanced existence. Death and life, cycling in real time, sustaining each other. Shen Wei flexed his fingers, watching them with death awareness active. She was right. At the microscopic level, his flesh was a cascade of tiny deaths and rebirths, each one feeding the next in an endless cycle that produced more energy than it consumed. This is what my cycling domain does to the environment, he realized. When my Layer 7 domain converts stagnant death energy into cycling energy, it's doing at a macro level what my body is now doing at a micro level. Exactly. You're not just using the technique, you're becoming it. The Dao of eternal return isn't something you practice anymore. It's something you are. The implications cascaded through Shen Wei's understanding. If he was becoming the technique, if the death-life cycle was his fundamental state of existence rather than a tool he wielded, then Layer 8 wasn't about achieving a new ability. It was about recognizing something that was already happening. Death transcendence. Existing beyond the concept of death. But he already existed beyond death, in a sense. His body was dying 300 times per second, and it didn't register as death because the cycle was so complete, so balanced, that the concept of death as a terminal event had become meaningless. I'm closer than I thought, Shen Wei murmured. What? Layer 8. I thought it was something I needed to achieve in a moment of crisis. One perfect death in the substrate that transcended death itself. But I think it's something I'm already in the process of achieving. My body has already transcended death at the cellular level. The concept of death as cessation doesn't apply to me anymore. Then what's missing? Soul. My body has transcended death. But my soul, my 9-fragment soul, still operates on the old model. It still resets when I die. It still accumulates damage from each loop. It still understands death as an ending, even when my body doesn't. Li Meihua's expression shifted from excitement to concern. The soul transcendence would need to happen in the substrate, where the loop doesn't reach, where death is permanent. Shen Wei, I know, but I understand the mechanism now. Body-level transcendence happened through gradual refinement, 300 cycles per second, each one making the death-life boundary slightly less meaningful. Soul-level transcendence needs to follow the same pattern. Not one dramatic death, but a process of cycling that makes the soul's death-life boundary equally meaningless. How do you cycle a soul? The question hung in the air between them, carrying the weight of everything that had led to this moment. I don't know yet, Shen Wei admitted, but I know someone who might. Li Meihua's eyes narrowed. Linger. Her soul has existed in a death state for 1,000 years without dissolving. She's proof that a soul can persist beyond death, not through power, but through connection. She stayed because her father was here. Love kept her soul intact when the death energy should have destroyed it. You think love is the mechanism for soul cycling? I think connection is. And love is the strongest form of connection. He met her eyes. I think the reason Guxian never achieved Layer 8 is because he had no connections to cycle his soul through. Death compressed his soul into a single state, death. Without life connections to provide the countercycle, his soul couldn't transcend. It could only entrench. And you have connections. I have you. Zhao Kong. Linger. Guxian. 300 people who trust me to get them out of here. My parents, somewhere above, who sold everything to give me a chance at cultivation. His voice was steady. My soul isn't cycling yet, but it has every reason to start. Li Meihua was quiet for a moment. Then she reached across the diagnostic formation and took his hand. Then we figure out how to make it start, she said. Together. Chapter 66 Loop 590. The Dao of Eternal Return crystallizes. Shen Wei had been Dao seeking since his 6th layer breakthrough, seeking the Dao of Eternal Return through comprehension, combat, death, and study. But seeking and finding were different verbs separated by an ocean of understanding. The breakthrough came not in battle, not in the substrate, not in death. It came in the kitchen of Ashen Rest's communal hall, during a meal that Grandmother Shu had prepared from the pocket dimension's transformed resources, crystalline mushrooms that grew on the singing trees, hybrid energy water from the cycling rivers, and a grain-like substance that formed naturally in the pocket dimension's renewing soil. The food was terrible. This was universally acknowledged. Grandmother Shu's 8 centuries of cooking experience had been spent with death energy ingredients that had no flavor, and the sudden introduction of ingredients with actual taste had overwhelmed her culinary instincts. The mushrooms were simultaneously raw and overcooked. The grain was gritty. The water had an aftertaste of existence that no one could describe, but everyone agreed was unpleasant. Shen Wei ate it anyway, sitting at a long stone table with Zhao Kong on his left, Li Meihua on his right, Linger hovering behind him, and Gu Xian across the table. Around them, the Ashen Rest community ate their own terrible meals with expressions that ranged from stoic endurance to barely concealed disgust. And Min Yi, the child prisoner, took a bite of crystalline mushroom, made a face so dramatic it belonged in a theatrical performance, and announced, "This is the worst thing I've ever eaten, and I've been dead for 30 years. The table erupted in laughter. Not polite, cultivator restraint laughter. Real, full-bodied, tears-in-eyes laughter. Zhao Kong pounded the table and wheezed. Li Meihua covered her mouth, but her shoulders shook. Even Gu Xian, the 10,000-year bone emperor, whose crystalline face was not designed for mirth, produced a sound like wind chimes colliding that was unmistakably laughter. Grandmother Shu brandished her cooking ladle at Min Yi with mock outrage. "Ungrateful child. In my day, we ate raw death energy, and were grateful. In your day, the sun hadn't been invented yet," Min Yi retorted. More laughter. Louder. The kind of laughter that comes from people who have forgotten what laughter sounds like and are rediscovering it in real time. The kind that fills rooms and spills out of windows and changes the air pressure with its sheer improbability. Shen Wei was laughing too. And in the middle of the laugh, in the exact center of the most mundane, unremarkable, perfectly ordinary moment of communal joy, his Dao crystallized. The Dao of eternal return. Not a cycle of death and rebirth. Not a technique. Not a cultivation concept, or a philosophical framework, or a strategic approach to power accumulation. A choice. The choice to return. To come back. To sit at the table again after dying. To eat terrible food with people you love after 590 deaths. To laugh at a child's joke in a prison dimension because laughter was worth returning for. To find, in the absolute worst circumstances imaginable, reasons to keep choosing life. Shen Wei's cultivation base erupted. The breakthrough from Dao seeking to Dao Lord was supposed to be a structured process. Years of meditation, careful energy refinement, tribulation preparation, and controlled ascension through well-defined stages. Instead, it hit Shen Wei like a wave during a family meal, and his spiritual energy responded not with the controlled elegance of planned advancement, but with the wild, exuberant overflow of genuine epiphany. His cycling domain expanded explosively, from its usual 50 meters to 300, 500, 1,000 meters in every direction. The pocket dimension shuddered as the domain washed over it, converting death energy to cycling energy in a cascade that transformed the landscape visibly. Bone-white trees within the domain burst into crystal leaf bloom. The gray sky directly above Ashen Rest cracked, and through the cracks, cycling energy spiraled upward in pillars of light that were half alive and half death and holy, unmistakably beautiful. The Ashen Rest community stared at the sky in stunned silence. "He's breaking through?" Zhao Kong said, still holding his chopsticks. "He's becoming," Gu Xian said, his voice reverent. "The Dao of eternal return. He's not seeking it anymore. He found it." In the middle of dinner, Zhao Kong looked at Grandmother Shu's questionable cooking and back at Shen Wei, whose body was radiating cycling energy that made the air shimmer. "The worst dinner in the history of cultivation. The best dinner," Linger corrected, her blue form blazing with reflected light. "Because it was shared." Shen Wei's breakthrough stabilized into Dao Lord realm. His spiritual energy settled into a new configuration, no longer the dual life-death pattern of his previous cultivation, but a unified cycling pattern where life and death were not opposite forces in balance, but a single force expressing itself in alternating phases. Like a heartbeat. Like breathing. Like the tide. He opened his eyes to find Li Meihua watching him with tears streaming down her face and a smile that contained multitudes. "That," she said, "is what Layer 8 needs to feel like. You said that before. I was right before. I'm more right now." She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "You just achieved Dao Lord during a bad dinner. If you can't transcend death after that, death was never your enemy." Shen Wei looked around the table. At the faces of people who'd been dead, or dying, or waiting to die, for years or decades, or millennia. At the terrible food that had catalyzed his breakthrough. At the community that had become his reason for returning. "It never was," he said. "Death was never the enemy. Isolation was. Meaninglessness was. Death was just the classroom. And the classroom, for the first time in 10,000 years, was full." Chapter 67 Loop 592. The Bone Emperor returns to battle. Gu Xian had not fought anyone other than Shen Wei in 9,000 years. His combat reflexes were ancient, honed to razor precision by 10 millennia of death loop experience. But they were calibrated for one-on-one duels against loop-spawned opponents, and, more recently, against Shen Wei's increasingly sophisticated technique. What he hadn't done, what he'd forgotten how to do, was fight alongside someone. "Your left flank is open," Shen Wei called as they sparred in the pocket dimension's transformed landscape. Crystal leaf trees chimed around them, providing a musical backdrop to the clash of death energies. "My left flank has been open for 10,000 years. No one was there to cover it. I'm here now. Adjust." They were preparing for the inevitable, Tian Luo's response to the harvesting array's degradation. The Weaver of Fate had been patient so far, allowing the cage to operate autonomously while he focused on other projects across the world. But the array's diminished output, combined with the Bone Emperor's defeat and the fundamental alteration of the pocket dimension's energy, would eventually demand attention. When Tian Luo acted, they needed to be ready. Shen Wei's Dao Lord cultivation, combined with his 7 fully refined layers and the cycling domain that now permanently transformed everything within a kilometer, made him the pocket dimension's most powerful combatant. But Gu Xian, even diminished by his defeat and transformation, still possessed 7 layers of his own. Rougher, cruder, powered by 10 millennia of brute force death cultivation rather than Shen Wei's elegant cycling, but devastatingly effective. Together, they were formidable. "Death domain, synchronized," Shen Wei said. They projected their domains simultaneously, Shen Wei's cycling domain and Gu Xian's death domain overlapping and interweaving. The combined effect was staggering, a zone where enemies would experience both the cycling terror of Shen Wei's technique and the raw, concentrated death pressure of Gu Xian's 10,000-year cultivation. "If I'd had someone to synchronize domains with 8,000 years ago," Gu Xian said, "the prisoners would have had a different experience. You'd have had to not be insane first." Details. They trained daily. Zhao Kong, now at nascent soul realm through his own loop-enhanced cultivation, joined as a third element. A frontline warrior whose death-tempered body could absorb punishment that would destroy conventional cultivators of his rank, buying time for Shen Wei and Gu Xian's technique combinations. Li Meihua provided support alchemy, pills that boosted death energy resistance, formations that amplified domain synchronization, and a new creation she called cycling grenades, compressed orbs of hybrid energy that, when shattered, converted all death energy in a 10-meter radius to cycling energy, disrupting any death-based technique. "These would have been useful against me," Gu Xian observed, examining one of the palm-sized orbs. "They were designed against you," Li Meihua said. "I started developing them when you were still the enemy. Now they're for Tian Luo's forces." Practical woman. Practical situation. The community drilled alongside them. Grandmother Shu organized the 300-plus residents into functional units. Combat-capable cultivators at the front, support cultivators managing formations, and non-combatants preparing for evacuation through the cage's formation substrate, if necessary. "We're building an army in a prison," Zhao Kong said with the particular brand of grim humor he developed over 500 deaths. "We're building a family in a prison," Shen Wei corrected. "The army is a side effect." Zhao Kong grinned. "When did you get wise? You used to be the dumbest smart person I knew. I died 592 times. Wisdom was inevitable. Or brain damage. Both. Definitely both." The training continued. The pocket dimension transformed around them. And somewhere beyond the formation substrate, beyond the amplification array, beyond the samsara cage's ancient architecture, a Dao ancestor who had been patient for 10,000 years began to feel the first stirrings of concern. His cage had stopped feeding him. His array was degraded. His Bone Emperor was gone. And something was growing in the pocket dimension that felt distinctly, dangerously alive. Chapter 68 Loop 595. The Turning Point. The resonance came at dawn, or what passed for dawn in the pocket dimension, a gradual lightening of the gray sky as Shen Wei's cycling domain pushed back the death energy's perpetual twilight. A vibration that started in the formation substrate and rose through every level of the samsara cage like a tuning fork struck by a god's finger. Shen Wei felt it in his 7 layers. Each one resonated differently. Death awareness screaming alarm, death reversal cycling frantically, death echo replaying unknown patterns, death domain contracting defensively, death severance cutting at invisible threats, death rebirth accelerating his cellular cycling, death sovereign struggling to command a force it didn't recognize. "He's coming," Gu Xian said, and his voice was the flattest, most controlled tone Shen Wei had ever heard from the ancient cultivator. The voice of someone who had feared this moment for 10,000 years and had made peace with the fear only in the last 100 loops. "Tian Luo. He's projecting through the array." I thought Li Meihua degraded the array. She degraded the harvesting function. The projection function uses different circuits. He can't harvest through the array anymore, but he can communicate, and he can attack. Gu Xian's crystalline body was vibrating at a frequency that made the air around him shimmer. He's projecting a resonance attack. It targets the samsara cage's internal formations and overcharges them. If enough formation nodes overload, the cage contracts. Everything inside gets crushed. How long? Hours. Maybe less. The array's degradation slows the resonance, but it can't stop it. Shen Wei's mind shifted into the combat analysis mode that 500 deaths had forged. Rapid, clinical, comprehensive. Can we counter-resonate? Use our combined domains to cancel the incoming frequency. Partially. Your cycling domain converts death energy to cycling energy. If we can convert the resonance's energy as it enters the cage, we can reduce its impact. But Tian Luo is a Dao ancestor. His resonance output dwarfs anything we can convert. Then we don't convert all of it. We convert enough to buy time. Time for what? The answer crystallized before anyone spoke it aloud. Layer 8, Shen Wei said. He's forcing my hand. I need to achieve layer 8 now. Not when I'm ready, not when I've figured out the mechanism, but now. Because layer 8 is the only thing that can overwrite the cage's foundational logic and sever the array connection permanently. You said you weren't ready. I said I didn't know the mechanism for soul cycling. But I know everything else. My body has already transcended death at the cellular level. My Dao has crystallized. My connections are real and present. He looked at Li Meihua, who had arrived at a run from her laboratory, her face set with the focused calm of a woman who had long since accepted that her life would be defined by impossible situations. I need to go to the substrate. Now. The substrate is directly in the resonance's path, Gu Xian warned. If Tian Luo's attack overloads the formation nodes while you're in the substrate, you'll be caught in the collapse. Then hold them off. All of you. Every cultivator in Ashen Rest, every technique, every pill Li Meihua has stockpiled. Give me time in the substrate. How much time? I don't know. As much as you can. The Ashen Rest community mobilized with the practiced efficiency of people who had been drilling for exactly this scenario. Zhao Kong led the combat-capable cultivators to the pocket dimension's perimeter, establishing a counter-resonance formation that Li Meihua had designed. Gu Xian positioned himself at the highest point of the settlement, his 7-layer domain expanding to its maximum extent, a death energy field that could absorb and redirect incoming formation resonance. Grandmother Shu organized the evacuation of non-combatants to the deepest shelters. Many clung to her hand and didn't cry. She'd been dead for 30 years. She knew what death looked like, and she'd learned, in the last 100 loops, that the people around her had a habit of dying and coming back. Li Meihua walked with Shen Wei to the substrate entrance. You said you'd be there, Shen Wei said. I'm here. The substrate's dangerous. I know. If my attempt fails, then we reset and try again. In the substrate, there's no reset. I know that too. She took his hand. Stop trying to protect me from the consequences of my own choices, Shen Wei. I chose you. I chose this loop. I chose to be here, in this moment, walking into a formation substrate with a death cultivator who's going to attempt the impossible. That's my choice, and I'll be damned before I let you face it alone. Shen Wei looked at her. Really looked, with all 7 layers and his Dao and his mortal eyes and every fragment of his 9-part soul. He saw her. Not the alchemist, not the cultivator, not the strategist. Her, Li Meihua, the woman who had followed him into death and demanded the right to stand beside him. Together, he said. Together. They descended. Chapter 69. Into the substrate. The formation substrate received them like a cathedral receives pilgrims, with indifferent grandeur and the weight of purposes far beyond mortal comprehension. Tian Luo's resonance was visible here. The geometric formation lines that comprised the substrate's architecture were vibrating. Their normally steady pulse accelerated to a frantic flicker. Energy surged along them in waves. Each wave a pulse of the Dao ancestors' will, transmitted across untold distances through the array's connection, aimed at overloading the cage's formation nodes. There, Shen Wei pointed to a nexus where dozens of formation lines converged, a node roughly the size of a small house, blazing with concentrated death energy that flickered between stable and chaotic. That's the main distribution node. Tian Luo's resonance enters the cage through the array and is distributed to the internal formations through nodes like that. If you overwrite the node's logic with layer 8, it severs the array connection, Li Meihua said, following his reasoning instantly. More than that, if I achieve layer 8 at the node, if my transcendence overwrites the node's death-based logic, the change will propagate through the substrate. Every connected node will shift from death logic to cycling logic. The entire cage's foundational framework would transform, destroying the cage from the inside. Not destroying, transforming. The cage was built as a death trap. Layer 8 would make it something else. Something that cycles instead of kills. Something that frees instead of imprisons. Shen Wei approached the main distribution node. The resonance was intense here. Tian Luo's were pressing against the formation like a giant's fist trying to crush a glass sphere. Each pulse made the node's energy spike dangerously, and Shen Wei could feel the formation's integrity degrading. Hours, Gu Xian had said. Maybe less. He sat down before the node, cross-legged, hands on his knees. The traditional meditation posture. The same posture he'd adopted 1,000 times in 595 loops. I need to cycle my soul, he said. Body-level transcendence happened through continuous death and rebirth cycling at the cellular level. Soul-level transcendence needs the same mechanism. My soul needs to die and be reborn continuously, making the boundary between soul death and soul life meaningless. How? Li Meihua knelt beside him. My soul has 9 fragments. That's why the cage activated for me. 9 fragments, 9 layers. Each fragment corresponds to a layer. 7 fragments have been refined by 7 layers of the technique. The 8th fragment needs to be refined by layer 8, which you haven't achieved yet, which I'm about to achieve by forcing the 8th fragment through a death rebirth cycle. Here, in the substrate, where death is real and permanent. Shen Wei, if your 8th soul fragment dies here and you can't cycle it back, then I lose 1/9 of my soul, and probably lose the ability to ever complete the technique. I know. They looked at each other in the geometric cathedral of the substrate, surrounded by vibrating formation lines and the transmitted will of a Dao ancestor trying to crush them. What do you need from me? Li Meihua asked. An anchor. My 7 refined fragments will try to pull back, to reset, to treat the 8th fragment's death as something to be reversed. But layer 8 isn't about reversal, it's about transcendence. I need you to hold my awareness steady. Keep me connected to life while my soul fragment dies. Be the living counter-cycle that keeps the soul death from becoming permanent. I'm your anchor. You've always been my anchor. Li Meihua placed her hands on his, her living spiritual energy flowing into his death-saturated channels. The sensation was electric. 2 fundamentally different types of energy meeting at the boundary between life and death and producing, at that boundary, something that was neither and both. Shen Wei closed his eyes, activated all 7 layers in sequential cascade. Death awareness, death reversal, death echo, death domain, death severance, death rebirth, death sovereign. And then he reached for the 8th fragment of his soul, the unrefined fragment, raw and trembling and terrified of what was about to happen to it, and pushed it into the distribution node. The fragment contacted the node's concentrated death energy and began to die. Not metaphorically, not symbolically. The 8th fragment of Shen Wei's soul began to disintegrate, its spiritual structure unraveling under the substrate's raw death pressure. Pain exploded through his consciousness. Not physical pain, but existential pain. The pain of a piece of yourself ceasing to exist. His 7 refined fragments surged toward the dying 8th, their instinct to protect, to reverse, to save. Death reversal activated automatically, trying to undo the damage. Death rebirth tried to reconstruct the fragment from surrounding death energy. No, Shen Wei gasped, forcing the protective responses down. Let it die. Li Meihua's hands tightened on his. Her living energy flowed stronger, not healing the fragment, but maintaining Shen Wei's awareness, keeping his consciousness anchored in the living world while 1/9 of his soul disintegrated in the substrate's death pressure. The 8th fragment died. For one infinite, terrible moment, Shen Wei existed with 8/9 of a soul, an incomplete being, a wound in the shape of a person. And then, in that wound, in the absence where the 8th fragment had been, something stirred. Not a resurrection, not a reversal, not a reconstruction, a return. The death energy that had destroyed the 8th fragment didn't dissipate. It cycled, powered by the 7 refined fragments' cycling momentum, amplified by Li Meihua's living energy, catalyzed by the Dao of eternal return that was Shen Wei's fundamental nature. The death energy that had killed the 8th fragment became the energy that rebuilt it. But the rebuilt fragment was different. It was not the original 8th fragment restored. It was a new fragment, born from the death of the old one, carrying the death experience as integral data rather than external damage. A fragment that had died and returned not through reset or reversal, but through the natural, organic cycle of death becoming life. A fragment that existed beyond the concept of death because death was part of its structure rather than a threat to it. Layer 8, Death Transcendence. The breakthrough erupted through the distribution node, and Shen Wei's newly transcendent eighth fragment overwrote the node's death logic with cycling logic as naturally as water flowing downhill. The node's death energy began to cycle, life, death, and the change propagated outward along every connected formation line. Tian Luo's resonance attack hit the transformed node and shattered. The death-based overload signal couldn't propagate through cycling logic formations. It was like trying to flood a river. The water simply flowed through, absorbed into the cycle, rendered harmless by the fundamental transformation of the medium. Above, in the pocket dimension, Gu Xian felt the resonance collapse and nearly wept. Zhao Kang's counter-resonance formation went dormant as the incoming energy dissipated. Grandmother Shu, in the shelter with Min Yi and the non-combatants, felt the oppressive pressure vanish like a storm breaking. In the substrate, Shen Wei opened his eyes. His eighth soul fragment pulsed with a new frequency, a frequency that existed beyond death, that encompassed death as one phase of a continuous cycle, that could no more be killed than the tide could be stopped by standing on the beach. Layer 8, Death Transcendence. Achieved, and Li Meihua, her hands still on his, her living energy still flowing into him, smiled. I told you, she said. You just had to choose life. I chose you, he said. Same thing. Chapter 70, The Bone Emperor's memories had shown Shen Wei fragments of Tian Luo's creation, brief, agonized glimpses captured during 10,000 years of loop imprisonment. But those memories were filtered through madness and pain, distorted by millennia of degradation. Layer 8 offered something entirely different. When Shen Wei's transcendent eighth fragment overwrote the distribution node, it didn't just transform the node's energy. It accessed the node's formation memory, the accumulated data of 10,000 years of cage operation, stored in the substrate's geometric architecture like rings in a tree trunk. And in that data, preserved with the clinical precision of a formation designed by a Dao ancestor, was the complete truth. Tian Luo, the weaver of fate, born as a mortal named Luo Tianming in an era so ancient that the current cultivation world had no records of it. A farmer's son, like Shen Wei's parents, like Gu Xian's fishing village origins. Talent discovered late. Cultivation begun at an age when most considered the window closed. But Luo Tianming possessed something that transcended talent, an absolute, unwavering refusal to accept limitations. He'd cultivated through the ranks not with genius, but with persistence. Qi condensation took him 20 years where prodigies managed it in 3. Foundation establishment required 40 failed attempts. Core formation nearly killed him 6 times. Each failure made him more determined, more creative, more willing to sacrifice anything, including his own humanity, for the next breakthrough. By the time he reached Dao Ancestor, a journey of 8,000 years, longer than any recorded ascension, he was no longer recognizable as human. His Dao was the Dao of weaving, the manipulation of fate, karma, and causation to create predetermined outcomes. He'd achieved it not through understanding fate, but through forcing it, bending reality's fabric through sheer cultivation power until reality did what he told it to. And then he'd looked beyond Dao Ancestor, beyond the peak of cultivation, beyond the limits of what the heavens allowed. Transcendence. True transcendence. Not just beyond death, but beyond existence itself. The formation memory showed Tian Luo's research. Centuries of calculation, experimentation, cosmic cartography. He'd mapped the structure of existence and found a way through its ceiling. But the energy required was beyond anything a single cultivator could generate, even a Dao ancestor. Unless that energy was concentrated death comprehension, refined through the complete mastery of the death-life cycle and harvested at the moment of completion. The samsara cage was born from that calculation, a trap disguised as a cultivation tool. Each person who entered and progressed through the 9 layers would, at the moment of completing layer 9, generate a burst of perfected cycling energy so concentrated that Tian Luo could siphon it to fuel his transcendence. One completed practitioner would provide a fraction of what he needed. 100 would provide a significant portion. 1,000, across multiple cages, operating across the world for millennia, would provide enough. He built more than one cage, Shen Wei said, sharing the formation memories data with the assembled group in Ashen Rest Pagoda. The samsara cage under our sect is one of hundreds. Scattered across the world, hidden in sect foundations, ancient ruins, dangerous territories. Each one is connected to the central array, feeding death comprehension to Tian Luo. Hundreds of cages, Gu Xian said, his crystalline face showing the particular horror of someone who had just learned that his 10,000-year imprisonment was not unique. How many prisoners? The formation memory doesn't have exact numbers, but the data flow suggests thousands of cultivators have entered the cages over the millennia. Most never progressed past layer 3. Some reached layer 5 or 6. A few reached layer 7. You were the most advanced until me. No one has completed layer 9. No one. The technique's final layer has never been achieved. Tian Luo designed the cages to produce layer 9 practitioners, but the technique itself seems to resist forced completion. Everyone who reached the higher layers either went insane, lost their soul integrity, or, in your case, got stuck at the transcendence barrier. Because they were alone, Li Meihua said, the pattern clicking into place. Every prisoner in every cage was isolated by design. The cages separate people, pit them against each other, create conditions where connection is impossible. Tian Luo needed them to progress through death comprehension, but the technique's final layers require life comprehension that isolation prevents. A design flaw, Zhao Kong said. Not a flaw, Shen Wei corrected. A fundamental misunderstanding. Tian Luo designed the cages based on his own Dao, the Dao of weaving, which is about forcing outcomes. He assumed death comprehension could be forced to completion through sufficient pressure and repetition. But the technique wasn't created by him. It was created by a predecessor, someone who understood that the death-life cycle requires both halves. So Tian Luo built a machine to produce something that his machine's own design prevents from being produced, Guxian summarized. 10,000 years of imprisonment, thousands of prisoners, hundreds of cages, all based on a flawed premise. Not entirely flawed. The cages do produce partial death comprehension, which Tian Luo can harvest and use. He's accumulated millennia of partial completions, enough to make him far more powerful than a normal Dao ancestor, even if he's never achieved true transcendence. How powerful? Zhao Kong asked. Shen Wei consulted the formation memory's energy readings. The numbers were abstract. Cultivation energy couldn't truly be quantified, but the relative scales were clear. He's roughly 10 times more powerful than a standard Dao ancestor. His accumulated death comprehension, while incomplete, gives him abilities that approach but don't quite reach layer 9 equivalents. Silence settled over the pagoda. 10 times a standard Dao ancestor. Even with layer 8 achieved, Shen Wei was at Dao Lord Realm, several major realms below Dao ancestor. The power differential was astronomical. I can't fight him directly, Shen Wei said. Not yet. Not at Dao Lord. I need to advance to at least tribulation transcendence before a direct confrontation is even possible, and I need layer 9 to have any chance of actually winning. Layer 9, which no one has ever achieved, Zhao Kong said. Which no one has ever achieved, Shen Wei confirmed. But no one has ever had what I have. Layer 8. A crystallized Dao. Connections that survived 500 deaths. And the knowledge of what Tian Luo actually is and what the technique actually requires. Knowledge is a weapon, Li Meihua said. But it's not a guarantee. Nothing is guaranteed. That's rather the point of the Dao of eternal return. You return not because success is guaranteed, but because returning is the choice that defines you. Philosophical, Zhao Kong said. Can we also have a tactical plan? Shen Wei smiled. The contrast between his elevated Dao understanding and Zhao Kang's relentless practicality was one of the small joys that 500 deaths hadn't diminished. Tactical plan, I continue advancing. Layer 8 has transformed the cage's internal formations. Tian Luo can no longer harvest death comprehension from this cage. He'll respond. We need to be ready for that response while I push for the breakthroughs I need. And the other cages? Guxian asked. The other cages are still operating, still harvesting, still imprisoning. Layer 8's transformation propagated through this cage's substrate, but not beyond. The array connection was severed when the distribution node was overwritten, which means the other cages are now isolated from this one. Shen Wei paused. But it also means Tian Luo knows something has changed. He felt the resonance attack fail. He felt the array connection sever. He knows someone in this cage achieved layer 8. And he'll come, Guxian said. Not through the array, the connection is severed. He'll come personally. A Dao ancestor. Coming here. He has to. A layer 8 practitioner is the closest anyone has come to his goal. He'll want to harvest that comprehension directly, or, if he can't harvest it, destroy it before it reaches layer 9 and reverses his accumulated power. The pagoda was very quiet. The singing trees outside provided a gentle, crystalline soundtrack to the weight of what was coming. How long do we have? Li Meihua asked. Unknown. The cage exists in a spatial fold that's difficult to reach from outside, even for a Dao ancestor. Tian Luo will need to physically travel to the sect's location and then penetrate the cage's outer formations. Days, maybe. Weeks if we're lucky. Then we use every hour, Shen Wei said. I advance. You prepare. And when Tian Luo arrives, we give him something he hasn't encountered in 10,000 years of harvesting. What's that? Zhao Kong asked. Resistance. Chapter 71 Loop 597. Layer 7 Refinement becomes Layer 8 Integration. With death transcendence achieved, Shen Wei's relationship with the other 7 layers transformed fundamentally. Previously, each layer had been a distinct tool, a separate ability that he activated individually or in combination, like a musician playing different instruments. Now, with the 8th layer's transcendent perspective, the layers merged into a unified system. Death awareness no longer simply detected killing intent. It perceived the entire death-life spectrum, sensing not just threats, but opportunities, not just endings, but beginnings. A cultivator approaching with hostile intent registered simultaneously as a threat and as a being whose death could feed the cycle of renewal. Death reversal expanded from reversing fatal wounds to reversing any transition toward death, including the spiritual degradation that affected long-term prisoners in the cage. Shen Wei discovered this when he casually touched Grandmother Shu's shoulder, and her cultivation base, stagnant for 8 centuries, surged with renewed vitality. "What did you do?" the old woman demanded, flexing fingers that hadn't been limber since the dynasty of the 7 Jade Emperors. "I reversed your stagnation. Your cultivation was dying, slowly, over centuries." Layer 2, filtered through Layer 8, treats spiritual degradation as a form of death that can be reversed. You, the young ones these days, so casual about miracles. Death Echo, through Layer 8's transcendence, could now replay not just killing techniques, but any spiritual experience. Shen Wei demonstrated by replaying the sensation of his Dao Lord breakthrough, the communal joy, the terrible food, the crystal leaf trees chiming, and broadcasting it as a domain-wide experience. Every cultivator in Ashen Rest felt the echo and understood, viscerally, what the Dao of eternal return meant. Some wept, some laughed, some did both. Death Domain, already formidable, gained a new dimension. Instead of projecting phantom deaths that slowed and terrified enemies, Shen Wei's domain now projected the entire cycle, death and rebirth, ending and beginning, loss and return. Enemies caught in the domain wouldn't just experience phantom deaths. They'd experience the full weight of the cycle, the overwhelming reality that death was not an ending, but a transformation. Death severance refined into something surgical. Shen Wei could now sever not just the karma of incoming attacks, but the karma of any connection, including the connection between Tian Luo's will and the remaining formation lines in the cage. One by one, he walked the substrate's geometry and severed every dormant link that might allow the Weaver of Fate to reassert control. Death Rebirth continued its cellular cycling, but now operated at the soul level as well. Shen Wei's 9th soul fragment, the only one not yet refined by a layer, existed in a state of perpetual potential, ready to be the vessel for Layer 9 when the time came. And Death Sovereign, the 7th layer, expanded its scope from commanding the boundary between life and death to commanding the cycle itself. Shen Wei could now accelerate, decelerate, or redirect the death-life cycle within his domain. He could make the cycle run faster for allies, accelerating healing, cultivation, and breakthrough potential, or run slower for enemies, trapping them in a stagnant pocket where spiritual progress was impossible. "You're becoming a living formation," Gu Xian observed, watching Shen Wei practice with undisguised awe. The cage was a death formation that imprisoned. You're becoming a cycle formation that liberates. "The technique's true purpose," Shen Wei said, echoing Linger's earlier words. "Not imprisonment. Not harvesting. Liberation through the cycle." "My daughter said that." "Your daughter is wise." Gu Xian's almost smile was the warmest expression his crystalline face had ever produced. The training was grueling but productive. Each day, each loop, though the loops mattered less now that Shen Wei's soul could transcend the reset, brought refinements and integrations that made the 8-layer unified system more cohesive. But time was running out. Every cultivator in Ashen Rest could feel it, a gathering pressure on the cage's outer formations, like the bow wave of something enormous approaching through the spiritual realm. Tian Luo was coming. Chapter 72 Loop 600. The Betrayal from Above. The first sign that something was wrong came from the cage's upper levels. The formation lines connecting the pocket dimension to the tournament arena above, the same lines that Shen Wei had first descended through hundreds of loops ago, began transmitting anomalous signals. Not Tian Luo's resonance attack, which had been neutralized by Layer 8's transformation. Something different. Something that originated not from the Dao ancestors' distant location, but from the sect itself. "Someone is feeding formation energy into the cage from the tournament arena," Li Meihua reported, her diagnostic formations mapping the anomalous signals with systematic precision. Specific, targeted energy. They're activating dormant formation nodes in the cage's upper levels. What kind of formation nodes? Containment. Whoever is doing this is reinforcing the cage's outer barriers from outside. They're sealing us in. Shen Wei's death awareness expanded upward, tracing the formation energy to its source. Through the layers of the cage, pocket dimension, sublevel, tournament stage, he followed the energy back to its point of origin and found a familiar spiritual signature. Elder Su Qingyun, the tournament supervising elder. The nascent soul cultivator who Shen Wei had known from the very first loop. Stern, fair, the authority figure who oversaw the annual competition. The man whose younger self had been trapped in this same cage 60 years ago and escaped by sacrificing his death cultivation. The man who, according to the formation memory Shen Wei had accessed through Layer 8, had been in contact with Tian Luo's agents since his escape. Su Qingyun didn't escape the cage through sacrifice alone, Shen Wei said, the pieces assembling into a picture he should have seen earlier. He was released. Tian Luo's agents outside offered him a deal, his freedom in exchange for serving as the cage's external custodian, maintaining the formation, ensuring new prisoners entered, and sealing the cage when a prisoner got too powerful. Guxian finished, his voice cold. He's been Tian Luo's inside man at the sect for 60 years. The betrayal stung more than Shen Wei expected. In the earliest loops, Su Qingyun had been an authority figure, distant but fair, the elder who ran the tournament with impersonal efficiency. Shen Wei had never been close to him, but he'd trusted the elder's position, his institutional role, his implicit promise to protect the sect's disciples. That trust had been misplaced. Every disciple who'd entered the tournament and been pulled into the samsara cage over the past 60 years had been deliberately fed into the system by an elder who knew exactly what would happen to them. How many? Shen Wei asked. How many what? How many disciples has Su Qingyun sent into the cage over 60 years? Guxian was silent. He didn't need to answer. The community of Ashen Rest, 300 souls, accumulated over centuries, included dozens who had arrived in the last 60 years. Every single one of them had been Su Qingyun's offering. He's reinforcing the outer barriers because Tian Luo ordered him to, Shen Wei said. Tian Luo can't reach the cage directly. He's a Dao ancestor traveling from wherever he is. But he can communicate with his agents, and Su Qingyun is the closest. The reinforced barriers won't stop Layer 8 from eventually overriding them, Li Meihua said. But they'll slow your substrate work and make it harder to extend the transformation to the outer cage levels. That's the point. Tian Luo doesn't need Su Qingyun to stop me. He just needs him to slow me down until Tian Luo arrives personally. Can we counter the reinforcement from inside? Shen Wei considered. His Layer 8 transformation of the substrate was propagating steadily, cycling logic replacing death logic in an expanding wave that had already converted roughly half the cage's internal formations. But the expansion was organic, gradual, more like a growing plant than a rushing flood. Su Qingyun's reinforcement of the outer barriers was concentrating death energy at the cage's boundary, creating a resistance layer that the cycling transformation would need to push through. I can accelerate the transformation, Shen Wei said, but it would require me to spend more time in the substrate, which means less time preparing for Tian Luo. Divide and conquer, Zhao Kong said. Classic strategy. The old bastard keeps you busy inside, while the ancient bastard approaches from outside. So we divide our response, Shen Wei decided. I continue the substrate transformation and Layer 8 refinement. Guxian, you know the cage's upper levels better than anyone. Can you counter Su Qingyun's reinforcement from within? The former Bone Emperor's void eyes gleamed. I spent 10,000 years as this cage's tyrant. I know every formation line, every node, every vulnerability. Su Qingyun is a nascent soul child playing with formations he doesn't understand. I can't match his external energy input, but I can redirect it, make his reinforcements work against each other. Do it. Li Meihua, I need pills that can extend my substrate work sessions. Something that protects living spiritual energy in pure death environments. Already designing them. I had the formulation half complete after your Layer 8 breakthrough. Give me 3 hours. Zhao Kong, community defense. If Su Qingyun escalates beyond formation work, he might try something physical. Can you hold the upper levels? With the defense force? Against a nascent soul elder who's never seen real combat inside a death loop? Zhao Kong cracked his knuckles with the confidence of a man who had died and been reborn enough times to consider a nascent soul cultivator a Tuesday afternoon. We'll manage. The plan wasn't elegant. It was reactive, improvised, and dependent on too many variables. But it was also built on 590 loops of experience, the collective expertise of a reformed 10,000-year death god, a genius alchemist, a death-tempered warrior, and a community of 300 cultivators who had learned that survival was a collaborative endeavor. Shen Wei returned to the substrate. Above him, the cage hummed with competing energies, Su Qingyun's reinforcement pressing inward, Layer 8's transformation pressing outward, and somewhere beyond both, the approaching pressure of a Dao ancestor who had waited 10,000 years and was done waiting. Chapter 73. Zhao Kong had spent 500 deaths becoming something that no cultivation manual had ever described, a death loop-tempered warrior. His cultivation base, nascent soul, modest by the standards of the sect's inner disciples, was not his weapon. His weapon was the absolute, bone-deep, soul-deep familiarity with dying that 500 loops had carved into every fiber of his being. He knew what it felt like to have his meridians shattered, his core crushed, his body bisected, his head removed, his spiritual energy drained, his consciousness extinguished. He knew death in all its flavors, and that knowledge had made him something unprecedented. Fearless wasn't the right word. Fear still existed. Zhao Kong felt it, acknowledged it, and then stepped through it with the casual disregard of a man walking through rain. He'd died. He'd come back. The dying part wasn't the hard part. The coming back part was. And he was very, very good at coming back. Formation positions. He called to the defense force assembled at the passage connecting the pocket dimension to the sublevel above. 20 cultivators, the most combat-capable of Ashen Rest's residents, arrayed in a formation that Li Meihua had designed and Zhao Kong had drilled until they could execute it in their sleep. The formation was called Return Wall. Its principle was simple. Death energy, channeled through cultivators who had died and returned, created a barrier that resisted external spiritual pressure by cycling incoming energy into the death rebirth loop. Any attack that hit the return wall was absorbed, cycled, and returned, not as a counterattack, but as reinforcement for the wall itself. The stronger the attack, the stronger the wall became. "He's coming down," one of the scouts reported. A young woman named Chen Lisin who had been in the cage for 40 years and had developed death awareness to a level that rivaled Shen Wei's early comprehension. "I can feel his spiritual pressure descending through the upper levels. He's not being subtle." "He doesn't need to be subtle," Zhao Kong said. "He's a nascent soul elder attacking from outside the cage, where he has access to the sect's resources. We're prisoners fighting from inside. Subtlety is our job." The passage above trembled. Formation energy, dense, concentrated, carrying the unmistakable signature of Elder Su Qingyun's nascent soul cultivation, flooded downward. Not a physical attack, a formation override. Su Qingyun was trying to reactivate the cage's internal suppression mechanisms, which had been dormant since Shen Wei's cycling domain neutralized them. "Return wall, absorb," Zhao Kong commanded. The 20 cultivators activated the formation simultaneously. The incoming formation energy hit the return wall, was cycled through the cultivators' death-tempered bodies, and emerged on the other side as cycling energy that fed into the pocket dimension's transformed environment. Su Qingyun sent more energy. The return wall absorbed it. More. Absorbed. More. Absorbed. "He's getting frustrated," Chen Lisin reported. "His spiritual pressure is spiking. He's about to try something different." Different came in the form of targeted attacks, not formation overrides, but direct spiritual assaults, focused on individual cultivators in the return wall. Su Qingyun's nascent soul consciousness reached through the passage and struck at specific meridian points, trying to disrupt the formation's chain of command. Zhao Kong felt the attack aimed at him, a needle-precise spiritual probe targeting his dantian. He let it arrive. Let it penetrate his outer defenses. Let it reach his core, where his death-tempered nascent soul waited. The probe touched his nascent soul and recoiled. Zhao Kang's soul, refined by 500 deaths, was saturated with death energy so dense that Su Qingyun's probe registered it as touching a corpse. The elder's spiritual sense jerked back instinctively, a reflex that even nascent soul cultivation couldn't override, the primal recoil of living consciousness encountering death. "That's the thing about fighting people who've died hundreds of times," Zhao Kong said, grinning as the elder's probe withdrew. "We feel dead. We look dead. And touching us is like putting your hand in a grave." The defense held. Su Qingyun's attacks continued, varying in method, intensity, and target, but the return wall absorbed everything he could produce. The elder's power was real, his cultivation base genuine, his determination fierce. But he was fighting from outside, against people who had been forged in the cage's depths, and the asymmetry favored the defenders. Zhao Kong maintained the wall for 18 hours before Su Qingyun's attack ceased. The elder withdrew, his energy spent, his nascent soul cultivation insufficient to breach a defense designed by prisoners who had nothing left to lose and everything to fight for. First engagement. Us. Zhao Kong reported to Shen Wei via the communication formation Li Meihua had established between the pocket dimension and the substrate. Su Qingyun couldn't breach. We absorbed everything he had. Good. Don't celebrate yet. He'll be back with more preparation. We'll be ready. I know you will. Zhao Kong let the communication end and turned to his defense force. 20 cultivators, exhausted but triumphant, their death-tempered bodies humming with the absorbed energy of an elder's sustained assault. Rest rotation, he ordered. 4 hours on, 4 hours off. He'll be back. We'll be here. This is what we trained for, and this is what we do. What they did. Dying, returning, defending. It wasn't a glorious cultivation path. It wasn't the stuff of legendary tales. But it was theirs, and they held their ground with the quiet, stubborn pride of people who had learned that heroism wasn't about power levels. It was about standing in the gap and refusing to move. Chapter 74 Loop 603. Layer 7's Final Evolution. Shen Wei's Death Sovereign, the 7th layer, underwent a transformation so profound that it essentially became a different technique. Where previously the layer had allowed him to command the boundary between life and death within his domain, the 8th layer's transcendent perspective revealed that the boundary itself was an illusion. There was no boundary between life and death. There was only the cycle. And the cycle wasn't a line between 2 points. It was a field, an omnipresent reality that permeated everything, everywhere, always. This realization hit during a routine substrate descent. Shen Wei was extending Layer 8's cycling transformation to a cluster of formation nodes when his Death Sovereign awareness, filtered through Layer 8's transcendence, perceived the substrate's geometry differently. Not as a network of lines connecting nodes, but as a standing wave, a pattern of cycling energy that created the appearance of structure without actually being structured. The substrate wasn't a machine. It was a song. The formation lines were harmonics. The nodes were beats. The death energy flowing through them was the melody. And the entire samsara cage was a single, sustained note in a larger composition that extended beyond the cage's boundaries into the world above. The cage is a formation, yes, Shen Wei told Guxian later, struggling to articulate the perception. But formations are just structured energy, and energy is just vibration, pattern, song. The cage's formations resonate at death frequencies. Layer 8 is converting those frequencies to cycling frequencies. But what if I don't need to convert at all? What if I can simply sing louder? You've lost me. The cage's death frequency formations suppress life. My cycling frequency transformations balance life and death. But Layer 7, Death Sovereign, isn't about balance. It's about command. If the cage is a song, then Death Sovereign, at its fullest expression, should let me conduct it. Guxian stared at him for a long, measuring moment. You're talking about taking control of the samsara cage. Not just controlling it. Rewriting its song. Every formation node, every energy channel, every geometric structure, all of it, resonating to a new frequency. My frequency. That's not Layer 7. That's Dao Lord Breakthrough Application. Layer 7 at the Dao Lord realm, viewed through Layer 8's transcendence, applied to a formation substrate that I've been mapping for 100 loops. Shen Wei's eyes, one white, one black, both now flecked with cycling pattern fractals, burned with certainty. I can take the cage. If you're wrong, the cage collapses and kills everyone inside. If I'm wrong, I die and reset. But I'm not wrong, Guxian. I can feel it. The cage wants to be rewritten. It's been singing the same death note for 10,000 years, and it's tired. Layer 8 showed it a new frequency, and it responded. Layer 7, at this level, can make the response permanent. The decision was made in Ashen Rest's pagoda, with the full community present. Shen Wei explained his understanding of the cage's true nature. Not a mechanical formation but a harmonic structure, a song of death that could be rewritten as a song of cycling. The risks were clear. The potential was staggering. If it works, the cage becomes ours. Not Tian Luo's instrument, our home. A pocket dimension operating on cycling energy, capable of sustaining genuine life indefinitely. And when Tian Luo arrives? Grandmother Shu asked. He arrives to find not a cage full of prisoners, but a fortress full of people who chose to stay. And at the center of that fortress, a conductor who knows every note of the song. The community voted. 300 voices, accumulated over centuries of imprisonment, speaking for the first time on a matter that concerned their collective fate. The vote was unanimous. Sing, many said. Make the cage sing something new. Shen Wei descended to the substrate one final time. He sat at the main distribution node, the same node where he'd achieved layer 8, where his 8th soul fragment had died and returned, where the cycling transformation had begun its propagation. The node was fully transformed now, pulsing with cycling energy that radiated outward along every connected formation line. But the transformation was passive. Cycling logic replacing death logic through gradual propagation. Organic, yes. Effective, yes. But slow. Too slow for what was coming. Shen Wei activated all 8 layers in cascade. Death awareness perceived the substrate's harmonic structure. Death reversal identified the frequencies that needed to change. Death echo replayed the cycling pattern frequency at maximum amplitude. Death domain projected the cycling frequency outward. Death severance cut the connections that anchored death frequency nodes. Death rebirth generated new energy to fuel the transformation. Death sovereign commanded the cycle, conducted it, directed it, shaped it. And death transcendence ensured that the process transcended the limitations of any individual node, any individual frequency, any individual formation line. Shen Wei sang, not with his voice, with his soul, his technique, his Dao, his 8 layers resonating as one unified instrument. The substrate responded. Formation lines that had vibrated at death frequencies for 10 millennia shuddered, flickered, and shifted. Not gradually, not organically, but all at once. A harmonic cascade that started at the main distribution node and propagated outward at the speed of spiritual resonance. Death frequency to cycling frequency. One note to another. A song of death transforming into a song of return. The samsara cage shuddered from its deepest substrate to its outermost barrier. Every formation node, every energy channel, every geometric structure resonated with the new frequency. Su Qingyun's reinforcements, designed to interact with death frequency formations, suddenly found themselves anchored to nothing, like walls built on sand that had turned to water. The reinforcements dissolved. The outer barriers, transformed from containment walls to cycling boundaries, shifted from preventing exit to facilitating flow. Not open, the cage was still a defined space, but no longer imprisoning. The difference between a locked room and a house with doors. In the pocket dimension, the transformation was visible to everyone. The gray sky cracked open, not into void, but into light. Real light, cycling energy light. Neither sunlight nor death glow, but something that encompassed both. The bone-white trees blazed with crystalline brilliance. The rivers ran clear, their hybrid energies sparkling with cycling patterns that turned them into streams of liquid renewal. And at the center of it all, connected to every node through his Layer 7 command and his Layer 8 transcendence, Shen Wei held the cage like a conductor holds an orchestra, not controlling every note, but guiding the harmony, shaping the song, giving the ancient formation a new purpose. Not a cage anymore. A haven. It's done, Shen Wei said, and every soul in Ashen Rest heard him. Not through communication formations, but through the cycling resonance that now connected every being in the transformed dimension. 300 voices responded. Some with words, some with tears, some with silence that said more than words ever could. Gu Xian stood on the pagoda's roof and felt the cycling energy wash through his crystalline body. For the first time in 10,000 years, the death energy that comprised his form began to truly cycle. Not just at the surface, as Shen Wei's domain had previously achieved, but at the fundamental level. His crystalline skin softened. His void eyes gained depth. His skeletal frame filled, incrementally, with something that wasn't quite flesh but was closer to it than anything he'd experienced since the cage took his humanity. Thank you, he said, and the words carried 10 millennia of gratitude compressed into 2 syllables. Shen Wei climbed out of the substrate and into the transformed dimension. The light was warm on his skin. The air tasted of renewal. And far above, through the cage's newly permeable barriers, he could feel the real sky. The sky of the mortal world, where the sun shone and the wind blew and his parents' farm existed somewhere in the vast expanse of a world he'd almost forgotten. 1 layer to go, he said. But the thought that followed wasn't about Layer 9 or Tian Luo or the battles ahead. It was about the sky, the real sky, and how much he wanted to see it again. Chapter 75. Tian Luo's voice arrived 3 days after the cage's transformation. Not through the severed array, through the cage's outer boundaries, which were now permeable enough to transmit sound from the spiritual realm above. The voice was ancient. Not old, ancient. There was a qualitative difference that Shen Wei's 8 layers could perceive. Old was the accumulation of time, the weight of years. Ancient was something else, the weight of purpose sustained beyond the natural span of any being's existence. Tian Luo's voice carried the particular density of a consciousness that had been pursuing a single goal for so long that the goal had become the consciousness. "You've redecorated my cage," the voice said. It was conversational, almost amused. "I built it to harvest death comprehension, and you've turned it into a garden." Shen Wei stood in the transformed dimension's central clearing, surrounded by cycling energy trees that chimed with crystalline harmonics. His allies were behind him: Li Meihua, Zhao Kong, Gu Xian, Linger, the Ashen Rest community. 300 souls who had heard the voice and known, with the certainty of people long accustomed to existential threat, that the final confrontation was approaching. "Your cage was a prison," Shen Wei replied, his voice carrying through the same harmonic channels. "I improved it. Prisons serve purposes, child. Gardens are pleasant but impractical. Your purpose was stealing other people's death comprehension to fuel your own transcendence. I'd say that purpose deserved to be made impractical." A pause. Not surprise. Tian Luo was beyond surprise. Recalculation. "You access the formation memory," the Dao ancestor deduced, "through layer 8's substrate integration. Clever. You know what I am, what I want, and why I built the cages. I know everything the formation memory recorded, which means I know your cages are a failure. 10,000 years, and you've never produced a completed layer 9 practitioner. Your design is fundamentally flawed. My design produced you. Layer 8, closer than anyone has ever come. If I harvest your comprehension now, combined with what I've accumulated from hundreds of other cages, I may finally have enough. May, after 10,000 years of May. Patience is a virtue I've cultivated longer than your civilization has existed." Shen Wei felt the voice's undertone, not just communication, but probing. Tian Luo was using the conversation to analyze the cage's transformed formations, searching for vulnerabilities, mapping the cycling logic that had replaced his death logic. A Dao ancestor's consciousness was vast enough to converse and investigate simultaneously. "I'm coming, Shen Wei," Tian Luo said, and the amusement was gone. In its place was something that Shen Wei's death awareness identified as the spiritual equivalent of tectonic pressure: slow, irresistible, world-altering force. "I've traveled farther than you can imagine, across distances that would break a lesser cultivator's mind. I'll reach the cage in approximately 5 days. When I arrive, I will offer you one chance to surrender your comprehension willingly. The process is painless, and if I refuse, then the process becomes painful, but the outcome is the same. You cannot defeat a Dao ancestor, child. You are 8 layers strong and Dao Lord Realm. I am beyond layers and beyond realms. The differential is not a gap, it's a category difference. Then why offer me a chance to surrender?" Another pause, longer this time. "Because you remind me of myself," Tian Luo said, and for the first time, the ancient voice carried something that might have been genuine emotion. "A farmer's child. Mediocre talent. Determination that transcends talent. 500 deaths and still returning. A breath that crossed millennia. I was you once. Before the cages. Before the harvesting. Before I decided that transcendence was worth any price. You were never me," Shen Wei said. "You chose isolation. I chose connection. That's why you'll never achieve layer 9 through harvesting, and why I might. Layer 9 is a theory. No one has ever. 5 days. You said 5 days. I'll be ready. No one is ready for a Dao ancestor. I wasn't ready for Lu Heng in the first loop. I died. Then I came back. Then I died again. Then I came back again. And eventually, I was ready." Shen Wei let his 8 layers resonate through the cage's harmonics, letting Tian Luo feel the full weight of a technique that had been purchased with 600 deaths. 5 days is a lot of deaths, Tian Luo. You'd be amazed what I can learn in 5 days. The voice withdrew. The spiritual pressure eased. The cage's harmonics stabilized. Shen Wei stood in the silence that followed and breathed. 5 days. Time to become something that a Dao ancestor couldn't ignore. Chapter 76. 5 days. 120 hours. In the death loop, where each reset preserved soul memories and cultivation progress, time was measured not in hours but in attempts. Shen Wei began layer 8 refinement with the systematic intensity of someone building a fortress with a deadline. The core challenge was clear. Layer 8, death transcendence, allowed him to exist beyond the concept of death. But existing beyond death wasn't the same as being able to fight beyond death. The layer's transcendent state was, at its current level, primarily defensive. Death-based attacks passed through him without effect, and death energy environments couldn't harm him. But against a Dao ancestor whose power encompassed far more than death, who wielded fate, karma, causation, and reality manipulation, death transcendence alone was insufficient. He needed layer 8 to become offensive, to become a weapon, not just a shield. The insight came through combat practice with Guxian. The former Bone Emperor, his 7 layers now cycling properly thanks to the cage's transformation, was still the most experienced death cultivator in existence. His combat instincts, honed over 10 millennia, provided a testing ground that nothing else could replicate. Attack me with everything, Shen Wei said. Define everything. All 7 layers. Full power. Don't hold back. Guxian obliged. His death domain erupted outward. 10,000 years of accumulated death energy, cycling but still overwhelmingly lethal, crashing against Shen Wei's 8-layer defense like an ocean against a seawall. Shen Wei's layer 8 absorbed the attack effortlessly. Death energy, no matter how concentrated, couldn't affect someone who existed beyond death. But Shen Wei wasn't interested in the absorption. He was interested in what happened after. The absorbed energy didn't dissipate. It cycled through his 8-layer system, from layer 1 to layer 8 and back again, each pass refining it, transforming it, amplifying it. The energy that emerged from the 8th pass was qualitatively different from what had entered. No longer pure death energy, no longer cycling energy, but something that Shen Wei's Dao identified as return energy. Energy that carried the weight of return, the force of coming back, of choosing to exist again, of defying cessation. Not life energy, which was about being. Not death energy, which was about ending. Return energy, which was about the moment between. The choice point, the axis of the cycle, the instant where death transforms into life. What is that? Guxian asked, watching the new energy manifest as a silver-white radiance around Shen Wei's hands. I've never seen that energy type. Return energy. The distilled essence of the Dao of eternal return. It's what the technique produces when all 8 layers cycle in harmony. What does it do? Shen Wei projected the return energy toward a formation node in the substrate below their feet. The node, already cycling thanks to the cage's transformation, absorbed the return energy and underwent a further transformation. Its cycling frequency accelerated, stabilized, and then transcended, the node existing beyond death and beyond life simultaneously, in the eternal moment of return. It transcends, Shen Wei said. Anything it touches enters the return state, the moment between death and life where the cycle pivots. For a formation node, that means transcending its operational limitations. For a person, he projected return energy toward a small crystal leaf tree nearby. The tree absorbed it and changed. Its crystalline leaves shifted from their usual prismatic transparency to a silver-white luminescence. The tree's death energy trunk, which had been cycling slowly, began cycling at a frequency that matched Shen Wei's own. And then the tree did something unprecedented. It grew, not slowly, not organically, but in a burst of cycling-enhanced vitality that doubled its height in seconds. New branches sprouted, bearing crystal leaves that chimed with the cage's harmonic frequency. Roots drove deeper into the transformed soil, drawing cycling energy upward and converting it to return energy. The tree had become, in miniature, what Shen Wei was, a cycling engine that produced return energy, a living expression of the Dao of eternal return. For a person, Shen Wei said, return energy would force them into the return state, the moment between death and life. If they could cycle through it, they'd emerge transcendent. If they couldn't, they'd be trapped in the moment, neither alive nor dead, forever in the transition. A fate that even a Dao ancestor would find uncomfortable. Guxian stared at the luminous tree and then at Shen Wei with an expression that contained equal parts awe and unease. You've turned the technique into a weapon that can threaten a Dao ancestor. I've turned the technique into what it always was, a force of return. Whether that's a weapon or a gift depends on what it meets. For someone who embraces the cycle, it's transcendence. For someone who rejects it, it's a prison. The same kind of prison Tian Luo built for us, turned against him. Shen Wei nodded. The irony was not lost on him. The Weaver of Fate had built cages to trap cultivators in the death cycle. Shen Wei's perfected technique could trap someone in the return moment of that same cycle. Poetic justice. If justice could be called poetic when it was wielded as a weapon against a being of incomprehensible power. Will it be enough? Guxian asked. Against a full Dao ancestor? I don't know. Layer 8's return energy is powerful, but Tian Luo has 10,000 years of accumulated partial comprehension. He's not a normal Dao ancestor. He's been absorbing pieces of this technique from hundreds of cages for millennia. Then you need layer 9. I need layer 9. In 5 days. In whatever time I have. Chapter 77 Day 2. Li Meihua made her sacrifice in the laboratory, alone, before anyone could stop her. Shen Wei felt it through their bond. A sudden, wrenching absence in the spiritual connection that linked them. Not death, something subtler, and in some ways worse. A diminishment. A piece of Li Meihua's cultivation base, voluntarily severed, channeled into a formation that she'd been secretly constructing for the past 3 loops. He found her on the laboratory floor, pale and sweating, her cultivation base visibly reduced from core formation to foundation establishment. Around her, the formation she'd built glowed with the warm, golden energy of sacrificed cultivation potential, a lifetime of alchemical advancement, compressed into a single formation construct. "What did you do?" Shen Wei demanded, his voice sharp with fear and anger and the particular pain of watching someone he loved hurt themselves. "Soul stabilization formation." Her voice was thin but steady. "Your 9-fragment soul is under enormous strain from the layer 8 transcendence. Each fragment is cycling at a different frequency, and the harmonic interference is degrading your soul's structural integrity. At the rate you're pushing, your soul will destabilize before you achieve layer 9. You sacrificed your cultivation to stabilize my soul. I sacrificed a portion of my cultivation. Foundation establishment is more than sufficient for alchemy work, and the formation I've created will extend your remaining loops by approximately 200. You had maybe 50 loops left before soul destabilization. Now you have 250. Li Meihua, don't." Her eyes, dark and fierce despite her physical weakness, met his. "Don't tell me I shouldn't have. Don't tell me the cost was too high. Don't you dare treat my sacrifice as something to be guilty about." She sat up, steadying herself against the laboratory table. "I'm an alchemist. I calculate costs and benefits for a living. The cost was a portion of my cultivation that I can rebuild over time. The benefit is giving you enough loops to complete the technique, break the cage, and save 300 people. The math isn't even close. Your cultivation will recover. Slowly. But I'm alive, and I'm here, and you have 200 more chances to do what you need to do. That's worth any number of cultivation stages." Shen Wei knelt beside her and pulled her into his arms. She was lighter than she should have been. Cultivation base reduction meant spiritual mass reduction, and the golden glow of the formation construct hummed around them like a benediction. "I would have found another way," he said. "There wasn't another way. I checked. Believe me, I explored every alternative before deciding to sacrifice cultivation I've spent my entire life building." A pause. "Actually, that's a lie. I didn't explore every alternative. I explored the alternatives that made sense, concluded this was optimal, and acted. You were going to do something stupid and heroic if I told you about the soul destabilization, so I did something smart and heroic instead." Despite everything, Shen Wei laughed. The laugh was wet and raw and carried the weight of a love that had been forged in a death loop and tempered by sacrifice. "I love you," he said, "even when you make unilateral decisions about your own cultivation without consulting me. I love you too. And I'll make unilateral decisions about my own cultivation whenever I want. Thank you." The soul stabilization formation activated smoothly, its golden energy integrating with Shen Wei's 9-fragment soul and harmonizing the cycling frequencies. The relief was immediate. A pressure he hadn't consciously recognized eased, like removing a weight he'd been carrying for so long he'd forgotten it was there. 250 loops. 5 days until Tian Luo arrived. And Li Meihua, her confession given with the same matter-of-fact practicality she brought to everything. Even if they escape, she wants to walk the Dao with him. She'd already been walking it. Since the first loop she remembered. Since the first pill she'd slipped him before a fight. Since the first time she'd looked at the strange, outer disciple who kept predicting tournament outcomes and thought, "There's more to him than what's on the surface." Together, Shen Wei said. Always. Chapter 78, Day 3. Tribulation Transcendence. The breakthrough came not from cultivation refinement, but from the convergence of every force acting on Shen Wei simultaneously. The death loops accumulated comprehension. Layer 8's transcendent perspective. Li Meihua's soul stabilization formation. The transformed cage's cycling harmonics. The approaching pressure of Tian Luo's Dao ancestor consciousness. The weight of 300 souls depending on him. And the simple, fundamental truth that he was running out of time. Tribulation transcendence was, in normal cultivation, the realm where a cultivator transcended their mortality by surviving a heavenly tribulation. A test imposed by the heavens themselves to determine whether the cultivator's advancement was warranted. The tribulation took the form of lightning, divine fire, or spiritual pressure that tested body, soul, and Dao simultaneously. Inside the samsara cage, there was no heaven to impose a tribulation. The cage was a sealed dimension, isolated from the heavens' oversight. Normal cultivation tribulations were impossible, but Shen Wei's cultivation was not normal. The tribulation manifested from within. His 8 layers, cycling in harmony, produced a resonance that exceeded his spiritual body's containment capacity. The excess energy crystallized into tribulation lightning, death-life return lightning that arced from his body into the cage's cycling formations and back, creating a closed-circuit tribulation that was simultaneously more dangerous and more controlled than any external tribulation could be. The lightning struck Shen Wei 37 times. Each strike tested a different aspect of his cultivation. The first strike tested his body, his continuously cycling death-rebirth cells, each one dying and being reborn 300 times per second. The lightning accelerated the cycling to 10,000 times per second, pushing his body to the limit of its structural integrity. His physical form dissolved and reformed so rapidly that he existed as a blur of flesh and energy, neither fully solid nor fully dissolved. He survived. The second through eighth strikes tested his 8 layers individually. Each layer was isolated and subjected to maximum intensity return energy, the same energy Shen Wei had learned to produce offensively. The layers held. Death awareness perceived the tribulation's pattern and adapted. Death reversal reversed the lightning's destructive effects. Death echo replayed the lightning's energy as a counterfrequency. Death domain projected the tribulation outward, spreading the damage across the cage's formations. Death severance cut the karma between the lightning and his soul. Death rebirth reconstructed damaged cultivation channels in real time. Death sovereign commanded the tribulation cycle. Death transcendence existed beyond the tribulation's destructive intent. The 9th through 36 strikes tested combinations, pairs, triplets, quartets of layers under simultaneous assault. Shen Wei's 8-layer system flexed, adapted, harmonized, and held. Each combination produced new synergies, new resonances, new capabilities that he cataloged even as the tribulation threatened to destroy him. The 37th strike tested his soul. All 9 fragments, 7 refined, 1 transcendent, 1 raw, were subjected to the full force of the closed-circuit tribulation. The refined fragments cycled through the strike effortlessly. The transcendent 8th fragment existed beyond the strike's reach. But the 9th fragment, raw, unrefined, the last piece of Shen Wei's soul waiting for layer 9, shuddered under the tribulation's pressure. For a moment, Shen Wei felt the 9th fragment begin to crack. Layer 9's absence meant the 9th fragment had no refinement to protect it, and the tribulation's force was designed to test the complete cultivation base. An unrefined fragment was a vulnerability. Li Meihua's soul stabilization formation activated. The golden energy wrapped around the 9th fragment like a mother's hands, holding it together through the tribulation's final assault. The strike passed. The 9th fragment survived, damaged, stressed, carrying hairline fractures that would need to heal, but intact. Shen Wei's cultivation base erupted through tribulation transcendence and stabilized at the new realm. His spiritual energy reconfigured, his domain expanded, his layers deepened. The samsara cage's harmonics shifted to accommodate his new resonance, the entire transformed dimension adjusting to its conductor's increased power. Tribulation transcendence, the realm where mortality was left behind. Shen Wei stood in the aftermath and felt the difference. Not just in power, in perspective. The mortal world's rules no longer applied to him. Time, space, causation, all were suggestions rather than constraints. His existence was no longer limited by the physical laws that governed mortal beings. But he was still inside a cage, and a Dao ancestor was still coming. 2 more days, he said to no one and everyone. 2 more days. Chapter 79, Day 4. Layer 8 achieves its final form. Shen Wei had been refining Layer 8 continuously since its achievement, but tribulation transcendence catalyzed a transformation that elevated the layer from powerful to absolute. Death transcendence, at the tribulation transcendence realm, didn't just allow him to exist beyond death, it made death itself irrelevant to his existence. Attacks that operated on the death-life paradigm, which included virtually all cultivation techniques in existence, could not affect him. Death energy passed through him like light through glass. Life energy was absorbed and cycled. Karmic attacks, fate-based techniques, causation manipulation, all of these operated within the death-life framework and therefore within the domain of Layer 8's transcendence. Only 2 categories of attack could still reach him. Pure physical force that operated outside the spiritual paradigm entirely, and attacks from someone who had transcended the death-life framework themselves. Tian Luo, as a Dao ancestor with millennia of accumulated death comprehension, likely possessed both. He'll use physical force first, Guxian predicted during the war council held in Ashen Rest's pagoda. Dao ancestors can manifest physical attacks that dwarf anything in the spiritual paradigm. A single strike from Tian Luo's physical manifestation could shatter the pocket dimension. The cage's harmonics should buffer physical attacks, Shen Wei said. The cycling formations distribute energy across the entire substrate. A localized physical strike would be absorbed and cycled, its force spread across the entire cage. Unless he strikes the substrate directly. From outside. If he strikes the substrate from outside, he destroys the cage. And the cage contains 10,000 years of accumulated death comprehension that he needs. He won't destroy his own investment. He might, if he decides you're too dangerous to harvest and opts to cut his losses. The possibility hung in the air. A Dao ancestor destroying the samsara cage entirely, collapsing the pocket dimension, annihilating the substrate, killing everyone inside not through battle but through demolition. He won't, Li Meihua said from her position at the table, her reduced cultivation base offset by the sharpness of her strategic mind. Think about it logically. Tian Luo has been building his transcendence fund for 10,000 years through hundreds of cages. This cage, with Shen Wei's Layer 8 comprehension, represents the single most valuable piece of that fund. Destroying it would set him back millennia. He's patient, Guxian countered. 10,000 years patient. Patient, yes. Wasteful? He built an empire of harvesting cages because he couldn't find a more efficient method. That's not the behavior of someone who throws away resources. Li Meihua's analysis was clinical. He'll try to harvest first. Fight second. Destroy only as a last resort. Then we need to make sure he never reaches the last resort, Shen Wei said. If I can engage him before he decides destruction is preferable to loss, I have a chance. A chance, Zhao Kong repeated. Against a Dao ancestor. The best chance anyone's ever had. 8 layers. Tribulation transcendence. Return energy. And something Tian Luo has never encountered. A practitioner who achieved Layer 8 through connection rather than isolation. Why does that matter? Because Tian Luo's accumulated comprehension is stolen. Harvested from practitioners who never completed the technique. It's powerful but incomplete, like a puzzle assembled from pieces of different puzzles. The picture looks right from a distance, but the edges don't match. And yours? Mine is whole. One practitioner, one journey, one continuous comprehension from Layer 1 to Layer 8. The edges match because they were all cut from the same soul. Shen Wei placed his hand on the table and returned energy, silver white, cycling, transcendent, flowed from his palm into the stone. Tian Luo has quantity. I have quality. In a direct confrontation of death comprehension, quality should win. Should, Guxian emphasized. Should, which is why we need every advantage. Guxian, your 7 layers add to our combined output. In the battle, I need you to synchronize with my 8 layers. Your death energy, cycling through my return energy, amplified by the cage's harmonics. I've never attempted a 9-layer domain synchronization. My 7 plus your 8, minus the overlap. Effectively, we'd be projecting 13 distinct death-life return frequencies simultaneously. 13 frequencies that Tian Luo's stolen comprehension won't know how to counter because they've never existed before. It could work, or it could destabilize both our techniques and leave us vulnerable. We practice. We have 24 hours. 24 hours to synchronize techniques that took 10,000 years and 600 deaths respectively to develop. I've learned faster under worse conditions. Guxian's almost smile appeared. You have, haven't you? They practiced through the night. The cage's transformed harmonics provided a resonance chamber that amplified their combined techniques, allowing synchronization at a rate that would have been impossible in normal space. By dawn, the cage's cycling energy dawn, warm and prismatic. They'd achieved a preliminary synchronization that produced something neither of them had ever witnessed. A combined domain where death, life, return, and transcendence existed simultaneously. A space where all states of existence were present in cycling harmony. Where even a Dao ancestor would find their techniques functioning under rules they didn't create. It wasn't enough. They both knew it. But it was everything they had. Chapter 80 Day 5. Tian Luo arrives. The cage felt it before anyone inside could consciously register it. A shift in the external spiritual pressure that made the cycling harmonics stumble for the first time since Shen Wei's transformation. Not an attack, a presence. Something so vast that its mere proximity distorted the spiritual fabric of reality. Shen Wei stood in the pocket dimension's central clearing, his 8 layers activated, his domain synchronized with Guxian's 7, his soul stabilized by Li Meihua's sacrifice, his body humming with the cellular cycling of continuous death rebirth at 10,000 iterations per second. Behind him, the Ashen Rest community stood in formation. Zhao Kong and the defense force at the front, return wall ready. Grandmother Shu coordinating the non-combatants. Chen Lisan monitoring with death awareness. Wenqing distributing Li Meihua's combat pills. Min Yi, 30 years dead and braver than most living cultivators, standing with the other children behind the thickest formation barriers. Li Meihua stood at Shen Wei's right hand. Gu Xian at his left. Linger hovered behind them, her ghostly form blazing blue with cycling energy. And above them all, above the cage, above the sect, above the mortal world, something arrived. Tian Luo's avatar manifested inside the cage's outer boundary with the casual precision of a god entering a temple. Not forced entry, not dramatic assault. He simply appeared, as if the cage's barriers were doors he'd built and still held the key to. The avatar was human-shaped, but not human. Taller than any mortal body, robed in fabric that appeared to be woven from fate lines, glowing threads of causation that shifted and rearranged with every movement. His face was ageless and perfect, bearing the beauty of a being who had optimized every aspect of his physical manifestation over millennia. His eyes were the color of nothing, not black, not white, not any hue that human perception could categorize. They were the color of unwritten future, of unmade decisions, of potential that had never been allowed to become reality. And the power rolled off him in waves that made Shen Wei's tribulation transcendence realm feel like a candle in a hurricane. This was not a cultivator at the peak of mortal achievement. This was a being who had transcended the peak and continued climbing, fueled by millennia of stolen death comprehension, until the concept of peak lost meaning entirely. Shen Wei, Tian Luo said. His voice was not transmitted through air or spiritual channels. It manifested directly in the consciousness of every being in the cage. Perfectly clear, perfectly controlled, inescapable. I've come for what you owe me. I owe you nothing. You owe me everything. The samsara cage made you. Every death that refined your technique, every layer you achieved, every breakthrough you experienced. All of it was possible because of the formation I created. Without the cage, you would have remained a mediocre outer disciple of a mediocre sect, living a mediocre life, dying a mediocre death. I gave you purpose. I gave you power. I gave you the opportunity to become something extraordinary. The worst part was that a piece of it was true. Without the cage, without the death loop, without the technique, Shen Wei would never have risen beyond qi condensation. His talent was mediocre. His cultivation speed was mediocre. His future, in any normal timeline, was mediocre. But truth and debt were different things. A prison is not a gift, Shen Wei said, regardless of what the prisoner learns inside it. Philosophy. I expected better from someone who's died 600 times. I expected worse from someone who spent 10,000 years failing to achieve what he promised himself. For the first time, something shifted in Tian Luo's expression. Not anger, something colder. The recognition that the being before him was not intimidated, was not awed, was not willing to play the role of harvested resource. I offered you a painless surrender, Tian Luo said. The offer expires now. He attacked. The Dao ancestors' assault was not a technique or a formation or a spiritual attack. It was a statement of absolute power, a projection of will so concentrated that reality itself bent around it. The cage's cycling harmonics screamed as Tian Luo's presence distorted them, his fate-weaving Dao reaching into the formation substrate and trying to rewrite the cycling logic that Shen Wei had established. Shen Wei's 8 layers responded in cascade. Death awareness perceived the attack structure. Not death energy but fate energy, an attempt to weave a new destiny for the cage that excluded Shen Wei's transformation. Death reversal tried to reverse the fate weaving, but found nothing to reverse. Tian Luo's Dao operated on a level that death reversal couldn't reach. Death Echo attempted to replay the fate energy as a counter-technique. Partial success, the Echo disrupted some of Tian Luo's weaving, creating interference patterns in the fate lines. But the Dao ancestor compensated instantly, his millennia of experience adapting to the counter in microseconds. Death domain projected cycling energy against the fate weaving, and for a moment the two energies collided, cycling return energy versus fate energy, each trying to overwrite the other's reality. The collision produced spatial distortions that cracked the pocket dimension sky and shattered 3 crystal leaf trees. Death's severance cut the karma of the fate lines that reached towards Shen Wei personally, preventing Tian Luo from weaving a fate that included Shen Wei's submission. But the severed lines regrew instantly, fed by the Dao ancestors' inexhaustible reserves. Death Rebirth maintained Shen Wei's physical integrity as the spatial distortions threatened to unmake his body. His cells cycled at 100,000 iterations per second, rebuilding faster than reality could damage them. Death Sovereign tried to command the cycle within the battle space, directing the flow of energy according to Shen Wei's will. But Tian Luo's presence was a command in itself, a counter-will that opposed Shen Wei's at every frequency. And Death Transcendence, Layer 8, held the line. Tian Luo's attacks, however powerful, still operated within the framework of existence that Shen Wei had transcended. The fate weaving couldn't touch a being who existed beyond death, because fate required mortality to have meaning. But holding the line wasn't winning. And Tian Luo wasn't even trying hard yet. Interesting, the Dao ancestor observed, his voice unchanged despite the apocalyptic exchange of power. Your Layer 8 is genuine. Not approximated, not partial. Full transcendence. I've never encountered it naturally produced. He tilted his head, studying Shen Wei with the academic interest of a collector examining a rare specimen. How did you achieve it? My cages are designed to produce Layer 8 through maximum death exposure, but the transcendence barrier has defeated every practitioner for 10 millennia. I had help. Help. The word seemed to confuse Tian Luo genuinely. Layer 8 is a solo achievement. It requires transcending death, which is an individual experience. How could help factor into? That's your flaw. Shen Wei's return energy surged, silver-white radiance pushing back against the fate weaving. You think death is individual. You think transcendence is solo. You built your cages to isolate practitioners because you believed isolation was necessary for the technique's completion. But the technique doesn't require isolation. It requires its opposite. Tian Luo's expression shifted again. Not anger. Not cold recognition. Something closer to dawning understanding or horror. Connection, the Dao ancestor said. You achieved Layer 8 through connection. Through love. Through friendship. Through community. Through every bond one forged across 600 deaths. The technique's death component was always available in your cages. But the life component, the component that makes transcendence possible, required something you removed from every cage by design. Other people. That's impossible. The technique's creator never specified. The technique's creator created it for healing. For transformation. For return. Not for isolation. Not for harvesting. Shen Wei's voice carried the harmonic resonance of the entire cage. 300 souls adding their cycling energy to his words. You perverted a healing technique into a weapon. And the weapon never worked because it was never a weapon. Tian Luo's avatar was very still. His fate-woven robes rippled as if disturbed by a wind that didn't exist. His nothing-colored eyes focused on Shen Wei with an intensity that made the air between them crystallize. If what you say is true, the Dao ancestor said, then my 10,000-year project is based on a fundamental error. It is. Then I have nothing to lose by harvesting you directly. Tian Luo's avatar expanded. The human shape dissolved, revealing something beneath that was less being and more force. A concentrated manifestation of fate-weaving Dao that filled the pocket dimension sky like a second atmosphere. Fate lines erupted from every direction, not targeting Shen Wei alone, but the entire cage, every formation node, every cycling harmonic, every soul. He was going to rewrite everything. Not harvest, overwrite. Replace Shen Wei's cycling logic with fate logic. Undo the transformation, restore the cage to its original death frequency, and in the process, absorb every piece of comprehension that 600 loops had produced. Shen Wei stood defiant. His 8 layers blazed. His return energy surged. Guxian's 7 layers synchronized with his, producing the 13-frequency domain they'd practiced. Li Meihua's formations activated. Zhao Kang's return wall deployed. 300 souls poured their cycling energy into the cage's harmonics. It wasn't enough. Tian Luo was a Dao ancestor, a being 10 times a standard Dao ancestor's power. A force that transcended transcendence, that made realms meaningless, that bent reality by existing. The fate lines reached the formation substrate and began rewriting it. And Shen Wei, for the first time in 600 loops, felt true fear. Not fear of death. He'd transcended death. Not fear of pain. He'd endured more pain than most civilizations experienced collectively. Not even fear of failure, which had been his constant companion since the first loop. Fear of loss. Of losing Li Meihua, Zhao Kong, Guxian, Linger, Min Yi, Grandmother Shu, Chun Lisin, Wen Qing, and 300 souls who had trusted him with their existence. Fear of losing the life he'd built in the ruins of a death prison. Fear that the Tao of eternal return would end, not with transcendence, but with absence. The fear was a gift, because fear meant he had something to lose. And having something to lose meant he was alive. Fully, completely, desperately alive. In a way that Tian Luo, who had sacrificed everything for power, could never understand. Layer 9, Eternal Return, was the last remaining layer. the layer no one had ever achieved, the layer that completed the cycle and made the practitioner deathless. And as Tian Luo's fate lines consumed the cage's substrate, Shen Wei felt his ninth soul fragment, raw, unrefined, carrying the hairline fractures of his tribulation, pulse with something that wasn't yet layer 9, but was the echo of its possibility. One layer away, one understanding away, one choice away. But the choice hadn't presented itself yet, and Tian Luo wasn't going to wait. The cage screamed as the Dao ancestors' fate-weaving overwhelmed its cycling harmonics, and Shen Wei braced himself for the hardest battle of his existence. Not for survival, not for power, not for the technique, for the people behind him who deserved to see the sky again. Chapter 81. Tian Luo's avatar battled Shen Wei with the patient thoroughness of a being who had spent 10,000 years perfecting the art of breaking things. The first phase was pressure. Raw, undifferentiated spiritual pressure that compressed the pocket dimension like a closing fist. The cycling harmonics that Shen Wei had established, the song he'd taught the cage to sing, warped under the weight. Crystal leaf trees shattered. The cycling rivers froze into static formations of hybrid energy. The sky, which had briefly shown light, collapsed back into gray and then into darkness as Tian Luo's fate-weaving suffocated the cycling energy with predetermined outcomes. Shen Wei's 8 layers held his personal domain, the space within arm's reach where his technique's power was absolute, remained a bubble of cycling return energy within the crushing pressure. But the pocket dimension outside that bubble was being systematically dismantled. Your transformation was impressive, Tian Luo acknowledged, his avatar's nothing-colored eyes tracking Shen Wei's defensive patterns with academic precision. But it was fragile, built on cycling energy that requires continuous input from a living conductor. Remove the conductor, and the transformation collapses. A fate line, thick as a river and bright as a dying star, lashed toward Shen Wei. His death severance cut it. 2 more replaced it. He cut those. For replace them. The exponential multiplication of fate lines was a signature of Tian Luo's Dao. The weaver of fate didn't attack once. He attacked once, and then the attack's consequences attacked, and then the consequences attacked, each layer of causation spawning new threats from the results of the previous ones. It was fighting an avalanche by cutting individual snowflakes. You can't sever fate faster than I can weave it, Tian Luo said. This is mathematics, child. My reserves are millennia deep. Yours are 600 loops wide. The numbers favor me. He was right. Shen Wei knew it. His 8 layers were powerful, more powerful than anything Tian Luo had ever encountered in a single practitioner. But the Dao ancestors' accumulated reserves made the individual quality difference irrelevant. It was like having a sharper sword than your opponent, but facing an army while you stood alone. Not alone. Never alone. Gu Xian, Shen Wei called through the cycling resonance. Now, the former Bone Emperor emerged from the pocket dimensions, transformed substrate like a detonation in reverse. His 7 layers, refined by 10 millennia and cycling properly for the first time in his existence, erupted in synchronization with Shen Wei's 8. The 13-frequency domain they'd practiced blazed into existence, a combined death-life return transcendence field that pushed back against Tian Luo's fate weaving with a complexity that the Dao ancestor had never encountered. Tian Luo's avatar paused. Actually paused. For a Dao ancestor, whose consciousness operated at speeds that made mortal thought seem frozen, a perceivable pause was equivalent to a mortal being stunned into silence for an hour. Gu Xian. The name came with recognition that spanned 10 millennia. My first prisoner. Still alive after all this time. And changed. Your death energy is cycling. How? A stubborn boy from a farming village taught me that death doesn't have to be permanent, Gu Xian replied. His crystalline form blazed with cycling energy that would have been impossible 6 months ago, before Shen Wei's domain began transforming the pocket dimension, before the former Bone Emperor remembered what emotions felt like, before Linger recognized her father. I learned more about the technique from him in 100 loops than I learned from you in 10,000 years of imprisonment. You learned nothing from me. The cage taught you. The technique taught you. I simply provided the environment. The environment of a prison. The environment of isolation. The environment that guaranteed I would never complete the technique because I was too alone to transcend. Gu Xian's voice carried the weight of 10,000 years of wasted potential. You're a fraud, Tian Luo. A 10,000-year fraud who built a machine to produce something that his machine was designed to prevent. For the first time, genuine emotion crossed the Dao ancestor's avatar. Not anger. Insult was beneath the being of his power. Something closer to irritation. The response of someone whose methodology has been criticized by someone they consider inferior. The technique's final layers are achievable through sufficient death comprehension density. The isolation is necessary to prevent emotional variables from contaminating the comprehension process. My methodology is sound. The fact that no one has achieved layer 9 is a matter of insufficient time, not flawed design. 10,000 years, Guxian said. Hundreds of cages, thousands of prisoners. And your best result is the boy standing next to me, who achieved layer 8 by falling in love. Tian Luo's avatar expanded with lethal intent. Enough. I didn't come here to debate cultivation philosophy with a broken prisoner and a half-formed practitioner. The Dao ancestor attacked with his full avatar's power. The pocket dimension cracked. Not metaphorically, spatial fractures opened in the air, revealing the formation substrate beneath, like bone showing through torn skin. The cycling harmonics that Shen Wei had established shattered across 90% of the cage's volume, leaving only the 13-frequency domain around Shen Wei and Gu Xian as a surviving island of transformation. Zhao Kang's return wall absorbed the peripheral damage, but the force was beyond anything they'd prepared for. 3 cultivators in the formation were thrown backward, their death-tempered bodies cracking under pressure that exceeded even the cage's worst historical assaults. The wall held, barely, but it was clear that Tian Luo's casual attacks could annihilate the defense force if directed at them intentionally. He's targeting the cage's structure, not us. Li Meihua analyzed through the communication formation, her voice tight but controlled. He's dismantling the transformation systematically. If he destroys enough cycling nodes, the cage reverts to death frequency, and his harvesting mechanism reactivates. Then we keep him engaged, Shen Wei said, and launched himself at the Dao ancestor's avatar. Return energy blazed from his hands, silver-white, transcendent, carrying the force of 8 fully integrated layers and the Dao of eternal return. The energy struck Tian Luo's avatar, and, for one glorious moment, the Weaver of Fate staggered. Return energy versus fate energy. The force of choosing to come back versus the force of predetermined outcomes. The irresistible cycle versus the immovable plan. Tian Luo recovered in seconds. His fate lines wrapped around Shen Wei's return energy and began deconstructing it. Not destroying it, but unweaving it, separating the cycling components into their constituent death and life energies, neutralizing the return frequency that gave them power. Clever, Tian Luo said. Return energy, a natural product of the 8-layer cycle. I'll need to study it more thoroughly after I harvest you. You'll need to catch me first. Shen Wei activated death rebirth at maximum intensity, his body dissolving and reforming in a new location faster than even a Dao ancestor's perception could track. He appeared behind Tian Luo's avatar and struck with return energy directly at the point where the avatar connected to Tian Luo's distant true body, the fate line umbilical that sustained the projection across thousands of miles. The strike connected. The fate line umbilical flickered. For one instant, Tian Luo's avatar weakened, its power supply interrupted by return energy that forced the fate line into a cycling state, disrupting the steady flow. That, Tian Luo said, and his voice was no longer academic or amused, was a mistake. The Dao ancestor's avatar imploded, not as defeat, as transformation. The human-shaped projection compressed into a single point of impossibly concentrated fate energy, and then expanded again as something entirely different. Not an avatar, a fragment, a piece of Tian Luo's true body, projected across the distance with the force of a Dao ancestor's full will. Smaller than the avatar, barely human-sized, but infinitely denser, infinitely more powerful. A concentrated manifestation of everything Tian Luo had accumulated over 10,000 years of harvesting. The fragment's presence alone warped reality in a 100-meter radius. Spatial fractures multiplied. Time stuttered. Causation reversed. Healed. Reversed again. The formation substrate beneath the pocket dimension groaned under forces it was never designed to contain. No more avatars, Tian Luo's fragment said. No more conversation. No more chances. He struck Shen Wei with the fragment's full force. Shen Wei died. Layer 8 meant death didn't stick. His body dissolved under the fragment's assault and reconstituted 3 seconds later, 20 meters away, every cell screaming with the memory of destruction. Tian Luo killed him again. Reconstituted. Killed him again. Reconstituted. Each death, the fragment harvested a sliver of death comprehension. Thin, gossamer thin, almost nothing. But Shen Wei could feel it. The technique bleeding from his soul in microscopic amounts, absorbed by the fate lines that permeated the fragment strike. He's siphoning me, Shen Wei gasped to Gu Xian between deaths. Each kill takes a tiny piece of comprehension. Direct harvesting. Without the array's amplification, it's slow. He can only take fragments. But if he kills you enough times, He drains me completely. How many deaths before critical loss? Shen Wei calculated. The slivers were tiny. His comprehension was vast. But the math was unforgiving. Approximately 100 kills before my 8 layers begin degrading. At his current rate of killing, roughly once every 3 seconds. 5 minutes. I have 5 minutes before I start losing what I've gained. 5 minutes against a Dao ancestor's fragment. 5 minutes to find a solution that 600 loops of death hadn't provided. Shen Wei died again. Reconstituted. The sliver of stolen comprehension was marginally larger this time. Tian Luo was refining his harvesting technique in real time, becoming more efficient with each kill. For minutes. Chapter 82, Death number 607. Reconstitution. Sliver harvested. Death 608. Reconstitution. Larger sliver. Death 609. Reconstitution. Shen Wei felt his layer 1, death awareness, flicker for the first time since he'd mastered it. The comprehension was thinning. Fall back. Gu Xian roared, interposing his 7-layer domain between Shen Wei and the fragment. The former Bone Emperor's death energy crashed against Tian Luo's fate fragment and was absorbed. Not destroyed, not deflected. Absorbed. Tian Luo's fragment consumed Gu Xian's death energy like a fire-consuming oil, growing marginally stronger with each second of contact. Your energy is harvested comprehension, Tian Luo's fragment said. All death energy in this cage is harvested comprehension. You've been marinating in my crop for 10,000 years, Gu Xian. Every attack you throw at me is returning what was always mine. Gu Xian's 7-layer assault collapsed. The former Bone Emperor staggered, his crystalline body cracking under feedback damage from having his own energy consumed. He's right, Gu Xian said, horror dawning. My death energy was cultivated inside his cage, using his formation's death energy. At the fundamental level, it's his energy, shaped by his formation, operating on his frequencies. I can't fight him with it, he just takes it back. Shen Wei's return energy was different, produced by his cycling technique rather than harvested from the cage. But even return energy was only delaying the inevitable. Each strike he landed was absorbed and analyzed. Each death allowed Tian Luo to refine his harvesting. The Dao ancestor was learning Shen Wei's technique in real time, using each kill as a study session. Death 615. Shen Wei felt layer 2, death reversal, begin to thin. 3 minutes. Maybe less. Everyone fall back to ashen rest. Shen Wei ordered through the cycling resonance. Maximum defensive formation. Don't engage the fragment directly. His fate energy absorbs death energy. Shen Wei, you can't fight him alone. I can't fight him at all. Not like this. But I can buy time. Time for what? Shen Wei didn't answer because he didn't have an answer. Layer 9 was the solution, the completed technique that would reverse Tian Luo's stolen power. But Layer 9 required something he hadn't found. The final understanding. The last piece. The capstone of a journey that had taken 600 deaths and still wasn't complete. What was Layer 9? Eternal return. The perfection of the cycle. Becoming deathless. But what did that mean? Layers 1 through 8 had each required a specific death, a specific relationship with death that refined a specific soul fragment. Layer 9 should require the same, a specific death that refined the 9th and final fragment, completing the technique. Except the 9th fragment was already damaged from the tribulation. Hairline fractures that Li Meihua's stabilization formation held together. Could a damaged fragment even be refined? Death 620. Layer 3, death echo, flickered. 2 minutes. Shen Wei stopped running. He stopped dodging, stopped defending, stopped trying to delay. He stood in the cratered remains of the pocket dimension's central clearing, surrounded by shattered crystal leaf trees and frozen cycling rivers, and faced Tian Luo's fragment directly. Kill me, he said. I've been killing you. Kill me properly. Not the draining kills, the real kill. The one you've been holding back because you want to harvest me gradually. The kill that would destroy my soul completely. Tian Luo's fragment was silent for a moment. If I destroy your soul, I lose the comprehension entirely. Harvesting requires a living soul to draw from. I know. That's why you won't do it. And that's why I'm standing here. You're bluffing. I'm calculating. You can drain me gradually over the next 2 minutes and get maybe 60% of my comprehension before my layers collapse. Or you can kill me completely and get nothing. The math favors my standing here. It favors you for 2 minutes. After that, I have 60% regardless. 60% of a technique that doesn't work at 60%. The death life cycle requires complete layers, Tian Luo. Partial comprehension is partial power. You've been accumulating partial comprehension for 10,000 years, and it still hasn't given you layer 9. Adding 60% of my 8 layers won't change that equation. Another silence. Shen Wei was gambling. gambling that the Dao ancestors' 10,000-year obsession with efficiency would override his tactical advantage. That Tian Luo would pause to calculate rather than simply continuing the drain. The gamble paid off. Tian Luo's fragment stopped attacking. "What are you proposing?" the Dao ancestor asked. "Time. I need time. Not much, but some. Time to achieve Layer 9? You're further from Layer 9 now than when I arrived. I've been draining your comprehension. Layers 1, 2, and 3 are partially degraded. I'm not asking for your permission. I'm asking for your patience. You've been patient for 10,000 years. A few more hours won't matter. Hours during which you might achieve the one thing that could threaten me. Hours during which I might also fail. Giving you the opportunity to harvest a practitioner who pushed further than anyone in history before burning out. My comprehension at the moment of failure would be denser, purer, and more valuable than what you're getting from this gradual drain." The logic was sound, and Shen Wei could see Tian Luo processing it. The Dao ancestor was a mathematician at his core, a being who had calculated the optimal harvesting strategy over millennia. The promise of higher quality comprehension at the moment of failure versus the certainty of lower quality comprehension through gradual drain was a trade-off that appealed to his optimization instincts. "Hours," Tian Luo said finally. "I'll give you until the cage's next full cycle, approximately 6 hours. During that time, I will not drain you further. At the end of 6 hours, if you have not achieved Layer 9, I harvest everything." Agreed. The fragment withdrew to the cage's outer boundary, maintaining its presence but ceasing its attacks. The reprieve was immediate. The spatial fracture stabilized, the cycling harmonics stuttered back to partial function, and the pocket dimension's atmosphere shifted from apocalyptic to merely oppressive. Shen Wei collapsed. His layers were damaged. Layers 1, 2, and 3 had been partially drained, their comprehension thinned by Tian Luo's harvesting. His body, despite layer SIX's continuous cycling, ached with the bone-deep exhaustion of dying 15 times in 5 minutes. His soul, stabilized by Li Meihua's formation but stressed by the combat, pulsed with dull, aching pain. Li Meihua reached him first. Her hands, alchemist's hands, precise and warm, found his face. "How bad?" she asked. "Bad. 3 layers partially degraded. Soul stressed. And I just negotiated 6 hours to achieve something that no one in history has ever achieved. Then we have 6 hours. Meihua, I don't know how to achieve Layer 9. I don't even know what Layer 9 is, specifically. I know its name, Eternal Return. I know it completes the cycle. I know it makes the practitioner deathless. But I don't know the mechanism, the trigger, the specific death or understanding that activates it. Then we figure it out. 6 hours. You, me, Gu Xian, Linger, everyone who's been walking this path with you. It's not enough time. It's the time we have. And I've seen you do impossible things with less." Shen Wei looked at her. At the woman who'd sacrificed her cultivation for him, who'd followed him into a death cage, who'd stood beside him against a Dao ancestor, who was now, with perfect calm, proposing to solve an unsolvable problem in 6 hours because the alternative was unacceptable. "Together," he said. "Always." Chapter 83. The community rallied. Not with techniques or formations or combat preparations, with presence. 300 souls, drawn to Ashen Rest's central clearing by the instinct that something crucial was happening, gathered around Shen Wei in concentric circles that had nothing to do with defensive formations and everything to do with communal purpose. Li Meihua set up her diagnostic formations, mapping Shen Wei's damaged layers and degraded comprehension with the methodical precision of a field surgeon assessing a wounded soldier. Gu Xian sat beside Shen Wei and shared what he knew about Layer 9 from 10,000 years of study. The technique's creator designed 9 layers because the human soul has 9 fundamental aspects. Each layer refines one aspect. Layer 9, Eternal Return, refines the aspect of choice, the ability to choose to return. I already choose to return. Every loop, I chose to continue. You chose to continue within the framework of the loop. Layer 9's choice is different. It's the choice to return without the framework, without the loop, without any external mechanism compelling or enabling the return. Pure, autonomous choice to exist. How do you choose to exist when you're dead? That, Gu Xian said, is the question I spent 9,000 years failing to answer. Linger contributed her father's memories, fragmented, partially recovered, but containing threads of the technique's original purpose that even Gu Xian's millennia of study hadn't uncovered. The creator of the technique, not Tian Luo, but the original creator, whoever they were, designed Layer 9 as a gift, Linger said. Not a weapon, not a cultivation technique, not a path to power. A gift. The gift of eternal return. The ability to always come back. Come back from what? From everything. Death, obviously, but also from grief, from loss, from despair, from the moments when existence becomes unbearable and the temptation is to simply stop. Linger's blue form flickered with the intensity of her inherited memories. The technique was created for people who had suffered so much that they wanted to die permanently, and it gave them the ability to choose life despite that suffering. Layer 9 is the culmination, the permanent, irrevocable choice to live. Not because living is easy or painless, but because living is worth it despite the pain. Shen Wei absorbed this. The technique, myriad deaths, one life, was named for a ratio. 10,000 deaths for one life. 1,000 deaths for one life. Not a count, but a proportion. The deaths were the price. The life was the value. I need to choose life, he said slowly. Not survive. Not return through the loop. Not resist death through technique. Choose life. Actively, deliberately, with full understanding of what death is and what it costs and why life is worth the price. That sounds like what you've been doing for 600 loops, Zhao Kong said from the outer circle. It sounds like it, but I've been doing it within the loop's framework. The loop provides a safety net. Death isn't permanent. So choosing to continue isn't really choosing life over death. It's choosing to continue an exercise. Real Layer 9 would require the choice without the safety net. In the substrate, Li Meihua said, following the logic, where death is permanent. In the substrate, where there's no reset, where death means actual, irrevocable cessation. I would need to die there, really die, permanently, and then choose to return. Without the loop, without layer SIXS reconstruction, without any mechanism. Pure choice. That's not a cultivation technique, Zhao Kong protested. That's a miracle. The technique was always miraculous. We just called it cultivation because we needed a framework to understand it. Can you do it? Grandmother Shu asked from the circle's outer edge, her ancient voice carrying the weight of 8 centuries of waiting. Shen Wei considered the question honestly. Layer 8 had been achieved through a similar mechanism, soul death in the substrate, followed by return through connection. But Layer 8 had been partial. One soul fragment, dying and returning, refined into transcendence. Layer 9 would require the entire soul, all 9 fragments, including the transcendent 8th and the damaged 9th. Complete death, complete return. I don't know, he said. I've never done anything like this. No one has. You've never done anything like any of the things you've done, Minnie said with the brutal honesty of a child. You'd never been in a death loop before loop 1. You'd never mastered a death technique before layer 1. You'd never kissed a girl before Li Meihua. Shen Wei blinked. How do you know about? Everyone knows. You're not subtle. The laughter that rippled through the circle was quiet and brief, but it mattered. In the shadow of a Dao ancestor's fragment, with 6 hours dwindling, 300 people found something to laugh about. And Shen Wei, watching their faces, watching the fear and the hope and the stubborn, beautiful refusal to surrender to despair, felt something stir in his 9th soul fragment. Not layer 9. Not yet. But its echo, its possibility, its shape, forming in the damaged crystal of his last unrefined soul piece, like a pattern emerging from chaos. I need to go to the substrate, Shen Wei said. And I need to go alone. Shen Wei, not alone. Connected. All of you. Here, in this clearing. Your cycling energy feeding into the cage's harmonics. Your presence in my awareness through the resonance network. But physically alone in the substrate, because layer 9's choice has to be mine. What if you don't come back? Linger asked, and her voice was the voice of a daughter who had already lost one father to the cage and couldn't bear to lose another. Shen Wei knelt before her. Her ghostly form was more solid than it had ever been. The cycling energy in the transformed cage had been slowly rebuilding her spiritual body, giving substance to the girl who'd been a phantom for 1,000 years. If I don't come back, he said, it means the choice wasn't enough. But it will have been a real choice, made freely, for real reasons. And that's worth more than an eternity of safe returns in a cage. Linger's blue eyes, her father's eyes, Gu Xian's eyes, without the void, held his for a long moment. Come back, she said. I'll try. Don't try. Choose. The word landed with the weight of layer 9's entire philosophy. Choose. Chapter 84. Shen Wei stood at the substrate entrance alone. Below, the geometric cathedral of formation lines stretched into impossible depth, cycling now, singing with the frequency Shen Wei had taught it, but still vast, still unknowable, still the framework of something designed by a power that dwarfed his own. Above, through the pocket dimension and the cage's transformed barriers, he could feel Tian Luo's fragment waiting, patient, calculating, counting the hours until the agreed reprieve expired. And around him, In the cycling resonance that connected every soul in the transformed cage, he could feel them. 300 lives, pulsing with the energy of existence. Li Meihua, her reduced cultivation base burning bright with determination. Zhao Kong, steady as a mountain. Gu Xian, his 10,000 years of regret transformed into 10,000 years of hope. Linger, fierce and ancient and young. Grandmother Shu, Minnie, Chen Lisan, Wenqing. Every name, every face, every soul he'd come to know across 600 loops of dying and returning. Shen Wei activated his death awareness, partially degraded, thinned by Tian Luo's harvesting, and turned it inward. His soul, 9 fragments, arranged in a pattern that corresponded to the 9 layers of the technique. 7 fragments refined by layers 1 to 7, cycling smoothly in the patterns their respective deaths had taught them. The 8th fragment, transcendent, existing beyond death, pulsing with the silver-white frequency of return energy. And the 9th fragment, damaged, cracked, held together by Li Meihua's golden stabilization formation. Raw, unrefined, carrying no layers comprehension. The last piece of a puzzle that had taken 600 deaths to nearly complete. Shen Wei descended into the substrate. The formation lines received him like old friends, cycling, humming, resonating with frequencies he'd taught them. The void between the lines was still there, still absolute, still the unformed potential that would unmake anything that touched it. But the lines themselves were his now, his song, his cycle. He sat at the main distribution node, his place, the place where Layer 8 had been born, where his technique's transformation had begun, and looked inward. Layer 9, eternal return. The choice to live, not the technique of living, not the mechanism of return, not the power to resist death. The choice, the simple, fundamental, irreducible choice to continue existing. But what made it a choice? Every loop, Shen Wei had chosen to continue, but the loop did the actual returning. Every time Layer 6 reconstructed his body, he chose to live, but the technique did the actual reconstructing. Every time Layer 8 transcended death, he chose existence beyond death, but the transcendence was automatic, a state rather than a decision. Real choice required the absence of automatic return. Real choice required the possibility of not returning. Real choice required death to be real, permanent, and final, and then choosing to come back anyway, which was, by any rational measure, impossible. Dead beings didn't make choices. Dead beings were dead. The soul's dissolution was the end of consciousness, the end of will, the end of everything that could make a choice. Unless the choice wasn't made in death. Unless the choice was made before death, with such absolute conviction and such total commitment that it persisted beyond the soul's dissolution. Not as a mechanism, not as a technique, as a truth so fundamental that even death couldn't erase it. I will return. Not, I want to return. Not, I intend to return. Not, I have the power to return. I will return. A statement of fact. A declaration of reality. An assertion so complete that it became the universe's truth rather than the individual's hope. Shen Wei reviewed his deaths. 620 of them, each one a complete cessation followed by a loop-assisted return. He'd experienced death from every angle, in every form, through every mechanism. He knew death with an intimacy that no living being should possess. And he knew, with equal intimacy, what had brought him back each time. Not the loop. The loop was a mechanism. It facilitated return, but didn't cause it. Not the technique. The technique refined death comprehension, but didn't generate the will to return. Not even survival instinct, which was biological and operated below the level of genuine choice. What brought him back was specific, concrete, and unrepeatable. Loop 1. He came back because he didn't understand what had happened. Confusion returned him. Loop 10. He came back because he was angry. Lu Heng's arrogance demanded a response. Loop 50. He came back because he was determined. The technique had given him purpose. Loop 100. He came back because he'd made a promise. To Zhao Kong, to survive the tournament. Loop 200. He came back because he was falling in love. Li Meihua's face was the first thing he thought of each reset. Loop 300. He came back because he refused to abandon his allies. The Ashen Rest community depended on him. Loop 400. He came back because he understood. The technique, the cycle, the Dao, they made sense, and sense demanded continuation. Loop 500. He came back because he chose to. Not for any external reason. Because living was worth it. Loop 600. He came back because he was alive. Not biologically, existentially. He was alive in the way that connected beings are alive, defined not by their own heartbeat, but by their presence in others' lives. Each return was different. Each return was motivated by something specific to that moment. that loop, that version of Shen Wei. But underneath all of them, underneath the confusion and anger and determination and love and understanding and choice, there was a single, unifying truth. He came back because he came back. Not for a reason. Not despite the cost. He came back because coming back was what he did. It was his nature, his Dao, his fundamental identity. Shen Wei, the one who returns. The realization was so simple that it felt like a joke. 600 deaths to learn something that a child could have told him. You keep going because you keep going. The reason is the act itself. The choice is the chooser. The return is the returner. Layer 9 wasn't a technique to be learned or a death to be experienced or a comprehension to be achieved. It was a recognition. A recognition that the cycle of death and return wasn't something that happened to Shen Wei. It was something that Shen Wei was. He was the cycle. He was the return. He was the eternal choice to live, embodied in a 9-fragment soul that had been designed, from its fractured birth, to express this singular truth. The 9th fragment pulsed. The hairline fractures that Li Meihua's formation held together began to glow, not with golden stabilization energy, but with something that came from within the fragment itself. A light that was neither death nor life nor return, but all three simultaneously. A light that was the color of choice. Shen Wei felt layer 9 forming, not with the dramatic breakthrough of previous layers, not with death or pain or crisis. It formed like a sunrise. Gradually, inevitably, the natural consequence of darkness giving way to light. But it wasn't complete. The recognition was there. The understanding was there. The truth was there. But the choice hadn't been made yet. The real choice. The permanent one. Because to complete layer 9, Shen Wei needed to die. Really die? In the substrate, where there was no loop. Where death was permanent. And then he needed to return. Not through any mechanism. Through choice alone. And he needed to succeed. Because if he didn't, if the choice wasn't enough, he would be dead. Permanently. Truly. The cycle would end, and everything he'd built would follow. Shen Wei opened his eyes. The substrate's formation lines hummed around him, cycling with the song he'd taught them. Above, through layers of transformed cage, he could feel 300 hearts beating in resonance with his own. He had 4 hours left. He began to prepare. Chapter 85. The preparation was not technical. It was emotional. Shen Wei ascended from the substrate and walked through the transformed pocket dimension one last time. The crystal leaf trees, those that had survived Tian Luo's assault, chimed softly in the cycling energy currents. The rivers, partially restored, flowed with hybrid energy that sparkled in the dimension's cycling light. The bone-white earth, transformed by months of cycling domain exposure, had darkened to a rich gray that was almost, the color of real soil. He walked through Ashen Rest, past the stone houses where families of prisoners had built lives from nothing, past the communal kitchen where Grandmother Shu's terrible cooking had catalyzed a Dao Lord breakthrough, past the practice yard where Zhao Kong drilled cultivators who had been dead for decades, past Li Meihua's laboratory, where the most important alchemy in the cage's history had been performed by a woman who'd sacrificed her cultivation without hesitation. He stopped at each person, not to say goodbye, to remember. Grandmother Shu, who had maintained a community in a death prison for 8 centuries by sheer force of will and domestic competence. Min Yi, who had been dead for 30 years and still found things worth laughing about. Chen Lisin, whose death awareness had become a guardian's tool rather than a warrior's weapon. Wen Qing, the silent alchemist's apprentice who had never spoken about his life before the cage, but worked tirelessly to help others survive it. Brother Feng, the traitor, imprisoned but alive, his betrayal forgiven if not forgotten. Even his face was worth remembering. Even his failure was part of the story. 300 faces. 300 stories. 300 reasons to return. Shen Wei committed each one to his soul. Not to his memory. Memories were stored in the mind, which could be destroyed. He committed them to his soul, embedding them in the cycling pattern of his 9 fragments like data encoded in a crystalline lattice. Each face, each name, each moment of shared existence became part of the soul's structure, not information stored in the soul, but the soul itself. If he died, when he died, these people would be part of what he was. And when he chose to return, he would be returning not as Shen Wei alone, but as Shen Wei who carries 300 souls. He found Gu Xian on the pagoda's roof, looking at the sky. I spent 10,000 years staring at this sky and seeing only death, the former Bone Emperor said. Now I see cycling energy and crystal light, and the possibility that my daughter will stand under a real sky before I dissolve. You won't dissolve. When the cage breaks, the cycling energy will sustain you. You'll need to learn to live with organic energy instead of death energy, but your body is already adapting. If the cage breaks, when Gu Xian turned to him. You sound like me. When I corrected you, that time on the roof. You don't fail, I said. You die, you learn, and you return. You were right. I was guessing. I'd known you for 100 loops. That's nothing. I was projecting hope onto a stranger because I'd forgotten how to feel it myself. A pause. I'm not guessing now. I've seen what you do, Shen Wei. I've felt your cycling domain transform a dead world into a living one. I've watched you turn enemies into family. I've experienced, firsthand, the impossible phenomenon of a 10,000-year death cultivator learning to laugh again. Gu Xian, don't interrupt. I've been composing this speech for 50 loops, and I want to get it right. The crystalline face attempted what might have been a wry smile. You are the most stubborn, most foolish, most unreasonably hopeful person I have ever encountered in 10,000 years of existence. You walked into a death cage and decided to make it a home. You fought a death god and decided to make him a father. You died 600 times and decided each death was a lesson rather than a defeat. I had help. You created the conditions for help to exist. That's not the same as receiving help. You built the community that supports you. You forged the relationships that anchor you. You chose, deliberately, repeatedly, stubbornly, to be someone worth helping. Gu Xian placed his crystalline hand on Shen Wei's shoulder. The touch was cool and dense, and 10,000 years heavy. Whatever happens in the substrate, know this. You have already achieved something that no amount of death cultivation can match. You made a dead man want to live again. Shen Wei held the ancient cultivator's gaze. Take care of them. If I don't come back, I will. But you'll come back. You always come back. Shen Wei found Zhao Kong at the defense formation, running a systems check despite the temporary ceasefire. You're doing the farewell tour, Zhao Kong said without looking up. I can tell because you have that face. The noble sacrifice face. It's not a sacrifice. It's an attempt. An attempt that might kill you permanently. Yes. In the substrate where there's no reset. Yes. And you're going to do it regardless of what I say. Yes. Zhao Kong set down the formation tool and faced his best friend. The man he'd known since they were outer disciples sharing a dormitory, eating bad cultivation hall food, and dreaming about being strong enough to matter. I'm supposed to say something meaningful, Zhao Kong said. Something about brotherhood and loyalty and how you've always been there for me. But you know what? You already know all that. I've died for you. You've died for me. We've died for each other so many times that death doesn't even feel dramatic anymore. It's just Tuesday. Tuesday doesn't exist in the pocket dimension. It does now. I declared it. Tuesday. The day my best friend does something impossibly stupid and I can't talk him out of it. Zhao Kong gripped Shen Wei's forearm. The warrior's clasp, the fighter's bond. Come back, you idiot. I am not explaining to your parents that their son died permanently in a death cage because he was too stubborn to stay dead. I'll come back. You'd better. He found Linger among the crystal leaf trees, her blue form brighter than ever, almost solid. The cycling energy had given her substance that 1,000 years of ghostly existence hadn't. I know what Layer 9 is, she said before he could speak. I remembered. My memories have been returning since Father and I reunited, and this one came back last night. Tell me. It's the gift. The original creator's gift to the people who suffered enough to want permanent death. The gift of choosing life. Not because life is easy, but because life is worth choosing. Layer 9 doesn't make you immortal, Shen Wei. It makes you unstoppable. Not in power, but in purpose. You cannot be permanently stopped because you will always choose to continue. That sounds like what I already understand. You understand it here, she touched his head, and here. She touched his chest. But Layer 9 requires understanding it here. She touched his soul, her ghostly finger passing through his skin to the cycling energy beneath. Your soul needs to become the choice. Not carry it. Become it. How? Die? Really die? Let everything go. The technique, the layers, the cultivation, the connections. Let it all dissolve. And then, in the nothing that follows, choose. Not to return to what you were. To become what you choose. The return creates you. You don't return to yourself. You return as yourself. Shen Wei considered her words. They aligned with his own understanding, but added a crucial dimension he'd missed. Not returning to himself. Returning as himself. Thank you, Linger. Thank me by coming back. I'd like to see the sky. He found Li Meihua last. She was in the laboratory, working. Of course she was working. In the final hours before the most important moment of their lives, Li Meihua was refining pills. Soul integrity pills, she said, holding up a small vial of golden liquid. For the Ashen Rest community. If the cage collapses during your attempt, these will protect their souls during the transition to the outside world. You're preparing for the aftermath. Someone has to. You're busy being the hero. I'm busy being the person who makes sure the hero's victory doesn't kill everyone through side effects. Practical. Always. They looked at each other across the laboratory. The space between them was filled with the things they'd already said and the things that didn't need saying. 600 loops of shared experience. A love forged in death and tempered by the choice to keep living. I'm scared, Shen Wei said. Good. Good. Fear means you have something to lose. If you go into the substrate feeling nothing, you'll die and stay dead, because there's nothing to come back to. But fear of losing me, losing our friends, losing the life we've built, that's your rope. That's what pulls you back. Fear as an anchor. Love as an anchor. Fear is just love's shadow, the awareness that the thing you love can be taken away. She crossed the laboratory and stood before him. I'm scared too. Terrified. Because if you don't come back, I lose the person who made a death cage livable. But I'm also certain. Absolutely certain. Because you're Shen Wei, and Shen Wei comes back. Always. Always. He kissed her. She kissed him back. And for the last time before the substrate, they held each other in the quiet space between fear and certainty, between death and return, between the end of one choice and the beginning of another. I love you, he said. I love you too. Now go save everyone. Chapter 86. Shen Wei descended into the substrate for the last time. The formation lines hummed around him. His song, his cycle, his transformation made manifest in the geometric architecture of an ancient cage. The void between the lines waited, patient and absolute, the unformed potential that would receive whatever was given to it. He sat at the main distribution node. The node pulsed with cycling energy that he'd established, its frequency steady, its harmonics stable. Around it, the substrate stretched in every direction, a lattice of transformed formation lines that carried his song to every corner of the cage. Above, he could feel them. 300 souls in the cycling resonance. Li Meihua, bright with fear and love. Zhao Kong, steady with loyalty. Gu Xian, heavy with 10,000 years of reborn hope. Linger, blue and ancient and young. Every face he'd memorized. Every name he'd embedded in his soul. 2 hours remained until Tian Luo's reprieve expired. Shen Wei activated all 8 layers for the last time. Death awareness perceived the substrate's totality. Death reversal identified what needed to change. Death echo carried the resonance of every death he'd experienced. Death domain projected his cycling field outward. Death severance prepared to cut the final connection. Death rebirth stood ready to reconstruct. Death sovereign commanded the cycle. Death transcendence existed beyond the coming death. And then Shen Wei did something he'd never done before. He deactivated them all. Layer by layer, he shut down his technique. Death awareness went dark. The world became silent, invisible, unknowable. Death reversal ceased. Damage became permanent, irreversible. Death echo faded. The memories of 600 deaths became just memories, no longer living resonances. Death domain collapsed. His cycling field vanished, leaving raw substrate energy pressing against his unprotected body. Death severance dissolved. Every karmic connection snapped back into place, binding him to causation and consequence. Death rebirth stopped. His cells ceased their continuous cycling, becoming mortal flesh in an environment designed to destroy mortal flesh. Death sovereign relinquished command. The cycle flowed freely, no longer directed, no longer shaped. Death transcendence withdrew. Death became real again. Final. Absolute. Shen Wei sat in the substrate as a mortal man. No technique. No layers. No cycling. No protection. The substrate's death energy, no longer held at bay by 8 layers of comprehension, began to kill him. It started at his extremities, fingers and toes losing sensation as the death energy consumed living cells. It spread inward, following the meridian pathways that his cultivation had created, eating the channels that had once carried the Dao of eternal return. His dantian cracked as the death energy reached it, the golden core that had been his cultivation's foundation dissolving like sugar in acid. Pain. Real pain. Not the clean, spiritual pain of dying in a loop, where the reset erased the experience before it could fully register. This was mortal pain, the agony of a living body being destroyed cell by cell, with no reset, no reconstruction, no return. Shen Wei did not resist. He let the death energy consume him. Let it eat his body, his meridians, his dantian, his spiritual energy. Let it reach his soul, 9 fragments, arranged in a pattern that corresponded to the technique he'd just abandoned. The 7 refined fragments went first. Each one dissolved under the substrate's pressure, their layer-specific comprehension dissipating like smoke. Death awareness, gone. Death reversal, gone. Death echo, death domain, death severance, death rebirth, death sovereign, all gone. The comprehension he'd purchased with 600 deaths, unmade in seconds. The eighth fragment, transcendent, existing beyond death, held longer. Its transcendence meant death energy couldn't directly destroy it. But without the other 7 fragments supporting it, without the cycling system that gave it context, the eighth fragment's transcendence became meaningless. Transcendence of death in a void where nothing else existed was indistinguishable from non-existence. It dissolved. The ninth fragment, raw, damaged, unrefined, was last. Li Meihua's stabilization formation fought to hold it together, golden energy wrapping around the cracked soul fragment like bandages on a wound. But the substrate's death energy was absolute, and without the technique's protection, the stabilization formation was a candle against an ocean. The ninth fragment cracked further, began to dissolve. Shen Wei died. Not a loop death, not a technique death, not a transcendence death. Real death, complete death. The cessation of consciousness, the dissolution of soul, the end of everything that had been Shen Wei. Farmer's son, outer disciple, death cultivator, lover, friend, leader, returner. Gone. The substrate's formation lines continued humming. The cycling song continued playing. The void between the lines continued waiting. But the person who had created the song, who had taught the cage to cycle, who had transformed a prison into a haven, that person no longer existed. Silence. Absolute silence in the geometric cathedral. No consciousness to perceive the formation line's glow. No soul to feel the cycling energy's warmth. No will to direct the substrate's transformed harmonics. Above, in the pocket dimension, 300 souls felt the connection sever. The cycling resonance that had linked them all to Shen Wei went dark, like a star going out. Li Meihua screamed, a sound torn from the deepest part of her being, the sound of an anchor losing the thing it was anchored to. Zhao Kong caught her as her knees gave way. Gu Xian's crystalline body cracked, hairline fractures spreading across his form as the cycling energy that had been sustaining his transformation stuttered. Linger's blue form dimmed to almost nothing. He's gone, Linger whispered. His soul is gone. 300 souls in a transformed cage, standing in a cycling garden built by a dead man, staring at a sky of death energy clouds that was already beginning to lose the light he'd given it. Gone. But, in the nothing that was once Shen Wei, in the void where a 9-fragment soul had existed and now didn't, something remained. Not a soul, not a fragment, not energy or consciousness or will. A truth. The truth that Shen Wei was the one who returns. Not as a quality, not as an ability, not as something he possessed or practiced or chose. As a fundamental fact of reality. As certain as gravity, as inescapable as time, as simple and absolute as the statement, things that fall come down. Shen Wei returns. Not because he chooses to. Not because a mechanism enables it. Not because a technique facilitates it. Because that is what Shen Wei does. That is what Shen Wei is. The return itself, incarnated in a 9-fragment soul, expressed through 600 deaths and 1 life. The nothing stirred. Not with consciousness. Consciousness was gone. Not with will was gone. Not with any of the things that dying beings lose when they die. With truth. The incontrovertible, reality-defining truth that Shen Wei returns. The truth reached into the void. Not the void between formation lines. The deeper void. The one that existed before the cage, before the technique, before cultivation, before death and life themselves. The void that was the unformed potential of existence itself. And from that void, existence responded. Not because it was commanded. Not because it was compelled. Because truth has a weight that even the void cannot ignore. And the truth that Shen Wei returns was heavier than the void's emptiness. A soul formed. Not reformed, not reconstructed, not the old soul restored from a template or rebuilt from stored information. A new soul, born from the void, shaped by the truth, carrying as its fundamental nature the absolute certainty of return. 9 fragments, not the old 9, but 9 new ones, each one formed around the embedded memories of the people Shen Wei had carried into death. Li Meihua, Zhao Kong, Gu Xian, Linger, 300 names, 300 faces, 300 reasons to exist. The soul wasn't Shen Wei returning to himself. It was Shen Wei returning as himself. Layer 9, Eternal Return. Complete. Chapter 87. The soul's rebirth manifested in the substrate as a detonation of cycling energy that exceeded anything the samsara cage had ever contained. The formation lines, already cycling from Shen Wei's earlier transformation, erupted with a new frequency. Not the cycling frequency he'd established. Not the death frequency Tian Luo had built. Something entirely new. A frequency that existed beyond the death-life spectrum, beyond the cycling paradigm. beyond any framework that cultivation science had ever categorized. Return frequency, the pure, undiluted expression of the Dao of eternal return, produced by a soul that was the Dao incarnate. The frequency propagated through the substrate at the speed of spiritual resonance, which was to say, instantaneously. Every formation node in the cage transformed simultaneously, not from death logic to cycling logic, as before, but from logic entirely to something that defied logical categorization. The nodes became expressions of return, points in space where the cycle of death and life was not a process but a permanent state. The pocket dimension above shuddered, fractured, and reformed. Not as the gray-skied death dimension it had been, not as the cycling garden Shen Wei had created, as something new, a space where death and life existed simultaneously, where endings were beginnings were endings, where the cycle wasn't a sequence of events but the fundamental nature of reality. The crystal leaf trees didn't just chime, they sang. Full, complex harmonies that carried the return frequency in every note. The rivers didn't just flow, they cycled, their water passing through states of matter in continuous transformation. The sky didn't just clear, it opened, the cage's barriers becoming transparent to the real sky above, and for the first time in 10,000 years, sunlight entered the samsara cage. Real sunlight, filtered through formation boundaries, but unmistakably real. Warm and golden and carrying the simple, devastating truth of a world that existed beyond the cage. 300 souls looked up and saw the sky. Some wept, some collapsed, some simply stood and stared with expressions of wonder so pure that they transcended language. Grandmother Shu, 8 centuries removed from her last sunrise, fell to her knees and pressed her forehead to the earth. Min-Yi laughed and cried simultaneously, her 30-year-old ghost body suffused with cycling energy that was slowly, visibly, giving her substance. And Li Meihua, tears streaming, felt the connection reignite. Not the old connection, the cycling resonance that had linked her to Shen Wei through his technique. Something deeper, a bond that existed at the level of reality itself, as fundamental as the laws of physics, as inescapable as the tide. He's back, she breathed. He's different. But he's back. In the substrate, Shen Wei opened his eyes. His body was new, not reconstructed, formed fresh from the return energy that his Layer 9 soul produced. Every cell pulsed with return frequency. His cultivation base, which had been systematically built through 600 deaths and multiple realm breakthroughs, was simply present, not rebuilt level by level, but expressed fully and completely by a soul that contained the totality of his journey. His 9 layers were not reactivated. They were inherent, not tools he wielded, but aspects of his existence. Death awareness was his perception. Death reversal was his response. Death echo was his memory. Death domain was his presence. Death severance was his will. Death rebirth was his body. Death sovereign was his authority. Death transcendence was his nature. And eternal return was his soul. He stood. The substrate's formation lines resonated with his movement, the entire cage responding to its returner like an instrument responding to its player. Shen Wei ascended through the transformed cage, through the substrate, through the pocket dimension's renewed landscape, through the singing trees and cycling rivers, and the sky that now showed real sunlight, and emerged into the central clearing where 300 souls waited. The first thing he saw was Li Meihua's face. "I came back," he said. She crossed the distance between them in 3 steps and held him with the desperate strength of someone who had felt the person they loved die and then, impossibly, felt them return. "You came back," she said into his shoulder. "You always come back. Always." Around them, the community erupted, not in celebration, in something deeper, in the release of fear that had been held too long, in the acknowledgement that the impossible had happened, in the dawning realization that the cage's transformation, the cycling garden, the singing trees, all of it was permanent now, sustained not by technique, but by the existence of a being who was the return incarnate. Zhao Kong shouldered through the crowd and gripped Shen Wei's arm. "You took 4 hours. I aged 20 years. You look the same. I feel ancient. Never do that again. I probably won't need to." Gu Xian stood at the edge of the clearing, his crystalline body aglow with return frequency that was accelerating his transformation. Where cycling energy had slowly converted his death-rigid form, return frequency was reshaping it fundamentally. Crystalline skin becoming translucent flesh, void eyes gaining color, skeletal frame gaining substance. The Bone Emperor was becoming something that 10,000 years of imprisonment had denied him, a living being. "Layer 9, he said, and his voice was thick with an emotion that didn't have a name. "You actually achieved Layer 9. It's not what I expected. What is it?" Shen Wei considered how to describe it. The words didn't exist. No one had ever needed them before. It's me, he said finally. Layer 9 is just me. The choice to return, made permanent. Made into the fundamental nature of my existence. I can't be killed because killing me doesn't stop me. It's not immortality. I can still die. But death doesn't end me. I return. Always. Linger emerged from the crowd. Her blue form was blazing with return frequency, her substance increasing by the second. Where she had been translucent, she was becoming opaque. Where she had floated, she was beginning to stand. The gift, she said. The original creator's gift. Eternal return. The gift, Shen Wei confirmed. But the gift came with an obligation. Because Tian Luo's fragment still waited at the cage's boundary, and the reprieve's expiration was 45 minutes away. Shen Wei turned toward the cage's outer edge, where the weaver of fate's concentrated essence pressed against barriers that were no longer walls, but windows. Time to end this, he said. Chapter 88. Tian Luo felt the transformation before Shen Wei even approached. The Dao ancestor's fragment, positioned at the cage's outer boundary, experienced the return frequency's propagation as a physical force, a wave of energy that was fundamentally incompatible with every piece of harvested comprehension Tian Luo had accumulated over 10 millennia. The stolen death comprehension that comprised the bulk of his power base reacted to the return frequency, like water reacting to cold. It began to crystallize, to solidify, to lock into patterns that were cycling rather than harvestable. Impossible, Tian Luo said, and for the first time in 10,000 years, the word was genuine rather than theatrical. Layer 9. You achieved Layer 9. Shen Wei walked toward the fragment, not with combat readiness, not with defensive formations activated, not with his allies behind him in battle formation. He walked with the simple, unhurried confidence of someone who had died 620 times and chosen to return each time, and who now knew, with the absolute, soul-deep certainty of a completed technique, that he would always return. I did, Shen Wei said. In 4 hours. For hours to achieve what my cages failed to produce in 10,000 years. The fragment's nothing-colored eyes blazed with something that Shen Wei's perfected death awareness identified as equal parts fury and fascination. How? I died. Really died. And then I chose to come back. That's not a mechanism. That's not a technique. That's a choice. That's all it ever was, Tian Luo. Your cages, your formations, your harvesting arrays, they were all designed to force the technique's completion through accumulated death comprehension. But the technique doesn't complete through accumulation. It completes through choice. One single, absolute, irrevocable choice to live. Choice is not a cultivation method. Choice is the only cultivation method that matters. Everything else, spiritual energy, formation work, realm advancement, death comprehension, is infrastructure. The foundation. The choice is the building. Tian Luo's fragment was silent. The Dao ancestor's consciousness, processing at speeds that transcended mortal cognition, was analyzing Shen Wei's return frequency with the desperate thoroughness of a scientist confronting a result that invalidated their life's work, and finding, in that analysis, the truth that Shen Wei had articulated. The technique, myriad deaths, one life, was not a death technique. It never had been. The deaths were the price. The life was the product. And Layer 9 was the moment when the practitioner chose the product over the price, not as a transaction, but as a truth. My 10,000 years, Tian Luo said. My hundreds of cages. My thousands of prisoners. All based on the assumption that death comprehension was the technique's active ingredient. But it wasn't. It was the inactive ingredient. The carrier. The deaths were just preparation. Preparation for the choice, Shen Wei confirmed. A choice that can only be made by someone who has experienced enough death to understand its full weight, and enough life to understand what makes the weight worth carrying. Yes. And my cages, by design, provide the death but remove the life. Yes. The fragment's nothing-colored eyes stared at Shen Wei for a long moment. Behind those eyes, 10,000 years of calculation, of optimization, of careful, methodical, devastatingly wrong effort was being reassessed. Then I have been wrong, Tian Luo said. For 10,000 years. Fundamentally, irreversibly wrong. Yes. And you, a farmer's son, a mediocre outer disciple, a stubborn fool who fell into my cage by accident. You achieved what I specifically designed my life's work to produce. Through the one method my design specifically prevented. Yes. The silence stretched. In the background, the cage's transformed harmonics hummed with return frequency. Sunlight filtered through the once impermeable barriers. 300 souls watched from Ashen Rest's clearing, their cycling energy feeding the dimension's new ecosystem. I should destroy you, Tian Luo said. Layer 9, if the technique's theory is correct, will reverse my accumulated comprehension. The stolen death energy I've harvested from hundreds of cages will be forcibly returned to its original owners. I'll lose everything. You will. 10,000 years of work. Reduced to nothing. To nothing stolen. You'll still have your own cultivation. Your own Dao. Your own power, honestly achieved. My honestly achieved power is a fraction of what I currently possess. Then you'll be weaker. But you'll be real. The fragments' form flickered. Tian Luo's consciousness was making a calculation. The final calculation of a 10,000-year project. The options were stark: fight Shen Wei and risk Layer 9's reversal effect, or retreat and lose the cage but retain the accumulated comprehension from his other cages. I'm going to fight you, Tian Luo said. Not because I think I can win, I'm not certain of that anymore, but because surrendering is not in my nature. I was a farmer's son too, Shen Wei. I climbed from nothing. I refused every limitation. I built my power through persistence that transcended talent. And I will not give it up without testing whether it can withstand the one thing I spent my life trying to create. Then come, Shen Wei said. The Dao Ancestors fragment attacked. Chapter 89 Half-Immortal Breakthrough. The words were inadequate for what happened. Shen Wei's consciousness, expanded by Layer 9's completion, processed the transformation in real time even as Tian Luo's fragment bore down on him with the accumulated power of 10,000 years. Half-immortal was the realm where a cultivator's mortal aspects were replaced by immortal ones, where the physical body became spiritual, the spiritual body became conceptual, and the conceptual body became actual. It was the penultimate step before true immortality, the threshold between the mortal paradigm and the immortal one. For Shen Wei, the breakthrough wasn't a standard cultivation advancement. It was a consequence. Layer 9, eternal return, had made his existence the cycle itself. A being who was the cycle of death and rebirth incarnate could not remain bound by mortal limitations. Mortality was, by definition, the state of being subject to death. Shen Wei had transcended death not by becoming immortal, but by becoming something for which the concept of death was a feature rather than a limitation. Half-immortal was the first step of his existence catching up with his nature. His body dissolved, not from Tian Luo's attack, from transformation. Every cell that had been cycling at 10,000 death rebirth iterations per second transcended the cellular paradigm entirely. His physical form became a standing wave of return energy, visible, tangible, real, but no longer biological. No longer subject to the physical laws that govern mortal bodies. His spiritual energy underwent a parallel transformation. Where previously his spiritual cultivation had been structured in the traditional paradigm, Dantian, meridians, core, nascent soul, the half-immortal breakthrough replaced structures with states. His Dantian became the center of the cycle. His meridians became the cycle's pathways. His core became the cycle's engine. His nascent soul became the cycle's consciousness. And his 9-layer technique, already inherent rather than applied, deepened into something that existed at the level of natural law rather than personal power. Tian Luo's attack struck the half-immortal Shen Wei and encountered the cycle itself. The fate lines that comprised the Dao Ancestors' assault entered Shen Wei's domain and were immediately subjected to the return frequency. Not destroyed, not countered, cycled. Each fate line was absorbed, transformed from a predetermined outcome to a cycling possibility, and returned to Tian Luo carrying the return frequency as an embedded pattern. The returned fate lines hit Tian Luo's fragment and began converting his own stolen comprehension. No, Tian Luo's fragment recoiled. The conversion was slow but inexorable. Each returned fate line that reconnected with his fragment carried return frequency deep into the stolen death comprehension that comprised his power base. And once there, the return frequency did what it did. It cycled. It transformed stagnant, stolen energy into cycling energy that sought its original owners. Tian Luo's fragment began to weaken. Not dramatically, not catastrophically, gradually, steadily, like a fire burning through stored fuel. The stolen comprehension, accumulated from hundreds of cages, thousands of prisoners, 10 millennia of harvesting, was cycling, transforming, returning. Stop this, Tian Luo said, and his voice carried desperation for the first time. I'll retreat. I'll leave this cage. I'll never return. Just stop the conversion. I can't stop it, Shen Wei said. Layer 9 isn't something I do. It's something I am. The return frequency isn't a technique I can activate or deactivate. It's my existence. And my existence, by its nature, returns stolen things to their owners. Then I'll destroy you. Permanently. Even Layer 9 can't survive complete spiritual annihilation. Try. Tian Luo tried. The fragment exploded outward with every remaining piece of stolen power. a nova of fate-woven death comprehension that warped reality in a sphere 1,000 meters across. Space fractured into geometric patterns that folded in on themselves. Time splintered into parallel streams that ran forward and backward simultaneously. The cycling energy in the cage's atmosphere ignited, producing cascading detonations that shattered the crystal leaf trees and vaporized the cycling rivers. Li Meihua's defensive formations activated across Ashen Rest, shielding the community. Zhao Kang's return wall absorbed the peripheral shockwaves. Gu Xian's 7-layer domain created a buffer zone that protected the settlement's core. And Shen Wei stood at the epicenter and let it hit him. The blast destroyed his half-immortal body, scattered his standing wave form across the dimension, disrupted every layer of his technique, shattered his soul's cycling pattern. He died. Layer 9 activated. Not as a technique, as a truth. The truth that Shen Wei returns. Always. Under any circumstances. Through any destruction. Past any ending. He returned. His body reformed from the return frequency that permeated the dimension, not reconstructed from stored patterns, but created fresh from the cycling energy of the cage itself. His soul reconstituted around the embedded memories of 300 people, each fragment forming simultaneously, each layer expressing itself as a natural consequence of the soul's nature. The process took 3 seconds. From death to return. From nothing to everything. Tian Luo stared at the returned Shen Wei with an expression that transcended horror and entered the territory of awe. You died, the Dao ancestor said. I destroyed your soul. Completely. I felt it dissolve. I returned. From what? There was nothing left. No soul fragment. No spiritual energy. No technique. No formation. Nothing. From the choice. The choice to return. That's all Layer 9 needs. The choice. That's not possible. It wasn't. Now it is. Because I exist, and I am the return. Shen Wei's return frequency aura expanded, pushing against the fragment's diminishing power. You can kill me again, Tian Luo. 100 times. 1,000 times. 10,000 times. Each time, I'll return. And each time I return, my return frequency will convert more of your stolen comprehension. You can't win this war of attrition because attrition is my nature. The fragment's nothing-colored eyes assessed. Calculated. A 10,000-year-old consciousness processing the implications of a power it had spent 10 millennia trying to produce and 10 seconds failing to destroy. And for the first time, the Weaver of Fate faced a possibility he had never calculated for: defeat. Chapter 90. Tian Luo did not accept defeat. A Dao ancestor who had persisted for 10,000 years on a flawed premise did not have the capacity for graceful surrender. Instead, the fragment underwent a transformation that Shen Wei's perfected death awareness recognized as the spiritual equivalent of a cornered animal going feral. The fragment expanded, not in size, but in nature. Tian Luo abandoned the concentrated, precise projection that had characterized his fragment and instead dispersed his consciousness across the cage's entire dimensional space. His fate lines, thousands of them, woven from millennia of stolen comprehension, erupted from the fragment's dissolving form and embedded themselves in every surface, every formation node, every molecule of air. He was trying to become the cage, to merge his consciousness with the samsara cage's formation substrate, replacing Shen Wei's cycling transformation with his own fate weaving, creating a dimensional space where his will was reality and Shen Wei's return frequency could be countered by the dimension itself. If I can't destroy you, Tian Luo's dispersed voice echoed from every direction. I'll contain you. I built this cage to imprison. I can build it again, around you, specifically, designed to suppress the return frequency. You may be deathless, Shen Wei, but you can still be caged. The fate lines reached the formation substrate and began overriding Shen Wei's cycling transformation. For a moment, one terrible, suspended moment, the cage's song faltered. The return frequency that Shen Wei's Layer 9 produced wavered as Tian Luo's fate weaving imposed competing harmonics. The crystal leaf trees stopped singing. The cycling rivers slowed. The sunlight that had broken through the barriers dimmed. He's rewriting the cage. Li Meihua shouted through the cycling resonance. He's replacing your transformation with his own, converting cycling nodes to fate nodes. If he completes the overwrite, the cage becomes a fate prison instead of a death prison. Can you slow him down? I have 17 cycling grenades. Each one converts a 10-meter radius back to cycling energy. But he has thousands of fate lines working simultaneously. Use them. Buy me minutes. Li Meihua activated her cycling grenades in a systematic pattern, targeting the most critical formation nodes, the distribution nexuses that connected large sections of the substrate. Each detonation produced a sphere of cycling energy that pushed back Tian Luo's fate weaving, creating temporary cycling zones in the spreading fate network. Zhao Kang's return wall, adapted on the fly, projected cycling energy along the cage's internal passages, creating arteries of cycling resistance through Tian Luo's expanding fate body. Gu Xian's 7 layers, resonating with Shen Wei's return frequency, established cycling domains around Ashen Rest's critical infrastructure, shelters, formation hubs, energy stores, protecting the community's survival essentials. And Shen Wei reached for the cage's transformed core, the main distribution node in the substrate where Layer 8 and Layer 9 had been born, and poured return frequency into it with everything he had. The battle became a war of transformation. Tian Luo's fate weaving converting cycling nodes to fate nodes, spreading outward from the cage's boundaries toward its center. Shen Wei's return frequency converting fate nodes back to cycling nodes, radiating outward from the core toward the boundaries. Two forces of reality alteration, pushing against each other across the dimensional space of the samsara cage. He has more raw power, Gu Xian reported, his 10,000-year experience providing real-time analysis of the dimensional struggle. His accumulated comprehension, even partially converted by your return frequency, gives him a larger energy reserve. He can overwrite faster than you can restore. But my restoration is permanent, Shen Wei countered. Every node I convert to cycling becomes self-sustaining. It generates its own return frequency through the cycle. His fate weaving requires continuous input. He has to keep feeding energy into every node he converts, or it reverts. An attrition war. He has more fuel. You have more efficiency. The question is which runs out first, his fuel or his patience. The answer came not from Tian Luo, but from the world beyond the cage. The return frequency, propagating through the substrate's formation lines, reached the boundary where the samsara cage connected to the outside world. The array connection had been severed by Layer 8, but the formation lines themselves still existed, dormant channels that linked the cage to the broader spiritual vein network beneath the sect. And through those channels, the return frequency spread, out of the cage, into the spiritual veins, along the ancient pathways that connected the samsara cage to Tian Luo's other cages across the world. Shen Wei felt it happen, felt his return frequency encounter other cages, other formation substrates, other prisons full of trapped cultivators. Hundreds of cages, scattered across continents, each one a death frequency formation designed to harvest cultivators' death comprehension. The return frequency entered them, and in each cage, the stolen death energy, accumulated from thousands of prisoners over millennia, began to cycle. To return, not to Shen Wei, to its original owners. The cultivators who had died in those cages, whose death comprehension had been siphoned and stolen. The return frequency didn't know Shen Wei's preferences or intentions. It simply did what it did. It returned stolen things to their owners. Across the world, in hundreds of hidden prisons, thousands of trapped cultivators felt their stolen comprehension returning. Degraded, thinned by millennia of storage, but real. Theirs, coming back. And Tian Luo, whose power base was built on that stolen comprehension, felt every piece of returned energy as a piece of himself being removed. No, the Dao ancestor's voice was no longer dispersed. It was concentrated, focused, the scream of a being who had just felt his life's work begin to unravel. The other cages, you're converting the other cages, stop. I told you, Shen Wei said, and his voice carried the calm certainty of a completed technique, a perfected Dao, and a soul that had died and returned enough times to know the truth of its own nature. Layer 9 returns stolen things. I am the return, and everything you've stolen for 10,000 years is going back. Chapter 91 The apocalypse was not metaphorical. Tian Luo, feeling his accumulated power draining across hundreds of cages simultaneously, abandoned the fate-weaving strategy and did what Shen Wei and his allies had feared most. He projected his true body into the cage. Not a fragment, not an avatar. The Dao ancestor's actual physical form, transported across thousands of miles through a dimensional tear that cost him a significant portion of his remaining power but brought the full weight of his existence to bear. The cage shuddered, not from attack, from presence. Tian Luo's true body was a being who had existed for over 10,000 years at the peak of cultivation, augmented by millennia of stolen comprehension. His physical form existed partially in normal space and partially in the fate dimension he'd woven around himself, a personal pocket reality where his Dao was law. He was tall, impossibly tall, his proportions those of a statue rather than a person. His robes of woven fate lines were dim now. The return frequency's worldwide conversion had stripped many of their threads, but what remained was still the garment of a being who had woven fate itself. His face, which the avatar had presented as ageless perfection, was revealed in its true state, lined, worn, carrying the weight of every year of 10,000 years of existence. Not ugly, ancient, time-worn. The face of someone who had outlived empires, continents, and the very concept of permanence. And his eyes, the nothing-colored eyes of the avatar, had been a projection. His true eyes were simply tired, gray and tired and old, and carrying 10 millennia of obsession that was crumbling around him. "I came here to harvest you," Tian Luo said, and his true voice was quieter than his projections. Less imposing, more real. "I've been harvesting cultivators for 10,000 years. It's the only thing I know how to do anymore." "You knew how to cultivate," Shen Wei said. "Before the cages, before the harvesting. You were a farmer's son who climbed from nothing. You cultivated through persistence, not theft. That was before I realized that persistence wasn't enough. That talent mattered. That the heavens favored the gifted and discarded the mediocre. That the only way for someone like me to transcend was to take what I couldn't earn. And in 10,000 years of taking, you still haven't transcended." "No." The word was heavy with 10 millennia of failure. "I haven't. Because transcendence can't be stolen. It has to be chosen." Tian Luo's true body erupted with power. Not the controlled, precise attacks of his fragment or avatar. The raw, desperate, uncontrolled explosion of a being who was watching his life's purpose crumble and could not accept it. Space fractured across the entire cage. Time splintered into loops within loops. Echoes of the samsara cage's original function, activated by the Dao ancestors' frantic manipulation. Death energy storms, conjured from the cage's original death frequency formations that Tian Luo's fate weaving was reactivating, swept through the pocket dimension with the force of apocalyptic weather. The crystal leaf trees shattered. Every one of them. Their crystalline structures unable to withstand the spatial fractures. The cycling rivers evaporated. The transformed soil cracked and heaved. Ashen rest stone buildings groaned under forces they were never built to withstand. Li Meihua was caught in a spatial fracture. The crack in reality opened beneath her feet, and she fell, not through space but through time, her body pulled into a temporal loop that would cycle her through the same 3 seconds of falling forever. Shen Wei's death severance cut the temporal loop's karma. Li Meihua tumbled out of the fracture and crashed to the ground, critically wounded. Temporal displacement damage that no healing pill could immediately address. Her body was there, but her consciousness was fragmented, scattered across the 3 seconds she'd been looping through, unable to reassemble into a coherent mind. "Meihua!" Shen Wei's voice cracked the air. Zhao Kong caught her. His death-tempered body absorbed the temporal residue that clung to her form, his 500 deaths giving him a resistance to time distortion that normal cultivators couldn't achieve. He held her, keeping her body stable while Wenqing administered emergency pills. "She's alive," Zhao Kong reported. "But her consciousness is fragmented. She needs time to reassemble. Hours, maybe more." Hours they didn't have. Tian Luo's true body was tearing the cage apart. Linger's ghostly form blazed into action. The ghost child, 1,000 years of accumulated spiritual energy, the remnant spirit of the technique's first practitioner's daughter, projected herself into the cage's formation substrate and began reinforcing the cycling nodes that Tian Luo's assault was destabilizing. "I can hold the substrate for a while," she said through the cycling resonance, her voice strained with effort. "But he's attacking the formation lines directly. Each line he breaks is a piece of the cage's structure lost forever. Don't overextend yourself," Gu Xian warned his daughter. "Father, I've been a ghost in a cage for 1,000 years. Overextension is all I have." She poured her spiritual energy into the substrate's defenses. The ghost child, who had spent centuries guiding prisoners and hiding from the Bone Emperor, who had remembered her father and helped him remember himself, who had watched Shen Wei transform the cage from prison to haven. She gave everything she had to hold the structure together. Her blue form dimmed, thinned. The substance that the cycling energy had been giving her dissolved as she converted it to defensive energy. "Linger," Gu Xian's voice was raw. "Stop. You'll destroy yourself. I'll fade, but the cage will hold long enough." Shen Wei watched his allies sacrifice. Li Meihua wounded. Linger fading. Zhao Kong bearing the weight of temporal damage. Gu Xian, his crystalline body cracking under the assault's pressure, torn between fighting and reaching his daughter. 300 souls huddled in ashen rest shelters, their cycling energy feeding into defensive formations, their lives dependent on the cage's structure surviving Tian Luo's assault. Shen Wei turned to face the Dao ancestor's true body. "Enough," he said. Layer 9 had changed what Shen Wei was. Not just what he could do, but what his existence meant. He was the cycle incarnate, the return itself. And the return, confronted with destruction, did not flinch. Shen Wei gathered his return energy, all of it, the total output of a perfected 9-layer technique channeled through a half-immortal body containing a soul that was the Dao of eternal return made real, and projected it not at Tian Luo, but through him. The return frequency hit the Dao ancestor's true body and passed through it like light through a prism, separating the accumulated layers of stolen comprehension from Tian Luo's original cultivation. Thousands of years of harvested death energy, pulled from cages across the world, forcibly returned to their original owners. Tian Luo screamed. The sound was not human. It was cosmic, the cry of a being who had built himself from stolen pieces, watching those pieces ripped away. His fate-woven robes disintegrated thread by thread as each thread's stolen energy returned to its source. His augmented cultivation base collapsed level by level as the artificially inflated power drained away. His dimensional presence shrank, contracted, diminished from world-shaking to regional to local to personal. The spatial fractures healed. The time splinters resolved. The death energy storms dissipated. And Tian Luo, Luo Tianming, stood in the ruins of his assault as what he truly was beneath 10,000 years of theft. A Dao ancestor, yes, but a diminished one. A farmer's son who had climbed to the peak of mortal cultivation through persistence and then corrupted his achievement through desperation. Chapter 92. Shen Wei held Li Meihua. The battle's aftermath had left her on the cracked earth of Ashen Rest's central clearing, her body intact, but her consciousness still fragmented. The temporal loop damage was insidious. Her mind existed in 3 simultaneous seconds, unable to determine which was real, cycling through fall crash pain in an internal loop that her alchemist's intellect was fighting to break from the inside. Shen Wei's 9 layers assessed the damage. His death awareness perceived the temporal fragments. His death reversal could reverse the temporal displacement, but the energy required would be enormous. He'd need to reverse time itself within her consciousness, pulling all 3 fragments back to a single moment. He could do it. Layer 9's return frequency could cycle the temporal damage and return her consciousness to its original unified state. But the energy expenditure would weaken him significantly. And Tian Luo, though diminished, was still a Dao ancestor. Still conscious. Still present. Still, potentially, a threat. The choice was clear, and it wasn't a choice at all. Shen Wei poured return energy into Li Meihua, not through technique, through touch. His hands on her face, his return frequency flowing into her fragmented consciousness, cycling the 3 temporal fragments back toward unity. The energy cost was staggering. He felt his half-immortal cultivation base dip, his layer resonances thin, his return frequency diminish. But she was worth any cost. She had always been worth any cost. The temporal fragments converged. 3 simultaneous seconds of consciousness collapsed into one. Li Meihua's eyes, dark, intelligent, alive, snapped open. Shen Wei, I'm here. The battle, almost over. She looked at him. At his diminished aura, his thinned layers, the visible cost of healing her written across his spiritual body. You spent energy you couldn't afford to heal me. I spent energy I was happy to spend. Shen Wei, don't tell me the cost was too high. You said that to me once, when you sacrificed your cultivation. Same rule applies in both directions. Li Meihua's expression shifted from concern to something fiercer. Then finish this, while I can still watch. Zhao Kong caught her as Shen Wei rose. The warrior held the alchemist with the careful strength of a man who'd learned that the people he loved were simultaneously the strongest and most fragile things in his universe. Take care of her, Shen Wei said. Take care of the Dao ancestor, Zhao Kong replied. I've got her. Chapter 93. Tian Luo knelt in the ruins. The weaver of fate, stripped of millennia of stolen power, was still a Dao ancestor, a being who had honestly cultivated to the peak of mortal existence before choosing to augment his power through theft. But the augmentation was gone, ripped away by the return frequency, scattered across the world to thousands of cultivators who had never known their death comprehension had been stolen. What remained was Luo Tianming, the farmer's son, the persistent climber, the cultivator who had reached Dao ancestor through 8,000 years of legitimate effort and then spent 10,000 more on a project that the universe itself had been designed to prevent from succeeding. He looked up as Shen Wei approached. His tired gray eyes, stripped of the nothing-colored overlay that stolen power had given them, held no defiance. No cunning. No calculation. Just exhaustion. The bone-deep, soul-deep exhaustion of someone who had been wrong for 10,000 years and had finally been forced to acknowledge it. The technique reverses everything, Tian Luo said. Not just the stolen comprehension, the cages, the array, the harvesting infrastructure, all of it unwinding. I can feel it. Across the world, my life's work is being dismantled by the energy I spent 10 millennia accumulating. Good, Shen Wei said. Thousands of trapped cultivators being freed. Thousands more having their stolen comprehension returned. The spiritual veins I corrupted with harvesting infrastructure are purifying. The sects I infiltrated are losing the formation anchors I planted. A pause. Even Su Qingyun. I can feel the compulsion formations I placed in his soul dissolving. He'll be himself again. Whatever that means after 60 years of servitude. He'll have to answer for what he did. He'll have to answer for what I made him do. The compulsions were subtle. They didn't override his will so much as nudge it. He made his own choices. But the context in which he made them was manufactured. That's between him and his conscience. Tian Luo nodded. The conversation was not what Shen Wei had expected. Not a final confrontation, not a dramatic last stand, not the defiant resistance of an unrepentant villain. Just a tired old man, sitting in the wreckage of his ambitions, talking to the person who had destroyed them. Are you going to kill me? Tian Luo asked. The question deserved an honest answer. Shen Wei considered it. Tian Luo had built hundreds of prisons, trapped thousands of cultivators, harvested death comprehension through a system that required his victims to die, repeatedly, for years or decades or millennia. He had destroyed lives, corrupted sects, manipulated innocents into serving his purpose. The suffering he'd caused, quantified across 10,000 years and an entire world, was incalculable. He deserved death. But Shen Wei was the Dao of eternal return incarnate. The cycle of death and life. The choice to live. No, Shen Wei said. Tian Luo blinked. No, killing you doesn't undo what you've done. It just adds another death to a universe that has too many. And I've died enough times to know that death isn't justice. It's just ending. Then what? Then you live. You live with what you've done. You live without the stolen power that made you feel justified. You live as Luo Tianming, the farmer's son, the persistent cultivator who reached Dao ancestor through honest effort and then threw it all away. That's worse than death. I know. You're crueler than I expected. I learned from the best. 600 deaths in your cage. Tian Luo almost laughed. The sound was rusty and used for millennia, but recognizably human. Li Meihua told me once, Shen Wei continued, that the technique was designed for healing, that the death-life cycle, operating naturally, produces growth. You built a machine to harvest death. I'm going to let you experience what the machine was supposed to do. Shen Wei projected return frequency toward Tian Luo, not as a weapon, not as a harvesting reversal, as a gift. The gift that the original technique was created to be, the gift of return. The ability to choose life despite suffering. The ability to come back from loss, from failure, from 10,000 years of being wrong. The return frequency entered Tian Luo's diminished soul and began to cycle. Not converting, not overriding, not destroying. Simply cycling. Death-life return. The natural rhythm that the technique was always meant to express. Tian Luo gasped. His tired eyes widened. For the first time in 10 millennia, the Weaver of Fate experienced the technique from the inside, not as a resource to be harvested, but as a reality to be lived. This is what it feels like, he whispered. The cycle. The real cycle. This is what it was always supposed to feel like. I spent 10,000 years trying to force this. And it was just this. This simple. This. He couldn't find the word. This human, Shen Wei said. Chapter 94 True Immortal Breakthrough. Shen Wei's advancement didn't come with drama or tribulation or cosmic acknowledgement. It came naturally, like exhaling after a long-held breath. Layer 9 had made him the return incarnate. The battle with Tian Luo had tested every aspect of his completed technique. The choice to spare the Dao ancestor, to choose mercy over justice, to embody the technique's healing purpose rather than its destructive potential, had demonstrated the fullest expression of the Dao of eternal return. And that expression was, itself, the cultivation advancement. True immortality wasn't a realm achieved through spiritual accumulation. It was a state of being achieved through complete alignment of soul, body, technique, and purpose. Shen Wei's soul was the return. His body was the cycle. His technique was the expression. His purpose was the choice. All four aligned, fully, for the first time, and the alignment transcended the mortal paradigm entirely. He didn't feel the breakthrough so much as recognize it. One moment, he was Shen Wei, half immortal, speaking with a defeated Dao ancestor. The next moment, he was Shen Wei, true immortal. And the only difference was that the cage, the entire samsara cage, from its formation substrate to its pocket dimension to its connection to the world above, responded to his existence like a body responds to a heartbeat. The cage wasn't his tool. It was his environment, and his existence defined its function. True immortal, Gu Xian breathed, sensing the shift from across the clearing. Achieved through what? There was no tribulation, no breakthrough catalyst, just a conversation. The conversation was the catalyst, Shen Wei said. Choosing mercy, choosing the technique's original purpose over its destructive potential. That's the Dao of eternal return at its fullest, not just returning from death, but returning others from theirs. You advance to true immortal by forgiving a Dao ancestor. I advanced to true immortal by choosing life over death, even when death was deserved. Chapter 95 The Samsara Cage completed its transformation. With Tian Luo's stolen comprehension returned to the world, and Shen Wei's true immortal existence defining the cage's function, the ancient formation underwent its final metamorphosis. Every formation node, every energy channel, every geometric structure in the substrate resonated with return frequency. The death frequency foundations that Tian Luo had built were not destroyed, they were integrated. Death became one phase of the cycle rather than the cycle's purpose. The pocket dimension blossomed. The crystal leaf trees that had been shattered by Tian Luo's assault regrew. Not as they were, as something new. Trees of return frequency energy, their leaves cycling through states of matter, their branches reaching toward the now visible sky with the enthusiasm of living things that had been denied growth for 10 millennia. The rivers were formed. Clear, cycling, carrying return energy that sparkled with colors that had no names because no human eye had ever perceived them before. The rivers didn't just flow, they sang, contributing their frequency to the cage's harmonic structure. The earth darkened from gray to brown, real brown, soil brown, the color of earth that could grow things, sustain things, nurture things. 10,000 years of death had been cycled into 10 millennia of accumulated potential, and that potential was expressing itself as growth so concentrated that the pocket dimension's ecosystem evolved visibly. New plant forms springing into existence, adapting to the return frequency environment with the desperate creativity of life finding a foothold in hostile territory. And the sky opened, not partially, not filtered through formation barriers, not the teasing glimpses of light that Shen Wei's earlier transformation had provided. The samsara cage's barriers, now operating on return frequency logic rather than death frequency containment, became transparent. Fully, completely, irrevocably transparent. Sunlight poured into the pocket dimension. Real sunlight, unfiltered, carrying the warmth and spectrum of a star that hadn't touched this space in 10,000 years. 300 souls stood in the light. Some had been in the cage for decades, some for centuries. Grandmother Shu had been underground for 800 years. Min Yi for 30, Gu Xian for 10,000. They stood in the sunlight and felt its warmth, and many of them simply stopped. Stopped moving, stopped thinking, stopped doing anything except existing in a moment that they had given up hoping for. Grandmother Shu wept, openly, freely, without dignity or restraint. 8 centuries of endurance, of maintaining a community in a death prison, of cooking terrible food and organizing resources and keeping people alive through sheer force of maternal authority. All of it released in tears that fell on soil that was, for the first time in 10,000 years, capable of receiving them. Min Yi tilted her face to the sun. Her ghostly complexion, the pallor of 30 years without natural light, began to warm. The cycling energy that had been giving her substance absorbed the sunlight and accelerated, and the ghost girl who had died as a child and persisted through death began, incrementally, to live. Not fully, not yet. True resurrection required more than sunlight and cycling energy. But the color that entered her cheeks and the warmth that entered her skin were undeniable. "It's warm," she said. I forgot what warm felt like. Gu Xian stood apart from the group, his crystalline body transforming rapidly in the sunlight. The return frequency had been slowly converting his death-rigid form for months. Sunlight catalyzed the process. Crystalline skin became translucent flesh. Void eyes gained color, dark, warm, human. Skeletal proportions filled with substance. The Bone Emperor was becoming Gu Xian. Just Gu Xian. The boy from the fishing village, 10,000 years older and infinitely wiser, and bearing scars that no amount of transformation could erase. Linger's ghostly form, dimmed by her sacrifice during the battle, brightened in the sunlight. Not fully restored. She'd spent too much energy defending the substrate, but present, visible, real enough to cast a shadow for the first time in 1,000 years. She and her father stood side by side in the light, neither speaking, both crying. Li Meihua, her consciousness unified but her body still bearing temporal damage, leaned against Zhao Kang's shoulder, and watched the transformation with professional fascination and personal wonder. He did it, she said. He actually did it. He always does, Zhao Kong said. That's his thing. Chapter 96 The Completed Myriad Deaths, One Life Technique Activated Across the World. Shen Wei didn't trigger it deliberately. The technique, at layer 9, was self-executing. Its fundamental nature, returning stolen things to their owners, operated autonomously, propagating through the spiritual vein network that connected the world's samsara cages. In a cage beneath a mountain monastery in the Western Territories, 73 trapped cultivators felt the death energy that comprised their prison begin to cycle. Formation lines that had hummed with death frequency for 6,000 years shifted to return frequency. The cage's barriers, designed to prevent escape, became permeable. Sunlight entered a prison that predated the current dynasty by 4,000 years. The cultivators, some who had been trapped for centuries, some for decades, some who had only recently fallen into the cage's maw, walked out into a world that had changed beyond recognition while they were imprisoned. In a cage hidden in the depths of an oceanic trench, 200 cultivators who had adapted to an underwater death dimension experienced the transformation as a tidal wave of return energy. The water itself became cycling, death-stagnant brine becoming clear, living ocean water that supported the exotic ecosystem the prisoners had built during their centuries of confinement. They swam upward. Many of them had never seen the sun. Those who had, saw it now as if for the first time. In a cage embedded in a desert's sandstone formations, a single cultivator, a woman who had been trapped alone for 3,000 years, her sanity preserved by the same stubborn refusal to surrender that had defined Shen Wei's journey, felt her stolen comprehension return. 3,000 years of accumulated death knowledge, siphoned by Tian Luo's array, flowed back into her soul. She wept, and then she walked out of the cave that had been her prison for longer than most civilizations lasted, into a desert that was beautiful simply because it was real and she was free. Across the world, in hundreds of locations, the pattern repeated. Cages transforming, prisoners freed, stolen comprehension returning. The infrastructure of Tian Luo's 10,000-year project, built to exploit and harvest, becoming the mechanism of its own reversal. Shen Wei felt each liberation through the return frequency's resonance. Each freed prisoner, each returned comprehension, each transformed cage registered in his awareness as a note in a growing symphony. The technique's true purpose, healing, not harvesting, was expressing itself on a global scale. And with each liberation, Shen Wei's own cultivation deepened. Not through absorbing power, through connection. Each freed cultivator became a node in a worldwide cycling network, their gratitude and relief and joy feeding into the return frequency that Shen Wei's existence produced. The network was not his. He didn't control it, didn't direct it, didn't benefit from it in any quantifiable way. It simply existed because he existed, and its existence made the world incrementally better. This was the Dao of eternal return at its fullest expression. Not a personal technique for personal power. A universal principle of balance, healing, and return. You're becoming something more than a cultivator, Gu Xian observed, watching the worldwide resonance through his own 7-layer awareness. You're becoming a law, a natural law, like gravity or causation. The law of return. I'm still Shen Wei. You'll always be Shen Wei. But Shen Wei is now a fact of the universe rather than a person in it. That sounds lonely. It sounds inevitable. And you've never been lonely. Not with 300 people who love you. Chapter 97 The final confrontation was not a battle. It was a conversation. Tian Luo, Luo Tianming, sat in the pocket dimension's transformed clearing, his diminished Dao ancestor form dwarfed by the return frequency trees that had grown around him during the hours since his defeat. The cycling energy had not been kind to him, not because it was hostile, but because its honest cycling stripped away every falseness, every augmentation, every stolen piece, leaving only what was genuinely his. What was genuinely his was still significant. A Dao ancestor, honestly cultivated over 8,000 years. The Dao of weaving, the ability to perceive and manipulate fate lines, karma, and causation. Skills honed across millennia of practice, even if those skills had been applied to destructive purposes. But stripped of his stolen power, the weaver of fate was revealed as what he'd always been beneath the augmentation. A talented cultivator with a deep insecurity about his own sufficiency. Shen Wei sat across from him, the sunlight that poured through the open cage warming them both. The contrast was stark, a true immortal at the peak of the technique's full expression, and a diminished Dao ancestor who had lost everything he'd spent 10 millennia building. What happens to me? Tian Luo asked. What do you want to happen? I want to die. Honestly. I've been alive for 18,000 years, 8,000 of legitimate cultivation, 10,000 of the cage project. I'm tired, Shen Wei. Tired in ways that sleep can't address and retirement can't cure. Then die. I can't. Your return frequency has integrated with my soul through the cycling treatment you gave me. I'll return. Even if I choose to die, the cycle will bring me back. Your technique's gift, the gift of eternal return, is also its curse. You can't permanently die even if you want to. Shen Wei considered this. It was true. The return frequency, once established in a soul, operated autonomously. It was the gift the original creator had designed for those who wanted to die. The gift of being unable to, of being forced to choose life by the cycle's own momentum. But it was also an imprisonment of its own kind. The cycle doesn't force return, Shen Wei said. It enables it. The choice is still yours. You're saying I can choose to die? Permanently? Even with the return frequency active? The return frequency gives you the ability to return. It doesn't compel it. Layer 9 is the choice to live, but it's a choice, not a compulsion. If you genuinely, truly, with full understanding of what you're choosing, want to end, the cycle will respect that. How do you know? Because that's what choice means. The technique was designed for people who wanted to die. It doesn't cure suicidal despair by removing the option. It cures it by making the option unnecessary, by giving you something worth living for. If you still want to die after the cycle has given you every reason to live, then the choice is yours. Tian Luo sat with this for a long time. The sunlight moved across the clearing as the hours passed. The cycling trees grew incrementally taller. The community of ash and rest began the long process of preparing for the world above, organizing, planning, saying goodbye to the prison that had been their home. I don't want to die, Tian Luo said finally. I want to stop. Stop building. Stop harvesting. Stop trying to transcend through theft. He looked at his hands, once wrapped in fate lines, now bare and ordinary. I want to go back to the fishing village. There's no fishing village anymore. The coastline changed 8,000 years ago. Then I want to go somewhere quiet and grow things. Plants. Food. Something that cycles naturally without formation arrays or death energy or stolen comprehension. His tired eyes met Shen Wei's. Is that possible? After everything I've done? It's possible. It's not guaranteed. The world you built your cages in will have opinions about your existence. Freed prisoners may seek revenge. Damaged sects may demand justice. But the possibility is there. Possibility. Tian Luo tested the word. I spent 10,000 years trying to turn possibility into certainty, weaving fate to ensure outcomes, forcing the universe to produce what I wanted. He laughed, the rusty, human laugh that sounded like it hurt. Maybe it's time to try possibility without certainty. See what happens when I stop weaving. That's called living. I suppose it is. Chapter 98. The cage broke. Not shattered, opened. Like a flower blooming, like a door unlocking, like a hand releasing what it had been holding. Shen Wei's return frequency, propagating through the entire formation substrate, reached the cage's deepest architectural foundations and transformed them. The containment logic that had defined the samsara cage for 10,000 years became permeability logic. The walls became doors. The ceiling became sky. The floor became ground. The pocket dimension didn't collapse, it integrated. The space that had existed as a separate dimensional bubble merged with the real world, its transformed landscape becoming a physical location beneath the Azure Peak Sects tournament arena. Where there had been a sealed pocket of death energy, there was now an underground garden of return frequency trees, cycling rivers, and soil that was richer than anything the surface world could produce. The transition was gentle. Shen Wei used eternal return to create a cycle of protection within the dimensional merge, a standing wave that cushioned the transition for every soul inside, preventing the jarring energy differential between the cage's cycling environment and the outside world's normal spiritual atmosphere from harming the residents. 300 cultivators ascended from underground into the tournament arena of the Azure Peak sect. The arena was empty. It was between tournament seasons, but the sect's formation alarms had been screaming for hours. Disciples and elders were gathered at a safe distance, watching with expressions that ranged from terror to fascination as the ground beneath the arena glowed, shifted, and then opened to release 300 people who should not have existed. Elder Su Qingyun was among the watchers. The compulsion formations that Tian Luo had placed in his soul were gone, dissolved by the return frequency's global wave. He stood with the look of a man waking from a 60-year dream and discovering that the dream had been a nightmare in which he'd done terrible things. What have I done? He whispered, watching the freed prisoners emerge into sunlight. Sect Master Chen Wuji stood beside him, Dao seeking cultivation radiating concern and confusion in equal measure. Someone explain what is happening to my tournament arena. Shen Wei emerged last. A true immortal, radiating return frequency that made the air shimmer with cycling potential. His mismatched eyes, one white, one black, both flecked with return frequency fractals, surveyed the sect he'd last seen 600 loops ago. When he'd been a mediocre outer disciple entering a tournament he didn't expect to survive. Sect Master Chun, Shen Wei said. I have a lot to explain. You are? Shen Wei? The outer disciple? But you entered the tournament 3 days ago. 3 days ago by your count. 620 deaths ago by mine. The explanation took hours. Shen Wei spoke. Gu Xian corroborated. Linger provided historical context. Li Meihua offered scientific analysis. Zhao Kong provided colorful commentary. 300 freed prisoners stood as living evidence of the samsara cage's 10,000-year operation. Elder Su Qingyan confessed everything. The deal with Tian Luo's agents. The 60 years of feeding disciples into the cage. The compulsions that had nudged his choices without overriding them. The sect's disciples listened with expressions that progressed through disbelief, horror, and eventually a complicated mixture of anger and pity. I knew what I was doing, Su Qingyan said. The compulsions made it easier, but the choices were mine. I don't deserve forgiveness. You deserve the chance to earn it, Shen Wei said. That's what return means. Linger, freed from her 1,000-year imprisonment, manifested as a real girl for the first time. Not a ghost, not a projection, a real, physical, living girl. The return frequency that Shen Wei's existence produced had been cycling through her ghostly form since the technique's completion, and the contact with the real world's living energy completed the transformation. She stood in sunlight on real ground with real feet and real weight and real shadow. And she was 11 years old, and she was alive. Gu Xian picked up his daughter, held her, felt her weight, actual, physical weight, in his arms for the first time in 10,000 years. His crystalline body, still transforming, but now more flesh than crystal, shook with silent sobs. You're heavy, he said. You're crying, she said. I am. I'd forgotten how. Chapter 99. The tournament arena was rebuilt. Not by construction, by growth. The return frequency energy from the underground garden rose through the arena's foundation and transformed the stone and wood into cycling materials that were stronger, more resilient, and subtly alive. The arena didn't just house activities, it nurtured them. The underground garden became a sect landmark. Cultivators who meditated in the return frequency environment found their comprehension accelerated, their cultivation energized, their spiritual injuries healing. The cycling rivers produced water that alchemists fought over. The return frequency trees produced crystal leaves that contained compressed cultivation insights. Li Meihua, her temporal damage fully healed by Shen Wei's return frequency, established an alchemy laboratory in the underground garden that became the most productive in the sect's history. Her foundation establishment cultivation base, slowly recovering from the sacrifice she'd made, was supplemented by the garden's ambient return energy. I'm foundation establishment working with Dao ancestor-level materials, she told Shen Wei with the particular tone of an alchemist who had found heaven. The pills I can produce in this environment would make sect master-level alchemists weep with envy. I'll weep with you if it helps. It would not. Zhao Kong became the sect's combat instructor, teaching a curriculum that no other sect in the world could offer, death-tempered combat techniques. His 500 death experience, translated into training methodology, produced disciples who were fearless not because they were brave, but because they understood death so thoroughly that fear became irrelevant. I'm not teaching them to die, he told the sect master. I'm teaching them what dying teaches, that fear is a signal, not a stop sign. Gu Xian, his transformation from crystalline death cultivator to living being proceeding slowly but steadily, took on the role of the sect's historical advisor. 10,000 years of existence, even mostly imprisoned, provided a perspective that no library could match. Your sect's founding myth is wrong, by the way, he told Sect Master Chun. The Azure Peak wasn't named for the mountain's color. It was named for the original founder's daughter, Azure. She had blue eyes. How do you know this? I was there. Linger enrolled as a disciple. A 1,000-year-old ghost in an 11-year-old body, possessing inherited memories from a Dao ancestor and first-hand knowledge of the samsara cage's architecture, attending cultivation classes alongside children who struggled with basic qi circulation. She loved every moment of it. It's so normal, she told Shen Wei, beaming with the radiant happiness of someone who had never experienced normal and found it intoxicating. They argue about homework. They have crushes. They complain about the food. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. The food complaints are justified. Sect cafeteria cooking hasn't improved in the centuries since I was a student. Better than grandmother Shu's cooking. Everything is better than Grandmother Shu's cooking. Grandmother Shu, who had declined to remain at the sect and instead established a tea house in the nearest city, sent Shen Wei a letter containing a single sentence. My cooking kept 300 people alive for 8 centuries. Show some respect. Min-Yi, the child who had been dead for 30 years, was fully alive. The return frequency had completed what cycling energy had begun, transforming her ghost body into a living one. She had no family. Her parents had died before her imprisonment, and 30 years had erased any remaining connections. Guxian adopted her. The 10,000-year-old death cultivator, still learning to be human again, took on a second child with the earnest clumsiness of someone who had forgotten everything about parenting and was enthusiastically relearning it from scratch. Your father is teaching Min-Yi to meditate, Linger reported. He keeps forgetting that she's a beginner. He started explaining Layer 3 techniques to a girl who hasn't achieved chi condensation yet. Did she understand? She understood that he was excited and wanted to share, which is the important part. The 300 freed prisoners dispersed across the world, each carrying their story, and their cycling enhanced cultivation to sects, families, and communities that had mourned them as dead. Some had been missing for decades, some for centuries. Some returned to find that their families, their sects, their entire civilizations had vanished into history while they were imprisoned. The global impact of the cage network's dissolution was still unfolding. Thousands of freed cultivators, hundreds of transformed cages, countless pieces of returned comprehension. The ripple effects would reshape the cultivation world for generations. Tian Luo disappeared. Not dramatically, he simply left. A diminished Dao ancestor, carrying nothing but his honestly cultivated power and a soul that was learning to cycle, walking into a world that didn't know his name or his crimes. Shen Wei felt him through the global return frequency network, a single node among millions, growing quieter as he moved further from the cultivation world's centers of power. Maybe he found a garden. Maybe he grew things. Shen Wei didn't follow. Some returns were private. Chapter 100. The epilogue began on a morning 6 months after the cage opened, in a meditation chamber that overlooked the underground garden. Shen Wei sat in the traditional posture, legs crossed, hands on knees, eyes closed. The return frequency that his existence produced hummed softly around him, a constant companion that was neither technique nor power, but simply his nature expressed as energy. He was a Dao ancestor now, not through the dramatic breakthrough of previous realm advancements, but through the natural progression of a being whose technique was complete and whose Dao was fully expressed. True Immortal had transitioned to Dao ancestor in the months following the cage's opening, each day's quiet cultivation adding depth to a technique that no longer needed death to progress. He hadn't died in 6 months, the longest stretch of his post-cage existence without dying. After 620 deaths, the absence of death felt simultaneously peaceful and unfamiliar, like a soldier adjusting to silence after years of bombardment. Li Meihua entered the chamber. Her cultivation had recovered to core formation, still below her original level, but climbing steadily, accelerated by the underground garden's return frequency environment. She carried 2 cups of tea, placing one beside Shen Wei before sitting across from him. Thinking, remembering, the loops, all of them, every death, every return. He opened his eyes. Mismatched, one white, one black, both containing fractals of return frequency that shifted like living calligraphy. I died 620 times in that cage. Each death taught me something. Each return meant something. And the sum of all those deaths and returns is this: sitting in a quiet room, drinking tea with you, watching the sunlight on the garden. That's a lot of dying for a cup of tea. Best cup of tea in existence. Li Meihua smiled. The expression transformed her face from the analytical intensity that was her default into something warm and open and unguarded. The face she showed only to him, only in private, only in moments where the woman behind the alchemist was allowed to exist without armor. Guxian asked me about marriage customs, she said. He's getting married? No, you idiot. He asked about marriage customs because he assumed, given the way we've been behaving for the past 6 months, that we'd want a ceremony. Oh, he says. The Dao ancestor of eternal return, defeater of Tian Luo, savior of 300 souls. And all he can manage is, oh. Shen Wei set down his tea with the careful deliberation of a man who had faced a Dao ancestor in combat and found this conversation more nerve-wracking. Do you want a ceremony? I want you. The ceremony is logistics. Then yes. Whatever logistics make you happy, yes. You don't even know what the logistics involve. I died 620 times for you. I can handle logistics. Li Meihua laughed. The sound was clear and bright, and carried through the meditation chamber and into the garden below, where the return frequency trees absorbed it and added it to their harmonics. Somewhere in the garden, Gu Xian was teaching Linger and Min Yi the basics of death energy meditation, adapted, of course, for living practitioners rather than loop prisoners. His crystalline body was nearly fully transformed now. He looked like a tall, thin man in his 50s with unusual skin and deep-set eyes that occasionally reflected light in patterns that weren't entirely human. But he smiled, often, at his daughters, at the garden, at the sunlight, at the simple fact of being alive and free after 10,000 years. Somewhere in the sect's training grounds, Zhao Kong was making a new batch of outer disciples run combat drills that would have been illegal in any other sect. The disciples complained, as disciples always did. Zhao Kong ignored them, as he always did. His teaching philosophy, "You haven't suffered enough to quit," was controversial but produced results that other sects instructors struggled to explain. Somewhere in the world, the effects of the cage network's dissolution continued to ripple. Freed cultivators were rebuilding lives. Return comprehension was changing cultivation landscapes. The spiritual veins, purified of Tian Luo's harvesting infrastructure, were running cleaner than they had in millennia, producing a global increase in ambient spiritual energy that would elevate the next generation's cultivation potential. And somewhere, in a garden far from the cultivation world's centers, a diminished Dao ancestor knelt in soil that he'd planted himself, watching a seedling push through the earth with the wonder of someone rediscovering the most basic miracle of existence. Things grow. Shen Wei sensed it all through the return frequency's global network. Not controlling, not directing, not even particularly paying attention, just feeling. The slow, steady pulse of a world that was healing. The cycle operating as it was designed to, death feeding life, life feeding death, the eternal return producing growth and renewal, and the simple, stubborn miracle of continuation. He finished his tea, looked at Li Meihua, who was already sketching wedding logistics on an alchemy formation diagram because that was the only paper she carried. Felt the sunlight through the chamber's window. Heard the garden's cycling harmonics, the trees singing, the rivers flowing, the soil producing. "I'd do it all again," he said. Li Meihua looked up from her logistics. "All of it? 600 deaths? The cage? Tian Luo? All of it? Every death? Every return? Every moment of pain and fear and loss? Because it led here. To this room. To this tea. To you. That's either the most romantic thing you've ever said or a sign of severe psychological damage. Both. Definitely both." She reached across the space between them and took his hand. Her grip was warm and strong and carried the particular certainty of someone who had walked through a death loop beside you and come out the other side holding on. "Then we do it again," she said. "Whatever comes next. We face it together, we survive it together, and we come back together. Always. Always." The sunlight moved across the floor. The tea grew cold. The garden sang. And Shen Wei, the farmer's son, the mediocre cultivator, the death loop prisoner, the returner. Shen Wei sat with the woman he loved and felt the cycle turning. Not ending. Never ending. Returning. As it was always meant to. And so the Dao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.